The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Welcome to this Sunday edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I, of course, am your host, Matt from the past, and it is February the 9th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1775, the British Parliament declares the Massachusetts colony to be in rebellion. In 1897, invasion of Benin City by British Expedition Force. The city is burnt and looted. Marks the end of Nigerian Kingdom of Benin, formed in the 11th century. In 1904, Japanese torpedo boats make surprise attack on Russian ships Port Arthur Naval Base. Manchuria, beginning the Russo-Japanese War. Japanese also land troops at Chemulpo, Incheon, near Seoul, Korea. In 3 weeks, they advanced to the Yalu River, the border of Manchuria. In 1943, Japanese troops evacuate Guadalcanal, ending the epic World War II battle on the Solomon Islands in the Pacific. In 1972, British government declares state of emergency after month-long coal miners' strike. In 1964, first appearance of the Beatles on The Ed Sullivan Show live from New York. Broadcast draws 73.7 million television viewers. In 1540, the first recorded race meet in England. Rudy Fields Chester. Born on this day, William Henry Harrison, Anthony Hope, Brendan Badham, Jovis Stiglitz, Alice Walker, Ronald Coleman, we know him, Joe O. Pesci, Charlie Day, Tom Hiddleston, Michael B. Jordan, Rose Leslie, Harold King, Bill Vick, Glenn McGarth, and dying on this day, Fyodor Dostoevsky, Paul Laurence Dunbar, Dennis Gabor, Bill Haley, Yuri Andropoulos, Asumi Tezuka. And that was this day in history. Now, let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 148. A woman found murdered in her office in the Dillman building. Be on the lookout for suspicious Negroes. That's all. Rosenquist.
sensational popularity of this radio program, Calling All Cars, has developed a host of imitators. The sensational increase in the sale of Rio Grande cracked gasoline, which has outstripped all competitors in percentage of sales increase, has brought out many imitators. Perhaps you have seen or heard statements that other brands of gasoline are guaranteed to meet government emergency specifications and are used in police cars, fire engines, and emergency equipment. Let us reassure you right now that Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the only gasoline in this market refined by the exclusive, patented Sinclair cracking process, which is admitted by experts to be the last word in refining. And we challenge anyone to disprove this statement, that wherever it is sold, Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has become the most outstandingly successful and fastest-selling gasoline in the West. It gives you more than any other gasoline, yet it costs you no more. Be sure you get genuine cracked gasoline from an independent Rio Grande dealer so that you can really enjoy the thrill of police car performance in your own car. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. Tonight's case shows the necessity for careful social control of the activities of maladjusted individuals. The murder, about which you will hear in a few moments, could undoubtedly have been avoided had an intelligent social system detected the already dangerous elements in the murderer's personality and sought to correct them, either through psychic, therapeutics, or incarceration in an institution. The problem of law breaking is not merely the simple matter of police controlling the crime when it occurs. It also involves sane methods for discovering criminal potentialities in individuals before those potentialities surge into actual criminal activity.
It is early in the morning of September 27th, 1913. Grumbling as she clatters down the still corridors of the Dillman building, Agnes Vidos, scrub lady, is met by another cleaning woman.
Well, devil take it, if you aren't the one to work it. Why don't you stop and come along home?
Well, it ain't my fault I'm still rustling a mop after daybreak. I got an office to clean yet.
You got an office to clean?
Yeah.
Well, can't you get them all done during the night?
During the night, Mrs. Gay's office was locked last night from the inside. And believe me, if it's still locked, it can just go dirty.
Mrs. Gay, is it? What could she be doing working all hours?
Sure, I don't know. But like I told you, the door was locked last night from the inside, and there was a light on. Now, would you look at the mess in here, Ella? You think Mrs. Gay would be ashamed? Now, wouldn't your papers littered all over the place? Oh, it's plumb disgraceful. Take me a good half hour to get this place into shape.
I'll stay and help you if you like.
No, Ella, I'll do it myself. But believe me, I'm going to speak my mind to Mrs. Gay. Honest, I'm going to... Ella, what? Look, there's Mrs. Gay. Heaven help us, Ella. She's covered with blood.
Furthermore, Mrs. Gay is dead. The hysterical scrub woman summons the police, and Detectives Holmes, Ingraham, McIntyre, and King answer the call. Having questioned Agnes Vidos, they proceed to make an inspection of the crime scene.
Blood everywhere, even on the ceiling.
Here's what did the job. A length of gas pipe wrapped in manila paper.
Well, apparently she was smacked down as she sat at her desk.
Yeah. Then she was dragged across the room to that window. The blood smears on the floor prove that.
And apparently the killer tried to throw her body out the window, but couldn't quite manage it.
No wonder. She was a pretty heavy woman.
I wonder what he was after.
And whatever it was, he sure wrecked the place. These drawers here torn open, purse opened.
Not very careful about hiding his identity. Left bloody fingerprints all over.
Well, the thing to do first of all is reconstruct the background of this woman. Find out all we can about her, and maybe from that we can discover a clue.
With the technique peculiar to the police, the most intimate details of the murdered woman's life are uncovered. A score of people are interviewed. The results are revealing.
Mrs. Gay was in the best of health and spirits. I am sure she had no enemies. She did a fine work as a spiritual advisor to a host of people. Oh, there was none I knew that even thought harm against her.
Mrs. Gay was expected at my house for dinner that night. She was to have brought the chicken. That accounts for the dressed chicken you found in her office. But she telephoned at 4:30 that afternoon and said she would be unable to come.
I divorced Rebecca Gay 20 years ago. I haven't seen her. I have not seen her since, and I never wanted to. Of course, I had nothing to do with this.
I am Mrs. Gay's landlady. I waited for her to come home until 11 o'clock that night. Then I went to bed. But I heard the phone ring in her apartment several times during the night.
Well, there was a bunch of religious fanatics who were out to get Mrs. Gay because she did so much good. They murdered her.
I have an office across the hall from Mrs. Gay's. I saw a big Negro with a large bundle under his arm enter her office that afternoon. He walked with a springy step and had funny, bulging eyes.
I had an appointment with Mrs. Gay that afternoon. She told me a big colored man was waiting to see her. And when I left, I saw this big Negro sitting in the reception room.
That's the only clue we got, boys. Now, I want you to go out and look for a big Negro with lithe steps and the dilated eyes of a narcotic.
I ain't no good, that's all. I ain't no good. You let me be, white man. I knows what I was doing. I'm not going to do it in my own way. I ain't no good, I tell you.
Well, this is Central Detectives.
Hey, you better come out here to 3rd and Main, quick.
What's up?
There's a crazy Negro down here trying to beat his head against a telephone pole.
The excited Negro is overpowered by a squad of detectives and brought into headquarters. It is several hours before he is sufficiently calmed down to enable the officers to extract intelligible answers from him.
Now, what's your name?
Robert Askew.
Where do you live?
Well, I live in a rooming house out of Gladys Avenue.
What number?
It seems like it's number 440.
Now, what was the idea of raising the devil down there at the corner of 3rd and Main?
I don't know, boss. I don't remember nothing about it.
Use narcotics?
Does you mean dope? No, sir, boss. I don't even smoke marijuana.
Do you know Mrs. Rebecca Gay?
No, sir. I never done hear of her. I used to know a Mr. Gay once, though.
A Mr. Gay? Who?
Mr. John Gay. I worked for him once in San Diego.
Is that home?
Yeah, that's the husband of the woman.
When did you work for him?
Oh, I guess it must have been about 3 or 4 years ago.
Where were you on the night of September 27th?
September 27th? I don't know, boss. I ain't much good at remembering dates.
You better know. September 27th was a week ago tomorrow.
Oh, was that a Friday night?
Yes.
Oh, then I guess I was over in Maybell's house. I always go over there on a Friday night.
Why did you kill Mrs. Gay?
Huh? What's that, boss?
Why did you murder Mrs. Gay?
I don't know what you're all talking about, boss. I ain't murdered no one. No, sir. I don't do things like
Better
that.
confess, Askew. Every circumstance points to you. With a confession, you may get life instead of hanging.
Hanging? What you all mean, boss? I ain't done nothing.
Keep after him, Holmes. I'll take a couple of boys out to his house and shake it down.
Okay. Now, look here, Askew. It isn't going to do you any good to deny that you...
A squad of officers under the leadership of Detective King swoops down on the house on Gladys Avenue. While King and Ingraham investigate the room of the suspect, the other men search the grounds and the adjoining alley for incriminating evidence. In Askew's clothes closet, they find something of interest.
Yeah, look at that coat.
Recently cleaned, eh?
Yeah, but they didn't do a good job on the lapels.
Brown spots. Blood?
Possibly. They have to have them analyzed. There's no question about that.
Hey, Lieutenant, look what I found out in the alley.
Yeah, bloody shirt.
Yeah, it was right out back.
Let's see it.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yes. Here's a laundry mark. 729R. Anything in those bureau drawers, Ingram?
I'll see. Yeah, here's some collars, ties.
Hey, any laundry marks on those collars?
Yeah.
Yeah, 729R.
Good. This is Askew's shirt, then. He'll have a hard time explaining this.
While the officers are waiting for the hemologist's report on the stains found on the shirt and coat, Earl Rogers, a criminal attorney, drops in.
Hello, Earl.
Hello, Ed.
What brings you down here?
Curiosity.
About what?
About that Mrs. Gay murder. The case interests me. What's new on it?
Well, we've got a suspect arrested. We're waiting right now for the report on some stains we found on some of his clothing.
Well, who is the fellow?
Oh, big Negro boy. Used to work for Mrs. Gay's divorced husband. No question about him being guilty. Just a matter of piling up enough evidence, and unless I miss my guess, here's the evidence now. Well, Doctor?
Well, unquestionably, the spots on his shirt and coat were made by human blood.
Fine. That settles it.
Mind if I look at this coat a minute, Ed?
No, go ahead. Thanks a lot, Doctor, for your quick reply on this thing. That boy's as good as convicted right now.
Yeah, not at all. Glad to be able to help you.
Say, Ed, just because these stains are human blood isn't enough to convict a man.
It'll be enough for us.
Not if I was defending him. I'd get him off.
Say, Earl, are you trying to tell me my business?
Not exactly, but here's something I think you overlooked, and you might need it.
Oh, what is it?
A gray hair under the lapel of this coat.
Yeah? Let me see it. Well, there's no doubt about it now.
Oh, yes, there is. Maybe the hair was left there by a gray cat. You better have Dr. Ethel Leonard, that woman bacteriologist, compared with the hair from the dead woman's scalp before you jump at any conclusions.
Attorney Rogers, more deeply interested than ever, is on hand when the bacteriologist makes her report.
I find, Lieutenant King, that the hair from the head of the dead woman and that taken from the coat of the Negro are the same in color, size, and texture.
Then there's no question about the hair on his coat coming from her head?
No, I don't say that, Lieutenant. I can't be positive about it. All I can say is that they are similar in color, size, and texture.
Well, that'll be enough to send him up.
I wouldn't be too sure about that, Ed. I could beat it.
Yeah? Well, he can't. And you can't beat it for him. Because I'm going to get a confession from him right now.
Mind if I come along?
No, come ahead. But none of this soliciting of business.
I promise just to sit and listen.
All right, now, Askew. Are you ready to talk?
I ain't got nothing to say, boss.
Why did you murder Mrs. Gay?
I never murdered no one, boss. I swear it.
Listen, Askew, I told you we'd get the stuff on you, and we've got it. Now, I'll give you one more chance to confess and make it easy on yourself.
I ain't got nothing to confess, boss.
Listen, Askew, we found a blood-stained shirt in the alley back of your house. How do you explain that?
I got into a fight, and the other fella got blooded up.
And we found a gray hair on your coat. A gray hair that is the same in color, size, and texture as the hair on Mrs. Gay's scalp. How do you explain that?
I don't know, boss. I ain't very good at explaining things. But well, you got a blonde hair on your coat. How do you explain that?
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but people does pick up hairs, boss.
Why did you kill Mrs. Gay?
I didn't kill her nor nobody else.
Why were you beating your head against the telephone pole when we arrested you yesterday?
I was licking up, that's all. Well, it's my head, ain't it?
Yes, but it's the city's telephone pole.
Well, listen, you promised to keep out of this, Earl.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Oh, well, don't forget again. I'm going to get the truth from this boy, or I'll know the reason
why. If you let this poor kid alone, Ed, I'll tell you a few things that might help.
What do you mean? Say, have you been holding out on me?
No, I've just been keeping my ears open and working a hunch. Now I'm ready to talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Send the kid back to his cell.
Listen, what the devil is this? Are you running this investigation, or am I?
I suppose you are.
Well, then kindly stop giving orders.
You got me wrong, Ed. I'm not giving orders. I just want to see this kid get a break. I don't think he's guilty of a thing more serious than getting drunk.
What?
You see, boss, what I tell you?
Quiet, Askew. Now, what's the idea of making a crack like that, Earl?
I'll tell you if you'll send the kid back to his cell and let him get a little sleep.
All right. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Take the prisoner back to his cell.
Yes, sir. Come on.
You see, boss, you see I'm innocent.
Now, what's the big idea of upsetting this investigation, Earl?
Upsetting it? I'm not upsetting anything. I'm trying to help you.
All right, go ahead.
Listen, you've got a pretty nice circumstantial case against this Askew boy, but I've got a hunch you're all wrong. Maybe he did do it, and maybe instead he's telling the truth. And he got into a fight and bloodied up the other guy, and he picked up gray hairs any place. After all, hairs can only be classified. They're not like fingerprints.
All right, granting all that. Now, what's your angle?
I just happened to think about a case I had a year or so ago. I defended a Negro in a murder case that was similar in many respects to this Mrs. Gay killing.
You've just been telling me that hair identification isn't positive. And now you're trying to pin this murder on someone who did a similar job a year ago.
Now, wait a minute. Keep your shirt on.
Oh.
This fellow Burr Harris was accused of beating a woman to death in Cantor.
Yeah.
The modus operandi was identical. The murder was a weapon was a length of pipe wrapped in manila paper and so on. I defended him, and he beat the rap when his mother established an alibi for him.
I remember that case. That fellow should have gone up.
Of course he should. But the old lady's alibi told the jury. They let him off.
And you think he might have pulled this one?
There's a mighty good chance of it. In any case, I'm sure this Askew kid you have in here had nothing to do with it.
You know where Harris lives?
Yeah, if he hasn't moved.
Let's go out and have a talk with him.
Well, this is the place, all right, but whether he still lives here is another matter.
Somebody's here, that's a cinch.
What you all want?
Oh, remember me, Mrs. Harris?
Oh, you all's a lawyer fella.
That's right.
What you all want now? Bud done paid y'all.
Oh, I'm not worried about that. I want to talk to Burr. Is he in?
No, he ain't in. Who's this fella with you? He looks like a policeman.
Well, to tell the truth, Mrs. Harris, he is. This is Lieutenant King.
I'm glad to know you, ma'am.
Well, I ain't glad to know you. My boy ain't done nothing. He ain't even in Los Angeles. He ain't been here since the 27th of September.
27th of September, that checks.
Where did he go on the 27th of September, Mrs. Harris?
He done went to San Diego.
What did he do the 26th of September, Mrs. Harris?
What for I got to tell you?
You see, Lieutenant King here suspects your son of something,
Why,
and I want him to hear from your lips how wrong he is.
Suspecting of what?
Oh, just a trivial little matter, nothing important. Now, if you'll just answer the officer's questions, Mrs. Harris.
What did your son do on the 26th of September, ma'am? That is the day before he went away.
Well, he was home all morning. And then he went out about noon, and he come back about 9 o'clock in the night. And then he packs up the next morning and goes away without saying a word. And when he gets to San Diego, he sends me a telegram. That's where he is.
Where's he staying?
At a San Phillies hotel. Last I heard. But he ain't done nothing. He's innocent. He's innocent of anything, that boy of mine. He's a good boy.
Yes, Mrs. Harris, I'm sure he is.
King immediately requests the assistance of San Diego Police in locating Burr Harris. Chief J. Keno Wilson of the San Diego Police Department details an officer to the San Feliz Hotel.
Got any Negroes registered here?
Those are no Negro here now, sir.
When was there any?
Had a Negro fellow in here on the yesterday, sir.
Name wasn't Harris by any chance?
Yes, sir. Harris.
Where'd he go?
I think he say, he go, Tijuana.
Okay, I'll talk to the Border Patrol.
The San Diego officer speeds south to the Mexican border. He interviews the officers at the international line.
Boys, I'm looking for a Negro named Burr Harris. He's over 6 feet tall and walks with a springy step. Supposed to have crossed over the line within the last 24 hours. Have you seen him?
Yeah, seems to me I did. Remember that guy came through just before we closed the gate last night, Sam?
Yeah. That description sure sounds like him.
No way of luring him back on this side of the line for me, is there?
Don't see how.
About all we can do is notify the stations along the line to look for him. Let you know if he crosses back onto this side.
Well, do that for me, will you? This guy's wanted for murder up in L.A.
Okay, we'll keep our eyes open for him.
Several days go by, and then on October 6th, Chief Wilson receives a tip from the Border Patrol that Harris has crossed back into the United States and is headed for San Diego. The chief throws a squad of men around the San Feliz Hotel, and a couple of hours later, when Harris enters the lobby...
All right, Harris, stick him up.
What? What for? What for you want me to stick him up?
You're under arrest for the murder of Mrs. Rebecca Gay in Los Angeles.
Say, white man, you must be crazy. I don't know no Mrs. Rebecca Gay. I ain't murdered no one.
Los Angeles police want to talk to you about it.
Say, I've been down here in Dago for a month. I ain't murdered nobody. You ask my mom. She's got letters and telegrams to prove I've been here for a month.
I doubt if your ma can get you out of this rap, Harris. Chances are the Los Angeles police have got so much on you this time you'll take a one-way ride to the birdcage at Trenton.
Boy, you got a big surprise coming, because I didn't kill nobody, nohow.
Coolly defiant, Burr Harris is locked in a cell in the San Diego jail. But as the hours of night advance, Burr Harris, like a trapped jungle animal, paces the narrow confines of the steel-barred room, muttering to himself.
Oh, the Lord is my
Muttering.
shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He maketh me to lie down.
Oh, now I'll lie me down to sleep. I can't sleep till kingdom come. Oh, thy will be done on earth, Lord, as it is in heaven. Thy will be done on earth. Thy will be done. Thy will be done. Thy will be done on earth, Lord.
What's the big idea? They want me to send the hose in there. Now, be quiet. These other men want to sleep.
Oh, Mr. Taylor. Oh, mister, I seen ghosts. I just seen green ghosts with purple robes coming through that window, and I was scared, sir. I was just powerful scared, Mr. Taylor.
There's nothing to be scared of. We don't keep ghosts in this jail.
The same, so I is scared. I was afraid to spend the night in this cell alone, sir. Oh, won't you just come and sit by me, please, Mr. Taylor? Just let me talk to you. The ghosts are scared of your gun. They won't bother me none then. Oh, you come and talk to me, please, sir.
So, through the night, the two men, jailer and prisoner, play a shrewd game. The jailer trying to lead the prisoner into a confession. The prisoner weaving a complicated yarn of his activities of the past month. When morning comes, the jailer reports all he has learned to the chief. And the story is immediately checked, point for point. The results are presented to Harris that afternoon.
Pretty neat game you tried to play last night, Harris.
What do you mean, sir? I ain't playing no game.
Oh, yes, you were. Handing out a lot of baloney to that jailer about what you've been doing in San Diego the past month. So we checked on everything about you, and we found that everything you said is a lie.
Well, I don't tell no lies, sir. No, sir. I tell the truth, first, last, and always.
Okay, listen to this. Mrs. Rebecca Gay was murdered on September the 27th. On the 28th, you registered at the San Felice Hotel. We got a copy of the wire you sent to your mother when you arrived in San Diego that day. We've got the record from the Santa Fe showing they sold you a ticket from L.A. that day. We know every move you made. We know that you didn't arrive here in San Diego until the day after Mrs. Gay was murdered. Now, as to the day of the murder, you answer the description of the murderer, and undoubtedly will be identified by those women who saw you in Mrs. Gay's office when you get back to L.A. You were accused of a similar murder a year ago. The murder of Mrs. Haskins in Compton. A murder committed with a length of gas pipe wrapped in a manila paper, just as the murder of Mrs. Gay was committed. We're going to send you to the gallows for that job as sure as you're an inch high. Now, what do you got to say?
I got a mental torment, sir. It's powerful bad.
No, don't change the subject.
I ain't changing the subject, sir. My torment's part of it.
Why did you kill Mrs. Gay?
Well, because I got the torment. The only way I can get relief from it is to kill somebody.
Oh, so you admit it then?
Sure. I guess I'd be better off dead than suffering the torment and going around killing people to get relief from it. Yes, sir. I killed Miss Gay, all right. I hit her over the head with a gas pipe. Then I tried to push her out of the window, but she was too heavy. Yes, sir. I killed Miss Haskins in Compton, too. My mother lied to save me. And I set fire to the Coronado Hotel in Los Angeles in 1905 by putting a bomb under the building. In 1906, I sent a bomb to Mrs. Pierce, who run the hotel. In 1907, I sent a box of poison candy to Mrs. Pierce's children.
What'd you do that for?
Well, I used to work at the hotel, and they held up my pay once, and I ain't never forgot it.
What'd you have against Mrs. Gay?
Nothing. I never saw her before I walked into her office. I just got the torment bad that day, sir, and I had to kill. So I just walked in and killed her. That's all.
Harris was charged with murder. But on this second trial, Earl Rogers did not defend him. He did, however, utter an opinion on the strange, brooding Negro killer.
Whatever it is worth, it is at least interesting to note that every one of Harris's crimes were committed in the month of September. He fired the hotel in September 1905. He sent the bomb in September 1906. He sent the poison candy in September 1907, and he murdered Mrs. Haskins in September 1911. And he murdered Mrs. Gay in September 1913. His degeneracy takes the form of sending him back 3,000 or 4,000 years. When undergoing a spell, he's a jungle man again. The instincts of the caveman control him then. He walks the thoroughfares of civilized communities with his mind thousands of years back in the jungles.
With the jungle law in the end is the law of civilized nations, too. the survival of the fittest, the eternal law of compensation. It took its toll on Burr Harris. He answered for his crimes to the fullest extent at the extreme end of a taut manila rope in the execution chamber at San Quentin Penitentiary. Askew, the original suspect who attempted to bat himself to death against a telegraph pole, was indeed innocent and was promptly released upon Harris' confession.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever it is sold, Rio Grande Cracked is the chosen gasoline for the finest, fastest cars on the highways today. The fire engines, the ambulances, the high-powered police cars that prowl the streets 24 hours a day, leaping from a crawl to a mile-a-minute speed when emergencies arise. Such cars need the finest gasoline money can buy. Yet they use the same Rio Grande Cracked gasoline that you get from your neighborhood service station. No finer gasoline has yet been made. When you drive in for a tank full of Rio Grande Cracked, be sure to get the latest copy of the Calling All Cars News. This fascinating publication, with its true crime stories and movie news, is absolutely free, and 500,000 motorists ask for the Calling All Cars News every month. In this free publication, you'll read how Rio Grande is equipping an army of thousands of boys and girls with complete detective outfits, all free. You can help outfit some boy or girl at no cost to you. Ask your Rio Grande dealer for the best motor oil he has, and he'll tell you that Sinclair motor oils are the world's finest. Get a quart of Sinclair motor oil in refinery sealed can costs as little as 25 cents. Only because Sinclair is one of the world's leading manufacturers of lubricants with worldwide sales volume can you get such top quality motor oil at such low price. Rio Grande is proud to recommend Sinclair motor oils.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 148 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case is now in custody. That's all. Rolls and quitting.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
On the next exciting episode of Star Trek The Next Generation.
It seems clear that my life is to end in the late 19th century.
Data faces a shocking fate.
We've lost him.
And embarks on a mission of no return.
I'm not willing to accept that he's dead and just leave it at that.
Now, to bring him back alive.
My God.
The crew must cross a chilling gateway into terror.
Data!
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone waits for me.
This is Ken Carpenter, welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, produced and transcribed in Hollywood, with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares, and Bing's guest, Al Jolson. And now for our first program in 1950, we bring you a little something left over from last year, Bing Crosby.
Thank you, Ken. That's the most thrilling introduction I have received since the day I was presented to the Spokane Kiwanis Club as the captain of the Yakima Valley squash team.
Did you play squash, Bing?
No, I picked him.
Oh.
But, Ken, I'm not picking squash anymore, and I do think that you could have tried a little harder with that introduction.
You know, you're pretty uppity for an ex-squash picker.
Well, don't scoff. Crawling through those squash vines on a blazing hot summer day, I learned something that was very important.
What was that?
Mighty shady under there.
Well, Bing, I do have a little confession to make.
Well, I hope so.
Well, I was going to introduce...
I'm affronted.
Yes, I was going to introduce you tonight as a great comedian, but Gee, I was afraid we'd offend Bob Hope.
Let's do that.
Shall we?
Yeah. Come on.
Bing, you don't seem to understand the position I'm in trying to introduce you every week. Well, you're on the air more than Bull of a Watch time.
Well, that's because some of the disc jockeys, they play my records now and then.
Oh.
You see, Ken, due to circumstances over which I have no control, I'm on the air by accident more than Arthur Godfrey is on purpose.
Bing, I hear whole programs of your records. Noontime, Croon Time.
Big show.
Big. Sing with Bing.
Great.
Pause with Cross.
Have you caught grunting with the groaner yet?
No. Have you heard Stompin' with Bing?
Stompin' with Bing?
Yeah, that's for the winemakers up around Fresno.
I haven't.
You know the folks who stomp on grapes all day long?
Oh, yes. Up there, a Blue Jay corn plaster is really blue.
And plastered, too.
Say, Ken, I know a fella up in the Napa Valley up there. He stomps on white grapes one day, red grapes the next day, and blue grapes the next.
What's the idea of that?
This boy likes Argyle feet. That's a Hope joke if I've ever heard. Ken, if the Rhythmaires will gather around, we shall fairly plunge into our opening selection, which is Dear Hearts and Gentle People. John Scott, let's plunge into this.
Home, home, sweet home.
I love those dear hearts and gentle people who live in my hometown, because those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. I've got a dream house I'll build there one day, with picket fence and rambling rose. I feel so welcome each time that I return, that my happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. There's a place I'd like to go, and it's up in Idaho, where your friendly neighbors smile and say hello. It's a pleasure and a treat to meander down the street. That's why I want the whole wide world to know.
I love those dear
hearts. I love the gentle people
who live in my hometown.
Those dear hearts and gentle people will never ever let you down. They read the good book from Friday till Monday. That's how the weekend goes. A dreamy dream house I'll build there one day, with picket fence and rambling rose. I feel so welcome each time that I return. My happy heart keeps laughing like a clown. I love the dear hearts and gentle people who live and love in my hometown. Home, home, sweet home. Home, home, sweet home. Home, home, sweet home. Thanks, kid. Now, Ken, we've reached the epic moment when it's time for you to pour out your dear heart to the gentle people concerning Chesterfield.
Incidentally, Bing, have you seen Look magazine? Brother, are you in trouble?
Trouble?
Yeah.
Golly, don't tell me Look has published some of my old letters to Constance Talmadge.
No. On the cover of the current Look, there's a big picture of you.
Oh, swell.
And you've got a pipe in your mouth.
Well, it must be an old picture, Ken. Was I holding a squash in my hand?
No, I didn't notice any squash, Bing.
Well, I think you're becoming unduly hysterical. I was smoking Velvet, and Velvet is made by the same people who make Chesterfields. Oh. I figure with Como and Godfrey and everybody always pushing Chesterfields, I try to give Velvet a little plug.
Velvet tobacco for any man who smokes a pipe or rolls his own.
But, Bing, we're selling Chesterfield.
Well, if Chesterfields are selling, what's your beef? I smoke Velvet in my pipe, and I also smoke Chesterfields. They're the best cigarettes to smoke. Jingle time, boys and girls. Chesterfields satisfy women and men. Chesterfields over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfields ABC. Song called Bye Bye Baby, sort of in the Don't Cry Joe manner, but in this song, in this lyric, the element of hope is preserved. Bye bye baby, remember you're my baby, when they give you the eye, although I know that you care, won't you write and declare that though on the loose you are still on the square. I'll be gloomy, but send that rainbow to me, then my shadows will fly, though you'll be gone for a while. I know that I'll be smiling with my baby by and by.
Bye, bye, baby.
Remember you're my baby when they give you the eye. Although I know that you care, won't you write and declare that though on the loose you are still on the square. I'll be gloomy, but send that rainbow to me, then my shadows will fly, though you'll be gone for a while. I know that I'll be smiling with my baby by and by, with my baby by and by. Guest time is here, and our guest is a young man who was with us last week and made good. His singing, his bird whistles, and his magnetic personality just seemed to catch on, so it only seems fair to give this boy another chance this week. The kid's name is Jolson, and in case you missed him last Wednesday, he comes on a-singing, like this here.
Is it true what they say about Dixie? Does the sun really shine all the time? Do the sweet magnolias blossom at everybody's door? And do the folk keep eating possum till they can't eat no more? Is it true what they say about Swanee? Is a dream by that stream so sublime? Do they laugh? Do they love like they say in every song? If it's true, that's where I belong. Do they laugh? Do they love like they say in every song? Bing, ain't that pretty? If it's true, that's where I belong.
I flipped. Really, I did. Really brilliant. On a level. Real great. You've done more for the South. Really, you have, Al. You've done more for the South than Una Merkel and kissing Jim Folsom.
Well, that's right, Bing. You're right when you say that. You know, I've given the South more publicity than the boll weevil.
boll weevil, that's been practically eradicated.
Well, there ain't nothing been invented yet to stop Jolson. And wait a minute. I include television.
No one wants to stop you, Al, but it would be nice if you slowed down a little.
Now, look, Bing, I can't slow down.
Why not?
I wore the lining off my brakes years ago.
You don't need brakes. You're still going uphill, boy.
Well, ain't he sweet? Climb up on my knees, sonny boy.
Why should I climb up there? You can afford to put an escalator in, Lord. Percentage deals and...
Well, now, wait a minute, Bing.
What?
You can afford one yourself. I read all about you in Look magazine, you know.
Yeah, I got quite a spread.
Well, don't worry. It didn't show in the pictures. The pipe did, though.
You're kind.
Yeah,
boy.
I know, but I got to be sweet to your face, Bing, considering all the things I say about you behind your back, you know.
What's that? What?
Well, now, don't get me wrong, Bing.
What have you been saying?
When I talk behind your back, I rave about you.
Well, Al, why don't you rave about me to my face?
Well, I don't want you to get a swell head, like I could have if I wasn't so modest.
Well, yeah. Good point. That's a good point there, but I wish you wouldn't compliment me behind my back because I'm swelling a little there, too.
Well, it all goes back to what I said before. You got quite a spread.
That was in Look magazine, yes.
You know, Bing, when I saw your face on the cover, I went up to the newsstand and I bought 50 copies.
50 copies? Al, I do believe your friendship has blossomed into hero worship.
No, Bing. I worship only one hero at a time. And I ain't through with me yet.
Well, then why'd you go out and buy 50 copies of Life? Or Look. Quick.
Yeah. Don't just
Look.
stop. Yeah, look. Well, no matter what the magazine was, why'd I buy 50 copies?
Yeah.
A big man like me can't walk up to a newsstand and buy only one copy of any magazine.
You ought to read at least one of those copies of Look because...
Why?
Well, there's a very nice picture of you in that article.
I know.
Yeah.
Sure I know. You don't think I'm going to buy 50 copies of the magazine just because it's got a story about some crooner in it, do you?
Well, no matter how ulterior your motive, it still warms the cockles of me heart.
Now, Bingy, look, before we go any further, I just want you to understand that at any time I say anything mean to you, you understand? I'm just trying to get a laugh. That's all it is. I'm just trying to get a laugh.
Same goes for me, Al. Only I don't care if I get a laugh or not.
Well, you're not the comedian I am.
Well, we all got a little something to be thankful for.
Well, that's right, Bing. For instance, here it is 1950, and we're both here.
Yeah, standing up, too.
Of course, I don't think we ought to tell the folks that we rehearsed in rocking chair, you know.
Well, I think it's okay to disclose that, Al, but let's not say nothing about the transfusions. Let's keep them a secret.
Keep them a secret?
Yeah.
Why should we, Bing? Look, I gave you a little blood, and you gave me a little blood. It's all in the family, you know.
Well, I guess that's right.
Now, let me tell you something, son. First thing you know, you're going to be singing like a bird.
May I return the compliment?
You can return the blood, too, of you.
You Indian giver, you.
Well, Bing, look, you don't need it. Honestly, according to that article, you lead a very healthy life on your ranch.
Yeah, every day up there. I ride out in the range, I sing to my cattle.
You want to know something?
What?
When I sing to my cows, it makes them so happy that they really gain weight.
You want to know something, Bing?
What?
If I ever sang to a bunch of cows, they'd lose weight. Applauding.
That'd be dangerous, Al. You got to be careful around animals. When I was a kid, I got kicked in the head by a mule.
You got kicked in the head by a mule?
Yeah.
Well, you got even.
What do you mean?
You made that record.
What do you mean, mule train?
There ain't no clippity-clops in White Christmas.
Well, there isn't Frankie Lane's version.
Say, wait a minute.
Hold up.
Now, wait a minute. Speaking about that Frankie Lane, that boy's good. Of course, he's not as good as we are, you know.
Well, there's two of us, nearly.
Well, don't tell me there's only one of him.
That's all. Say, Al, I read somewhere, this might be news to you. Frankie Lane was referred to as the Al Jolson of 1949.
1949?
Yeah.
Well, 1950 has arrived. Yes. I'm taking over again for your own edification.
Well, welcome back.
Now, don't tease me, Bingsy. I tried being modest once and it just didn't work out.
Well, maybe you didn't try hard enough.
I tried with all my heart. But somehow, when I started thinking of myself as being only fair, I felt like a phony.
Oh, you know that couldn't be. You couldn't be just fair, Al. I'm sure you've watched Larry Parks often enough to see how great you really are.
Well, that's right, Bink.
Say, Al, you're always talking about Larry Parks now, and I never hear you talk about your little boy, Asa.
I'll tell you something, Bing. That kid is smart as a whip. He's already a genius, you know.
Well, that figures.
Well, I'm teaching him how to count, you know. Hmm? I figure that might come in handy someday.
Well, can he count up to 10 yet?
Up to 10?
Yeah.
Higher than that. Uh-huh. He can count all the way up to the Queen.
I can see you and your son have a lot in common already, then.
Well, in a way, you see, I can count up to the king, you know.
Oh, no, Joe, you are the king.
Oh, Bingsy. You're aces for saying that, you know.
Looks like we got this deck stacked, ain't it?
Yeah. Bing, I just thought of something.
What?
It's a shame you and me are standing here talking when we could be singing.
Jolie, you spoke a book. That's what you did. Perhaps, shall we burst into song?
Well, who's going to burst first?
Well, you move right in there, Al. Grab all the microphone you want. Right at that is up to the white line.
Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, Mr. Trotter, may we have a downbeat, Professor? Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning.
And no one could be sweeter than my sweetie when I meet her in the morning.
Where the morning glory, twine around the door.
So pretty twining,
whispering pretty stories. I like it, yeah, once more.
I'm strolling with my girlie where the dew is pearly early in the morning.
Don't get wet, yeah?
And those butterflies all flutter up and kiss each little buttercup at dawning.
If I had a Latin lamp only a day.
Oh, rub it, Allie.
I'd make a wish, and here's what I'd say. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. When whippoorwills call and evening is nigh, I hurry to my. I got me a blue heaven, yes, sir.
I turn to the right, a little white light that's gonna lead you to my blue heaven.
Let me congratulate you, too. You're gonna see our smiling face. I got a fireplace, and I got a cozy room.
Sounds like Dave Chasen's.
Our little nest that's nestled where the roses bloom.
Just Molly and me.
Oh, you're singing high.
And my baby makes three.
Yes.
We're so happy in my blue heaven.
You're gonna see our smiling face. I got a fireplace, a cozy room, a little nest that nestles where the roses bloom.
Just Molly and me.
Oh, I like Molly and you.
Baby makes three.
Oh, you're counting wrong. That's four. We're happy in my blue heaven. Goodbye, blue. Birds are singing, every old thing's in tune.
Goodbye, blue. Nothing but laughter, morning and afternoon.
I saw a rosebud in a star, so we're going where there's more.
Goodbye, blues. Troubles are over. We'll be in clover soon.
We're Alabama bound. There'll be no heebie-jeebies hanging around. Just gave the meanest ticket man on earth all we're worth to put our touches in an upper berth.
Just hear that choo-choo sound. I know we're gonna cover ground. And then we'll holler so the world will know. Here we go. We're Alabama bound. Alabama bound. There'll be no heebie-jeebies hanging around.
Just gave the meanest ticket man on earth all we're worth to put our touches in an upper berth.
Just hear that choo-choo sound. I know that soon we're gonna cover ground.
And then we'll holler so the world will know. Here we go.
We're Alabama bound.
Great, Alan Bing. You know, folks, smoking Chesterfields is something like making friends. You try that first pack and you like them pretty well. Then somewhere along in that second pack, when you know them a little better, you find yourself liking them even more. And when you're finished with that pack, you're sold on Chesterfields for good. Yes, and the more folks smoke Chesterfields, the more they enjoy them. You see, friends, Chesterfields give you just what you want in a cigarette. They're much milder, they're better tasting, and they leave a clean, fresh taste in your mouth after you've finished smoking. Yes, sir, it's easy to see why more and more people are changing to Chesterfields. And, friends, I think you'll like Chesterfields once you smoke them. Buy a couple of packs as soon as you can. And remember, when someone you like has a birthday coming up, give them Chesterfields in that Chesterfield birthday gift carton. It makes a swell present.
Song that Brother Jolson recorded many, many years ago and scored a smashing success with it. I tried to bring it back just recently, but...
Oh, Bing, let's both of us work on it, huh? Maybe we can bring it back together. What do you say?
I'm game.
Okay. Sing it.
The one I love belongs to somebody else.
She means her tender songs for somebody else. And even when I have my arms around her, I know her thoughts are strong for somebody else.
The hands I hold belong to somebody else. I'll bet they're not so cold to somebody else.
It's tough to be alone on a shelf,
but it's worse to fall in love by yourself.
The one I love belongs to somebody else. The one I love
belongs to somebody
Looks like we got time for one more here.
Yeah, and the introduction sounds like All By Myself, don't it?
I could swear that was it.
All by myself in the morning,
all by myself in the night.
I sit alone in my cozy Morris chair, so unhappy there, I'm just a playing solitaire.
Did you play Cantor?
Don't know it.
All by myself, and I get lonely watching the clock on the shelf.
I'd love to rest my weary head on somebody's shoulder.
Oh, lay it right here.
I hate to grow older all by myself.
I'm all by myself in the morning,
and I'm all by myself in the night.
I'd like to rest my weary head on somebody's shoulder.
Why don't you just lay your nappy noggin right yonder?
I hate to grow older all by myself.
That about wraps it up for this session, folks. I do want to thank Brother Jolson for being aboard, lending his wit and his charm to the festivities.
Thank you, Bing. But you know something?
What's this?
I've got terrible news for you.
What's that?
I can't be with you next week.
Right. Gosh, Al, I'm so sad I could kiss you.
Well, if you want to do that, climb up on my knees, sonny boy.
No, I'm going to wait till you get that escalator.
By the way, Ben,
What?
who's going to be your guest next week?
Oh, next week here on Chesterfield, Al, we should have quite a time. Our guest will be Miss Peggy Lee and Groucho Marx. Good night, Al.
Good night, Ben.
See you next week for Chesterfield, folks. The best cigarette for you to smoke. Good night and thanks.
The Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield, was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guests, Peggy Lee and Groucho Marx. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show follows immediately.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you've all heard about the man who actually paid $1 million for a movie story. His name, of course, Samuel Goldwyn. And the story he bought was Guys and Dolls. Now, because I felt that this was the greatest musical I'd ever seen, I actually made 4 flying trips to the Pacific Coast to film excerpts of the show for my Sunday night TVer over the CBS network. And it is my idea of a wonderful picture. Now, incidentally, that $1 million check that Sam wrote was only a starter. Before he was through, Guys and Dolls had cost him $5.5 million. And in Runyon's language, that is a lot of lettuce. Now, what did Sam Goldwyn get for it? Well, among other things, he got Damon Runyon's world of fabulous characters.
The jails must be empty tonight. Can anybody be missing? Terry the horse, Liver Lips Louie, Angie the ox, Society Max, And here is a face for which I cannot supply a name. May I ask where you come from?
East Cicero, Illinois.
And what is your occupation there?
I'm a scoutmaster.
Marlon Brando never danced or sang a note in his life until he met Goldwyn. But he sings and he dances in Guys and Dolls, and he'll fracture you. Gene Simmons, too, is a dramatic star, not a singer. But as Sister Sarah of the Mission Doll, she's adorable and her singing voice is terrific. Together, these two generate excitement that's electric. Let me show you what I mean.
Would you be open to a proposition?
I've had those, no.
Don't flatter yourself. I'm talking business. I am in a position to supply you with the raw material you need for your work, namely sinners.
How?
Frank Sinatra has amazed the entertainment world with his dramatic prowess. Now to prove he's still the top song interpreter, here he is as Nathan Detroit.
Adelaide, Adelaide, ever-loving Adelaide is taking a chance on me.
You're at it again, you're running the game. I'm not gonna play second fiddle to that. I'm sick and I'm tired of stalling around. I'm telling you now that we're through when I think of the time gone by.
Adelaide, Adelaide.
I tried.
Adelaide.
I could honestly.
Vivian Blaine was a comedy sensation in the original cast. She's even funnier in the picture. With four great stars like these, Goldwyn needed a writer and a director just as big. He found both these talents in four-time Academy Award winner Joseph L. Mankiewicz. The result is sheer greatness. One short scene will show you what Joe Mankiewicz can do with a few simple words.
Whatever you do, wherever you go,
Why, Sister Sarah, why?
I want to be with you.
The world's full of souls closer to salvation than mine.
Anytime, anywhere.
Easier to save and much more worth saving.
You.
The music of Frank Lesser is always a part of the story. Michael Kidd's imaginative dance direction even tops the exciting job he did in 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. Now he has the Goldwyn girls to work with. Of all the grand entertainment ever produced by Samuel Goldwyn, an Academy Award winner himself, this is his best. With its humor and drama, its songs, its beauty, no musical ever made can compare to Guys and Dolls. And with stars like Marlon Brando, Gene Simmons, Frank Sinatra, Vivian Blaine, and a cast of hundreds in CinemaScope and color, the toast of the town predicts that Guys and Dolls will be the toast of the world.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Magee Marshall. Welcome to the shadowy land of the imagination, where all things are possible. Would you believe that a husband and wife could look at the same woman, and the wife would see her as an old lady, almost in her dotage, while the husband sees a beautiful woman in her early 30s? Impossible, you say?
Of course, Ray. You know I'm going to bewitch you.
You've been trying, haven't you?
Well, only half-heartedly. Remember, you're married.
I never forget it for a moment. You're the one who seems to want to forget it. You won't even meet my wife.
Well, of course I will. Let's all attend a witch's Sabbath together. You, your wife, and I, your favorite witch.
You almost make me believe you're serious, Clarissa.
Dare to make the date, and then you'll find out. I'd love to see you at a witch's Sabbath.
Our mystery drama, The Young Die Good, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Patricia Elliott and Carol Teitel. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Weekdays on CBS television. Don't miss your favorite daytime dramas at new time. Follow the continuing stories of families in conflict, their lives changing every day, full of turmoil, triumph, and treachery. On The Young and the Restless. Then, it's the searing stories of romantic intrigue and hidden desire on As the World Turns. Be sure to watch The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns. Weekdays on CBS television. Check local listings for new time.
Because Dad does a lot for you, True Value Hardware stores suggest you give him a Father's Day gift that will do a lot for him, like a quality skilled power tool. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you they offer the Precision 7 1/4-inch skilled circular saw to help Dad with a variety of home projects. For only $34.95, Dad will get a rugged, dependable power tool that features a powerful 1 3/4 horsepower motor. This popular saw will give Dad the quality and confidence of skill and is available at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
A railroad car clatters through Pennsylvania's coal fields almost a century ago. Its only passenger, a doctor named Matthew Shields, beginning a 16-year special assignment for the American Red Cross. In railroad yards, on sidings, and in the great terminals, Dr. Shields would convert his home on wheels into a classroom and teach first aid and occupational safety to industrial America. And all along the way, local physicians were enlisted as Red Cross volunteers to continue the teaching effort. When the car rolled to a stop for the last time, 2 million people had learned first aid. The effort was called A Good Beginning, but only a beginning. Today, as the Red Cross begins its second century, we're proud that America still looks to us for first aid training. Now we teach over 3 million people every year, and we still say it's only a beginning. Red Cross, ready for a new century. I've never been able to figure out why it's customary to tie strings of empty tin cans to the car of newlyweds. What do the empty cans signify? I can't go along with the cynic who suggested that the cans symbolize the extent of home-cooked meals that the poor groom is going to get for the remainder of his lifetime. I know for a fact that this wasn't true of the young newlyweds we're about to meet, Lisa and Ray Bissonette. Lisa happened to be a good enough cook to be able to win prizes. And on the day our story opens, she'd left a roast in the oven while she went out and explored the small grounds of the Bissonette's little dream house. A high hedge ran alongside the driveway that separated the Bissonette house from their neighbor. And Lisa, with the curiosity that all daughters of Eve have had since the Garden of Eden, poked her head through an opening in the hedge.
Hello there. Come on through and get acquainted.
Hello. I'm Lisa Bissonette. I'm your new neighbor.
I'm Clarice Wenderby. It's good to see young people next door again. I hope you and your husband will be very happy.
Thank you. Have you lived here long?
Well, I was here before your house was built. Of course, my husband was alive then.
And now you're alone?
Yes. And happy to see you. You're welcome to drop in any time, child. I'd be glad of the company.
That's very neighborly, and I'll return the invitation. Oh, but I have to run now. Take a look at my roast. I expect my husband in less than an hour.
Hi there, neighbor.
Oh, hi. I'm Ray Bissonette.
Well, I'm Clarissa Jaffe. Can I offer you a cocktail before dinner?
Sounds delightful, but my wife's expecting me. She heard me drive up. And,
say no more. Just remember you have a rain check any time.
I'll remember. Thanks.
It's nice to have neighbors again. Be seeing you.
Welcome, my lord and master, to your home in Cantor.
Hey there, doll. Don't let women's lib hear that greeting.
You know I didn't mean it.
You didn't.
Just the welcome part.
Hey, something smells delicious. And yours was the second welcome I got since I came home.
Oh?
You can say that again. The dish who lives next door was at that hedge opening in the driveway and asked me in for a drink.
That's why we're married, darling. I love you and your sense of humor.
What's so funny? She really did ask me.
I'm sure she did, darling. She's a lonely old lady. Oh, I'm sorry to spoil your little game, because I saw her earlier this afternoon, and you can't hope to make me jealous of a woman in her 80s.
Well, I don't know what woman you saw, Lisa. But the lady who spoke to me wasn't anywhere near 30, let alone 80.
I know what I saw and who I saw.
Well, I'm sure you saw what you told me, honey, but... Well, at least give me the same break you asked for yourself. I know what I saw, too.
But it's crazy.
Well, there's probably some simple explanation.
I'll bet there is. And I'm the one who's going to get it from Mrs. Wenderby the first thing tomorrow morning.
Lisa, how nice of you to come visiting so soon and so early. Would you like a cup of coffee?
Coffee would be nice.
Well, let's go into the kitchen. I always find it cozier. Do you take cream and sugar?
Just black, thank you.
Tell me, are you getting used to the neighborhood? Do you find the shopping center exciting?
As a matter of fact, yes. But if you don't...
I get out so infrequently. There used to be a farmer's market on Duane Street that had the loveliest, freshest vegetables.
Duane Street?
It's just one block past the station. Of course, you don't meet your husband at the train, so...
My husband's really the reason I came over.
Oh, how interesting.
You didn't meet him yesterday, did you?
Did he say he did?
Well, he said he met a beautiful 30-year-old woman.
Here? In my house?
Who's the woman my husband saw last night?
My dear child, don't tell me you're jealous.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wenderby. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Please don't go. I'll try to help you.
Why should it be so difficult? There's something here I don't understand, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it.
It might be best if you move.
What?
It really might be best.
That's ridiculous. Do you know what you're saying?
Yes.
But Ray and I looked for a house for almost 6 months. We could never find a house like this at the price we paid.
I know. Perhaps you'll do well to find out why this house went so cheaply. Hi, neighbor. I'm glad you decided to pick up your rain check on that drink so quickly.
No drink, thanks.
Oh, come in anyway. It's only neighborly to get...
I left the office early today, just to straighten something out. This shouldn't really take more than a minute.
Are you afraid of me? Sit down.
Oh, thank you. It may sound silly, but last night my wife and I got into a ridiculous argument.
Oh, not over me.
Yes, you see, Lisa says you're an old lady.
Well, how could she, since we've never met?
Well, that's what I told her. But she insists she was here before me yesterday and spoke with an old lady who said she lived here.
Oh, now I understand. What a silly, silly mistake. The old lady your wife met is my mother, Therese Wenderby.
Your mother lives with you?
But not all the time. But she's here a good deal. My husband's wonderful about it.
Well, Lisa told me she was very definite about saying she lived here alone.
Mm-hmm. Well, now you know that isn't so, don't you, Ray?
I know, but how do I convince Lisa?
Well, being a woman, I think Lisa will understand when you tell her my mother's vain.
Vain?
Yes, as ridiculous as it sounds for a woman her age. She just hates to admit that she has a daughter my age.
Oh, I find that hard to believe.
Are, either of your parents living, Ray?
My dad, he's 68.
Well, you'll find that the older a person gets, the more childish their behavior can become.
I'm glad you said can, because I don't think my dad is...
Well, let's hope not. But, can you understand why my mother lied to your wife?
No, not completely, but at least I'll be able to calm Lisa down.
No. It's the most ridiculous story I've ever heard.
But, darling, I tell you that
I know what you tell me. You've been telling me for the past half hour. And I tell you it's nonsense. Did you ask to see her mother?
It never occurred to me.
Why not?
Well,
You didn't take my word seriously enough to question this beautiful dame you say lives next door. That's why not.
Oh, now, Lisa, I can't know why you're making this personal. I believe you. I believe you met and spoke with an 83-year-old woman who said she lived in the house next door. Alone. Now, why won't you believe that this woman is the mother of the young woman who spoke with me?
Because Mrs. Wenderby said she didn't have a daughter.
But I've already explained that.
And I don't buy it.
For the 100th time, why not?
Because when I spoke to Mrs. Wenderby today and told her your story about meeting the young lady, what do you think she said to me?
I can't imagine.
She told me to move. Move out of this house.
Well, that proves it. The old girl is slightly batty.
I know how to settle this. We're going over there, the two of us, and straighten this out once and for all. Well, it is possible that they're afraid to answer the door.
That's not possible. But it is possible that no one's home.
You said you were just talking to her.
I think we've been arguing at least 15 minutes. She could have gone out during that time.
But there are lights upstairs.
Well, some people leave lights on when they go out because they're afraid that an unlighted house is an invitation to a burglar.
I can't understand why you're so dead set against admitting that for some reason she doesn't want to meet me.
And I can't understand why we're standing outside an obviously empty house ringing a doorbell when we could go back to our place.
I'm sorry, Ray.
It's okay.
I don't know what's happening to us. Or I guess I should say what's happening to me. I'm behaving like all the wives I've hated all my life.
Oh, forget it, love.
Ray? Why was this house such a good buy?
What?
Mrs. Wenderby told me to ask you why we got this house so cheap.
Oh, I thought we were going to stay off this subject.
I just want a simple answer to a simple question.
Is that really all you're asking?
Yes. Why won't you answer me?
Well, I have my reasons.
I'm sure you have. And I guess it's because of the attractiveness of that 30-year-old woman you say lives next door.
Why, you're jealous. That's what this whole thing is about. You're jealous.
Don't be ridiculous.
For Pete's sake, Lisa, the reason I don't want to tell you is... Well, it's because I'm afraid you'll get upset.
I'll be more upset if you don't tell me.
Okay. Superstitious people around here think there's some kind of jinx on this house.
Jinx?
It's silly, but there you are.
Why? Why do they think there's a jinx?
Something about the last two couples who lived here. Both husbands are dead. They died under peculiar... I don't know. Don't worry about it. It's all a lot of nonsense.
How did they die, Ray?
I don't know. Nobody knows. They just disappeared. Disappearing husbands have always been a problem to the wives they leave behind. And houses with a reputation for bringing tragedy to families that dwell in them have always been a problem to those who want to dispose of them. Behind both problems, there's always a reason. And that's what Lisa Bissonette intends to discover when I return shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Susan Anton. This
Softness that feels good by day needs firmness that feels good by night. That's why you'll love the Certi-Perfect Sleeper. Luxurious top comfort plus deep inner support. You get both with every perfect sleeper. So remember, be a perfect sleeper. Try a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. Try Certi. It's a healthy investment in yourself.
Pour on the snap. Pour on the crap. Barbecue sauce. Pour on the snap. Pour on the crap. Barbecue sauce. Pour on the snap. Pour on the crap. Barbecue sauce.
Only one barbecue sauce can give you the snap of this secret blend of 16 herbs and spices. Ours.
Pour on the snap. Pour on the crap. Barbecue sauce.
Pour on the snap.
For the hungry of the world, life can be worse than death. Because living with hunger means living with disease, blindness, mental retardation. They're crying out for help.
Please don't turn away from me. You're the caring one I need. With your help, I know I'll grow. You will give me hope.
1/4 of the world's people lives with hunger every day. But there is hope. Right now, Protestant, Catholic, and Jewish relief and development agencies are working with people in 90 countries. Please, help them. They're getting food to the children and bringing life-giving skills to the adults so the hungry of the world will learn to grow their own food. Send your tax-deductible contributions to the Interfaith Hunger Appeal, P.O. Box 1000, New York 10150. You are the hope of the hungry. Please give. A public service of the Interfaith Hunger Appeal and Advertising Council. Today's civilization is replete with problem solvers of various kinds. We have our priests, ministers, rabbis, and gurus, and we have the psychoanalysts, the newspaper columnists, the palm readers, soothsayers, and astrologists, all doing their best to clear up the riddles of the living. Some strong-minded people prefer to do their own problem-solving. Ray Bissonnette was one of these. And he faced his problem by coming home early, leaving his car around the corner, and walking across the lawn of the house next door to his.
Hi there, neighbor. You look like a man with a problem.
All right, you are.
Can I help?
You bet. Because you're the problem.
Oh, don't tell me it's your wife and my mother again.
That's exactly what it is, and I'd be grateful if you just walk across to my house with me right now and let me introduce you to Lisa.
Well, of course.
You will?
Well, you sound surprised.
Well, forgive me, but this thing has Lisa so uptight, I guess some of her nonsense has rubbed off on me.
Well, what seems to be bothering her? Is she jealous?
It's hard to tell. She finds the situation strange.
Oh,
what happened?
Oh, it's my ankle.
Oh.
I turned it in this hole. I told Harry we've got to do something about the moles. They tunnel everywhere.
Can you walk?
I'll try. Would you let me lean on you? Oh.
No, this is no good. Let me carry you.
Well, I'm certainly not going to meet your wife with you carrying
No,
me.
I'll take you back to your place. Just put your hand around my neck. You want the couch or the chair?
Well, I think the couch, if you don't mind. I can put my foot up.
There you are.
Oh.
Anything I can get you?
Oh, no. No, thanks. And, oh, Ray, I'm truly sorry.
Well, accidents happen.
Are you angry?
Oh, no. No, it was an accident.
You should be.
Why?
Well, isn't it obvious? You and your pretty wife are quarreling, and I'm the cause.
Oh, it'll pass.
Ray, do you find me fascinating?
Interesting.
But not irresistible.
Oh, come on, Clarissa. What are you trying to do?
Find out if I'm attractive to you.
You know you are.
Good. That makes me happy. Just knowing that I'm still attractive.
Hey, you talk like an old lady.
Well, women are funny.
I wish I could tell when you're leveling.
You will when you get to know me better.
Well, that's not going to be until Lisa meets you.
I promise you that we'll meet.
When?
I don't know, but...
Hey, how about you and Harry getting together with us for an evening? Maybe dinner and a show.
Well, I'd love it, but... Well, Harry's really pretty much of a stick in the mud.
Oh, I'm sure you can talk him into going out with us.
Well, I'll try.
How about this Saturday?
Well, you must prove to your pretty wife that there really is a Clarissa.
That's one reason.
I'll try to get Harry to go along.
Where shall we meet?
Well, if you don't hear from me, let's make it Theodore.
Okay.
The food is good, the lights are low, and the music romantic.
Your Clarissa and Harry are almost 1 hour late.
I guess so, but, well, relax. This is a lovely restaurant. We can have another cocktail.
No, thank you.
I'm sure they'll be here any minute.
Why am I sure they won't be?
Darling, I spoke with Clarissa this morning. It's just inconceivable they won't show. After all, we're neighbors. There's no reason for them.
Mr. Bissonette?
Yes?
Telephone for you, sir. Shall I bring it to your table?
I'll see you at home, Ray.
Hey, now, wait a minute,
I've
Lisa.
waited too long as it is. Both of us know what that phone call means, and I've had it. If you want to talk to me, you can reach me at home. And if you're not at home in an hour, don't bother to come at all.
Here's your phone, sir.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Oh, Ray, darling, I don't know how to tell you this, but...
You can't make it.
Yes, that's right. Harry came down with this miserable... Well, I don't know, I guess it's a 24-hour virus or something, and it just... Well, look, let's make it another time.
Oh, no, that's out of the question now, Clarissa. It's been strange knowing you, but we better forget the whole thing.
Why, Lisa, child, what brings you here at this time of night?
Your sick son-in-law, Harry. I thought maybe he'd like...
Harry? Sick?
Isn't he?
No, not that I know of.
At least we're getting somewhere. You admit that you have a daughter and a son-in-law.
Well, come in, child.
All right. Now, perhaps you'll tell me why your daughter, Clarissa, doesn't want to meet me.
Did you, find out why your house was such a bargain?
Yes.
And you're still not thinking of moving?
I want to see your daughter.
There's no way you can. Unless you're willing to take my advice.
Are you trying to frighten me?
I am trying to help you. Believe me, my child, I'm trying to help you. And I should know better.
What's that thunder?
I'm afraid we're in for a storm. You'd best be getting back to your house.
But you still haven't told me what
I've done more than I should. Now take my advice and take your handsome young husband and move out of that house.
My dear Mrs. Bissonette, I understand a little bit of what you're trying to tell me. But I still don't understand how you found me.
Professor Cooper, I told you. I was looking at these books on witchcraft in the library, and I came across your name several times. And everyone seems to agree that you're the foremost authority on witches. So I checked with the publishers, and they gave me your address.
And what is it you want me to do?
Tell my husband that at least there is the possibility that... Well, that something very strange is going on at the house next door.
I couldn't possibly do that, Mrs. Bissonette. Not until I've done some investigating on my own.
Oh, would you, Professor? I'll pay whatever you...
It's not a question of money. It's time, of which I have very little. But if what you say is true, this might be very productive for my research for a book I'm doing on witchcraft now. I'll check it out.
This is my husband, Professor Linus Cooper.
Pleased to meet you.
Professor, please tell him what's happening next door.
I'm not exactly sure what's happening, but I have gathered enough evidence to make me suspicious. And what, Ed?
What do you call evidence, Professor?
I called at the house yesterday, and I saw the 80-year-old lady.
Oh, that doesn't prove anything.
And no one else. However, I am going to make one further test. Mrs. Bissonette, tell me, do you remember seeing any clocks in the house when you visited?
I really can't say. I was only in the kitchen and walked through the living room.
What's all this about clocks?
Just this. I intend to get back into that house somehow in the next few days and explore it thoroughly. And if I find that there are no clocks in the house...
What?
I should then advise you to move, Mr. Bissonette, and move fast.
Ray Bissonette.
Please don't hang up.
Oh, Clarissa, I'm very busy, really.
I know. I apologize for calling you at your office, but I just have to explain.
No, I've told you that it's...
Please meet me for lunch today. At Whitley's. Anytime at your convenience.
On one condition. That you promise to meet Lisa and talk with her.
I can't go into that again. Not on the phone. What time?
1:30. It's less crowded then. I just hope I'm not making another mistake.
Well, I'm the one who made the mistake, thinking I could play this crazy game.
I don't understand.
But there is no Harry. That's why I couldn't meet you and Lisa last night.
You mean you're not married?
Divorced. You see, there was a Harry.
Why did you...
Lied to you?
Yes.
Well, because I like you.
Well, that explains everything. You like a guy, so you lie to him.
Well, you do if you're a divorcee and you want to see him again without problems.
You're still not making sense.
Maybe this lunch wasn't such a good idea after all. Because when I tell you about my mother, well, it's going to sound like something out of a confession magazine.
Try me.
Well, my mother... why is it so hard for me to say this? My mother isn't well.
You mean there's something wrong with her physically?
No. She's old and she gets... Well, you know how some old people get.
Senile?
A little more than that. As a matter of fact, the doctor has told me to institutionalize her, but I just can't. I won't.
Okay. I understand your problem, and even why you don't want to solve it by sending your mother away, but can't you understand mine?
Of course, Ray. And I promise to do something about it.
All you have to do is meet Lisa and explain it to her. And you also ought to tell your mother to quit telling people horror stories and scaring the wits out of them.
I'm home, Clarice. I'm home. And I'm alone. And I must talk to you. I know. Then you must know what I want to talk to you about. Of course. Please, be kind. How can I be anything else? Aren't we one and the same, just an older and a younger version of the same woman? That's why I know how angry you are, and it's also so useless somehow. Useless. Then why don't you appear, Clarice, before Ray? Let him see the old woman. For the same reason you don't meet Lisa and show her the young woman. Right, Clarice. You remember our bargain with him, our master. I only have so much of the energy, and it must be reserved for the young men whom we need to stay young. And I talk to the young women. But, Clarissa, this one I like. And you frightened her, Clarice. You scared her so much she went and talked to our old friend. Who do you mean? Professor Linus Cooper. And do you know what he's been talking about, Clarice? No, leave me alone. He has been asking about clocks. He wants to know if there are any clocks in our house. Clocks to tell the passage of time. You know what clocks are, you old fool. Please. And he is going to come here, and he's going to look around unless I stop him.
That's very strange. I'd have sworn the house was right around the corner. Now, let's see that street sign. Yes, Green Tree Lane. That was the name of the street. I'll just drive over the hill and turn the corner and... Hey, look out, you fool! Watch it!
Clarissa, was that the sound of a car crash? I don't think Professor Cooper will come visiting. I'm too old. Too old, Clarissa. And too tired. I know all about it, Clarice. I know how old you are, and silly, and soft. You told Lisa Bissonette to move, although you knew very well that her nice young husband would move with her. Didn't you, Clarice? I've told you, Clarissa, I'm very old and very, very tired. Just remember, you'll be a lot older and a lot more tired if Ray Bissonette moves away. You, Clarice, might even be dead.
From our first arithmetic class, we're taught that 1 and 1 make 2. 2 and 2 make 4, and so on. Until today, we're living in the computer society where giant adding machines solve all our problems for us. However, our minds would boggle, and the computer would break down in a world where 1 and 1 made only 1. I'll explain that strange arithmetic when I return shortly with Act 3.
The family's all gathered, summertime is here. Volleyball and barbecuing, it's that time of year. Working up the thirst, just sitting in the shade. Nothing's finer than the taste of good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Made with natural lemon flavor, so it's not too tart and not too sweet. Country Time lemonade flavored drink.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Kodak brings the instant to life.
An instant picture is instant fun.
Is that me?
Kodak offers you instant fun money. For a limited time only, get a $10 rebate when you buy either the Kodak Colorburst 250 or the new Colorburst 350 instant camera. See your photo dealer for details and get $10 for instant fun.
It is me.
Kodak brings the instant to life. Help me make it through the night.
Still up when the other TV stations are signing off?
After midnight, we don't let all hang down.
Now Channel 56 goes 24 hours.
Night and day. You are the one.
Catch Channel 56's primetime lineup repeated overnight.
Working on a night move.
Watch quality TV like heartwarming dramas, intriguing science adventures, suspenseful mysteries, entertaining variety shows, interviews with Dick Cavett, and a range of music from jazz to rock to country to classical. So tune in to Channel 56 anytime and sample our new 24-hour schedule. Now watch around the clock as Channel 56 goes 24 hours.
56 in Detroit, WTS.
Jealousy is one characteristic that is just as prevalent among males as females. Jealous feelings often conceal themselves behind other facades. And Ray Bissonette is convinced that his wife, Lisa, is overreacting to their somewhat eccentric neighbors because she's jealous of the lady next door. Lisa's willing to admit there may be some truth in that, but she's also convinced there's a lot more to it than jealousy, even though she can't put a name to it.
There's something so very wrong. I know it. I feel it in my bones.
It just doesn't justify our giving up this house and paying a lot more for something nowhere near as nice.
And what about Professor Cooper?
Are you going to try and blame an automobile accident on Clarissa?
Clarissa's just a name. I still haven't met her.
And you know why not.
Would you please listen to Clarice?
Why should I listen to an old lady who would be in an institution except for the kindness of her daughter?
You believe that?
Why not? A lot of old people get funny ideas.
Particularly when they live right next door to a house from which 2 young men have disappeared in the last year and a half.
Why, honey, you're really scared.
Yes. Yes, you big lug, I am.
Okay. Short of packing up and moving us out of here, what can I do to unscare you?
Listen to Clarice when you meet her.
And when will that be?
As soon as I can arrange it.
I see your little lady friend from next door is coming to visit, Clarice. And I must say I'm glad to get a chance to rest. It's quite tiring for me. I know, Clarissa. I know. Now remember, we need Ray Bissonette. I know that, too. I'm even more tired than you, Clarissa. Much more.
Oh, I'm so glad you're home, Mrs. Wenderby. I have a lot that I want...
Why don't you just come in and have some tea? I was just making myself a cup.
Oh, thank you.
You don't mind the kitchen?
Oh, not at all.
My dear, what is it you want from me?
I think you should come with me to my house and tell Ray what you told me.
Do you think your husband will move out because I tell him he should?
You're very wise. And forgive me, but very strange, too.
Just very old. You don't think about growing old, do you?
Well,
of course not. You're too young and too alive. You're not worried about the lines and the wrinkles. You wouldn't look for some way, for any way, to stay young forever.
Now, come on, baby. This is the 20th century, the atomic age, the computer-controlled society. Don't give me this stuff about witches.
How else can you explain what's been going on?
I wish you'd tell me just what you think has been going on.
Ray, why is it that I only see Mrs. Wenderby and you only see Clarissa?
I don't know.
It's because you're a man and I'm a woman.
Why should that make a difference?
If they both were the same woman, it would make all the difference in the world, wouldn't it?
Do you know what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, where in the world did you ever get a nutty idea like that?
From these books.
Then I suggest you stop reading them. Stick with the comics. They make more sense.
You see, the succubi are really frighteningly ugly, but to young men they appear beautiful and desirable.
I can't believe you'd take all this witch and succubi stuff seriously.
2 men who lived in this house before us disappeared.
The only thing about that bothers me is that it bothers you.
If you're really concerned about me, there is something you can do.
Well, if you mean move out, the answer...
I mean put my theory to the test.
How are we going to do that?
You make one last date with Clarissa.
Whoa.
Hear me out. Just for lunch or cocktails or coffee. You tell me when and where. I'll happen along and you'll introduce me. After I meet her, I'll give you my word I'll never mention witches or moving again.
Sorry, Clarissa, but I don't think I'm late.
Well, you're right on the dot. Honestly, Ray, I was so excited when you called. I just couldn't wait to see you.
My wife asked me to call you.
Well, I find that fascinating.
She's really bugged about never having met you, and she's getting all kinds of crazy ideas about you and your mother, and I'm really worried.
Well, of course you are. I will have you and your wife at my house for cocktails tomorrow around 5:30.
Great.
But, only on the condition that you come alone on the following day for tea.
I hate tea.
Oh, but you haven't tasted my brew.
But,
And, you'll also promise to look deeply into my eyes when you drink.
You're putting me on.
I was never more serious in my life. And, now, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, but I wanted to tell you about this.
Talking to yourself, darling?
Oh, Lisa, no. I was just trying to tell Clarissa about your coming today.
Where is she?
She just this minute went to the ladies' room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on, Lisa. She asked us over for cocktails tomorrow.
She did?
I've never seen you so excited.
When we ring the bell and Clarissa, or Clarice, opens the door and asks us in, it's going to be like the end of a bad dream for me.
For me, too, but only because of you. I've never seen you so uptight before.
Oh, after I meet her, I'll make it up to you.
Just go back to being your old self.
I promise. Oh.
What's the matter?
I don't know. I suddenly feel dizzy, as if I'm going to faint.
Maybe we shouldn't go any further. We can call and make it for some other...
No way. I'm not going to break this appointment. Let's go. Oh, Ray.
What?
Help me. I'm falling.
You promised not to hurt her. The doctor's car drove into the highway a few minutes ago. We should be hearing from him any minute. There. Answer it. Answer it. I don't want him to think we've been sitting right on the phone. Now. Hello?
Clarissa?
Yes, Ray. Where are you?
I'm home. The most incredible thing happened. We were on our way to your house, and Lisa suddenly felt faint. As a matter of fact, fainted dead away. Hit her head on a stone.
Oh, I hope it wasn't serious.
The doctor says she'll be okay in a day or so, but meanwhile, we have to postpone our date.
Oh, what a shame. I was so looking forward to meeting Lisa.
Not half as much as she was.
Remember, you're having tea with me.
Well, that'll depend on how Lisa feels.
I'm so glad Lisa's feeling better. And I'm equally glad you came over for tea.
Well, would you be very upset if I drank something else? I'm just not much of a tea lover.
Well, you haven't tasted the tea I brew. I promise you, an unforgettable experience.
Oh. Well, if you put it that way.
I do indeed. Oh, here. Needs just a little sugar, but no cream.
Looks awfully strong.
Taste it.
Doesn't smell like any tea I ever drank.
Well, I told you it's not like any tea you ever drank. Come on now, Ray. Take a swallow and look at me.
I see you.
I mean, in my eyes. Look deeply and drink deeply.
Oh, Clarissa. You're...
Yes, Ray. What am I?
Oh, you're truly beautiful. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Ray.
Your eyes have a radiance and a shine that I've never seen before. And your lips.
Yes. Yes, my lips. Would you like to kiss my lips?
Oh, yes. Yes, I would.
Oh, this is what I wanted since we first met, Ray. To hold you in my arms and hold you forever and ever, and hold your youth and your vitality, and feel it make me young again, and do you still find me beautiful, Ray?
You've changed. But I can still see your beauty.
Drink some more tea, Ray, and hold me tight and close, that's it. Squeeze me, Ray, and I'll squeeze you. Squeeze the life out of you and into me, and...
You're not Clarissa.
Of course I am. I'm your Clarissa, and Lisa's Clarice, and your true love.
No, you're old. You're the old lady Lisa saw.
Hold me. Hold me, Ray. Hold me tight. The tighter you hold me, the more I'll seem like Clarissa. Hold me, Ray. Hold me. And love me for all eternity. Because we're bound together forever.
To all the newly marrieds and about to be marrieds listening, I know of a charming little house for sale. It's a great bargain. The only qualification that's absolutely necessary is that the husband be a young and virile man. However, if you purchase it, you don't have to worry because all of you are strong-minded enough to know that there really aren't any such things as witches. I'll be back shortly.
When you want quality, instant printing in a hurry, see the professionals who print at PIP.
PIP stands for Professional Quality Printing at Low Prices. PIP printers are trained in the latest printing techniques. They use professional presses to turn out printing you can be proud of. From carbonless forms, letterheads, sales reports, whatever. Depend on the professionals at PIP. Look for the PIP near you in the yellow pages under printers. That's PIP.
People make the difference.
Hi, I'm Julie Amato for White Westinghouse. Because food storage needs are so different, White Westinghouse makes refrigerators in many styles and sizes. You can get spacious side-by-sides in both 3-door or 2-door styles. Or choose a model with the freezer on the top, even a model with the freezer on the bottom. And if you already have a separate freezer, buy the all-refrigerator model. Many good reasons to White Westinghouse, your house.
White Westinghouse, your house.
Before Shogun, in a Japan of warring clans and star-crossed lovers, there was the glorious saga, Shike. Shike, the beautiful and violent epic of a warrior monk trained in 1,000 ways to kill, and the radiant noblewoman whose passion for him defies all tradition. Shike, the Japan you will always remember. In the Jove paperback you will never forget.
Ohio's Junior Miss.
Thursday on CBS television.
The first runner-up, winner of an $8,000.
It's the 24th annual America's Junior Miss Pageant. Lauren Green will host as 50 high school seniors compete to win the title of America's Junior Miss. Don't miss the America's Junior Miss Pageant, Thursday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on CBS television.
Speaking of witches, as we were, it's of course true that people have always had an ambiguous attitude towards them. In some literature, they're portrayed as fascinating, lovely women with quicksilver qualities who bewitch the males with their charms. In other stories, they appear ugly old bags, spreading evil and polluting everything they touch. Which is the true picture? Could it be, perhaps, that both are true? Think about it. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Carol Teitel, Ira Lewis, and Dan Acco. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Eddie Cantor. Here is an announcement from the U.S. Army marked urgent. 10,000 registered nurses are needed immediately to take care of the sick and wounded fighting men being returned to the United States. Wire now for information collected. Address the Surgeon General, U.S. Army, Washington, D.C., or call in person at your local Red Cross headquarters.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health and True Shave, the Beforehand Lotion, present the Eddie Cantor Show.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Did you see the script before we did? And Harry, tell me something, baby. Did you have a Merry Christmas?
Oh, I'll say. And wasn't it crowded out Christmas Eve, Eddie?
I never saw so many people in Hollywood. You know, I went to Mike Lyman's bar. The bartender was yelling at the crowd, "Stop pushing! Stop pushing!" They said, "We ain't pushing." The bartender said, "Then how come I'm in the ladies' powder room?" That's right, Harry. And the head waiter in back of him said, "Don't worry, I'm trying to shove you out." The bartender looked back at him and said, "Head waiter, have you ever seen Mike Lyman so crowded?" The head waiter said, "Mike Lyman? I'm supposed to be in the Brown Derby."
Oh, I don't know. With those crowds, it must have been hot in there. Huh?
Hot? Did you say hot? Yeah. I saw a short beer mopping its own head.
Well, look, Eddie, tell me this. Are you looking forward to a big celebration on New Year's Eve?
Oh, it's going to be big, Harry. But it's a little different from most New Year's because Sunday night, we on this show are all going over and put on a big show at the Hollywood Canteen for the servicemen. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, boy, a really big show.
That's exactly what we're going to do. Yes, Sir Harry. I've got the Mad Russian out looking for talent right now. Uh-oh. I have a date with a costumer later. In fact, we're going to rehearse the whole show tonight. I have the whole layout right here, Harry. First of all, we're going to open up the show with a good magician.
Hey, I can do magic, Eddie.
I can
do magic.
Harry,
I've done magic.
Harry, we want a big name like Orson Welles. That's who we'll get.
Yeah, well, no, look, let me try. Look, here. Wait a minute, here. I'll show you something. Here, take this card here.
Yeah?
Now tear it in half.
Yeah?
That's right. Now tear it in fourths.
Yeah?
That's right. Now tear it in eighths.
Yeah?
And now tear it in 16th.
Yeah?
Now, Then I got a trick with a watch.
Wait a minute, Harry. What do you want?
Let me have your watch.
You want my watch? Be careful, Harry. Here's my watch.
Trick with a watch.
Here's my watch, Harry.
This is a wonderful thing. I put the watch in the handkerchief.
Yeah?
See?
You put it in the handkerchief.
Put it up like this.
Yeah? What are you doing with it, Harry?
Well, I got to get my stand over here.
Yeah?
It's the magic trick.
Go ahead.
Don't worry about your watch.
No.
Bang it on the stand like this. See?
Harry!
Bang
Harry!
it on the stand like that.
Harry!
Well, now, don't worry about your watch.
Yeah?
Now, I'll show you.
Yeah?
There's hardly a crease in the handkerchief.
Get down there! Yeah, fine. Harry, you can keep that handkerchief so you can dry your tears.
My tears?
I'm taking the cost of that watch out of your salary. You know what I mean?
No!
Yeah. Hey, how about this? Yeah, never mind. Leonard Seuss.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Come in, Leonard. Look, Leonard, I don't know if you heard the announcement I just made to the people about New Year's Eve, but you and Nora are going to be the love interest in my show, see? And as the scene opens, you park on a lonely road in a car, and you put your arm around Nora Martin.
Yeah?
You turn out the lights and say, well, sweetheart, we're out of gas.
Oh, boy.
Then you know what you do?
Yeah. I grab her B-book.
No, Leonard, you're supposed to kiss her.
The man on the racing board gave me a B-book, and I didn't have to kiss him.
Yes! Leonard, you're impossible. Oh, Nora Martin.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Come in, Nora. Nora, I think I'll have to play the love scenes with you.
Oh, but Mr. Cantor, to play love scenes, don't you think you're a little too...
A little too short, huh? That's it, short.
No.
A little too tall? Tall, isn't that it?
No, and it's not young either.
Never mind, Nora. Just rehearse your part. And now I'm going to run through a song I'm doing at the Canteen New Year's Eve, a song I did back in 1921. And you know, Harry Von Zell, I'm going to do it in blackface, something that I haven't actually... I'll take it. Hello? How do you do? Right, the man Mustard.
Denver?
Yes?
As your talent scout, I'm thinking of signing up a very beautiful girl.
Yes.
For weeks, crowds have stood in line to see her.
You mean the dancing girl at Carroll's Theater?
No, the cigarette girl at Ritzy's drugstore. I can't hear you.
Tell me something. Has she got talent?
She can scream.
All right, Russian, I'll give her an audition. What does she do?
She can scream for 10 minutes straight.
How do you know?
Silly boy.
Russian, I'm afraid you know nothing about talent or the theater.
No? Listen to this. All the world's a stage. The stage is a proscenium art. The stage has very cynic paraphernalia. The stage is brilliantly embellished by kaleidoscopic lighting effects. And, Stanford, who brought it into our conversation?
Nobody.
That was me talking.
Certainly that was you talking.
You think I can get my second papers now?
Second papers. You'll get your walking papers if you don't get me some talent. Goodbye. Okay, Leonard. Now I'll run through that song. And Harry, I want you to listen and see if you think it's the type number the boys will like over at the canteen. They should. Their mothers and fathers like it. Go ahead, Leonard, play, will you? Little Lily was oh so silly and shy, and all the fellows knew he wouldn't bill and coo. Every single night some smart fellow would try to cuddle up to her, but she would cry. Ma, he's making eyes at me. Ma, he's awful nice to me. Ma, he's almost breaking my heart. He's good looking. Wait until he tastes my cooking, Ma. He wants to marry me, be my honeybee. Hurry, Ma, and get the preacher. I've been through a double feature, Ma. He's kissing me. Ma, he's making eyes at me. Ma, he's awful nice to me. Ma, he's almost breaking my heart. If you're peeking. You can see I'm gonna weaken. Ma, he wants to marry me. Be my honey bee. Just found out his name is Daniel. Cuter than a cocker spaniel. Ma, I love that boy.
Oh, boy, Eddie, say, that was great. That'll be a big number for your show New Year's Eve.
Yeah, and there's a part for you in the show, too, Harry. You see, we're going to do a March of Time thing, you know, and you're going to be the commentator.
The commentator?
Yes, we're going to review the news of the year.
Oh, boy. Time marches on.
Yes.
Vroom, 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 vroom. Yada-da-da-da-da-da-da. Time marches on.
Leonard does that. All we need is your wonderful speaking voice, Harry.
Yes. Oh. Well, thank you, Eddie. Of course, I wouldn't know about that.
You don't know that you have a wonderful speaking voice?
No, I've never sat in the audience and listened to me talk yet.
You do beautifully, Harry. Your voice rings true and clear, especially when you say...
Ladies and gentlemen, when you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, take a glass full of sparkling sal hepatica. For sal hepatica, taken then, brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. Makes you feel like yourself again, and quickly. And along with this quick, gentle relief, sparkling sal hepatica gives you another advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight, or tomorrow morning, get a bottle of sal hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then any time you need a laxative, take a glass of sparkling sal hepatica and get quick, gentle relief. Yes, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better, thanks to gentle, speedy sal hepatica.
That's fine. Harry, you've got just the right voice for my March of Time scene. Now, here's your part. Now, you do the commentating as we review the big events of 1944.
Yeah, well, look, Eddie, only if I can go to...
No, Harry, you throw in one ta-da and out you go. Now, let's rehearse. Music, Leonard. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. With the drum, with the drum. Presenting the highlights of 1944.
March 1944. While the whole world stood breathlessly by, Prime Minister Churchill made a second visit to the Kremlin. Addressing Joe Stalin, Mr. Churchill removed his cigar and spoke these immortal words.
Hello, Joe. What do you know?
During the month of June, Bing Crosby visited the European theater of war to make a special broadcast to the German soldiers. We show you the effect of Crosby's crooning on the Nazi soldiers.
Good morning, Private Hunt.
Good morning, Herr Lieutenant. That is your buddy, Private Fritz.
Fritz, him seeing you will not no more bleiben Sie mir was er sagen, Herr Hauptführer.
Well, what happened?
What happened? He was in a foxhole during the Bing Crosby broadcast. Fritz stuck his head out to listen.
Yeah.
Instead of hearing the bing, he heard the bang.
In August, many an American-held island in the South Pacific was visited by radio star and prominent concert violinist Yasha Benny. On one of those islands, Mr. Benny is given an official order to play his theme song.
Mr. Benny, the Jap fleet has finally come out of hiding. Thank you. October in the year 1944 presented an outstanding event of blessed events. An 8-pound baby was born to Mr. and Mrs. Harry Von Zell. On that memorable day, we find Mr. Von Zell at the hospital awaiting the new arrival.
Look, gosh, Eddie, I can't stand this waiting.
Quiet, Harry. Here comes the nurse. And look, Harry, she's got a baby in her arms.
Well, Mr. Bondwell, you and the baby better get a look at each other. This is your son.
My son. My son.
Mr. Cantor, quick, get the sorry salt. He's going to faint.
Harry?
No, the baby.
Not Harry, a boy. Isn't he cute?
Yeah.
Hello, little fella.
Hey, what's your name, son?
So this is the world. Nice, quiet place, isn't it? Oh. Since I arrived, all I hear is shortages. Shortage of this, shortage of that. They have so many shortages, gosh, I wonder how they ever got me. Must have had a priority. I don't like our doctor. I didn't even say goo, and he ups and snaps me. And that nurse, I wonder if she knows I'm a baby. Treats me like an automobile. All she does is wash, oil, and grease me. And changes my attire. The guy with the pop eyes keeps staring at me. You'd think he never saw a baby before. Oh, I get it. I'm a boy. Gee, Popeyes has 5 kids. 5. What's my old man so puffed up about? He's only got 1. Amateur. Here comes the nurse. What a routine. Over on my back, grab my leg, more talcum powder. Gee, that stuff tickles. I know if she sprinkles any more on me, I'll...
Harry, one of the most effective production numbers we'll have is a scene in a garden, moonlight. Nora Martin and Leonard Seuss do the popular Latin number, Let Me Love You Tonight. Listen, they're going to rehearse it right now. Oh, it's awfully pretty. You'll like it.
Let me love you tonight. Let me tell you how much I adore all your charms. Will you leave me tomorrow for this night will borrow a love song? Let me love you tonight. Let me thrill to the touch of your sheltering arms. Till the scent of the roses caresses and closes your eyes. Let me kiss you tonight while the stars in the sky give us heavenly light. When love is an ember, my heart will remember your side. Live a lifetime of love in a moment, holding me tight. Then forgive me, only let me love you tonight. love is an end, and my heart will remember your sigh. Live a lifetime of love in the moment, holding me tight. Then forget me, darling. Only let me love you.
That was fine. That was Leonard Seuss, the young man with the horn and Nora, and I know the boys are going to love the New Year's Day. Harry, now let's go across the hall to the costume company and pick out the wardrobe, shall we?
Say, Eddie.
Yeah.
I was thinking, think of all the prestige producing this show will bring you.
Oh, I can just see it now, Harry. Crowds of people standing around, looking up at Eddie Cantor.
Fine. When does the hanging take place?
It's Mr. Guffey. Look who's here. Guffey, you're making costumes? You're working here?
Oh, I shouldn't be working, huh? Shouldn't make a living for my family. Let them all starve to death.
Nobody wants them to starve. Let them eat. Let them eat 10 times a day.
They should get sick, huh? Who's going to pay the doctor?
Who's telling you to pay the doctor?
Oh, the doctor should do it for nothing, huh? Practice on them. Use my children for guinea pigs.
Your children are not guinea pigs.
Just plain pigs, huh?
Look, Guffey, let's not argue, please. I've got a show to put on. I need costumes of silks and satins.
Oh, first the doctor, now he wants to put the rayon people out of business. Why can't you use synthetics?
Okay, I'll take costumes made of synthetics, fiber, burlap. They can even be made of newspaper.
What newspaper?
Any newspaper, the Times, the Examiner, the Citizen News.
What's wrong with the Pomona Post-Gazette?
Nothing. All I asked for was a dress made of newspaper. Stop with the arguments and trot out a sample.
Trot out. Go on, him. I should use my wife for a model.
Who mentioned your
Trot
wife?
her
Who
out.
said...
Now he's got my wife walking down the street wearing a dress made of newspaper.
So what? So what?
Fine work. A man walks up behind my wife, taps her on the shoulder, and says, "Pardon me, madam, your want ad section is showing."
What does he want from me? You can drive a man nuts. Guffey, you're the type of a guy who sees a man's soul. Sears his mind. Sears his heart.
Get that. 3 times he mentioned Sears, not once Roebuck.
What do I want with Sears Roebuck?
Nothing. You're Eddie Cantor, and that's a mail order house.
Oh. Get out, Guffey, will you please? Harry, tell me, where were you when I was arguing with Guffey about the costume?
Oh, Eddie, look, I was figuring out a number where you won't need any costume.
No costume?
No. The girls walk out made up as letters. One girl is made up as T.
Orange Pico? No.
The letter T.
Oh, I see.
One girl is made up as R. One is U.
Me?
No. The letter U.
Oh.
No, not O. U.
Wait a minute, Harry. Oh, it's beginning to dawn on me. The other girls are made up as S-H-A-Y. Shay.
Sure.
No, Shay. Touche.
Touche. Be beforehand lotion.
But, Harry, do you think it'll make a hit?
Well, I think it'll make a hit. Of course it'll make a hit with all the ladies in the audience. Because Touche is the hand lotion that really helps you keep your hands soft and smooth and lovely. That's because Touche is based on a different idea than other hand lotions. You smooth on Touche before you put your hands in hot soapy water. And Touche's beforehand protection actually helps guard your hands from the rough, drying effects of that hot, soapy water. And so helps keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier. So why not begin today to use Touche?
And Harry, at the finish of the New Year's Eve show, we're going to do one of the popular songs of the day, the trolley song.
Oh, well, who's going to be in it?
Well, you, Nora, the sportsman, me. Oh, gosh. Yes?
Say, Cantor.
Uh-huh.
Would you like to audition a great baritone from the Metropolitan Opera?
Yes, right now.
All right, Giovanni, get in the groove. I don't think I want to sing. Giovanni, I'm talking to you. Would you like to eat tomorrow? Yes, sir. Then you better sing today. me from Milan. I eat spaghetti by the ton. I go to California for some sun. I get no sun. It rains just like a son of a gun. So I'm gonna dance with a trolley with a hole in his sock, with a hole in his sock, with my feet in a knock. Gonna dance with a trolley with a hole in his sock, with a big fat hole in the sock. A hole, a big hole, a small hole.
Stop that man! Stop that man!
Stop, Jiminy! Stop, Jiminy! Well, what do you think of the audition, Cantor?
You heard him, Russian. What do you think?
Think?
Well, that's what I get for trusting our mad Russians. Looks like we'll have to depend on our own people. So come on, Nora. Come on, gang. Let's run through this trolley number, huh? Let's run through it.
The time tonight is the place, St. Louis. The scene, a trolley. The girl, Nora Martin. Boy, Eddie Cantor. Boy.
With your high starch collar and your high top shoes and your hair piled high upon your head.
I went to find a jolly hour on the trolley and lost my heart instead.
Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
And ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw you, I fell.
Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake.
Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When you smiled, I could feel the car shake.
You tipped your hat and kissed the skin.
I said, I hoped I hadn't stepped upon your feet.
You asked my name, I held my breath.
I couldn't speak because you scared me half to death.
Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel.
Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings.
As I started to go, then I started to know how it feels
when the universe moves. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley.
Ding, ding, ding went the bell.
Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings.
For the moment I saw you, I fell.
Miss, I hope you don't mind my sitting here.
Well, it is a little crowded, but I don't mind.
If I might be so bold, let me suggest how we can get a little more comfortable. Put your foot over there.
Yes.
Raise your right arm.
Yes.
Raise your left arm.
Yes.
And now?
Yes.
Fence me in.
Oh, you're quite a flirt, aren't you?
Don't look at that badge on my lapel, chicken inspector. I'm just riding this trolley to find my dream girl. And when I find her, I'll marry her. Then I'll divorce her. Then I'll kiss her.
Kiss her? Why?
I want to show her what a fool she was to divorce me. Tell me, where do you get off?
Oh, Roxbury.
Roxbury. We passed it 10 minutes ago.
Oh, I wonder how I missed it.
Don't you remember? As you started to leave, I took hold of your sleeve with my hand.
And as if it were planned, you stayed on with me and it was grand.
Just to stand with your hand
holding mine
to the end of the line. Everybody understood the end of the line. Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Leonard. Thank you, Fortune. Ladies and gentlemen, 1945 will be upon us in just a few days. A new year. Time for new resolutions. May I please, in all due humility, urge all of us who love America dearly, who love freedom, and love our sons who are fighting for that freedom to make this resolution. That we will let no day go by without asking ourselves if we have not, during the past 24 hours, done some one thing to hasten the victorious end of the war. That we will give of our efforts and our hearts and our minds as our fighting men are giving of their lives. I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. I'm sorry if you...
Be sure and listen in next week, ladies and gentlemen, when we bring you what looks like a very interesting show. And tell all your friends to listen. In the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Touche the beforehand lotion. Sal Hepatica, True Shave. This is Harry Bonzell saying good night and Happy New Year from Eddie Cantor and all the gang.
Happy New Year!
Now, will all those suffering from a cold signify by holding up a weak and tired hand, please? Yikes, look at all the hands. Well, listen, you sufferers. Get yourself a jar of Minute Rub and help yourself to some really fast relief from those annoying cold symptoms. It'll take just a minute, for all you do is rub a little Minute Rub on your back and chest. And in a minute, you'll feel a welcoming sensation of warmth as Minute Rub begins to soothe that cold discomfort. And at the very same time, Minute Rub's active menthol vapors will help relieve that stuffed-up feeling in the nose and throat. So get yourself a jar of this very modern chest rub, Minute Rub, and get the welcome relief Minute Rub can help give you. That's M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B, Minute Rub.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. KFI, Los Angeles.
What do you want? Where's Sergeant Valentine? Here. Where's Sergeant Cutter? Here. Take your hands off that man.
Tommy, darling, I got your back again.
I am a soldier too, please.
Tugs were the most fiendish band of killers that ever existed.
There were at least 10,000 of them in India, and they murdered 30,000 people a year. This must be stamped out at all costs.
Rise and kill. Kill lest you be killed yourselves. Kill for the love of killing. Kill for the love of Kali. Kill, kill, kill.
Darling, please don't go.
The trouble is you don't want a man for a husband. You want a coward. Run out on his friends when there's danger. Well, that's not me and never was and never will be.
Why didn't you tell me they were tugs? I could man to split you in two and stuff you up an elephant's trunk.
Lubricate that for my legs.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
It's time for My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball.
Hello, everybody.
Yes, it's the new Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, brought to you by the Jell-O family of desserts.
J-E-L-L. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. Oh, the big red letters stand for the Jell-O family. That's Jell-O.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O puddings.
Yum, yum, yum.
Jell-O tapioca puddings. Yes, sirree.
And now Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper, two people who live together and like it. Every day in each American home, an old native custom takes place. An ancient tribal ritual called waking up in the morning. Now, everyone has his own interpretation of how this should be done. For instance, at the Coopers, George opens his eyes, bounds out of bed, flexes his muscles, and says,
"Oh, I'm glad I'm alive."
And Liz, not to be outdone, opens one eye, looks around, and says,
I wish I was dead.
And then the daily ritual settles down to serious business as George Cooper is faced with the problem of getting Sleeping Beauty out of bed.
Come on, Liz. It's time to get up.
Yeah, I am. Just one more.
Come on now. Katie's getting breakfast. It's 7:45.
Uh-huh. Yes, dear. All right.
Well, why don't you get up?
Why don't you get lost? I'm practically dressed.
Oh, sure. How can you sleep so long? You must be part bear.
I am not. I'm wearing my long flannel nightgown. Here I come, George. I'm getting up right now. 1, 2.
Come on now, Liz. I'll pull the covers off.
Oh, just one more minute.
I'll tickle your feet.
I'm up.
Get moving. I'll pour cold water on you.
No.
I'll get my camera and take a picture of you and your curlers and cold cream.
I'm up, so help me, I'm up.
That works every time.
Have you started breakfast yet, Katie?
No, Mrs. Cooper. Why?
Well, I'd like an extra special breakfast for Mr. Cooper. I have a favor I want from him. I have to borrow some money.
Money?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, then I'd better serve breakfast on the paper plates. You can't throw them so far.
Yes, and they don't hurt so much when they hit.
If it's just a little money, I could lend it to you, Mrs. Cooper.
No, Katie, this is serious. It's my January budget. I made a New Year's resolution not to go over it, and it's all spent already.
But this is only the 7th of the month.
The 7th? Say, that's pretty good. I usually spend it by the 5th.
Can't we avoid a scene with Mr. Cooper?
I don't know how.
I know. When I get my salary, I'll lend it to you until next month.
Katie, your salary was in the January budget.
I was afraid of that.
I only wish he'd broken one of his resolutions, then he wouldn't have any right to be mad at me.
What were his resolutions?
He resolved not to drop any ashes on the rug and to clean out every ashtray he uses.
Well, that's not so easy, you know.
I know. It would be even harder if he smoked.
I forgot that.
Well, I'll just see if I can get around him by being so sweet and loving he just can't get angry when I tell him.
That's like holding out a handful of grain to a turkey just before you chop his head off.
Liz, are you out in the kitchen?
Oh, there's the old gobbler now. Honey, George!
Breakfast about ready?
Oh, just about. Oh, George, I'm so lucky to be married to you.
Yeah, you're right. But what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just that you're so wonderful. Give me a big early morning hug.
Okay.
Oh, hold me tighter. Tighter.
Oh, but Liz.
Go on. Pretend I'm a sack of walnuts and crack my shells. Oh, kiss me, George.
Oh, you talked me into it.
George, your kisses are just as good as they were 10 years ago. How do you do it?
I keep them in a deep freeze.
How about me, George? What do I kiss like,
Give me another sample and I'll tell you.
All right. Well, what do I kiss like?
Like you were over your January budget.
You always know, don't you?
I don't believe it. You used all the money I gave you for this month, and January's only a week old. How could you do it?
Ooh, I'm a stinker.
Liz?
George, put down that knife.
Huh? Oh. Come here, Liz.
Yes, sir?
In 7 short days, you've spent all the money for all our bills for a whole month?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to hear a reasonable explanation of that.
So would I. Can you think of one?
What happened to the money, Liz? This is serious.
I know it is, George, and I'm sorry, but you know how bad I am at mathematics.
You must know what happened. Now we'll start at the beginning. What was your first mistake?
Not paying attention in 7th grade arithmetic class.
No!
I
mean after that.
Not paying attention in 8th grade arithmetic class.
Liz!
George, put down that knife.
Now answer my questions.
Yes, sir.
Did you at least pay the January bills?
No, sir.
The December bills?
No, sir. Ask me if I paid the October bills.
Liz, did you pay the October bills?
No, sir. At least not all of them.
Wait till I put this knife out of my reach.
Yes, sir.
Now, which ones?
I'm not sure. I have my own system for paying bills, you see.
I'm a fool to continue this conversation, but what is that system?
Well, I take the bills and divide them into 3 piles.
Oh, due, overdue, and not due yet.
No, have to pay, ought to pay, and doubt if I ever will pay.
If they ever hear about this at the bank, I'm washed up.
Now, when I sit at the desk, I put the have to pays to my right and the ought to pays to my left.
What about the doubt if I ever will?
I just throw those over my head onto the floor.
Oh, well. Ask a silly question.
Yes, sir.
Now you've got the bills in 3 groups. What do you do then?
Well, I pay the ones on the right. Then if I have any more money, I play eeny, meeny, miny, mo with the bills on the left.
Logical. How does that work out?
Well, I'm usually all right through eeny and meeny, but when I get to miny, there isn't any mo.
Oh. Well, that system leaves you with a pretty sloppy living room, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Well, what happens to the bills that are on the floor?
Oh, I pick them up according to a system developed by Hoover.
Hoover? The president?
No, the vacuum cleaner.
Liz, if you don't mind my asking, on what do you expect to run the house for the rest of the month?
George, if you don't mind my asking, give me some more money.
Liz, I'm going to teach you a lesson. No matter how much sacrifice I have to make, we'll get by the rest of the month without any more household money.
Oh, George, don't be silly.
No, I was never more serious. It'll teach you a lesson. We have a roof over our heads, and we'll get by on whatever food there is in the house.
Oh, I wish you'd told me that before I went to the grocer's yesterday. They were having a sale, and I made a wonderful purchase.
Well, we'll be eating it for the next 3 weeks. What did you buy?
6 cases of beans.
Beans? Oh, Liz, you hate beans, and so do I. Why did you buy 6 cases?
Well, it was such a bargain, I couldn't pass it up.
Oh. Well, you'd better develop a taste for them.
George, you're not going through with this.
I certainly am. We spend no more money for the rest of January.
Oh, dear.
Well, goodbye, dear. I'm going to the bank. Come on, give me a kiss.
All right. Wait a minute. This is strictly business, George. Now, I'm talking to you as a banker. I'd like to make a loan on 6 cases of beans.
Yeah, I'm sorry, madam, but your credit is no good.
Oh, you're so mean. George Cooper, you're a fiend.
And not just an ordinary one. I'm a new man, Liz. Meet George Cooper, king of the fiends.
Meet Liz Cooper, queen of the beans.
Hey, honey, I'm home.
Hi, dear.
How'd things go today?
Just fine.
Didn't have any trouble getting along without cash, did you?
None at all.
What's for dinner?
I have the menu right here. Bean soup, bean salad, baked beans, and for dessert, bean meringue pie.
Oh. Why didn't I think of this earlier?
Do you want to back out?
No, it isn't that. I had beans for lunch. Hey, honey, I'm home.
Hi, dear.
How'd things go today?
Just fine.
What's for dinner?
Bean burgers. And for dessert, a bean sundae.
What's that? Ice cream with beans over it?
No.
Beans with ice cream over it?
Don't be silly. That would be beans a la mode.
Well, what's a bean sundae?
Beans with beans over them.
Oh. Hey, honey, I'm home.
Hi, dear.
How'd things go today?
Just fine.
What's for dinner?
How would you like a nice, juicy sirloin steak?
Liz, you didn't manage to get one.
That's right, I didn't. We're having beans.
How are you fixing them tonight?
Oh, you'll love them, George. We took the beans and froze them into the shape of little hats. They're called beanies.
Well, if the food is going to be bad, at least the jokes could be better.
Yes, sir. You know, George, you could put an end to this as quick as you started it. Come on, let's go out and buy dinner.
No, sir. I'm seeing this thing through. As a matter of fact, I'm not very hungry. I had a big lunch.
George Cooper, did you spend money for lunch?
No, Mr. Atterbury paid for it. We were entertaining Mr. Taylor. He's the president of that factory they're building, and he'll decide which bank they do business with.
Oh, never mind the details. What did you have?
Oh, pork chops.
Pork chops.
Yeah. 2 big, thick ones.
Oh. George, tell me, does meat still taste the same?
Liz, let go of my lapels.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lose my head. The mention of meat upsets me.
Well, if you must know how it tasted, Liz, it tasted like beans. Everything does.
George, I don't want any dinner either. Let's do something tonight. Can't we go to a movie?
Yeah, sorry, that costs money. Of course, maybe we could get a pass to the legitimate theater.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea. What's playing?
The late Christopher Bean.
Never mind. We could play bridge with the Sturmses.
No, the way you play, that costs money, too. Of course, we could stay at home and play B-Knuckle.
George, that's not funny. Why does everything have to cost money? I'll put on the radio. It's the only thing that's free, and it'll take my mind off beans for a minute. Turn it off! This is a conspiracy. Well, we'll just stay home and look at each other. That ought to be pleasant.
Well, you don't have to sound so hopeless. Hey, whatever happened to the fine art of conversation?
Conversation? Why, George, we couldn't possibly have anything to say to each other. We're married.
Nonsense. We'll just sit right down and have a very interesting conversation.
All right, George. Let me get settled. All right. You start.
Okay. Now, let's see now. You start.
No, you start.
Well...
That sounds fascinating.
Well, it's your attitude that's killing it. Before we were married, we never had this trouble. Oh, Liz, remember how we used to park up at Inspiration Point?
Yeah.
Oh, sometimes we'd stay there till 2 a.m.
Yeah, I remember.
I don't recall that we were bored with each other's conversation then.
I don't recall that we did any talking at all.
This is more like it.
Yeah.
Oh, what fun we used to have. Remember the time I took you skiing and we were snowed in at that lodge? And the fun we had until they rescued us? What's the matter, Liz?
You never took me skiing in your whole life.
Uh-oh. Well, remember...
Do you mind if I put on the radio, Mr. Cooper?
So remember those big red letters on the box.
What happened? The lights went out.
And the radio went off.
Oh, we must have blown a fuse. I'll go and see.
Oh, wait a minute. I think I know. George, how soon do they shut off the electricity if you don't pay the bill?
Liz, don't tell me you didn't pay the light bill.
All right, I won't tell you. Now I don't know why they went off.
Oh, fine. Now we're going to be without lights the rest of the month.
Oh, George, you're not going to be that stubborn, are you?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry, Liz.
All right. I'm going to get into bed, turn on the electric blanket, and stay there for 3 weeks.
You'd better take a hot water bottle. The electric blanket takes electricity.
Well, that settles it. Well, there's only one way to keep warm and occupied.
What's that?
Let's go out in the car and neck.
Liz and George will return in just a moment.
When the United States was still a young and growing nation, there came forth from all parts of the country idealists to create utopia. For example, there was John Humphrey Noyes, who dreamed up the Oneida Community in New York in 1847. It was designed to do away with sin and greed. In order to keep the community alive, small manufacturing industries were started. By 1880, the community living plan had died, and the industries had grown to great proportion and nationwide reputation. Even though John Noyes' idea had backfired, his efforts provided a contribution to American industry. Another idealist who seemingly had in mind the health and happiness of Americans was Henry Clubb. About 1855, Mr. Clubb got the idea that people would be healthier if they were vegetarians. He thought they'd be happier if they lived in octagon-shaped houses on octagon-shaped parcels of land in octagon-shaped cities. Unfortunately for Mr. Clubb, he decided to establish Octagonal City, the center of the Vegetarian Settlement Company, in a pretty dusty spot in Kansas. After one look at the hardships to be encountered on the barren plains, nearly every one of the subscribers to the vegetarian community went back to the non-vegetarian East Coast. One after another, communal living experiments bloomed, faded, and disappeared. There were the Shakers, the Separatists of Zoar, the Rapetite Harmonists, Brook Farm, and many others, all planned toward better living and better people. Dreamers of the American dream can't be judged merely on the basis of success or failure, for failure can show people of the future what not to do. American men and women built the United States into a great nation because they conceived their ideas and tried them out. This is indeed part of the great American dream, a dream which has become a decisive reality.
And now, back to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. Liz Cooper has already spent all her household money for January, and much to her surprise, George is making her get along as best she can without any more money. Well, at the last reading, they had been eating beans for a week, and now the electricity is off. Liz is beginning to crack under the strain.
Oh, Katie.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
What next? Now we're all out of candles.
Oh, why does Mr. Cooper have to be so stubborn?
Because he's a man.
I know. My first husband, Clarence, couldn't be rushed into anything either. He took me out every Thursday night for 7 years while we were engaged.
Every Thursday?
Yes. Then we got married, and we didn't have anything to do on Thursday nights.
Oh, Katie. Katie, I just thought of a plan. I'm going to charge some groceries and tell George I found the money in an old purse. I'll call Rafferty's Grocery. They carry everything, and they always have such good stuff.
Rafferty's Grocery and Delicatessen. You can eat it, drink it, chew it, slice it, or smell it. We sell it.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rafferty. This is Mrs. George Cooper. Yes, I need a lot of things today. Send me 6 lamb chops, 2 potatoes, corn, peas, sugar, bread, butter, and milk. Oh, and charge it. Now, did I forget anything?
Yep, you forgot to check your husband. He stopped your credit.
What? Well, if that isn't the dirtiest trick, the nerve of him thinking I'd charge something behind his back.
Too bad, too. Got some wonderful specials. Could give you a real good buy on beans.
Oh, no. Goodbye, Mr. Rafferty. I'm just going to call George up and give him a piece of my mind. Maybe that's George now. Hello, you no-good skunk.
This is the operator.
Uh-oh. I'm sorry.
Your phone is being disconnected.
Just because I called you a skunk? I said I'm sorry.
We will resume service as soon as your overdue bill is paid.
Oh, where will this end? Katie, they've disconnected our phone. Well, if that's the way they're going to act, what's the name of this phone company? I'll take my telephone business to someone else.
Mrs. Cooper, you can't do that. There's only one phone company.
Well, I'll think of something. I'll get a carrier pigeon.
Get 2, one for messages and one for dinner.
I knew it. They called to apologize. You're too late. I've decided to use pigeons.
Liz, what are you talking about?
It's no use, George. You can't talk to me. They've disconnected the phone. Hang up.
Now, wait a minute. I'm at the phone company.
Oh.
Everything's all right, Liz. The electricity will be on in a minute, and your credit is good at the market again.
Well, what brought this on?
I'm calling a truce just for tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, you know that fellow Taylor I told you about?
Yes.
Well, I'm bringing him home to dinner. He's very important to the bank. We'll see you later.
Wait a minute. I'm mad at you.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about it later, Liz. Goodbye.
But, George, Oh, darn it.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cooper?
Oh, he makes us stick to this ridiculous business until the minute he wants to impress someone, and then he gaily calls a truce. Well, I'm going to fix him all right.
How?
I'm going to pull a fuse and keep all the lights off. And I'm going to wear my oldest dress and pretend we always live this way. And guess what we're having for dinner?
Oh, no, Mrs. Cooper.
Oh, yes. Get me some sticks and some glue. We're going to have bean on the cob.
Well, here we are, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I must say, Cooper, you have a nice-looking place, but are you sure your wife is expecting us?
Oh, I'm sure she is. Why?
All the lights are out.
Well, we're probably dining by candlelight.
Well, it's wonderful. I can't wait to get a home-cooked meal. You know how it is when you're traveling. Nothing but beans, beans, beans.
Oh, you don't need to worry. We won't be having beans tonight. Hey, honey, I'm home.
That's funny. No lights, no candles either.
Probably a joke of hers. Liz is a great little kidder. Yeah, the lights don't work. Liz, where are you?
Yeah, I'll light a match.
No one here.
Yeah. There's something moving in the corner.
Liz, is that you?
George, you've come back. You haven't forgotten your poor, starving wife.
What?
Did you bring some food? A crust of stale bread, a glass of warm water?
Have you gone crazy?
Yes, I think I have. Why wouldn't I? Cooped up here for years with no lights and no food. I'm going mad!
Well, this is most peculiar, Cooper. Is this some kind of a joke?
Yes, of course it is, Mr. Taylor. Liz, why aren't the lights turned on?
Lights? Oh, that's that new invention you told me wasn't perfected yet.
What are you trying to do?
Who's that with you?
Oh, now stop it, Liz. What will Mr. Taylor think?
How do you do, Mr. Taylor?
Hello, Mrs. Cooper.
Tell me, Mr. Taylor, what's it like out there?
Out where?
Out there. I've been cooped up here so long. We can't afford a newspaper, and I never get to the movies. Tell me, what happened to Dewey?
He lost.
Oh, dear. I was sure he'd take Manila.
Oh, Liz, cut it out. And why have you got on that old house dress?
Oh, George, how can you say anything unkind about this dress? Don't you remember? I wore it 10 years ago when we were married.
Now, Liz!
I'm very sentimental about this dress, Mr. Taylor. It's the only one I've ever had.
Liz, stop it. Look, Mr. Taylor.
Don't speak to me, you cad.
What?
I simply can't believe that a vice president of a bank would treat his wife like this. And personally, I wouldn't do business with a bank that has an executive like you.
Bless you, kind sir.
This whole thing is a very unfunny joke my wife is pulling. Now, I'll get our maid and she'll tell you just what's going on.
You keep your wife in rags and you have a maid?
Oh, she isn't really our maid. He just calls her that.
She is, too. Katie, would you please come in here?
Coming.
Katie, I want you to tell this gentleman what's going on in this house.
All right. But first, what about me, son? Didn't you bring some bread for your poor old mother?
Oh, no!
George, you're not mad at me, are you?
I haven't decided. Now let me go to sleep.
Well, you'll have to admit I gave Mr. Taylor a beautiful steak dinner.
Oh, sure. After you had your fun.
Well, maybe you won't be mad at me when I tell you I've got my accounts all straight. I don't owe a cent to anyone.
I'm afraid to ask, but how did you manage that?
I wrote an article and sold it to the daily paper.
An article?
Mm-hmm.
What about?
100 different ways to fix beans.
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rorick. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The part of Katie the Maid was played by Ruth Parrott. Lucille Ball will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones. Be sure to listen to Lucille Ball in My Favorite Husband next week. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
She was a girl with everything: money, looks, and social position. Her mother, a classic Bouvier beauty. Now they live amongst the souvenirs of their lives in Grey Gardens. This is their story, a love story, sort of. Hailed as one of the oddest, most beautiful films ever created.
Come on, we're not ready.
Grey Gardens, in New York, exclusively at the Paris Theater.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio shows. Enjoy.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable. If you can. It's the end of July, and rather warm, isn't it? There's probably an insect or two buzzing around in your living room right this moment, or banging against your screen trying to get in. Before we go any further, you better get rid of it. If you do, you'll breathe easier as you hear the unusual story I have for you today. The story I call The Man the Insects Hated. My story begins in a homemade laboratory in a crumbling mansion on the edge of a bayou, deep in the heart of the Louisiana swamps. Outside, the air is filled with the strident hum and buzz of insects, uncounted swarms of them, crawling and hopping and flying in the hot, lush atmosphere. Inside the laboratory, the air is filled with the same sound as a small man with graying hair lifts a wire insect trap to a table.
Listen to them, Mary. How they hate me, every one of them. The flies, the bees, the hornets, the beetles, the locusts, the spiders, they all hate me.
Oh, John, they don't hate you. They're just bugs. They can't hate you.
Yes, but listen to them hum and buzz when I come near. They know me. And the reason they're so upset is that they know that we're enemies and that I'm going to destroy them. Destroy them utterly.
All right, John.
Oh, Mary, you look tired. This life we've been leading the last few months, it's very dreary for you, isn't it?
It's all right, John. It doesn't matter.
Oh, but it does. These swamps, they must seem like the last outpost of creation to you. You always did love the city and the lights, the movement, the gaiety.
I'm all right. You mustn't worry about me. It's such a struggle. If we had someone to help us, it would be easier. But no one will come out here and work for us.
Yes, I know, my darling. Believe me, I do. But it's only for a little while. Soon we'll be rich. I promise it.
All right, John. I'll be patient.
You do believe me, Mary. You know that I'm on the verge of success now, don't you? That last formula, you saw how quickly it killed every insect in the cage?
Yes, I know. It was wonderful, John.
Yes, and you know yourself what it'll mean to the world. The perfect insect killer, something much better than DDT. Why, it will be tremendous. It will make the worst jungle livable. It'll cut down disease and increase the crops. And...
There's someone at the door.
Yes. It's very odd. I wonder who it could be.
I'll see. Perhaps it's Dr. Guernsey or Mr. Conway, the druggist. They promised to call.
Good morning. Is Professor Hanson in?
Why, yes, he is. Come in quickly. There's so many flies.
Yeah. Seems like the air is full of bugs outside. Never saw so many in my life.
What is it, Mary?
It's someone to see you, John. I don't know who.
Andrews, the name, Professor. Martin Andrews. Say, you really are out in the wilds here, aren't you? Thought I'd never find you.
Yes, we are rather isolated, but...
You're wondering who I am and what I want here. The truth is, I was in Conway's drugstore back in town, and he told me you might be able to use a handyman.
Oh, a handyman?
Yes, we can use a handyman. How much do you want?
Oh, not very much. I guess $25 a week would do me.
We can manage that, I think.
But on second thought, I don't know. I'm not crazy about these swamps with all these bugs around and...
Oh, please try it anyway, Mr. Andrews. My husband is engaged on some very important research, and he needs help badly.
Oh. Well, when you put it like that, Mrs. Hanson...
Then you will stay.
Yeah, I'll stay. What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll like it better than I thought at first.
Excellent, Mr. Andrews, excellent.
Oh, just call me Martin, Professor.
Yes, Martin, yes. Now, there are a lot of details that you can help me with. Now, take this watch. And
lunch will be ready in a minute.
Oh, yes, my dear, yes. Take this watch, Martin, and you see this wire trap full of insects?
Yeah. There must be thousands of bugs in there.
There are. You see, I'm working to discover the perfect insect exterminator.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Yes, and in this spray gun, I have my latest solution, Formula 312. And I'm going to spray it just once at this trap full of insects, and you are to time how long it takes them all to die.
You're going to kill all those bugs with just one squirt from that sprayer?
I hope so. And they know it, too. Listen to them hum. How they hate me. They know I'm going to kill them, and they wish they could get free to kill me.
Huh?
Oh, yes, they know me. Insects hate me. All insects, just as I hate them. They'd kill me if they could, but instead I'm going to kill them. Have you got your eye on the watch?
What? Oh, yeah, sure.
Then start timing. Now, watch and listen.
Say, that stuff really mows them down, Professor.
Yes, they're dying now. A few of them are still trying to crawl around, but there they go. Now, how long did it take?
29 seconds.
It's good, but not quite good enough. But I'm sure I'm on the right track.
Lunch is ready, John.
Oh, yes, my dear, yes, we're coming. Well, Martin, do you think you're going to like working here, helping me develop my new insect killer?
Yes, sir, Professor. I've got an idea it's going to be a lot more interesting here than I ever imagined.
Some more coffee, John?
Thank you, my dear. No, I want to go back to the lab to try a new formula. And, while I'm mixing it, why don't you show Martin around the place?
Why,
That's a swell idea, Professor. I'd like to get wise to just what you're doing here.
But I'm sure that John could show you around and explain everything better than I could.
No, not at all, Mary. And besides, you know how I feel about going outdoors.
Well, all right, John. If you want me to.
Fine. I'll get started on the new mixture right away, and when you're through, I'll have something for you to do, Martin.
Okay, Professor. Well, Mrs. Hanson, I'll be obliged to you if you'll give me the lowdown on everything.
Well, all right, Martin. There are things that you really should know,
So, that's how it is, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The professor is hipped on the subject of bugs and wants to rid the world of them. And he thinks they all know it and hate him, huh? Oh, that's a hot one. The bees and the mosquitoes and the flies.
They all got it in for him, huh?
You mustn't laugh. I know it's a strange quirk of his mind, but it's a harmless one. And you must pretend not to notice anything odd about it.
Okay, Mrs. Hanson, if you say so.
You see, when he was a small boy, my husband was almost stung to death by a swarm of bees. That brought on his peculiar hatred of all insects, and his belief that they hate him.
Sure, I can see how that'd be.
And that's the reason why all his life he's been experimenting to find the perfect insect exterminator.
It's screwy, but if he does find this perfect bug killer, it'll pay off big.
Oh, he will find it. I'm sure of it. That's why I'm willing... I'm sure he will.
You were going to say that's why you're willing to stay here in this swamp, because you think he'll find this bug killer and make a lot of money from it, huh? Well, that's the truth, ain't it, Mrs. Hanson?
You're being impertinent.
The first time I looked at you, I could see you weren't meant for a life like this. You were meant for pretty clothes and soft music, dancing, fun. Not for rotting away in a swamp that's only fit for bugs.
You mustn't talk like that. I've got to go back to the house.
No, not yet. Listen, the minute I stepped inside that house, I knew you were eating your heart out all for fun and people and pretty things.
I don't know what you're talking about. Let go of my wrist.
Not yet. Listen, I'm no handyman. I know how to make money when I want to. It's just good luck that brought me here, my good luck. There's meant to be something between us. I knew that the second you opened the door this morning.
You're crazy. Let me go.
Sure, I'll let you go. There. Well, why don't you run away from me now that you can?
You mustn't say things like that. You mustn't.
But I already have, and I will again. You weren't meant to be married to a dotty old dodo like the professor. You were meant to live. And I'm going to hang around here until I prove it to you.
And so Martin Andrews joined the strange household in the swamps, the household where Professor Hanson plotted death for the insect world. Mary suggested to him that it had been a mistake to hire Martin so hastily without investigating his background. But her husband pooh-poohed her arguments, and she was silent, knowing she could not explain that she was both frightened and fascinated by a man whom she'd seen for the first time that day. So Martin stayed, and in the days that followed, Professor Hanson found him invaluable. With his help, the work went much more quickly. And daily, as the work progressed, the number of insects swarming about the house increased, buzzing and humming ominously as though news of the professor's success was spreading throughout the whole swamp. Then one morning in the laboratory...
Time, Martin. Exactly 15 seconds, Professor.
15 seconds and every insect in the trap is dead. We've done it, Martin. Mary!
Yes, John. What is it?
Mary, we've done it. At last I found the formula that will kill any insect known almost instantly.
Oh, John. Oh, I'm so glad.
Yes, Formula 397. See, here it is. Just a few marks on this piece of paper. But it's man's final victory over the insect world.
Ha! Listen to the bugs outside hum, Professor.
Yes.
They sound almost like they knew what you'd done.
Oh, yes, they do know. But they're helpless. They're beaten and they know it. Yes, now I've got to write a note to Dr. Guernsey and Mr. Conway. Martin, wait here for me.
Yeah, sure, Professor.
Martin, what are you doing with that formula?
Just putting it in my pocket where it'll be safe. You know how the professor is, always losing things.
Give it to me, please. I'll take care of it.
No, I think I'd better hold on to it. But I have something else for you.
No. Let me go. Let go of me.
Ever since that first day. And I've been waiting until you knew as well as I do that we were meant for each other.
You mustn't say such things.
You do know it, don't you?
No.
Maybe this will convince you.
Oh, Martin.
Now you know it, don't you?
Yes. Oh, I'm crazy, I suppose, but I can't help it. You've got to go away, Martin. Now, today.
You are crazy if you think I'm going without you. Oh, here comes the professor. We'll talk about it later.
Martin, here's a note from Mr. Conway, the druggist. I've asked him to come out with Dr. Guernsey tomorrow night. Will you drive into town and deliver it to him, please?
Sure, Professor. I'll be glad to. Right away.
Come in, Martin, quickly. Oh, my, your clothes are covered with insects. Here, stand still a minute. I'll get rid of them. There. It takes care of that. How in the world did so many get on you?
When I got out to open the garage door, they were crawling all over it. They dropped onto me. I couldn't knock them off.
John! Oh, John!
Yes, Mary?
John, there are ants in the kitchen. A whole swarm of giant black ants. They're monsters.
Giant ants in the kitchen. How did they get in?
I don't know, but they're there. And more coming all the time.
Well, never mind. We'll take care of them. Come on, Martin. Bring the spray gun.
Right.
They mustn't get into the house. I won't let them. They want to get at me, but they're not going to.
There they are, John. All over the floor.
There's giant ants. The floor's black with them. And look at them come this way toward me. They know who I am. Quick, Martin. Use the spray.
Yes, Professor. This'll fix them. Look at them turn up their toes.
Yes.
That finishes them.
But how in the world did they get in? I thought I'd made this house insect-proof.
Here are some more, coming through this hole in the woodwork.
I'll take care of them. Now I'll plug up the hole. No more will come in that way.
They're such big ants. I've never seen any that big before.
And they were after me, but we've taught them a lesson.
Professor, you've almost convinced me you're right. About the bugs hating you, I mean.
What are you saying?
It's the truth. You never saw so many bugs in your life as there are outside right now. When I got back from town, I could hardly see the house for the beetles and the flies and the hornets that are buzzing around it. And a couple of times the car ran over columns of ants so thick I thought they were going to clog the wheels. Columns heading this way.
Is that so? I must go over to the window and see for myself. Yes, good heavens, the screen is so covered with insects I can't see out.
I'll give them a dose of your bug killer. That'll make them move on. There. That cleared them off. Now, take a look outside, Professor. Did you ever see anything like that in your life?
Oh!
Good Lord, the sky is black with insects. Look at that swarm over the trees. Flying beetles, wasps, bees, I can't identify them all.
Yeah, and just listen to them. Listen to that song of hate.
Don't say that. It's just a natural phenomenon. These swamps breed insects by the millions.
Yeah, I know. And every one of those millions is headed right for this spot.
But that's ridiculous.
No, it's not. All the way to town, I didn't see a single bug. Because they're all gathered right around here, right around this house.
You mustn't say that.
He's right. They know what's happening here, and they want to stop me.
No, John, no.
If you want my advice, the thing to do is make up all the Formula 397 we can. If those bugs ever get into this house, we're gonna need it.
As the day wore on, the clouds of insects surrounding the old mansion in the swamps grew steadily bigger. At times, the house was almost hidden by the black swarms of tiny creatures flying and crawling over it, as if they really were trying to force their way inside. But only a few did get into the house through unnoticed cracks. But as night came on...
John.
Yes?
John, the lights won't go on.
They won't?
No, look. A fuse must have blown out.
I'll go take a look, Professor. I have the flashlight.
Thank you, Martin.
I'll only be a minute.
Listen to them, Mary. Listen to them swarming about the house, beating against the screens, trying to get in at me.
Oh, John, they're just insects. They don't hate you.
They don't? Well, then where have they come from? Why are they surrounding this house? Answer me that.
Oh, I don't know.
Martin agrees with me. He said so this afternoon.
You mustn't pay any attention to Martin.
Listen to them. If they could get in, we'd be dead in 15 minutes. There's death we hear humming and buzzing out there, Mary.
Professor! Professor!
Yes, what is it? Did you find the trouble?
Yes, it's in the switchbox, all right. All the fuses are blown out.
All of them? But how?
The switchbox is full of little beetles. I don't know where they came from, but they caused a short circuit that blew out all the fuses.
They did it on purpose.
Oh, John!
Well, anyway, we'll be using candles tonight. And there's another thing.
What, Martin?
The cellar is full of little white ants. I couldn't find out where they're coming from.
White ants?
Not ants, Martin. Those are termites.
Well, termites, then. They're all over everything.
Termites? They can eat their way through wood. They can eat holes that the other insects can enter through.
Yeah. That's right, isn't it?
Martin, come on. Get 2 insect sprays. We've got to get down there and destroy them before they destroy us.
Listen to them. There must be billions of bugs out there. Crickets, bees, flies, hornets, wasps, ants, every kind of insect there is. It's a good thing you put tight screens on this house.
John!
What is it, Mary?
I thought I felt the house shake then.
Ah, don't let your imagination get you. I didn't feel anything.
No. You must keep control of your nerves.
I suppose I imagined it then. Oh, John, it's almost midnight. Are they ever going to go away?
Maybe not. If the professor's right and they're after him, they'll just hang around until we starve to death. Or until they get in and finish us off.
Oh, Martin, stop it.
Martin is right. We've used up all the Formula 397, and if they ever do get into the house, we're doomed.
I was just thinking that myself.
We have got to get help.
Go out of the house?
Yes.
Oh, no, John.
Not all of us. But maybe if I were to take the car and make a dash for town, they might follow me.
John, that's madness.
In the sedan with all the windows shut, they couldn't get at me, and in town I could get help.
Yeah, you could.
I could make up more Formula 397 at Conway's drugstore, and he and Dr. Guernsey can come back with me. And if we used a big pumper spray, we could destroy every insect that's outside.
No, you mustn't try it.
It sounds like a good idea to me. I'd go, only I couldn't mix the formula.
No, John, you mustn't go out.
Yes, I'm going to do it. If those ants ever get at the car, they'd cut the tires to shreds, and then we would be at their mercy. I've got to go for help while I can.
Then let's all go. We can all get in the car.
It'd be safer to stay here. This house will hold them off for a good while yet. I think the professor's scheme is the best.
All right, Martin. Now, I'll get ready. And then you come downstairs and help me with the garage doors. And you're going to have to open and shut them awfully fast when I take the car out.
Despite Mary's protests, Professor Hanson carried out his plan. With the car tightly closed, the motor racing, Martin flung open the garage doors. The car shot out into the night, the headlights showing great swarms of flying insects in its path. Then Martin swiftly closed and bolted the door again and hurried upstairs.
Well, he's gone.
Oh, why did you let him go?
That ought to be obvious.
What do you mean?
I didn't let him go. I made him go. I put the whole idea in his mind so he'd go off and leave us alone here.
Oh, no.
Sure I did. I'm a bright boy. From now on, it's going to be just you and me and fun.
What are you saying?
John isn't going to come back from his little trip to town.
I don't understand.
No, I'll make it simple. In the first place, all those bugs outside don't mean a thing. When I was in town this morning, Conway the druggist told me it happens out here every 7 years or so. There's something about the way the wind blows that makes millions of bugs come out of the swamp to swarm around this house in certain years.
Oh, but then why did you pretend to believe John when he said it was because they were after him?
Just so as he'd go to town for help. Those bugs are harmless. As soon as the wind shifts, they'll be gone.
But then...
Right this minute, John's driving to town as fast as he can go. And any second now, the steering gear is going to bust.
Martin. No.
Yes, baby, because I fixed it to. And when that steering wheel goes, it'll be curtains for John. The car'll hit a tree, and you'll be free to marry me. We'll have Formula 397 and all the dough it'll bring in.
That's murder.
No, it isn't murder. It's being smart.
You've murdered John. And I'm guilty, too, because I didn't make him send you away.
Oh, you never really wanted me to go.
I ought to loathe you. And myself, too, but I...
But you don't.
No, Martin, I don't.
That's more like it, baby. We'll always be together. Always.
Forever, Martin. Martin.
Huh?
Something's happening.
What?
The house. It's shaking.
Oh, we've got to get out of here. The house is caving in. Mary, quick. Grab hold of me. Come on now before... Look out!
Mr. Conway, can't you drive faster? We must get back to the house.
I'm driving as fast as I can, Professor.
Professor, you must control yourself. That was a serious accident you were in. It's a miracle you weren't killed.
Sure was. Where your car hit that tree, well, I'm just glad it wasn't me.
Yes, but please drive faster.
No, I should never have allowed you to return to your home with us. You should be in a hospital.
But, Doctor, my wife and Martin, I've got to save them. Those insects. They hate me. They're out to destroy all of us. They'll kill my wife and Martin if we don't get there in time.
Professor, you must calm yourself. I'm sure it isn't as serious as all that.
Oh, Doctor, you're like everyone else. You don't know how dangerous the insect world is, but I know, and that's why they hate me, and that's why they're out to destroy me and my wife and Martin.
Well, we're almost there. The house is just around this bend in the road.
Yes, but please hurry. You mustn't slow down.
Professor, I got to take this curve slow. After all, we don't want no more... Good Lord.
The house. It's collapsed.
They've wrecked it. The insects have wrecked it. I told you they were out to get me. Now come quickly. We must find my wife and Martin.
Come along, Conway. This looks bad.
Yes, Doctor.
Mary! Mary, where are you? Mary, answer me.
Conway, you'd better start looking through the wreckage.
Okay, Doctor.
Mary! Mary, where are you?
Oh, Lord, I've never seen so many bugs in all my life.
If we'd only had more of my Formula 397, we could kill all of them. All of them. But they won't get the better of me. They won't.
Oh, Professor, what are you doing? There isn't any spray in that gun. It's empty.
I'll show them. I'll show them.
Doctor, I found them. They're under the wreckage of the house.
Oh, you'd better take me to them, Conway. Perhaps we can...
It's too late, Doc. They're both dead.
Dead? They're dead?
Yes, Professor. They were killed by falling timbers when the house collapsed.
No, it wasn't the falling timbers that killed them. It was the insect world that killed them. They tried to destroy me, and instead they murdered Mary, and now they're trying to break me down, but I won't let them. I won't let them. I've got my formula. Formula 397. This spray will destroy them all. Yes. They're dying left and right. They're dying, you see?
Doc, what's wrong with them? That spray gun's empty.
Yes, Conway, I know. I'm afraid he's completely mad. The insect world has destroyed his mind.
This is the mysterious traveler again. And how did you enjoy our visit with the man the insects hated? Too bad about poor Professor Hanson, wasn't it? Yes, they found he'd gone completely mad, and in his madness had completely forgotten his newly discovered Formula 397, which would destroy all insects. Oh, what happened to the copy of the formula which Martin had stolen? Well, strangely enough, when Martin's body was removed from the wreckage, the formula was not in his pockets. Some people say that the insects... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, the cast included Maurice Tarplin, Eric Dressler, Helen Shields, and Robert Dryden. Original music was played by Gene Perazzo. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled
I Dream of Dying.
Another strange and terrifying tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
In 1886, following a shipwreck off the west coast of Africa, an infant child became part of a family of apes. As he grew, he learned the laws of the jungle and eventually claimed the title Lord of the Apes.
You have another family one you have never seen.
My son has returned from Africa.
He is the Earl of Greystoke. He is what the jungle has made him.
Now, Hugh Hudson, the director of Academy Award winner Chariots of Fire, brings the authentic Tarzan legend to the screen. Greystoke, the legend of Tarzan, Lord of the Apes. Greystoke, the legend of Tarzan, Lord of the Apes.
Half of me is the Earl of Greystoke. The other half is wild.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Evaporated Milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Ed Begley, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. If you could make your own pantry survey in Home After Home, where women take pride in their cooking, you'd find Pet evaporated milk on the pantry shelf. Sometimes a whole month's supply, because in those handy airtight Pet milk cans, the good sweet milk stays good and sweet. Now, that stay sweet quality is only one reason why good cooks cook with Pet milk. Extra richness is another reason, for Pet milk is good sweet country milk evaporated to double richness. That means it's twice as rich as bottled milk in all the nourishing substances nature puts into whole milk. Good cooks like that extra richness because, by using Pet evaporated milk, they can put extra amounts of milk nourishment into favorite family foods. In addition, there's the economy factor, for Pet brand evaporated milk costs less generally than bottled milk or any other form of milk. For convenience, for fixing more nourishing, more delicious food at lower cost, keep Pet brand evaporated milk on your pantry shelf. Did you ever try to go to sleep at night with your husband propped up in bed reading a mystery story out loud? Well, let your heart bleed for Mrs. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
As a shot whined through the darkness and 4 more victims fell to the masked monster, Hemingway Savage, the great detective...
Oh, McGee. Let's turn out the light now, will you, dearie? I want to get some sleep.
Oh, you go ahead and sleep, Tootsie. Don't worry about me. I want to finish this book. The Case of the Mixed-Up Monster. You go to sleep.
How can I go to sleep with you reading it to me?
I'm not reading it to you, Molly. I'm reading it to myself. I like to read mysteries out loud on account of because I can follow the story better when I can hear it.
Well, that figures.
And what a story this is. Listen. At the sound of the shot, Savage bounded up the ladder, bounded across the roof, and bounded through the skylight.
Sounds like a real bounder.
It says, dashing into the lobby, Hemingway Savage opened the door of the phone booth and made a grisly discovery.
Grizzly?
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me there was a bear in the phone booth.
Yep, and that's the gimmick, kiddo. The masked monster was a trained bear, see, that his master had taught him how to handle a gun, see? Only he keeps shooting all the wrong people till finally he gets his master in the end.
Oh, that can be painful.
Well, it was no surprise for me who done it. I'm quick on deductions. I got what you might call a deductible mind. I'd make a great detective.
All right, Sherlock. Give us a demonstration. Let's see you follow the trail to the window.
What?
Deduce how far you should raise it to get some air, and then shadow yourself back to the bed.
Do we have to raise a window, Molly? There's snow on the ground tonight, kiddo. You know, snow. My gosh, in the morning we'll be froze solid side by side like two long ice cubes in a tray.
Now, it's not that cold. The snow's half melted already. Now, go on. We need some air in this room.
Okay. Well, if I'm froze in the morning, I don't... Hey, Molly. Come over to the window. Hurry up. There's a fellow across the street watching this house.
Oh, Magee, you've had too much Hemingway Savage. Now, let me see.
See, he's right over there behind that tree. You can see his shoulder and the brim of his hat sticking out.
Heavenly days, Magee, you're right.
Boy.
He's there, spying on our house.
Probably a burglar casing the joint.
Oh, will he be disappointed. That silly optimist.
Turn out the light, quick, Molly.
Well, now, here's your chance to use that detective instinct.
Huh?
What would Hemingway Savage do?
Oh, I don't know what he'd do, but I know what I'm going to do.
Maybe you should call the police. Magee, I said maybe you should... Magee, get your head out from under the covers. Magee, your lunch is ready. Oh, there you are, dearie.
Yeah, boy, oh boy, have I got news. You remember that prowler last night?
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten.
Well, I didn't forget it, kiddo. And as soon as I got a chance, around noon, I went right over there to see if he left any clues.
Did you find footprints?
No, the snow's all melted, so there wasn't any footprints. But look at this. His hat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he must have got scared when we seen him, and he dropped it. Dropped his hat. Here, look, his name's inside in it. Yeah. See it?
Sure. Hector Howell.
Hector Howell.
You know that sounds familiar, Magee?
Well, it oughta. Hector Howell is the guy which moved across the street next to Mort Toops a month ago, and which I figured ever since he's been there was as phony as a mustache on the Venus of Milo.
Why, of course, our new neighbor.
You betcha.
But why should he be spying on us?
Because he thinks I'm on to his secret.
What secret?
Well, I ain't sure yet, but he's got one. When he first moved in, I went over there and I borrowed his hedge clippers, and he pretended to be a real neighborly.
I see.
Yeah, and then an hour later I went over and borrowed his garden rake, and he wasn't quite so friendly.
A little standoffish, huh?
Yeah. Then an hour after that, I went over and borrowed his hose, and he gave himself away completely that time. Told me to stay on my own side of the street. That guy's hiding something, kiddo.
Probably his lawnmower.
If I'd have made any more trips, he'd have even been more suspicious. Lucky I never took any of them things back.
What do you think his secret could be?
I don't know. He might be a spy or a counterfeiter or the guy that sells hot rhinestones. Hot rhinestones, that was. But whatever he is, I'll find out.
How, dearie?
Well, remember a couple of weeks ago I got a package in the mail?
Yes, and you hid it from me, too.
Yeah, well, you know what that was?
What?
That was a little dandy Dick Chasem detective kit. Yes, sir. Which I sent away for to little dandy Dick Chasem. It includes 10 complete disguises, a magnifying glass, and the address of a man in Little Rock, Arkansas, where you can buy a bloodhound.
Ah, bless his little heart. He didn't tell me because he thought I'd make fun of him.
Yeah, and you would have, too. Now I can use them disguises and find out what Hector Howell's secret is. I'll follow that guy.
Come in. Well, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, daughter. Hello there, Johnny. Hi, old-timer. You're just in time to hear about the big excitement, boy. I'm going to track down a dangerous criminal. I figure he's a spy or maybe a counterfeiter.
Funny you should mention that, Johnny. One of my best friends was a counterfeiter.
Yeah?
Her named Wally.
Well, it can't be the same one. This
Yes, sir. Wally used to say to us, boys, he used to say to us,
Yeah?
someday I'm going to make a lot of money. We never suspected he was going to make it out of lead slugs, tin pie plates, and wrapping paper.
Was he a success in the racket?
One of the best, Johnny.
Yeah?
Started out in a small way making nickels. At first, he didn't do so good.
What was the trouble?
Made the nickels out of dimes, daughter. Took 3 dimes to make 1 nickel, and that cut down his margin of profit.
Well, he was a real smart operator.
Oh, but he caught on fast. You've heard folded money referred to as the long green?
Sure.
Wally made the longest green you ever saw. Dollar bills more than a foot long. Only took 2 of them to make a bankroll.
Did the cops ever get on to Wally?
That's the sad part of my tale, Johnny.
Yeah?
The long dollar bills was such a success that he got drunk with power.
Oh, sure.
Branched out with a special item that caught the eye of the law, and they drug him away.
What was the special item?
Well, you know a $5 bill has got Abraham Lincoln's picture on it.
Yes?
And a $10 bill has got Alexander Hamilton on it.
So I've heard.
Wally made a $15 bill with Lincoln sitting in Hamilton's lap.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and Jealousy.
You keep watching out the window, Molly, while I pick the right disguise here. Out of my little dandy Dick Chasen detective kit.
Well, now, Mr. Howell hasn't come out of his house yet.
Let me see now. I got disguise number 12. That's the angry Frenchman.
Angry Frenchman?
Yeah. That's a Van Dyke beard and a pair of gloves for slapping people across the face.
I don't think I'd try that.
Oh, hey, I got it. This is the one, Molly. Disguise number 3. Male Chinese. Help me make up, quick.
Well, what do I do?
You take this adhesive tape and slant my eyes while I put this wig on.
That's a wig?
Sure. Short black wig. To be used with either disguise number 3, the male Chinese, or disguise number 20, Harvard man with a crew haircut.
Say, it when you're through being a detective.
Huh?
It should be better than steel wool for scrubbing our pots and pans. There now, dearie. Your eyes are done.
Good, are they planted?
Yeah?
You can go along without any disguise, kiddo, on account of because Hector Howell has never seen you. He won't know you.
Oh, Magee, look. Isn't that him leaving his house right now?
Yep, that's him. Now, quick, out the door. Little does Hector Howell know it, but Hawkshaw Magee will hound him to his doom.
Have you still got the man in sight there?
Don't you worry, I ain't took my eagle eye off of him. I'd be a mighty poor sleuth if I couldn't trail a big fellow like him wearing a green tweed suit.
Well, you almost lost him at 14th and Oak when your rig slipped down over your eyes.
Yeah. Hector Howell ain't going to get out of my sight, kiddo, no matter what he tries to do. Where'd he go? He's gone. He disappeared. Where'd he go?
Into the shop down there.
He did. Which one? The chop suey parlor? I'll bet that's it. He's part of a smuggling ring. They're smuggling in them silk things that the Chinese women sleep in, pagodas.
No, it wasn't the chop suey parlor. It was the place...
It was the plumbing shop. Sure, that's it. He's part of a spy ring. They're going to put peepholes in all of our pipes with a periscope in the basement. Then they can sit down there and peep up our pipes.
No, dearie, it wasn't the plumbing shop. It was ye old English tailor shopping.
Ye old English tailor shop.
That's where he was.
Oh, that's his game.
What's his game?
He's part of a pickpocket ring. He pays ye old English tailor to make suits with shallow pockets so they're easier to pick.
Now, don't jump at conclusions, dearie. Why not wait outside of the shop and see what he does when he comes out?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's stand in front of Kramer's drugstore here and pretend we're window shopping. Look in the window.
You picked a lovely window, too.
That's nice.
That's as pretty a display of elastic stockings as I've seen in years. Uh-oh, Magee, here comes Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, now, quick. You duck in the drugstore, kiddo. He won't know me in this Chinese disguise.
I'll go buy some Christmas seals.
Good.
Magee. We need more Christmas seals.
Oh, here he comes. Excuse me, please, Nalakan Land. Have you got a mattress?
I'm sorry, I don't have one, Magee.
You're wrong, funny. Me not Magee. Me sing low.
Well, sing as loud as you please, pal. It can't sound any worse than that gibberish you're talking.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Didn't work.
Nice try, sing low.
Hello, Molly. What goes on here?
Well, he's a detective today, Mr. Wilcox. He's making like Hemingway Savage.
Oh, do you read Savage, pal? I picked up a copy of his latest book last night, The Case of the Carefree Cadaver.
I haven't read that one yet, but tell me about it, Hilo.
Well, it was a cold night. Just right for sitting in front of an open fire.
Yeah?
So I took the book home, got a fire going.
Then you started to read.
No, then I went into the kitchen and made a big pan of chocolate fudge.
Oh, chocolate fudge.
Naturally, I used pet milk because its richness assures you perfect fudge.
Oh, yes, perfect fudge.
Smooth as butter and not a bit grainy. Well, I piled the fudge on a plate and sat down in front of the fire.
And then you started to read.
No, then I ate the first piece of fudge. And was it terrific?
And then you started to read.
No, then I ate another piece. There just isn't any better chocolate fudge than the kind you make with Mary Lee Taylor's pet milk recipe.
Do you know how to read, Junior?
Why, sure, pal, but this recipe has been a favorite down through the years, and it's still so popular, it's been named the pet milk recipe of the month, featured in grocery stores everywhere.
Okay, Fudgy. But about Hemingway this Hemingway Savage's book, tell me about that book, the book.
I'm sorry I can't, pal. I never read it.
You never read it?
No, I never intended to. I just tore out the pages and used them to start the fire with.
This boy has got to go.
Well, we'll let you know what happens with our case, Mr. Wilcox. Magee may turn out to be another Sherlock Holmes.
I'm glad you mentioned Sherlock Holmes, Molly.
Why, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, because of the people who decide to make fudge and find that they have some pet milk handy.
What that got to do with Sherlock Holmes?
Well, that's a very good question. But then they realize that it's sure luck to have it in their homes. Goodbye now.
Maybe I ought to track him down.
I think
That gag was the worst crime anybody ever committed. Now, let me get this disguise off, Molly. It ain't
Well,
working
it
right
certainly didn't fool him.
No.
there, Molly.
Hello, Dr. Gamble.
And good day to you, musclehead.
Hi, melon shape. Get back in the doorway here. I don't want to attract attention.
What are you doing, hawking razor blades for Christmas money? Because I don't want any.
No, he's a detective today, Doctor.
There's no use telling him about it, Molly. He don't know nothing about detective work.
On the contrary, flap lip. As medical examiner of Wistful Vista, I've been closely associated with our police force.
Is that so?
Yes. Two of my friends, Sergeant Max Schwartz and Sergeant O. Ginsberg, often take me along in their prowl car.
Well, they must do their prowling in a Greyhound bus if they can get you in it. Guy your size couldn't get
Oh, now, Magee. Have you had any exciting experiences, Doctor?
Oh, yes. Had one last week, Molly. We were cruising along when an order came over the radio. Car 10, that was us.
Yeah?
Car 10, go at once to 14th and Oak. Car 18, go to 14th and Oak. Car 23, go to 14th and Oak. Car 27 to 14th and Oak.
My, how thrilling. What happened at 14th and Oak?
Plenty. We all got there at the same time, and there was the darndest four-car collision you ever saw. Well, goodbye, Molly. Happy cruise to you, Perry Mason.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Him and his two-bit experiences. When I track Hector Howell down, every newspaper in the country will...
Oh, Magee, look.
Huh?
Look. Getting into the cab there. Isn't that Mr. Howell? He must have left ye old English tailor shoppy while we were talking to Dr. Gamble.
Oh, no, that ain't him. Howell had on a green tweed suit. That guy's wearing a blue serge.
Well, maybe he changed in the shop.
I ain't only going by the suit, kiddo. I got a camera eye. And once I put that eye...
He nodded to you. Anyone you know?
Yep.
Who?
Hector Howell. He's skipping town. He's on the lam. Quick, where's our car?
At home.
Oh, curse it. Spoiled again. Well, come on.
The King's Men, and let the worry bird worry for you.
There's a new and wonderful pet, one that you should get. It's the craziest bird you've ever heard of. He worries. Worry. All he does is fret. Let the worry bird worry for you. Let the worry bird fuss and stew. He's a wonderful pet, and when you get the jitters, he twitters. Let the worry bird worry his head. Have the time of your life instead. Watch the tumble on to as long as you can keep well and sleep well. Every clown is silver-lined. Bear that in mind. When old man Trouble gets tough and the going gets rough, let the worry bird worry for you. It's remarkable what he'll do. He'll consider it fun to be your understudy. So, buddy, let the worry bird toss and turn. Let the worry bird sizzle and burn. He's a wonderful pet, and when you get the jitters, he twitters. Let the worry bird champ at the bit. Let the worry bird fall in a fit. Watch the tumble or two as long as you can keep well and sleep well. When old man Trouble gets tough and the going gets rough, and you don't have to worry, let the worry bird worry for you. It's remarkable what he'll do. He'll consider it fun to be your understudy. So, buddy, just why should you be blue? Let the worry bird sing the blues for you.
All the rotten breaks. The guy slips right through my fingers.
Ah, well, we're almost home, dear.
Hello there, Molly. Magee.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Didn't see you coming.
Oh, hi, let's see you.
What are you so red in the face about, Magee? Been trying to lace your own shoes again?
I'll tell you what I'm so red in the face about, Latrivia. Because I've been knocking my brains out all day doing a job that so-called cop force of yours sits around all day playing rummy instead of doing it, too. That's why.
Oh, no.
Huh?
McGee, if you've been directing traffic again, that suspended sentence of yours still stands, and by George.
No, Mr. Mayor. No, not this time.
No. I've been trailing a criminal, a crook.
Well, if you have any evidence of criminal activity, McGee, just turn it over to the police.
Ah, the police, patooey. Them lead-footed apple snatchers couldn't track a Great Dane with muddy feet across a half-acre of bed sheets. When I want a criminal trail, boy, I get out my disguises and track him down myself.
Where is he?
He got away.
Who was it?
New neighbor of ours, a guy named Hector Howell. I seen him behind that tree right over there last night watching our house. But before I could get out there, he scrammed.
How long did it take you to get out there?
About 14 hours. He went out at noon today.
Yeah. At least I run him out of town anyway. When he felt the keen glint of my piercing gray eyes knifing into his back, I bet a shudder went through him like he bit down on a cherry pit.
You know, I can get that just thinking about you, McGee.
Well, he won't be back anyway, boy. He knows I'm after him.
McGee?
Huh?
Isn't that Mr. Howell sweeping off his front steps?
Oh, my gosh, that's him. He came back to make a clean getaway. Come on, Latriv. Come on, Mayor. You can be in on the arrest. You got your badge?
Badge? My police badge?
Yes.
Yes. I always carry it. But just a minute, McGee. I'm not sure this warrant
There's no time to lose now, boy. We're closing in. Now, if he reaches for a gun, Latrivia, you grab him, boy, and I'll drop back and protect Molly. Right?
Right.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Let's not be hasty about this.
Now, just a minute there, Howell. Don't make any false moves.
What was that? Oh, it's you, McGee.
Yeah, and I want to talk to you, Buster.
Well, I wish I could say the same, but I can't. Frankly, if I never saw you again, it'd be
Don't beat around the bush, Howell. You're talking to the mayor of this town now, boy, ain't you, Latrivia?
Yeah. Well, yes. Yes, I am the mayor. My name is Howell, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to know
I'll
you.
do the talking here, Buster. Where were you at 10:30 last night?
What? I was home in bed if it's any of your business, but I can't...
Oh, yeah? Then how come a guy wearing your hat was working behind that tree right there watching our house?
Oh, where did you get such a stupid idea?
Show him the evidence, McGee. Show it to him.
There. You deny this is your hat? Yeah. We can get you for perjury, you know. Can't we, Latrivia?
Well, I hardly think there's any
That's my hat. Where did you get that hat? Aha, he admits his guilt. Dropped it last night. Guilty?
Why, you give me my hat.
Don't you push my husband, you big Lugan.
Stand back there, Howell. How would you like the mayor to punch you right in the nose?
What? I'd love it. Oh, no, I assure you, I have no intention of punching
Latrivia,
anyone.
arrest that man.
Who, me? Just a minute, McGee. I'm not... You'll lay a hand on me, Mayor, and you'll be the next ex-mayor. What right has this rattlehead to come over here with my hat, which... That's it. Mayor, I demand you arrest this man for stealing my hat.
What?
Oh, I don't think McGee would... I mean, it's the wrong size. If you don't arrest him, I'll call the police. Now, don't push me, Howell, don't.
If you don't arrest him, I'll call the governor.
Stop shoving me, McGee.
I demand you
arrest that man.
Oh, McGee, hush, all of you. Hush, quiet. Here comes the little girl down the street. Now, don't let her hear you arguing like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hello there, Teeny.
Hi, everybody.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Is Mr. Howell, where's little Hector, huh?
Little Hector's out in the backyard, Teeny. Run on back there and play.
Oh, there it is. There's the hat. I've been so worried about the hat.
This hat yours?
Mm-hmm. Yes, little Heck and I built a snowman yesterday, right behind that tree there, and Heck said we could put his daddy's hat on it, and today the snowman was all melted, but the hat was gone.
Well, what do you know? Molly, that was just a little snowman with a hat on last night that frightened you so.
Hey, Heck, let's play detective. Oh, Heck.
That's what I say. Oh, heck. Well, it's nice to have had this chat with you, Howell. Drop over sometime.
Yes, and bring your wife.
Yeah, we'll play some Cantor. Well, goodbye, boy.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You know, people do a lot of kidding about the terrible biscuits a bride bakes, but I'll bet a lot of brides are mighty good cooks, especially those who use Mary Lee Taylor husband-tested recipes. You see, first these recipes are developed in the famous Pet Milk kitchens. Then they're sent out to homes like yours, where the wives try the recipes and report what their husbands say about the food. And only those recipes given a big okay by husbands are called husband-tested. And you get one of these valuable husband-tested recipes on the label of every tall can of Pet brand evaporated milk. And don't forget, when you get Pet milk, you're getting milk that's double rich, concentrated to double richness by evaporation. And you're getting that milk for less generally than you'd pay for any other form of milk. So make sure the milk you buy is Pet evaporated milk. And make sure the recipes you use are husband-tested.
So after me and old Hector talked things over a while, we become very good friends, Molly.
Well, I'm glad.
Yeah, we decided as long as we were neighbors, we might as well be real neighbors. And anything either of us wants to borrow, the other guy will let him have it.
Yes.
Hmm?
He just called up, dearie.
Oh?
He's coming over tonight to get your car keys.
Hmm?
They want to go to Chicago.
Where's my ball bat?
What are you going to do?
Just what I promised to do. Let him have it. Good night.
Good night, Al.
If you tried honestly to be helpful to someone in your family only to discover that you weren't really wanted, what would you do? Well, that's the question young wife Sally Carter faces in the Story of the Week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Be sure to hear this story of family relations next Saturday morning. And remember, following the story, Mary Lee Taylor will give you her special recipe of the week for delicious snowball cookies. Easy to make, wonderful for Christmas. So tune in sure next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program, a Saturday morning favorite on NBC.
Next, it's Big Town, then Playhouse on Broadway on NBC.
Horse Feathers, starring the Marx Brothers.
Members of the faculty, faculty members, students of Huxley, and Huxley students. I guess that covers everything.
What this college needs is a good football team. And you can't have a good football team unless you have good football players.
My boy, I think you've got something there, and I'll wait outside until you clean it up. I'm looking for 2 football players who always hang around here.
We always hang around here,
Well,
but
that's
we
all
don't...
I want to know. Now, I want you to sign this agreement.
Hey, there's nothing on this paper.
That's all right. We'll fill in something later.
Dad, you've got the wrong football players. Did my son tell you you had beautiful eyes?
Why, yes.
Told me that, too. Tells that to everyone he meets. You realize what it means if Huxley loses his game? It means shame, disgrace, humiliation. And besides, you're crazy if you don't play the ace.
Hey, bring that back there.
I've got to stay here. But there's no reason why you folks shouldn't go out into the lobby till this thing blows over.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery house. Mystery House, that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
Hi, Mr. Glenn. Everybody else here for the Mystery House novel tryout?
Oh, yeah, here and waiting. This murder for laughs looks like quite a story, too.
Well, it certainly does. We were afraid you weren't going to make it, Art.
Oh, did you rehearse while you were waiting for me?
Well, of course not. We couldn't rehearse without you. All we could do was sit and wait.
Oh, I could have furnished plenty of entertainment, Mrs. Glenn.
But we couldn't rehearse without the whole cast being here, Tom.
Well, sure we could. You forget. You only need one man to rehearse this part of the show.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, Tom.
Murder for laughs. Tonight's story opens in the private office of Captain Corlett, a conscientious police executive. Clayton Rogers, a police reporter, barges into the office as Corlett looks up from a letter.
Hey, why don't you knock before... Oh, it's you. Right, Captain Corlett. What's the matter? Ulcer bothering you again? It's a wonder I got any stomach left with all the worry that campaign of yours is causing me, Rogers.
The Herald is the champion of community spirit, Corlett. If the police force doesn't function properly, it's up to the Herald to act as the voice of the people.
You sure think you're a smart guy, don't you, Rogers?
Smarter than most of your cops, Corlett.
Yeah, you reporters all feel that way. You've got all the answers on paper. You can sit at a typewriter and solve every crime that ever went on the books. You can...
Oh, no. Go on, Captain. You interest me.
Yeah, well, I'm just annoying my ulcer. It rolls off you like water off a duck's back. Listen, the police force has a tough job. Not enough men, not enough money to get the kind of men I want. Politicians trying to run my department for me.
Which ones, Captain? I'll be delighted to help. You just name them.
Yeah, and lose my job. Yeah, I know. You're altogether too smart for your age and size, Rogers.
Thanks, Captain. I wish the big boss would feel that way about it.
I'm surprised Mary Cruz hasn't pounded some sense into your head.
Now, speaking of Mary Cruz, there's a subject we agree on.
What she sees in you is beyond me. A guy who makes his living by writing half-truths and distortions.
Oh, lay off, Corlett. You're just sore because we've got you dead to rights. You're the one competent cop on the force, and you know it.
That's not so. You think it's smart to sound off about incompetent policemen. Well, let me tell you something. You put yourself in their spot, and you wouldn't be doing half the job most of them are doing.
Don't kid yourself, Corlett. I'd be doing a whale of a lot better job than they're doing. This is an age of scientific crime detection, and you don't have a competent man in a carload.
I'd like to give you a little job and let you see just how good you are, Sonny.
That might not be a bad idea, Corlett, but you wouldn't dare.
No?
No. If I solved a case that had you stumped, I'd never let you forget it, and neither would the Herald. We'd talk about it from now till kingdom come.
Well, maybe I've got a case that I don't think you could solve, Wonder Boy.
Huh? Are you leveling?
Do I sound like I'm kidding? Listen, mister, you take this baby on, and I'll let the opposition newspapers know about it. And if you flop, you'll get the razzing of the century.
You'd have to promise you wouldn't let your cops interfere with me.
Well, I'll even help you any way I can. I'll get you all the help any man on the force could get.
No, you don't mean that. If I took it, you'd do anything you could to make me fall down on the job.
No. Because it happens, Rogers, that I'd a lot rather catch a murderer than escape a horse laugh from the Herald. Now, you solve this one, and the Herald can laugh at me from now on until I retire.
What is it? That's been a real murder story break in a couple of weeks. Say, if you've been holding out on me...
I'm not holding out on you. Well, how about it?
I'll take it. It's a deal. What's the case?
Well, you remember that accident case we got yesterday?
Can't say I do.
Yeah, a cab starter standing in front of the Carlton Arms Hotel. One of those big cement flower pops up on the ledge of the building.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember now. It fell off and hit him. He died instantly.
You sure it fell off, Roger?
Why, sure.
Now, read this. Came in this morning's mail.
An address to you. What is it?
Read it and see.
Dear Captain, you and your comedy cops are going to get a chance to do a lot of laughing. There's something basically funny about a man being killed by a falling flower pot, isn't there? That chum was a product of murder for laughs. How do you like our work? You'll get a chance to snicker at more of it. Very truly yours, Murder for Laughs. Hey, is this on the level?
You know as much about it as I do.
But somebody who wanted to get your goat could have read about the accident and written this letter.
That's the first thing I thought of, Rogers. So I went out with a couple of men. That flower pot had been built right into the ledge and had been broken loose with a chisel.
But there had to be some motive. Sane men don't murder just for laughs.
Sane men? No. Look, I checked that cab starter from the cradle to that flower pot. He was a harmless little guy, the kind that nobody even knows.
Oh, there had to be a motive. You can't...
Well, you find me a motive, bright boy, and I'll bow low 3 times. It just...
Oh, hi, Mary.
Oh, morning, Mary.
Hi.
I've got a little story for your paper. Your pal Rogers has just taken over a case for me.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Listen, Corlett, this is no time for horseplay. I've got a case for you.
What are you talking about?
I got a phone call about a half an hour ago from a woman who said she was Mrs. Martin Carver. Claimed she had a big story for me.
Yeah?
Well, there was something phony about it. Somehow it didn't quite sound like a woman's voice. So I decided to check.
Yeah. And there wasn't any Mrs. Martin Carver, and the address was a vacant lot, I'll bet. The boys are having fun with you again.
There was a Mrs. Martin Carver, and the address was right. And Mrs. Carver was there with her head bashed in with a rolling pin.
What?
The woman was dead.
Probably a disgruntled husband. Got sore at her.
The neighbors said her husband's overseas, been there for 7 or 8 months. No enemies that they knew of.
Wait a minute. Hello. What? Telegram for me. Well, what does it say? What? Repeat that. No, never mind. I heard you.
What's the matter?
Yeah, there goes my ulcers again. Just when I think I'm getting my stomach all calmed
for
down.
the love of Mike, what was it?
It was for you, wise guy. A telegram addressed to me. And it said, being hit over the head with a rolling pin has always been funny, hasn't it? Murder for laughs.
But then the same murder... Listen, who would...
Don't ask me, Superman. This one goes right into your department. Remember?
Well, any luck, Hawkshaw?
No, not so far, Mary.
I hope you realize that Captain Corlette's taking you for a ride, but good.
If he'd have given me an ordinary case...
Alibiing already?
No, but hang it, not a clue.
Any connection between the 2 victims?
None whatsoever. I'm satisfied of that. And no motive for either murder.
Oh, there must have been.
I'm almost convinced there wasn't. It's almost as if those killings were what the murderers said they were. Murder for laughs.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I'm not married. It's entirely possible that a maniac could kill for the joy of killing. And if he happened to have a weird sense of humor...
You're getting desperate. Does Captain Corlett have any clues?
No, that's one consolation. His comic cops haven't been able to do any better than I have.
Well, they better not, Hawkshaw, because if they do, every paper in town is going to give you the full treatment.
I guess I can take it.
You won't get a chance to take it. Can you imagine pompous old Conrad keeping a reporter who's given the opposition a chance to give the Herald a horse laugh?
Hey, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, you better think of it, mister. Let's go up to Corlette's office and see what's going on.
Okay. I hope he's...
Hello, Miss Cruz.
Oh, hello, Annie. Sorry, I can't use any paper flowers today.
I'm not selling any paper flowers to you, Miss Cruz.
Have the cops been picking on you again?
Oh, they never quit, Miss Cruz. Chasing me out of office buildings, bringing me into the jail, and I ain't hurting nobody, Miss Cruz.
Oh, the big bullies. I'll speak to Corlett about it.
Oh, it won't do no good, Miss Cruz. He told me there'd been too many complaints about me making a pest of myself. And the next time I was brought in, he was going to send me to an institution. I ain't crazy, Miss Cruz. You know that.
Of course you aren't, Annie. But it does irritate some people when you try to sell them your flowers. When they say no, if you just leave quietly.
But everybody always says no, Miss Cruz. Nobody'd ever buy if I didn't use the whammy.
Say, did anybody ever have bad luck, Annie, when you cast your evil spell on them?
The whammy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you bet, Mr. Rogers. Terrible things happen to people when Annie puts the whammy on them.
Like what, Annie?
Oh, I wouldn't dare to tell you, Mr. Rogers.
Oh, come on. I wouldn't tell anybody.
Well, like the starter over at the Carlton Arms. He didn't do very well after he got the whammy, did he?
You mean the one who was hit over the head with a flower pot?
Sure. I bet he wished he hadn't laughed about the whammy.
Annie, did you ever put the whammy on a Mrs. Martin Carver?
Oh, I don't know. No, the name ain't familiar. But I sure put a good one on that uppity actress in the Carlton Arms. only this morning.
Who?
That actress. Thinks she's so high and mighty, sneering at me. How horrible, she says, when I shows her my flowers.
Oh, what's her name?
Oh, let's see. Adriana something or other. Her and her...
Adriana Burr?
Yeah, that's her. Call my flowers horrible, will she? Say, Mr. Rogers, couldn't you use a nice lapel flower? Only a quarter.
Sure, Annie, sure. Here. Come on, Mary.
Oh, where? Up to Captain Corlett?
No, don't you remember? We have an appointment to see Adriana Burr. Glad you mentioned it, Annie.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Annie.
Oh, I'll go along with you. Maybe she's ready to take back the whammy by now. Maybe I can sell her some flowers.
Why, okay, Annie. That might not be a bad idea. Come along. I don't like this, Mary. They said she wasn't answering her phone.
Well, there's nothing unusual about that. If you were working in a show every night, you wouldn't get up in the morning either.
We've got to talk to her.
You suppose she'll buy some flowers?
I don't know, Annie. I hope so.
I can't believe that what you're thinking is right.
Why not?
It certainly just couldn't be.
Nonsense. I think we've gotten a break, Mary. A crazy break. It all ties together. No answer. I wonder if we should break in.
Well, if nothing's wrong, you'll be in trouble.
I'm afraid there's not much danger of that. Stand back.
Oh, how terrible. She's dead, isn't she?
Yeah, not much question about it. Smothered. Something stuffed with cotton and then laced tight around her head.
What? It's a girdle.
A girdle? What an odd instrument for murder. Hey, just a minute.
What? Oh, the note in the hand, you mean?
Yeah.
What does it say?
It's typed. It says, comedians seem to get a lot of laughs with references to girdle. Funny, huh? Murder for laughs.
Is the mysterious murder for laughs a person or more than one person? And what's the reason behind these killings? We'll find out in the second act of tonight's story. Meanwhile, here's a brief message from our sponsor. And now, Act 2 of Murder for Laughs. The scene is Captain Corlett's office, and both Rogers and Mary Cruz are there. A stranger is being questioned by Corlett as Annie whimpers in the background.
Oh, please, Captain,
Quiet, Annie, quiet. So, Adriana Burr had no enemies that you knew about, Mr. Mace?
None whatsoever. She was one of the most popular women in the theater. Generous, gracious.
It was the whammy. I put the whammy on her.
What are you going to do with this woman, Captain?
I don't know, poor devil. Pretty safe bet that we never will get the whole story from her.
No, I don't suppose. You put her away, of course.
Yeah. But I'm wondering about something, Mace. I wonder if somebody didn't put her up to killing Miss Burr.
Nobody could. Adriana had no enemies.
How long have you and Miss Burr been married, Mr. Mace?
Why, 7 years. See here, you don't think...
No, I don't think you had anything to do with it. But Annie here didn't have the mentality to figure out such goofy murders.
She's been sore at the police for a long time, Corlett. You just hate to admit that I found your killer for you, don't you?
Look, Rogers, if I really thought you had the murderer...
Hey, Scott, Corlett, what do you want? Annie admits that she put the whammy, or whatever she calls her crazy curse, on 2 of them. She told Mary and me how the police had been shoving her around.
And she wanders all over town.
Nobody pays much attention to her. She had plenty of opportunity to commit all three of the murders.
It was the Whammy did it. I ought to be able to sell flowers real good now.
What do you need, Corlett? You have to see her kill somebody?
It seems to me you're making it tougher than you need to. Poor Annie.
Yeah, poor Annie. That's just the point. She didn't commit any of these murders. Not a blessed one.
I've given you some facts to back up my theory, Corlett.
Yeah? I can give you some facts to back up mine.
I don't know what they'd be.
Well, now, Annie isn't what I'd call a comedian. That's beside the point. She didn't commit those murders because she didn't write those notes. Did you, Annie?
I put the Whammy on him, and it worked. I guess maybe you'll be afraid of me now. You won't shove me around anymore, will you?
I'm not shoving anybody around, Annie. Now, don't you worry.
Listen, Corlett. I'm demanding that you put her under arrest.
Well, I'm not doing it.
If you don't, I'll smear you all over the Herald. I'll take my facts to the public. I'll run you right off the police force.
I wouldn't try it, Rogers. You've gotten into my hair plenty, and I've stood still for it. But you go breaking that kind of a story, and you'll wash yourself up.
Are you threatening me?
I'm not so sure these murders weren't your work, Rogers.
What? What are you talking about?
All right, it makes sense. Just as much sense as what he's been saying about Annie. He's been on an assignment to smear the police force with a flock of stories. So first he makes us look bad with a series of comic opera murders. And then he makes himself the big hero by finding a killer.
Isn't that a bit far-fetched, Captain?
No more than what he's been yipping about Annie.
Let me get this straight. You're accusing me of having murdered these people just to make the police force look bad, huh?
That's right.
But you couldn't make an idiotic thing like that stick, not in a million years. Go ahead and try it if you want to. I'm going back to the office and write my story.
You're forgetting something, Rogers. Maybe I can't make my story stick, but I can keep you from making a fool of yourself.
Of you mean?
I'm putting you under arrest for these murders, Rogers.
You're joking.
No, I'm not.
Well, you can't arrest me. I've done nothing. And
I wouldn't get any closer to that door if I were you, Rogers. You're under arrest. One move and I shoot.
Did you get any more information out of that woman, that Annie, Captain?
No. What kind of information do you expect me to get from her? She's feeble-minded.
Feeble-minded or not, she ought to be put away. You've done that, haven't you?
No, I haven't even done that.
He let her go and kept Clayton Rogers in jail. It's none of my business, Corlett, but it looks to me like you're...
Oh, hello, Annie. Folks here are pretty worried about you.
Oh, I'll get along all right. Now I know how well the Whammy works. A funny thing about the Whammy, Captain, I wasn't ever
stop it,
sure...
for heaven's... Annie, what's that on your hands?
Why, blood, Miss Cruz.
What?
Sure. I tried the Whammy on a guy right after I left here to see if it really worked. He got real nasty with me about buying flowers, so I put it on him good. Runs the parking lot downstairs, he does.
But that blood...
I'm coming to it. I come back like you told me, Captain, but I decide to see how the Whammy's working, if it's started yet. There's nobody around the parking lot, so I go into the little shack, and there he is. He was dead.
Dead? What, how had he been killed?
That was kind of peculiar. Hatpin jabbed through his heart with this piece of paper struck right on the hatpin. I tore it off. It's all bloody.
Here, give it here. You read jokes about people getting jabbed with hatpins. Pretty funny, yes? Murder for laughs.
I guess that convinces you, doesn't it, Corlett?
Convinces me of what?
That Annie's the killer.
It doesn't convince me of anything of the kind.
But you surely don't think I killed this parking lot attendant, not while I was in jail.
I never thought you killed anybody, Rogers.
Put that woman under arrest and get it over with, Captain.
You just keep away from me. You've picked on me enough.
Look, Annie, did anybody ever tell you to try to sell flowers to that cab starter at the Carlton Arms?
No. I got a right to sell flowers wherever I want to.
I know. Did anybody ever tell you to try to sell your flowers to any of these other people?
No. Nobody but that uppity actress.
What?
She was the only one.
Oh. And somebody told you to try and sell her some flowers.
Sure. This man right here. He said she likes flowers and she'd buy lots of them. And she didn't.
Mm-hmm. How about that, Mace? You tell Annie to pester your wife?
Why, of course not. Adriana hated that sort of thing.
You did so? You told me? You said she'd buy lots of flowers.
For the love of heaven, Corlett, what difference does it make? Put her in jail before she kills someone else.
You didn't tell Annie to talk to your wife, Mace?
Why, certainly not. You surely won't take the word of a crazy...
I don't know what I'll take, Mace. You, loved your wife, did you?
Yes, of course I loved her.
Mm-hmm. You ever have any fights with her?
No, we got along beautifully. She was beautiful, talented, successful woman.
I think I'll do a little checking there, Mace.
But there's nothing to check. You have the murderer, you have the motive, you have everything.
Well, I'll check anyway.
Well, suit yourself, but I don't see why.
Because I think you killed your wife, Mace.
What? Why, that's as idiotic as...
As the rest of these murders? No, I don't think so, Mace. You and your wife are living at the Carlton Arms. Annie hung around there a lot.
Sure, she hung around there. And all the murders have been right in that vicinity. Doesn't that prove...
Where were you yesterday morning when your wife was murdered, Mr. Mace?
Why, over at the theater, I suppose.
For how long?
I don't know. But this murder was one of a group.
Anybody see you at the theater?
I don't know. Listen, I won't stand for this.
Sit down. I don't have to check on you and your wife, Mace. I've already checked, right after the murder. Just wanted to see if you'd deny you were having trouble with her.
But I don't see what difference that makes. This was one of a
I know. One of the murders for laughs. Only this one wasn't for laughs. Your wife had been to a lawyer, Mace. She was suing for divorce and demanding an accounting of $200,000 she claimed you'd stolen.
There was nothing to it. Adriana, well, she had the temperament of a true artist. Very excitable.
It isn't bad enough for you to try to pin murder onto a helpless, demented old woman. You had to kill 3 innocent people just to establish your alibi. No reason in the world for those other 3 murders. Just done for laughs.
You must be mistaken.
Oh, I'm not mistaken. When I turned Annie loose, I had her followed. But somebody else followed her, too. Followed her until she'd put her whammy, as she calls it, on the parking lot guy.
No, that's a lie.
The cop who followed Annie ain't much on imagination, Mr. Mace. He couldn't make a description to fit you that well, not if he deliberately tried. You're under arrest, Mace.
No, you can't do such a thing. I have some rights.
Once we had a suspect, we could do a lot. That rolling pin came from a store near the Carlton Arms. The clerk remembered selling it to a man. A man who didn't look like the kind of a guy who'd bake very much bread. We found a chisel in your suitcase. And I imagine we'll find the hat pin originally belonged to Adriana Burr. I think...
You've thought too much already, Captain.
Corlett, look out, he has a gun.
Yes, you bet I have a gun. And this murder won't be for laughs. If you'd had any imagination, you'd never in the world have suspected me. You'd have put that crazy flower woman in jail. Well, thanks to your stupidity, you found me out. And thanks to your stupidity, you're going to die for it. Look out, Corlett!
My ulcer will bother me a lot more than that kind of shooting, Mace.
My wrist. You've shot my wrist?
Yeah. I could have killed you. But a murderer like you doesn't deserve that easy an out. I want to see if you'll laugh in the electric chair.
is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Well, Mr. Dillon, there ought to be some way to lay the dust along the plaza here.
Well, old man Briscoe waters it down once a week, Chester.
Sure, and there's mud up to your knees for 2 days and dust all the rest of the time.
Well, I guess that's the price of civilization.
What is?
Dust.
What's civilization got to do with dust?
Well, Dodge is growing, Chester. More people coming west all the time.
Yeah. Maybe we ought to move on west ourselves.
Oh, where to?
Oh, I don't know. Colorado Territory, maybe? Hey, look at there.
What?
Oh, that sign there in that store there. Laughing gas show tonight. See no menon. Huh?
That's phenomenon, Chester.
Oh, well, Stafford's Laughing Gas Show. Amazing, hilarious admission, 25 cents.
Yeah, it looks like Dodge is getting some entertainment. You see, I told you it was getting civilized.
My, if I could get me the loan of 25 cents, I sure would be there tonight.
Yeah, and you'd probably enjoy it, too.
Well, there ain't nothing wrong with them shows.
No.
25 cents, well, that ain't a whole lot of money.
No, you're right. It isn't.
And I could pay back whoever loaned it come Saturday.
Sure.
Sure seems a pity to miss that show.
Oh, all right, Chester. Here's your money. 25 cents,
no,
a quarter.
I wasn't hinting or nothing like that. Well, thank you, Mr. Dillon. Thank you.
Well, hello, Matt. Chester.
Chitty and I began to think you weren't coming.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Sam, bring over another pitcher of beer, will you?
Right away, Miss Kitty.
It's nice to know the law's on its appointed rounds, even if it means friends are kept waiting.
Now, is Doc mad because he had to buy the first pitcher of beer?
He's told Sam to put it on your bill.
You know I believe it.
Here you are, Miss Kitty.
Thanks, Sam.
Say, Doc, you know what we just seen down the street?
Yeah.
A circus? No. A sign saying there's going to be a laughing gas show here tonight. It's the same thing.
Now, Doc, there's nothing wrong with a laughing gas show.
A bunch of darn fools getting up and showing off in front of a bunch of darn fools. I ain't never been to one.
I met Mr. and Mrs. Stafford earlier today. They're the people that put the show on.
Oh?
Yeah, they seem real nice.
There's no reason why they shouldn't be.
Mrs. Stafford's a pretty little thing.
Hey, see, Doc? Oh, pretty or not. I don't want to talk about it.
What is it that bothers you, Doc?
Have you ever been to a laughing gas show?
No.
Did you ever take gas yourself?
Why, did you?
Yes, in medical school. It's nitrous oxide, an anesthetic, and it's also an intoxicant. Well, Miss Kitty, you going to be at the show?
Well, I don't think so, Chester.
How about you, Mr. Dillon?
I guess I might as well, Chester. You'll make life miserable for me if I don't.
Good. I just can't hardly wait.
Oh, sounds like you're enjoying it, Chester.
Oh, Miss you, Dillon. Well, man, I never laughed so much in all my born days. Yeah, they had Lorne Teeters up there on the stage, and they give him this gas to sniff, out of that contraption with all them bottles and burners and things. He got drunk as a lord.
Lorne Teeters?
Yeah, he sang and he danced and he laughed and cried all at one time.
He's kind of old to be carrying on like that, isn't he?
Well, I'm just as glad he ain't going to be shaving me tomorrow.
And now, the next volunteer is Mr. Cloud Marsh.
Don't be scared.
Here, sir, is your $1 for volunteering. Now, sit down right there. Good. Now, just put this nozzle in your mouth and breathe deep. That's it. Keep breathing. In. Out. In. Out. That's right. It's all right, folks. It won't hurt him.
Cloud Marsh ain't so bad when he's asleep.
He'll come to in a minute.
See, Mr. Dillon, when they come out of that gas, there's just no telling what they'll do.
Yeah, but if Cloud Marsh comes out his real self, it might be quite a ruckus.
Do us a favor, mister. Keep that bully under forever.
Where is it?
I'm gonna smash you for this.
Take it easy, mister. It's all in fun.
Who wants a fight? I'll fight anybody in the place. Oh, poor Cloud. Poor crybaby Cloud. I know you don't like me. You don't like any of us. But me and my brothers will fight you any time. And we'll get you. We'll get you good.
Maybe you better go.
I ain't going nowhere. I'll show you.
Stop it.
Man, he busted all the laughing gas equipment.
A couple of you men better help me here. The gas has made him a little argumentative.
Come on, Chester, let's get out of here.
What a thing to do.
I've got some more apparatus in the back room. The show will continue in just a moment.
Well, that doggone Cloud Marsh starting to ruckus like that.
Well, Stafford said you'll become your natural self.
And he sure did. Them Marsh boys just wants to fight all the time, don't they?
Yeah, there could be trouble from this, Chester.
Well, why? My gracious, he's the one that started everything.
Yeah, but a man like Cloud Marsh can't take being laughed at. Yeah, he'll make trouble, sure.
One. See, what comes after one? Two. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hi. You know who this is? This is old Fulbert. And I got a simple exercise for them what simply cannot keep in shape, you know. It is called the toe toucher. Here's what you do. You stand with your feet at shoulder width. I mean, don't put your feet on your shoulders because it's impossible. It's not worth the time you're going to waste, you know. Just stand with your feet at shoulder width and your hands over your head, see? Like it was a stick-up. Now, keep your knees straight and bend down and touch your left toe with your right hand. Now, your right toe with your left hand. And now, back to hands over your head. This is a stick-up, remember? Whew. Well, that's all there is to it. Of course, I don't care if I never do it again. Some of you guys may have a little trouble with this exercise, especially you individuals who cannot see your toes when you look down. But a few weeks of exercises like this, and one called pushing yourself away from the groaning board, or the table, as the plebeian folks say. And you'll not only see your toes, you may even see your knees. And they're kind of pretty, ain't they? All it takes is, 15 minutes a day. So don't wait, unwait. Get the slogan? I want to tell you something, boy. Madison Avenue lost a great mind when I went in the Army. So get your service pamphlet on physical fitness today. Move it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, Matt.
No? Oh, morning, Doc. There's some coffee on the stove. Help yourself.
Yeah, okay. And how was the show last night?
Well, I got there late, so I didn't see it all, but Chester said I was fine.
I suppose Chester got up on the stage and made a fool of himself.
Well, he probably would have, but he didn't get the chance. Cloud Marsh took some of the gas and wanted to fight everybody in the place. Then he started crying and busted up all the equipment.
It's a good thing those ornery brothers of his were down at the Long Branch instead of at the show. They'd have busted up the whole store.
Yeah.
You know, Matt, nitrous oxide's a dangerous thing to mess with. Too much can be fatal. I remember this boy at medical school who took this...
Hey, Doc. Doc, I've been looking all over for you.
Yeah? What's the matter, Chester?
It's Mr. Stafford. He's been hurt bad.
What? How?
Well, Miss Stafford didn't say. Just that he got beat up and she needs Doc down at the store right quick.
Take me a minute to run up and get my bag, and I'll meet you out in front.
All right, Doc. Where'd it happen, Chester? When?
Oh, I don't know, but it couldn't have been too long ago. Miss Stafford said her husband was out back of the store with a wagon, and she heard a ruckus and run out, and she seen all three of them running off.
All three who?
Yeah, Cloud Marsh and them two brothers of his. He just ought to be tarred and feathered, Mr. Dillon. All of them should.
Yeah.
What in the world was they after beating Mr. Stafford near to death?
Well, I told you last night that some men can't stand being laughed at.
Come on, Matt. Let's go.
Chester, you better come along, too.
There's nothing to do now but let him rest, Mrs. Stafford.
How long's he going to be like that, Doc? Unconscious, I mean.
He's had a bad concussion. Sometimes it takes only an hour or so, and sometimes days. Just have to wait and see.
But isn't there something I can do for him?
Just let him rest.
Miss Stafford, are you ready to swear out a complaint against the Marsh brothers?
Earl and me don't want no trouble, Marshal.
Yeah, but they almost killed your husband.
We sign a complaint now, and the Marshes would really come after us.
Earl wasn't always a man to run from trouble.
What?
I know who Earl really is, Miss Stafford. I've known ever since you first came to town.
But how?
He's Ernie Stubblefield, isn't he?
That's all behind us, Marshal. He's forgot about being Ernie Stubblefield.
Matt, what's this all about?
Well, Earl Stafford's real name is Stubblefield, Doc. He had quite a reputation up on the Red River. 4 killings, and he did some time for the last one.
Marshal, after Earl got out of prison, he come to me in Missouri. He was sick with himself, sick with all the fighting and killing. He pleaded with me to marry him so we could start over. And when I found out he really meant it, we got married.
As Mr. and Mrs. Stafford, huh?
As long as he was Ernie Stubblefield, there'd be no peace.
Yeah. Does he still have his gun?
He keeps it in the trunk, but he's changed. He'd never use it. Not no more.
I see.
No, you don't. If he ever used that gun to kill another man, even in self-defense, the whole terrible business would start all over again. So he ain't going to use it. Never.
Sure. Well, I take it you're not going to sign a complaint then, huh?
Marshal, I ain't going to sign nothing.
All right, ma'am. But I'm still going to throw Cloud Marsh in jail until you leave town.
But I tell you, I was right there in Pottawatomie County, and I seen it.
Look, Andrew, them Marsh boys, they don't like that kind of talk.
Well, John Brown come down the creek and murdered all 5 settlers. Now, you ask Watt over there. He ought to know. That's what he was named for, Pottawatomie County. Hey, come to think of it, old man Marsh named the other 2 boys to the counties they was born in, too.
You know,
Osage and Cloud.
You talk too free. You're going to get in trouble,
We've been
Andrew.
sitting listening to you, old man. You sure feel your liquor, don't you?
Well, I didn't mean nothing against you and your brothers, Cloud.
No.
You didn't mean nothing, but you do like to drink, don't you?
Well, just one or two to get started in the morning.
I don't figure one or two's enough for old man. So I'll just give you this whole bottle. Hold him, Walt.
Oh, no.
Get his arms. I'll pour enough liquor down his gullet that he'll...
All right, hold it.
We ain't doing nothing, Marshal. Just giving old Andrew his morning bottle.
Let go of him.
Okay.
You're coming with me, Cloud.
Where?
Jail.
For what for?
Disturbing the peace, breaking up the show last night. Now, do you want to walk or you want to be carried?
Okay, I'll go with you, Marshal, but I'll tell you something. You ain't gonna keep me in jail long.
Myron J. Bennett again with another little-known item of American military history. The general wished he had said it, and the reporters gave him credit in the headlines. But it was somebody else who made the greatest ad lib of the First World War. Lafayette, we are here. It happened when the first American expeditionary forces reached Paris, and the French asked General John J. Blackjack Pershing to deliver an address commemorating the event at the tomb of the military hero Lafayette. Pershing, however, designated Colonel Charles Stanton to handle the oratory, and the colonel duly delivered and concluded his speech. We pledge our hearts and our honor in carrying this war to successful issue. Then, remembering the Frenchman's great help and friendship for America in revolutionary days, he saluted the tomb and called out, Lafayette, we are here. General Pershing was persuaded to speak briefly after that, and somehow the newspaper men put the famous line into his remarks. But the general himself later wrote, I have often wished it could have been mine. But those words were spoken by Colonel Stanton, and to him must go the credit. Incidentally, Lafayette is buried in American soil that he brought back to France after the Revolutionary War.
Claude Marsh was right. He didn't stay in jail long. Within an hour, Watt and Osage walked into the office with a writ from Judge Bent. They paid his bail, and I had to turn him loose. There was nothing I could do. I had hoped to hold him in jail till the Staffords got out of town, but since I couldn't, I told Chester to keep an eye on him. Well, nothing happened all that day, and that evening I was sitting over coffee with Doc and Kitty at Delmonico.
Well, nothing like a good dinner to cheer you up, even if it is a little greasy.
You always see the bright side, don't you, Doc?
Of course.
How's Mr. Stafford tonight, Doc?
Well, I guess he's coming along all right. He opened his eyes for a couple of minutes late this afternoon, and then he dropped off again. His wife hopes they can leave town tomorrow.
Huh?
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I've been looking all over for you. I thought maybe you'd be over at the Long Branch, but you wasn't.
Well, you don't mind if Matt buys me a dinner now and then, do you?
Oh, my goodness, no, but I sure did waste a lot of time trying to find him, and they already left the Texas Trail 10-15 minutes ago.
Who left?
Them Marsh boys, all three of them.
Were they drunk?
Oh, my, yes, and they was talking about giving somebody some of that gas, a dose of his own medicine, they said.
Stafford.
Matt, that could kill him in his condition.
Oh, Matt.
Yeah, come on, Doc. Chester, let's go.
Yesterday, I put on a show for you. Now you're going to put on a show for us, Mrs. Stafford.
Oh, please.
You may sing, you may dance, you may make a fool of yourself.
Ain't no use calling him laying down conscious in the back room like he is.
He ain't about to help you none.
Don't do this, please.
He was mighty thoughtful to leave all the equipment out here on the table, Mrs. Stafford. Now, sit down. Sit. You just take this mouth.
No, please, no.
That's it. Breathe in, breathe out.
Now, don't act like that. You need a little more gas to put on a good show for you.
Let me go.
Why, you just ain't nowhere near happy yet, Miss Stafford. Give me another one.
No.
All right.
Turn around, Cloud.
Earl!
Well, looky there. Old man Stafford got up out of bed.
You filthy pigs.
Now, that ain't no way to talk.
You let go of my wife.
Cloudy's got a gun.
Earl, don't shoot.
Don't worry. He ain't going to.
Don't shoot.
He ain't got the strength.
Stand away from her.
Not likely. Don't you forget, I got a gun in her back.
All right, hold it, all of you. I'll handle this, Stafford.
You stay out of it, Marshal.
Put up your guns, both of you.
There's 3 of us, Marshal.
There'll be a full Cloud. Now turn her loose.
All right. I'll turn her loose. He's dead, man. Cloud's dead.
Earl, you killed him.
No, he didn't, Miss Stafford. It was my bullet that got him.
Is that true? You shot him?
Yeah, that's true. Your aim was off, Stafford. Afraid of hitting your wife, I guess.
Thank heaven.
All right, you two. Watt, Osage. You find your horses and you get out of town. Now, you keep on riding.
Yeah. Mrs. Stafford, you'd better get Earl back to bed.
Yes.
My, Mr. Dillon, did you see the look on Miss Stafford's face when she found out Earl missed Cloud, that he didn't kill him? I'd admire to have a picture of that.
Yeah.
That was a nice thing you did, Matt. What thing? What do you mean, Doc? Chester, Matt's bullet hit Cloud Marsh in the hand. The shot that killed him came from the other direction. You were aiming for his gun hand, Matt, and you knew it. It was Earl Stafford that killed Cloud Marsh. Well, I'll be doggone. Yes, sir. It's a mighty nice thing you did. For both of them.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Right you are. Yes, sir. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sure thing. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco gives you real, deep-down smoking enjoyment. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49, sold American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, about 3 hours ago, Jack Benny left home for the studio. Rochester was driving him, and on the way they had a little tire trouble. So let's go back and find out what happened.
How much longer before you'll have the spare on, Rochester?
Just a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes. Would have been fixed long ago if I'd have done it myself.
Hand me the wrench, will you, boss?
The wrench? Here.
That's the screwdriver.
Oh, the wrench. Here.
That's the pump.
Oh, here.
That's the hubcap.
Oh, you want the wrench? The wrench.
You're back to the screwdriver again.
Oh.
Let's go around again, boss. I need the rest.
What?
You know, boss, you just ain't mechanically minded.
I am, too.
Then why do you call me every morning to screw the cap back on your toothpaste?
Look, just hurry with the tire, will you?
I'm almost finished.
Good. I just can't understand having a blowout. A very good tire. It's a General.
I know, but you've run this General down to a buck private.
Stop being silly. That tire hasn't got so many holes in it.
It hasn't. Boss, the inner tube could be arrested for indecent exposure.
What?
Even the wheel is ashamed to go around with it.
Rochester, that's a terrible joke. An awful joke. What are you laughing at?
You always say that, and 2 weeks later it shows up on your program.
It does not. Now, come on, you're all through. Let's get going. You know, Rochester, one of the reasons I haven't fixed this car up is that I've been thinking of getting a new one.
Really, boss?
Yeah. I think this car has just about seen its best days.
I told you that the day you bought it.
I know.
Do you really think you'll buy a new car?
Well, it all depends on what they'll allow me for a trade-in on this car. How much do you think they'll appraise it for?
Boss, when a car gets this old, they don't appraise it, they weigh it.
Well, they'll have to give me a good price or I won't trade. We're pretty close to NBC. You better start looking for a parking place.
Why don't we go to a parking lot?
Rochester.
Sorry, boss. I'm letting my post-war plans get the best of me.
Here's a parking place right here in front of the studio.
Okay.
I'm going in. You stay here and watch the car.
Yes, sir. What an automobile. This is the car that made the Irishman stop smiling.
What?
And drove months mad.
Never mind. Just stay here and wait for me. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee. Oh, hello, little boy.
Hello. Mr. Benny, may I have your autograph, please?
Why, certainly. There you are. Jack Benny.
Thank you. Say, Mr. Benny, are you really 37 years old?
Well, I will be in February. How old are you, Sonny?
5.
Only 5?
Well, I will be in June.
Well, goodbye, Sonny. I have to run away.
Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Am I late?
No, I just got here myself.
Are you Phil Harris?
Yeah, that's me. Do you want my autograph?
Gee, I'd sure like to have it.
Okay, hand me your book. There you are. Phil Harris.
Thank you. Gee, aren't there supposed to be 2 R's in Harris?
I don't know, kid. I spell it different every time.
Come on, Phil, let's go.
Hey, Jackson, what's that you got under your arm?
Oh, it's a box of candy I'm giving Mary. Just a little surprise. You know, she was so nice to me when I was in the hospital last week. Come on, let's go in. You know, Phil, on the program today, I wish
Well,
you'd play...
hiya, Jack. Hello, Philzy.
Well, Cass Daly.
Hiya, Cass.
Well, glad to see you, Cass. You know, you're doing a swell job on the Fitch bandwagon.
Well, thanks. And say, Jack, I'm glad I met you and Phil.
Yeah?
I'd like to invite you to a party I'm giving Saturday night. Gosh, I've asked everybody in Hollywood. Clark Gable, Van Johnson, Bing Crosby, Cary Grant, Gary Cooper, Fred McMurray.
But, Cass, they're all men. Aren't you inviting any girls?
You're new around here, ain't you, bud?
Oh, I see.
Hey, Cass, you're a regular female wolf, ain't you?
Well, you know my sponsor's motto. If the shoe fits, wear it. I said it, and I'm glad.
Why? What's so long, Cass? See you later.
So long, Jack.
You know, Phil, it's fun coming down to the broadcast every week. You see the old gang like Cass Daly and all the others.
Yeah. You know, Jackson, Cass lives out in my neighborhood.
She does?
Yeah. You only get to see her once a week, but I get to see Cass daily. Oh, Harris, you said it and nobody's glad.
Phil, how can you think of all those corny jokes?
I don't know, Jackson. They just come to me.
Well, isn't there someplace you can hide? You know, Phil, those are the kind of jokes that made the Irishman stop smiling and drove months mad. If Rochester thinks I'm going to wait 2 weeks, he's crazy. No, sir.
What did you say, Jackson?
Nothing. Hey, there's Larry rehearsing along. Come on, Phil, let's go over to my dressing room, will you? Come on.
I'm as restless as a willow in a windstorm. I'm as jumpy as a puppet on a string. I'd say that I had spring fever, but I know it isn't spring. I am starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? I keep wishing I were somewhere else, walking down a strange new street, hearing things that I have never heard from a girl I've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring.
Say, Phil, the kid's voice is improving all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, and how do you like the way my band accompanies them?
Very good, Phil, very good. But look, isn't that a new guitar player you've got over there?
Where?
Right over there, sitting on the stool. Isn't he new?
No, that's Frankie. We just washed him.
Oh. Well, Phil, why don't you use soap on the rest of them? You might find some pretty good musicians under there, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Phil, you better... Phil, you better rehearse your number now. I'm going over to Mary's dressing room and give her this box of candy.
Okay.
Ya-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-da-dee-da. Gee, Mary would be surprised to get this candy. Da-dum. I'll disguise my voice.
Who is it?
It's the man you're deliriously and madly in love with.
Oh, you can't fool me. Come on in, Charlie.
Charlie? Mary, I demand an explanation.
Ah, Jack, I knew it was you all the time.
Oh.
And stop pouting.
Pouting? Listen, sister, I never let any girl upset me.
Oh, no. What about the time your girlfriend Gladys Zabisco returned those socks you knitted for her?
Mary, you know I don't knit socks for girls. I knitted those for myself. Well, I did.
Well, why'd you give them to Gladys?
Because they were too big for me. That's why. Anyway, Mary, I stopped off on the way to the studio and bought you this box of candy. Here.
Candy? Gee, thanks. Why'd you do that?
Because you were so nice to me when I was in the hospital last week.
Oh, it was nothing.
It was, too. You came to see me every day, and that's a sign you love me.
Oh, it is not.
It is, too. I know you. You try to act like you don't, but deep down inside, you think I'm peachy.
Oh, sure. I think you're ginger peachy with whipped cream and a cherry on top, a root toot toot, and a tutti fruit.
You've been around Harris too long. Listen, you can joke all you want to, Mary, but it's the little things you do that show me how you really feel. Like last night when I took you for a drive. That was a nice thing you did.
Well, we ran out of gas. Somebody had to get out and push.
Well, you didn't have to push so fast. I got a ticket. Anyway, Mary, now that I brought you a box of candy, you going to give me a little kiss?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Every time a man brings a girl a box of candy, he wants a kiss. It's the same thing with my sister, Babe.
It isn't the same. She brings the candy. Anyway, what are you stalling about? Give me a little kiss. Huh?
Jack, I'm not stalling, but take a look at yourself in the mirror. Why didn't you shave?
Oh, I don't think I need a shave.
You do, too.
Well, maybe a little. I can wait till tomorrow.
Jack, I never saw anyone like you. If it's hair, you hate to lose it.
I'll get cleaned up later. I got to run back to my dressing room now and get ready for the show. So long.
So long. Oh, Jack, I meant to tell you, sometime when you're thinking of using a guest star, why not get Boris Karloff?
Boris Karloff?
Yeah, I heard him on Fred Allen's program last week, and he was wonderful.
Well, what do you know? Boris Karloff and Fred Allen on the same program. That's like two totem poles broadcasting from the La Brea tar pit. I'll see you later, Mary.
Okay.
I can't get over it. Karloff and Allen on the same program. That's like two totem poles. Oh, I said that. I must stop parking my gum on my glasses. As gruesome as he is, I can't understand how
Oh,
Karloff...
hello, Jack. What are you mumbling about?
Oh, hello, Don. Say, did you hear Fred Allen's program last week?
Yes. Oh, you know, he had the most terrific joke about you.
He did, huh? What was it?
He said the Lone Ranger wanted to follow your program because there was enough corn on it to feed his horse.
That's the first time I ever saw a man laugh himself out of a job. What a joke. Anyway, Allen's certainly the right comedian to be on a tea program. Tender Leaf presents Tender Head.
Oh, Jack, I can't understand why you always pick on Allen. I think he's a nice guy.
Don, you've been with me 15 years. What do you know about a nice guy? What makes you think Alan's so nice? Do you like his jokes?
No, but I like his smokes.
What?
He's a Lucky Strike fan. Fred smokes Lucky Strikes because he knows they're made of the lighter, the finer, the naturally milder tobacco.
But
he knows that LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco.
But
yes, Jack, even the butts are so round, so firm, so free and easy on the draw.
I know, Don, I know. Look, I'll see you later. I got to go back to my dressing room. Gee, that was a pretty good gag I thought of. Tender leaf presents tender head. I'm solid tonight. Well, I guess I better put my tie on and... Gee, Mary's right. I do need a shave. I wonder if I've got time to... Yeah, I'll call the studio barber and have him come up. Operator!
Oh, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Look at your switchboard. Mr. Benny's dressing room is flashing. Oh, yeah. I wonder what sweet Leilani wants now. I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. The studio barber? One moment, I'll connect you. Say, Gertrude, did you see that box of candy Mr. Benny had when he came in the studio? Yeah. I wonder who he bought it for. I don't know, but the piece he gave me was lousy. You know, Gertrude, I'll never forget when Mr. Benny first went on the air. Oh, were you the operator then? No, my mother was. Gee, did your mother tell you all about him? Yeah, but not till I was 14. You know, Mabel, I heard that on his first program, Mr. Benny came to the studio wearing spats, top hat, white tie, cutaway coat, and a cane. Did he get any laughs? Yeah, he forgot his pants. Gee, in those days, he was even cornier than Phil Harris. Yeah, and that ain't easy. You said it. Oh, Mabel, Mr. Benny is flashing you again. Yes, Mr. Benny?
I'm through with my call.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mabel, may I talk to Gertrude for a minute?
It won't do you any good. She thought the candy was lousy.
Oh, well, never mind. Goodbye. That Mabel is cute. I wonder if her mother ever told her about me. Gee, those nights out on Sunset Boulevard where the Trocadero is now. Gosh, how time flies. Gee, I wish that barber would get here. I called him 10 minutes ago.
Say, Jack,
What is it, Mary?
I just went over the script, and do I have to do this awful joke in here?
What awful joke?
This one here where you say to me, Mary, why is a cat that walks on the beach like St. Nicholas?
Well?
And then I have to say, because it has sandy claws.
Well, Mary, you just don't get it. It's too subtle. You see, sandy claws, beach, cat.
I wouldn't do that joke if I had 9 lives.
Well, then I'll give it to Phil Harris. He'll think I'm doing him a favor.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, see you later. Can't understand why she doesn't like that cat joke. Got screams when I was headlined at the Palace in Cucamonga. Come in.
I'm here to shave you, sir.
Oh, are you the barber?
Well, what do you think I am with this razor in my hand? The star of Spellbound?
I always have to run into him.
Now, let's see if I have everything. Soap, brush, razor, and plasma.
Plasma?
I may cut you.
Oh, well, be careful, will you?
Don't worry. Now, first, I'll sharpen my razor.
Oh, why? I always have to.
My, this razor strop seems to be full of wrinkles.
That's my arm.
Oh, yes, so it is. Leathery old limb, isn't it?
Look, why don't you just a second, Barber. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Benny Flanagan, the detective.
Oh, come in, Mr. Flanagan. Sit down over here.
Thanks. Who's there? Oh. It always sounds like I'm being followed.
Tell me, Inspector, have you got any clues about the man who robbed me of the $10,000 and came back and beat me up?
No, I'm here to settle an argument. My captain says that the description you gave of the crook was that he had a cauliflower ear, scar on his cheek, a broken nose, and a little wart in his chin. But I said that you said that the crook had a cauliflower ear, scar on his neck, a broken nose, and a little mole on his chin.
Well, you were right, Inspector.
Yeah, I know it was a little mole instead of a little wart.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
All right, I'm ready to shave you now.
Okay.
Who's he, Mr. Benny, your barber?
Well, who do you think he is with that razor in his hand? The star of Spellbound?
Say, that's very clever.
Thank you.
All right, stop bowing and shave me.
Okay, but I need some hot water.
You can get hot water out of that wash bowl there.
Yes, sir. This is the first dressing room I've ever seen with 6 wash bowls.
This dressing room is only temporary. They've been promising me a new one for 10 years. Now, Inspector, did you find any clues that... Barber, you got the hot water. Why don't you shave me?
I'm making tea.
Oh. Now, Inspector, did you find any other clues that would lead to the capture of the hold-up man?
Well, I found one man that was wearing brass knuckles, and his fingerprints was exactly the same as the ones we found on your vault.
Well, that was the man. Why didn't you arrest him?
I didn't have the heart. He was my brother.
I don't care if he was your brother or not. It was your duty to arrest him.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
He's sending me through detective college.
On my money?
A little from you, a little from somebody else, a little from me.
From you?
Oh, yeah, he steals from me, too.
Flanagan, get out of here. Get out.
Okay. You're just mad because I got a little education.
Get out! This is all Steve Bradley's fault. What a publicity man. If I get robbed, the least he can do is get me a good detective.
Mr. Benny, I'm ready now. Would you like a close shave or a light shave?
What's the difference?
With a light shave, I take one step back.
Oh, for heaven's sake, just shave me and get it over with. Oh, what's that now? Come in.
Hi, Benny. Hello. Long time no see.
Oh, hello, Bradley. Fine press agent you are.
What's the matter? What's wrong? What's bothering you?
What's bothering me, look, I had a dream that I won $600,000 at the racetrack, and you and your publicity made everybody believe it was true.
Yes.
And then what happens? I get robbed of $10,000. The same man comes back and beats me up.
Yeah, but Benny,
And then you put a detective on the case who doesn't know Greenberg from third base. Why shouldn't I be mad? What are you laughing at?
The whole thing was a frame-up. I hired a man who robbed you of that $10,000 so it hit the newspapers, and you'd get a lot of publicity.
Publicity? You mean that...
Why, certainly, Benny. That crook was just an actor, and I gave him $200 to rob you.
Yeah, but how about him coming back and beating me up?
Don't worry about it, Benny. He threw that in for nothing.
All right, Steve, stop being funny and give me my $10,000.
Not so fast. I got another great idea.
Steve, I've had enough of your crazy ideas. Now give me my money.
Now, wait a minute, Benny. This idea's sensation. It'll sweep the country. Nothing like it has ever been done before.
Now, Steve, just a minute.
I've got an idea for a contest, and we'll give away your $10,000 as prizes.
You're going to give away my $10,000? Put
down that razor, Benny, and listen to me.
All right, but talk fast.
I can't tell you all about this contest till next week. I got to get all the details wiped out. But believe me, Benny, it'll be the most sensational thing you ever heard of. This will be the best way I've ever spent your money.
But Steve!
So long, Benny. So long. I'll see you next Sunday.
I never saw such a guy. What kind of a contest can that be where I'll have to give away prizes that'll cost me $10,000? Well, I'm not going to worry about it.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me.
Barber, shave me. Don't pull him out.
Okay. That was the last one anyway.
I wonder what Steve has on his mind. What kind of a contest can it be? Oh, well, I'll find out next Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen in next Sunday and find out what this contest is all about. Is it true that Jack Benny is going to be forced to give away $10,000 in prizes? Pick him up, Mary. Yes, folks, $10,000 in prizes, so be sure to tune in next Sunday for all the details.
Ladies and gentlemen, Christmas is just 1 month away, and if our gifts are to reach their destinations on time, we should mail them early. So let's all cooperate and mail Christmas packages now or by December 10th at the latest. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend F.E. Boone.
At 49, sold American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mr. Alexander G. Irvin, independent tobacco warehouseman of Reidsville, North Carolina, said,
As a tobacco man, I can tell you why Lucky Strike is a milder, better-tasting cigarette. Lucky Strike buys the mild, fragrant tobacco that makes for top smoking enjoyment. That's why I've smoked Lucky's for 11 years.
Quote, Lucky Strike buys the mild, fragrant tobacco that makes for top smoking enjoyment. Unquote. Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Gee, Mary, I wonder what this contest can be that Steve Bradley has in mind.
I don't know, but he's crazy enough to do anything.
That's what worries me. Gee, if I'd have listened to him, it would have been me instead of Itchy stuck in that tunnel. Oh, well, we'll just have to wait and find out. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Burns and Gracie Allen in Our Husbands Necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One cold winter's night 12 years ago, an unsuspecting nation turned on the radio and discovered George Burns and Gracie Allen. The microphone hasn't been the same since. Naturally, we're all a bit nervous in the Lux Radio Theater tonight, but you understand that if anything unusual happens, it's due to circumstances entirely beyond our control. This week, we've borrowed George and Gracie from their usual Tuesday night habitat to appear in a full-length play. What they'll do to it, no one can predict. But though the setting is different, it's the same George and Gracie you've always known and loved, who star in the Paramount comedy success, Our Husbands Necessary. In the play, George works in a bank, and Gracie considers it her duty as a wife to help his career along, as if bankers didn't have enough trouble on their hands already. We have a little complaint on our hands tonight, too. It's from a lady in Toronto who writes, "We listen every Monday to your Lux Radio Theater. You always talk about women and Lux. We think you're overlooking something important. My daughter and I are volunteer workers at the Air Force lunch canteens. When the boys step up to our counters to get coffee and sandwiches, we frequently see a box of Lux Flakes tucked under one arm. We've come to the conclusion that some mother, wife, or sweetheart has told them how to take care of those socks and sweaters that have been knitted for them. My own son, an engineer officer in the Canadian Navy, takes Lux Flakes on board ship with him. I'd say the lady from Toronto has something there, and so have the boys. Now we'll turn the microphone over to the tender mercies of George Burns and Gracie Allen as the curtain rises for the first act of Our Husbands Necessary, starring George as Jim Cugat and Gracie as Jane Cugat. Mr. and Mrs. Cugat are normal, everyday man and wife. Well, Mr. Cugat is normal. His wife is either above or below. It's hard to tell. On the normal, everyday morning, Jim Cugat jumps out of bed at 8 sharp, rushes through his shaving, rushes through his breakfast, rushes upstairs to kiss his wife goodbye. This being a normal, everyday morning, Jim Cugat is rushing.
Oh, Janie, I'm leaving, Janie.
Oh, good morning, Jim, dear. Are you ready for me to pick out your necktie?
Oh, never mind, sweetheart. I've already got one on.
Oh, let me see the one you picked out. I knew you needed me. Take it off, dear.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it's red, and you should never wear red with green. They're cash.
Janie, I've got on a white shirt and a blue serge suit. I'm not wearing anything green.
Oh, yes, you are. I laid out your shorts myself.
Oh, those. Well, thanks for saving me from a terrible social blunder.
You're welcome, dear. My goodness, I hate to think what you look like after Junior arrives. I won't have much time for you then.
Yeah, I'll probably put on a hat that doesn't match my suspenders. And everybody will laugh at me.
Ah, but it'll be worth it. We'll have a little boy of our very own.
Do you still think you'd rather adopt one?
Yes, Jim. I suppose I should be ashamed of myself. I suppose I'm just weak, but I couldn't stand to see you suffer.
Well, maybe I wouldn't suffer so much.
Oh, all fathers do, especially the first time. The husband of a friend of mine almost lost his mind.
Really?
Yes, he was afraid he wouldn't be there to call a doctor. So for days he just sat by the telephone and ate nothing but a few radishes and a small chunk out of the mouthpiece.
I guess it's pretty hard on a man.
My friend finally told him to call the doctor, and he did. But when the doctor got there, he couldn't do a thing for her.
He couldn't?
No, he was a veterinary.
Well, goodbye, Janie.
I couldn't take a chance in making a nervous wreck out of you. You've got to be at your very best when Mr. Atterbury makes you the new vice president of the bank.
Well, don't count on that job too much, Jane. Chuck Raley is being considered, too.
But you're the smartest, cleverest, most brilliant man in town.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Oh, it's true, Jim. I tell that to everybody when they ask me what I ever saw in you.
Well, that's nice.
You just lack confidence, that's all. If you go right into the president's office and say, Mr. Atterbury, Oh, wait. I've got a wonderful idea.
What?
I'll go to Mr. Atterbury and tell him you're the only man for the job. I'll make him listen.
Oh, no, you won't.
But why not? You know how clever I am.
That's exactly what I mean. You stay away from Atterbury. Don't ever let me catch you talking to him.
Oh, dear. But if I had the chance, I still think bless you, I still think I could wrap Mr. Atterbury... Jim, did you sneeze?
Yes.
Oh, you poor darling.
Don't get excited. I've sneezed before.
Jim, you better not go to the bank today. You may be dangerously ill.
Oh, stop being silly.
Oh, I mean it. Tell me the truth, dear. When you first got up this morning, did the floor feel cold to your bare feet?
Well, yes.
I knew it. And when you took a hot shower, did the water feel warm?
Well, yes, but...
You see, you've got all the symptoms.
Symptoms of what?
Oh, well, they could develop into anything. Stick out your tongue, dear. Oh, my goodness. You've got a temperature of 104.
You can tell that from my tongue?
Oh, sure. All you do with a thermometer is put it in your mouth, and your tongue is already in your mouth.
But I don't feel...
You get your clothes off and get back to bed, Jim. I'll bring you some medicine. Oh, Millicent. Oh, Millicent. Yes, sir? Here I am. Where do we keep our medicine, Millie? Well, I put it in the medicine cabinet, ma'am. Well, what a clever idea. Before you came, I just put it any old place. Well, come along into the bathroom and help me pick out some medicine for Mr. Cougat. What ails Mr. Cougat, ma'am? Nothing. He's perfectly healthy. But healthy folks don't need no medicine. I'll tell you a little secret, Millie. Yeah. I want him to think he's sick so I can run down to the bank and have a talk with his boss. You sure is a caution. Well, open the cabinet and let's see what we have. Yes. As long as he's not sick, I'd rather give him something that tastes nice. Well, the pink stuff in that big bottle is mighty sweet and soothing. I took some when I had a misery in my tooth. All right, I'll try it. The label is full of things with funny Latin names. But I don't suppose they could hurt him. After all, it says 97% alcohol. That only leaves 3% Latin. Now, don't you breathe a word of this, Millie. Oh, I won't, ma'am. Oh, here's your medicine, Jim. How are you feeling now?
Gee, it's the darndest thing. I felt swell when I got up. And now I'm starting to ache all over.
Oh, naturally, but I think we caught it in time. Now, keep covered up, Jim. You can't afford to have a cold when we adopt Junior. It might be hereditary.
Oh, sure.
Well, I've got some errands to go do downtown, so I'll go along. I won't be long.
Jane, wait a minute.
Yes?
Remember what I said. Don't go near Mr. Atterbury.
Jim, you don't trust me. He was very brave, Miss Atterbury. He wanted to come to work, but I forced him to stay in bed.
Oh, poor boy. Well, tell him he needn't worry, Jane. Tell him to take a week off, or even a month off. Without pay, of course.
Without pay?
Yes, money isn't everything.
Oh, I'm afraid we couldn't afford that, Miss Atterbury. Not with Junior on the way.
Junior? You mean a baby? When do you expect it?
Oh, whenever it's convenient.
When it's convenient?
That's right. Naturally, I'll wait until after Dollar Day.
Well, I'll be.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I'll probably adopt him the day after the sale.
Oh, adopt him. You had me worried for a minute.
Jim's a little worried, too. He thinks he doesn't make enough to support Junior until Junior is old enough to support him. Well, I told him you'd fix that and make him the new vice president. You will, won't you?
Well, frankly, at the moment, Chuck Raley is very much in the running.
Oh.
You see, Chuck made a shrewd move recently. He bought a piece of property in which an out-of-town financier, Mr. O'Toole, is interested as a factory site. The consummation of the deal will bring an important account to this bank.
Oh, he may be shrewd, but I don't like that Chuck Raley. He never dances when they play a rumba at the club. He just stands behind some girl and watches.
I don't want you to feel that Jim has no chance, Jane. My final decision is yet to be made and will naturally be a fair, square, and honest one.
Oh, thank you, Miss Atterbury, and I'm sure Jim will make a wonderful vice president. Oh, home again, dear. How is my precious patient feeling now?
Not so bad. I guess I was pretty sick. But I'm the type that fights back.
Oh, you're sweet.
Where have you been?
I've been fine. I guess your disease isn't contagious.
No. I said, where have you been?
Oh, where?
Uh-huh.
Well, I've been, to the market.
Are you asking me or telling me?
No, I'm telling you. I went to the market to get you a big, thick T-bone steak.
Jane.
But all I could find was a big, thick fish. I don't know if it had a T-bone, but it had lots of other bones.
Jane,
so I decided...
Jane, are you sure you went to the market?
Have you been taking your medicine, dear?
Yes. Are you sure that you didn't...
How much have you taken?
3 spoonsfuls.
Oh, that's not nearly enough. I'll pour you a big glassful.
Oh, I don't think I'd better, Jane. That stuff seems to make me kind of dizzy.
Here, drink it down.
Oh, all right. It's awful. Now, what were we talking about?
Oh, nothing important. Any mail this morning, dear?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. I got a notice that another installment is due on those silly lots you bought last year. Of all the idiotic things you've ever done...
How about another glass of medicine, dear?
No. Of all the idiotic things you've ever done, buying those lots was the worst. 16 of them. Right on top of a swamp that was filled in 1888.
Here's your medicine, dear.
Oh, all right. Now, how did you ever let... Say, that's the darndest stuff. How did you ever let that crooked real estate dealer rope you in?
Well, I wanted a place to build a home of our own, Jim, and that development had such a lovely name. Peekaboo Acres.
Fine thing to call a swamp. Honestly, Jane, there are times... Say, that medicine is beginning to hit the spot. I've got sort of a warm, healthy glow.
More, dear?
Sure, fill her up. Stuff's a regular tonic. Must have the prescription renewed. Well, here goes.
Oh, well, I'm sorry you're so mad about the last
Oh, never mind, sweetheart. Just forget the whole thing.
You're such a nice husband, Jim. But I'm so stupid.
You're nothing of the kind. You're the best in the world and a wife.
What did you say?
I said you're the best in the world and a wife. What's the matter? Can't you understand English?
No, don't you mean understand English?
That's politely I said.
Jim, are you getting a fever? An honest-to-goodness fever?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Never felt better. Never felt better and better and better.
Well, you certainly act sort of... Oh, dear. Millie, will you answer the door? Jimmy, you sure you're all right?
Absolutely. And I owe it all to the devil of medicine.
Announcing Mr. Waldo J. Atterbury. Mr. Atterbury?
Well, hello, Jane. I just dropped in to cheer up the patient. Oh, I see he's no longer confined to his bed.
Aye, Atterbury, old man. Pull up a chair and rest your surplus.
Well, I must say, Jim, that you scarcely sound like a man whose health is impaired.
Who said it was? There's nothing wrong with my health, Mr. Attitude, and I resent your Atterbury.
Well, you see, Mr. Atterbury...
Yes, I do see. I've been harboring a drunken viper in the bosom of the Fidelity Bank and Trust Company.
But if you'd only...
I've heard enough. Sick, huh? Bah! Wants to be vice president, eh? Bah!
Atterbury, if all you can do is burp, I don't want you around.
I'm leaving at once. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Jim, this is dreadful. What a terrible thing.
Yeah, pretty bad. Poor old Atterbury. Tight as an owl.
Hello? This is who? Would you repeat that? Oh, I'm afraid you better spell it. M-O-T-H-E-R? Oh, Mother! How are you, darling? That's good. No, Jim and I won't be able to have dinner with you tonight. Yeah, we're going to a dance at the country club. Yeah, Jim is kind of upset, and it'll take his mind off things. No, nothing serious. He took some medicine with a lot of alcohol in it, and it made him tipsy. Imagine alcohol doing that. I always thought whiskey did it. Mr. Atterbury saw him and got awfully mad, but I called him up on the phone later and straightened everything out. Honestly, I don't know what Jim would do without me.
Thanks for the dance, sweetheart. Let's go out on the terrace and find our table.
All right.
Well, good evening, Jim. And how is my unworthy opponent this evening?
Now, see here, Chuck Rayleigh.
Shove off, Chuck. You're not wanted.
Well, those are harsh words, my boy, especially from one of the hired help, who will soon be taking orders from me.
You're celebrating a little too soon, Chuck.
Really? Don't forget, I own the land that means a big account for old WJ. That makes me the fair-haired boy.
Oh, ignore him, Jim. He may think he has influence, but so did Mussolini's son-in-law.
You said it.
Well, have your laugh now, Jim. I'll have mine when you're looking stamps to put on the vice president's mail.
Listen, you conceited bag of wings.
Jimsy! Oh, my sweet old Jimsy Whimsy Boo Jim.
Huh? What?
It's me, Myra. Don't tell me you've forgotten little Myra.
Well,
I'll bet one of my special kisses will take that blank look off your face.
Hey, wait a minute.
There. Remember me now? Someone you know, dear?
Yeah, it's Myra from my hometown. Went to school together. Myra Rutledge.
Yes, I'm spending a week with some friends here. Oh, gosh, what a dull town. But it won't be now that I've met my sweet old Boo Jim. That's what makes you so sure that he's your sweet old Boo Jim. Who's she, Jimsy?
My wife.
Oh. Well, that's Myra, always putting her foot in it. Who's your handsome boyfriend?
That's Mr. Rayleigh, Chuck Rayleigh. Why don't you and Myra have a dance, Chuck, old man?
Sure. Let's go inside, beautiful, and be the handsomest couple on the floor.
In a minute, Chucky. Jimsy and I want to talk over old times. Don't we, you old Boo Jim?
Well,
So you're actually a married man? Well, gee, am I surprised. What's so surprising about it? Well, he used to be so bashful. Of course, he's had his moments.
Myra, why don't you and Chuck have that dance now?
All right. But I'll be back, you old Boo Jim. Come on, Chucky.
Okay, beautiful.
Oh, boy. What a relief.
Your friend Myra is very lovely, Jim. Such big eyes with circles to match.
That man-crazy female is no friend of mine. I never could stand her. Don't you believe me?
No, I don't, you old boo Jim.
Oh, now, please don't cry. There's nothing to cry about.
If she's what you want, you can have her. I won't stand in your way.
She's not what I want.
Oh, don't try to spare me, Jim. See, you don't need me now that the old flame has been rekindled. You can't burn your candle at both ends.
Sweetheart, if you'll only listen.
Well, back again, Jimsy.
Oh, yeah, so soon?
Yes. I was telling Chucky about that tricky little step we used to do, and he wants to see it.
Yeah. Look, Myra, I'm kind of tired.
Oh, go, Jim. Dance with her.
But, sweetheart,
Oh, dance with her, Jim. Dance the night away. I'll just sit here with my memories.
Oh.
Now, you see, your wife says it's all right. But come on, Jimsy.
Okay, but you don't have to yank my arm off.
Jealous, Janie?
No, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Well, you sound pretty low. How about a drink to drown your sorrow?
A drink? A drink? Yes, I'll have one. I'll show him that I don't care. Order me a cherry phosphate.
Jane, may I have the pleasure of this dance if your husband... Oh, it's Chuck. Where is Jim?
Oh, he's gone, Miss Atterbury. Gone like rats that pass a sinking ship in the night.
What? She means he's inside cutting up papers with an old girlfriend.
Oh, he is, huh?
Yes, Mr. Atterbury, but you mustn't blame him. He's just weak.
There, my child. He's not worth your tears.
Oh, sweetheart, I finally ditched Myra. Oh, hello, WJ.
Don't speak to me, you scoundrel.
Huh?
Shame on you for bringing grief to this brave little woman. You'll never be our vice president, Cougat. A philanderer will never be an officer of the Fidelity Bank and Trust Company.
Philanderer?
Too bad, old man. Of course, you never were much competition.
Now, you keep out of this unless you want a punch in the nose. Now, see here,
Oh,
Jane.
tough guy, huh?
Yeah, tough enough to slap you down. All right, Rayleigh, you've been asking for this a long time, and now you're going to get it.
Oh. Jim Cougat, you should be ashamed of yourself. Now get up off that floor and let's go home.
George Burns and Gracie Allen will return in a moment for Act Two of Our Husbands Necessary. Now, let's listen a minute. Here's a message for you. New improved Lux is the mildest, safest ever made. Yes, right now, when fabrics may be irreplaceable, there's a better-than-ever Lux to help you save them. Give more of your washables this super-safe Lux care. Not only underthings, stockings, and dresses, but children's clothes, gay cottons, all your colored things.
Save colors the Lux way. Never put them in the family wash.
And sweaters, knitwear, blankets,
Gentle Lux Care guards against shrinking, matting.
household things.
Washable slip covers, curtains, table linens last longer with Lux Care.
All these things are more precious in wartime. And Gentle Lux has been improved 3 ways to help you save them.
It's the mildest, safest Lux ever made.
Its suds are richer, more cleansing.
They're longer-lasting suds that do more work. They're very thrifty.
Your dealer has new improved Lux now in the same familiar box. Buy it tomorrow and see for yourself that Lux things last longer. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Our Husbands Necessary, starring George Burns as Jim and Gracie Allen as Jane. Having been knocked cold by Chuck Rayleigh, his rival for the vice presidency of the bank, Jim is at home the following morning, nursing a black eye and an overtired temper. Consoling him is the cause of all his woes, Jane.
Is that piece of steak helping your eye, darling?
I guess so.
I never could have gotten it, but I told the butcher we needed it for medicinal purposes.
Darn that Chuck Rayleigh anyhow.
Are you going to pick another fight with him, Jim?
Why?
Well, if you are, I wish you'd pick it Thursday. We're having company, and another piece of steak would come in handy.
That's right. Joke about it. Fine mess you got me in. I'm ashamed to go to the bank. Everyone will laugh at me for letting a cream puff like Chuck Rayleigh give me a black eye.
Oh, don't worry, dear. They'll never know the truth. I've already fixed an alibi for you.
You have?
Uh-huh. I told everybody at the bank that I did it.
Look, honey, will you please stop trying to fix things for me?
But Jim, a wife is supposed to help her husband. My mother told me that the day I married you.
I thought your mother didn't like me.
Oh. Oh, you just got that impression because she won't speak to you.
Yeah, that's how I got that impression.
Mother said to me, she said, Jane always helps Jim. If he has to struggle for a living, help him. If the brakes go against him and he has troubles, help him. And if he gets so discouraged he wants to jump off the bridge, help him.
I know you don't. Jane, will you please stay out of my business? Look what you've done to me. All my money is sunk in swampland. I've got a black eye. I'm in bad with the boss. I've lost the vice presidency of the bank. I'm the laughing stock of my friends, all because of your meddling.
Oh, Jim, I believe you're a little annoyed with me.
Well, I certainly am.
I'll bet you're sorry you married me.
I certainly am.
Bet you wish you'd married Myra Rutledge instead of me.
I certainly do.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, now, honey, I lost my temper. I didn't mean it.
You hate me. You want me to go back to my mother.
Oh, no, I don't. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I mean, well, I'm going upstairs. Millie, bring Mrs. Cougat a cup of tea.
Oh, Betty goes right out and marries Myra Rutledge. Well, if he goes, I'll leave him.
My goodness, Miss Cougat, you look like you lost your last friend. What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Cougat is mad at me. He says I interfere with his work and cause him trouble.
You do seem to have a knack for lousing that man up. Now, if you don't mind my saying so, ma'am, the quicker you adopt that baby, the better.
Do you think so, Millie?
Oh, yes. You know, there ain't nothing like a little baby to see me in a home. Why, my husband was fixing to throw me out, and then before his baby came.
And that stopped him?
Oh, yes, and I had 9 more before he finally threw me out.
Oh, Millie. 10 children?
Yes.
Oh, I don't think Jim would like that many. Although, come to think of it, there were 12 children in his family, 6 sets of twins.
Nothing but twins?
Uh-huh. Jim's father made bookends for a living, and it affected his whole life.
Well, now, if I was you, ma'am, I'd get right over to that home where they have the babies and pick me out a little bundle of sunshine.
Oh, all right, Millie. I'll go right away. And I hope you're right about that description. The last time I held a baby on my lap, it wasn't exactly sunshine.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cougat, but there's a waiting period of 6 months between the time you apply for a baby and the time we can let you have one.
Oh, dear, 6 months. Couldn't we cut that down just a teeny little bit?
Possibly. When would you want the child?
Today.
I'm afraid that's impossible. You see, we have to make a complete and thorough investigation of both you and your husband.
Oh, well, I can tell you everything you want to know. Let's start with Jim. He's honest, dependable, brown hair. He doesn't drink. He smokes a little, but he doesn't inhale. And he dances divinely, and, he's very cuddly.
That is not exactly the type of information we need. Our questions concern your husband's character, his position, his finances. Is he financially able to care for a child?
Oh, my goodness, yes. Jim does very well. He earns money almost as fast as I can spend it.
I see. What does your husband do?
He's a banker.
Oh.
Yes, he's practically the president. They couldn't get along without him.
I see. Well, we can confirm that by telephoning the bank.
Oh, don't call the bank and ask about Jim.
Why not?
They think he's a dope.
I am becoming more and more convinced that a complete investigation is necessary in this case. However, as long as you're here, we might as well fill out the questionnaire. Which would you prefer to adopt? A girl baby or a boy baby?
Oh, a boy. I thought it would be nice if I could find one that resembles my husband.
Wives frequently make that request. Could you describe your husband?
Oh, better than that. Here's a picture of Jim.
If I were you, I believe I'd abandon the idea.
Don't you have any babies right now that look like him?
To my knowledge, we never have had one.
Oh. Well, maybe one will show up. Maybe you just missed it.
Possibly. I've only been here 30 years. Let's get on with the questions. Have you got a yard for the child to play in?
Well, it's... Oh, yes. I've got a real playground for the baby.
You have?
Yes, it's a piece of property I bought. It's just a place for the baby to play. There are no houses, no people, no traffic.
Really?
Yes, it's a swamp.
Mrs. Cougat, I don't believe we need go further with the questionnaire. I am convinced that you are not the type of person with whom I could entrust a baby.
Oh, but I'm wonderful with babies. Honestly, I am. I know how long to boil a bassinet and how to fold its little three-cornered formulas. I know all
those... I am sorry, but the matter is closed. We cannot consider your adopting one of our babies.
Oh, dear. Well, I have to get in good with Jim some way. I either have to get a baby or make him a vice president.
I'd suggest you try the vice presidency.
But, Mr. Atterbury. I'm not asking for the moon.
Jane, you're a brave little woman to stand up for that man after the way he's treated you, but I cannot entrust a vice presidency to that wolf.
Jim isn't a wolf.
Not much. I watched him dancing with that Rutledge woman last night. I saw how tight he held her.
Oh, well, that wasn't Jim's fault. He has to hold on when they play a fast number.
There you go, protecting him again. You better tell Jim to forget the vice presidency, Jane. I'm sorry, but Chuck Raley is the man for the job.
Oh, Chuck Raley. He's nothing but a big bully, hitting my poor Jimmy in the eye.
Jim's as big as he is. Why didn't he hit him back?
Because Jim happens to be a gentleman and a very poor fighter.
Well, you tell Jim that he's lucky to have a job in this bank at all. Chuck Raley had the foresight to buy up the very best factory location in town. And once that factory is built, we get the O'Toole account. That's why I'm making Raley the vice president.
Well, that certainly doesn't sound fair.
That's one of the first laws of business, Jane. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Yes, we'll probably cinch the whole deal at the party I'm giving for Mr. O'Toole this weekend.
Oh, a party. Oh, that's wonderful. Jim is a scream at parties. He rolls his pants up so his garters show, and then he sings The Last Time I Saw Paris. Oh, it's wonderful.
Yes, I'm sure it's very hilarious, but Jim won't be there.
Oh, yes, he will. I'll bring him myself.
I'm sorry, Jane, but Jim is not invited. I can't risk having him mess up this deal with O'Toole.
But, Mr. Atterbury...
I'll be glad to invite Jim to a party if he ever brings me a big account like Chuck did. Remember what I said about business, Jane. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours.
Gee, this is wonderful.
Yes.
Are you sure Mr. Atterbury insisted on my coming to the party?
Oh, he was very definite about you, Jim.
Well, I'll be darned. Maybe I'll get that vice presidency yet.
Jim?
Yes?
Why don't you ever scratch Mr. Atterbury's back?
Huh?
Well, that's the only way you're going to get it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, that's one of the big laws of business. You scratch Mr. Atterbury's back, and you'll scratch mine.
Janie, are you feeling all right?
Oh, never mind, Jim. Oh, stop. You almost passed Mr. Atterbury's house.
Boy, what a mansion. That's the kind of place we're going to have when I'm running the bank. Come on, Janie. Here comes Chuck Raley.
Oh, quick, Jim, put on your glasses.
I'm not afraid of him. Gee, where are they?
Well, hiya, Cougat. How's the eye? Oh, hello, Jane. Mighty sporting of you folks to come and see me get the vice presidency.
You haven't got it yet.
Are you kidding? O'Toole is drooling for my property to build his factory on.
My life, I had to crack ice in a pitcher to wash myself and then trudge 6 miles through the freezing snow to school. I never mentioned that.
That's nice never mentioning.
Nevertheless, I say you are a great man. And I say great, ladies and gentlemen, because, believe it or not, Mr. O'Toole never got past the 8th grade in school.
Jim is even greater. He never got past the 5th grade.
Oh, come on, Jane. We're getting out of here right now.
Oh, goodbye, everybody. Nice party.
Well, Jane, this time you really fixed me good.
Oh, thanks, Jim. I thought I handled it very well.
Oh, yeah. Well, come on, let's go home.
Oh, wait, Jim. Just for a minute. I want to see what it's like to be the wife of a bank president.
And how can you do that?
Well, I'll sit in Mr. Atterbury's Austin and make believe I'm driving to the Ritz. You know, to have lunch with some other bank president's wife, like Mrs. First National or Mrs. Farmer's Trust.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Piggy will be there, too. Her husband owns all the piggy banks.
Oh, Jim.
Jane, don't touch that Austin. You know how much Atterbury thinks of it.
Well, I won't hurt it, dear. Oh, look at all these cute little gadgets.
Now, Jane, come out of that car. Hey, don't touch that thing.
Oh, look, Jim.
Jane, that's the starter. Janie, you're moving.
Yeah, I know, and so is the car.
Janie, stop. Stop the car.
Oh, there are too many gadgets.
Janie, look out. You're headed for a tree.
Oh, Jimmy.
Janie.
I hope nothing's damaged.
Janie, are you all right? Are you hurt?
Oh, sure, I'm all right. Of all places to have a tree, right in the middle of the yard.
Oh, what's the matter here? What happened? What? Oh, my Austin. Well, you see, There's been an accident. An accident? Cougat, this is the last straw. You're through, Cougat. You're fired.
But Jim didn't do it. It was all my fault.
Too late to protect him now. Oh, my beautiful Austin that gets 57 miles to the gallon. My lovely Austin that I wouldn't sell for $5,000.
I would if I were you.
Pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 3 of Our Husbands Necessary, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen, follows after a brief intermission. Now, here's what Mrs. Marion Frederick said.
I knew Lux was gentle, of course, but I'd no idea it was so much kinder to hands than other soaps.
Mrs. Frederick is the wife of an Army Air Corps lieutenant, and she's one of the many women who made the famous Lux test of dishwashing soaps. She saw for herself that merely changing from a strong soap to gentle Lux gets rid of dishpan redness. Within a week after she'd changed to Lux, the redness and irritation caused by the strong soap began to clear, and soon her hands were soft and lovely again. Here's how she describes it.
My hands got so red and horrid looking in the other soap, my husband almost had a fit. And I don't blame him. They did look awful. It's really wonderful how just changing to Lux made my hands soft and smooth again. I didn't use any creams or lotions, just changed to Lux. These tests certainly prove to me it doesn't pay to use ordinary dishwashing soaps when Lux is so kind to hands, and so inexpensive, too.
New improved Lux is the mildest, safest ever made. Its suds are richer, longer lasting than ever. So it's very thrifty, too. Get a generous big box of Lux Flakes from your dealer tomorrow. Use it for your dishes every day to save your hands. And if you've let them get that ugly dishpan look, see how quickly it disappears in these gentler-than-ever suds. New improved Lux comes in the same familiar box. Your dealer has it now. Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll make a strong attempt to find out what Gracie Allen is really like. But here's the third act of Our Husbands Necessary, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. Jim Cougat's chance of becoming vice president has been completely wrecked, along with Mr. Atterbury's car. Now, with fear and trembling, Jim approaches the great man's office and knocks timidly on the door.
Come in. Oh, so it's you, Cougat.
Yes, sir. I want to apologize for what happened last night, and Mr. Atterbury, would you please give me my job back?
Give you your job back?
Oh, you don't have to answer right away. Just consider it for a while. Will you, Mr. Atterbury?
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, Cougat. If you get another job during the next week, take it. But if you don't get another job, look for one. In the meantime, if you don't get in touch with us, we won't get in touch with you. Good day.
No, wait a minute, Mr. Atterbury. I've been with this bank a long time. I started here as an office boy and worked my way up step by step to what I am now.
Are you kidding? That's one step.
But I've been here 11 years, Mr. Atterbury. I've seen a lot of men come and go in this bank, and a few of them with the cash drawer under their arm.
Yes, I wonder how Cousin Harry's getting along in South America.
Mr. Atterbury, won't you take me back?
Well, all right. But you've got to start at the bottom again, Cougat.
You mean...
Exactly. Take that waste paper basket out and empty it.
Oh, no. Office boy again?
Yes.
Mr. Atterbury.
Good morning, Chuck, my boy.
Well. Good morning, W.J. Oh, and Cougat. Good morning, Cougat. Although I don't know that a vice president should be on such familiar terms with a clerk.
Cougat is now the office boy.
No. Back where you belong, eh?
You are the biggest heel I ever met. Oh, pardon me. You are the biggest heel I ever met, sir.
That's better. But to show you there's no hard feelings, Jim, old man, I'm giving a little party at the house tonight to celebrate my new job and announce my engagement to Myra. And I'd like to have you and your wife come, too.
Well, now, that's mighty decent of you, Chuck.
Yeah, he's a prince.
I know you'll both be very happy when you watch Mr. O'Toole hand me his personal check for that factory site I sold him. Cougat, drop in my office around noon. I'll send you out for my lunch.
Fine. I'll bring back a piece of cheese for you to nibble on. I wish I hadn't come to this darn party.
Oh, now, Jim, they'd only think we were poor sports if we hadn't. Come on, smile. Don't let them see you sulking. Be gay.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, look, here comes your friend Myra. She probably wants to crow a little bit. Hello, Myra.
Oh, hello, Janie. Having a good time, Jim?
Yeah, fine.
You wouldn't like to sit down, would you, Myra?
Yes, thanks, I would.
Your hair looks lovely, Myra. I like it so much better than the other night when it was red.
Jim used to love red hair. Didn't you, Jim?
Well,
It's so strange to think I almost married him. But I certainly wouldn't want to be Jim's wife right now.
Oh, I don't blame you. We'd all be messed up in an awful bigamy case, wouldn't we?
I meant that my Chucky seems to be getting on so well, while Jim's only going backwards.
Now, just a minute.
Oh, don't you worry about Jim. Once he starts moving forward, nothing will ever stop him.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it about time he started?
Oh, he's always been a slow starter. He didn't kiss me until the 3rd week of our honeymoon.
Well, for goodness sake, why not?
Well, Jim's very honorable, you know. We were all alone in the mountains, and he just didn't want to take advantage of the situation.
I see. Oh, here comes my Chucky.
Well, so here you are. Get ready for the big doings, Myra. In 10 minutes, we're going to be rich and famous. O'Toole is inside getting ready to make his speech.
Oh, Chucky, I'm so proud of you. Come on.
Now, remember, dear, don't be discouraged. Keep a stiff upper chin. Lip up.
Thanks.
Great man and a self-made man. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mr. Terence O'Toole. Thank you, one and all. I never dreamt when I was a lad that someday I would be addressing such a grand assemblage of ladies and gentlemen. For when I was a lad, every morning of my life, I had to crack ice in a pitcher to wash myself and then tread 6 miles through the freezing snow to get to school.
Oh, no, not again.
But here I am about to become one of you. And all of this was made possible by a young man who is with us tonight. One of the smartest young fellows I've met since my early youth. When I had to crack ice in a pitcher to wash myself and trudge 6 miles through the freezing snow to get to school. So here he is, the man who made my factory site possible, Chuck Rayleigh. Thank you, friend. Thank you. Chuck, my boy, it's a great privilege to present you with this personal check of mine in payment for the land you had the foresight to buy. I never thought when I was a lad breaking ice in pitcher to wash myself.
Yes, I know, Mr. O'Toole. And anyway,
snow.
thanks for the check. I don't want any credit for this deal, folks. It was nothing any fellow as brainy as myself couldn't have done. As I was saying to our office boy only the other day, Jim, I said...
Cut it out, Rayleigh.
Jim, I said, some men are lucky and smart. Some men are lucky and dumb. Some men are unlucky and smart. And then there's you. So he kind of looked
Rayleigh,
at
you've
me.
been asking for this.
Jim, don't.
Cougar, do you realize what you've done? Yeah. Gee, maybe I could have been a commando after all.
Jim, run for your life. He's getting
Why,
Rayleigh,
what?
Cougar, act like gentlemen. Out of my way, Atterbury. I'm going to give it to him again.
Now listen, you.
Jim, you gave it to Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, gosh. Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, my nose. You broke my nose. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for assault and battery.
Now, wait, Mr. Atterbury.
Chuck, you're my witness.
Told you, Jay, I'd rather not.
You're an employee and you'll be my witness. This man tried to murder me.
No, it was a mistake.
Oh, well, don't you worry, Jim. Let him sue you. I'll be your witness. I'll help you.
Janie, please.
Oh, but my testimony will fix things for you.
That's what I'm afraid of. Oh, well, they say you don't feel a thing with electrocution.
Order. I want order in this court. Mr. Prosecutor, this trial is preposterous. What should have been a 10-minute affair is now in its 4th hour.
I can't help it, Your Honor. Heaven knows I've tried, but I simply cannot get a coherent story from this witness.
Well, I'm doing the best I can.
Your best, madam, is none too good. I'm warning you, Mr. Prosecutor. Unless you can get some sense out of this witness, I will be forced to dismiss the case.
All right, Mrs. Fugate, we'll try again. From the beginning, and in words of one syllable.
From the very beginning?
Yes.
All right. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth.
No. We don't have to go all the way back to that.
Is that a new suit you have on? It's awfully pretty.
Thank you. Now, Mrs. Cougat, your husband is accused of assault and battery.
Jim used to have one exactly like it.
Oh, you don't say. Now, the chief witness...
He gave it away, though. He hated it.
Mrs. Cougat, will you stick to the facts?
Well, you don't think I'm lying to you, do you?
I mean to the facts of this case.
Oh.
Now, then, the chief witness for the complainant is Mr. Chuck Rayleigh. You're acquainted with him, are you not?
Oh, yes. Hello, Chuck.
Hello, Janie.
See?
Yes. Yes, I see. Naturally, it would be superfluous to ask you whether you know the defendant also, since he is your husband.
Oh, well, I know him all right. As a matter of fact, I knew him even before we were married.
Yes. Obviously, though, he didn't know you too well.
Your Honor, can't we do something to hurry this case along? I've got to make a train.
Yes, Mr. Rayleigh and I are leaving for Mexico to be married.
Well, if Mr. Atterbury will withdraw the charge, I shall be glad to dismiss the case. After which I will retire to my private chamber and get plastered.
I will not withdraw the charge. I want justice.
Well, I'd be glad to let Mr. Raley leave if you have any other witnesses. Have you?
No, Your Honor. The only other witness I have is Mr. Terence O'Toole, who is not in court. He's out at the factory site looking over the land he purchased from the witness, Mr. Raley. Mr. Raley will have to stay.
But, WJ, I ought to catch that train.
What's the matter with you, Chuck? You've got hours before your train leaves.
Yeah, I know, but, well, all right.
Look, friends, I hate to interrupt my trial like this, but would it help if I pleaded guilty and got this thing over with?
You would do us all a great favor, Mr. Cougar.
Oh, no, Jim, you'll do nothing of the kind.
But it will save me the trouble of convicting you, Mrs. Cougar.
What trouble is it? I'm helping you.
Mrs. Cougar, do you mind if I make a statement?
No, go right ahead, Judge. After all, it's your court.
Thank you. Mrs. Cougar, I have been sitting on this bench for 20 years.
Would you like a cushion?
Mrs. Cougar, I have been a judge for 20 years, and in all that time I have never met a witness whose testimony or whose mental processes could even remotely be compared with yours.
Oh, Judge, you're sweet.
Yes, I am an old doll. In the first place, you had the effrontery to walk in here 40 minutes late this morning. And
I couldn't help that, Your Honor. I had to go to the doctor.
Indeed. And may I ask why?
Well, because I had a dizzy spell.
Really? How could you tell?
Goodness, people know when they're dizzy, don't they?
Some people. Mr. Prosecutor, we will get on with the case, if you please. You may take your little shovel and continue digging your political grave with this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Cougar, this alleged attack on Mr. Atterbury was made at precisely 10:15 last night. Can you tell me what you were doing at that time?
10:15 last night. Let's see now. I got up yesterday morning about 9, and then I had breakfast, and right after breakfast...
I'm only interested in last night.
Well, I know, but I have to sort of sneak up on it.
Your Honor, I think this has gone far enough. I'm going to change my plea.
Thank heavens. I've got to get out of here.
Well, if it pleases the court, I would like to plead guilty as charged.
Brother, does it please the court? Very well, Mr. Cougar. The defendant, having pled guilty to the charges brought by the complainant, it is my duty in law to pronounce sentence upon him. It is therefore my...
Just a minute. Where is that Chuck Raley?
What is the meaning of this interruption?
I'll tell you what the meaning of it is. I want that Raley arrested right now.
Silence! Order!
Why, Mr. O'Toole, you're completely covered with mud.
You're darn right I am. I'm mud from my head to my feet.
Oh, don't you think you better break the ice in the pitcher and wash yourself?
Are you going to arrest that Raley, or aren't you?
Arrest Chuck? What for?
He knows what for. Don't you, Raley?
Well, why no? Haven't the faintest idea. Well, I've got to catch that train.
Grab him, grab him. Me and my foreman just drove out to that land he sold us for my factory. We drove out there in a truck. Well, as soon as we turned off the road onto my factory site, the truck sank through the ground and disappeared into a swamp.
What? Holy smoke, Janie. You didn't have the built-in swampland after all. Chuck had it.
No.
Is this true, Raley? Oh, what's the use? Sure, it's true. I tried to turn an honest dollar, that's all.
I suppose you realize our engagement is off, Chuck.
Yeah, I guess so. Here's your ring back.
It also means that I'll be taking my factory to some other town.
Just a second, Mr. O'Toole. Not so fast. I understand that Mrs. Cougat owns a splendid piece of land right next to the railroad. Jane?
Oh, sure. Shrewd of me, don't you think?
Yes, indeed. And I know you wouldn't mind selling it to Mr. O'Toole. At a profit, of course.
Well, I wouldn't mind if it were an exorbitant profit. Would you, dear?
Oh, no. Getting rich is one of my hobbies.
Well, that's fine. I knew Jim wouldn't mind. After all, as vice president.
Vice president?
Mr. Atterbury.
Pardon me for interrupting this beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen, but I believe we were trying a case at law. Remember?
Oh, my goodness. I forgot all about it. Well, we'll start all over again from the beginning. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Case dismissed.
What's that? Really, Doctor? Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'm so excited. So that's why I had dizzy spells. Oh, yes, I'll tell him right away, Doctor. Goodbye. Oh, Jim, I have the most marvelous news.
Really? I think you've done pretty well already for
one
day.
But this is the best news yet. We're going to have Junior after all.
Oh, swell. How soon before we get him?
October.
Well, why wait that long to adopt a baby?
Adopt him? Oh, no, we're not going to adopt him, darling.
You mean... Gee, you must mean...
Yeah, I do mean.
Oh, boy.
Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, boy, I'll say it is. Wait a minute. Wait. It might be twins. Twins run in my family, you know. Remember? My father used to make bookends.
Oh, my goodness. Suppose it takes after my family.
Well, what if it does?
My father made Thousand Island dressing.
In a moment, our stars will be back for a curtain call. But now, Sally wants you to hear a signal. See if you know what it is.
It's a run in your stocking. And when you hear that signal, the time will be...
A bad time for stockings, I'd say, Sally.
Well, for that pair it certainly is. But if you'll take it as a signal that it's time to give stockings the gentle care they deserve, you can cut way down on runs like that.
Recent tests show that Luxing cuts down runs over 50%. Yes, in a series of tests made by the United States Testing Company, Incorporated, rayon stockings were washed repeatedly in different ways, then tested on an amazing machine that strains them, as you do in actual wear. Results showed Luxing cut runs in half.
The stockings washed with new, improved Lux didn't go into runs nearly as quickly as stockings washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. You see, the Lux ones kept their elasticity, so they could give with the strain instead of breaking into runs.
Strong soap and cake soap rubbing weaken elasticity. Luxing saves it. Lux stockings after every wearing, and Lux them promptly, so perspiration doesn't weaken the fibers. They'll last longer and fit more flatteringly, too. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Our husband's necessary is still the $64 question. And here's the answer. George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Judge, isn't Mr. DeMille cute?
Gracie, Mr. DeMille is a famous producer and director. He makes wonderful pictures, but he definitely is not cute.
Now, who asked you?
You see?
By the way, Gracie, your own radio program, and in real life, you are actually married to George. So how about answering tonight's question for us? Confidentially. Are husbands necessary?
Well, confidentially.
Gracie, remember that new hat you want?
Oh, I was going to say yes.
Oh, thanks.
Husbands must be necessary. Practically every married woman has one.
Well, thanks, kid.
Mr. DeMille, how do you think George and I would be in one of those pictures of yours? You know, a big outdoor picture with lots of action and cowboys and bandits.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, I can see it now. The bandit Caesar Romero comes galloping up, jumps off his horse, sweeps me into his arms and kisses me. And then, just in the nick of time, George, you come rushing up.
Yeah?
Yeah, and you hold his horse.
The horse might get away.
Well, it's a very expensive horse.
I see what you mean. Well, forget it. Well, thanks for putting up with us tonight, CB. What's the show next week?
George, tonight we're going to tell the news about next week in music with one of the most thrilling melodies of our day. Listen and see if you can guess the name of the show.
This is the Army Mr. Joe. No private rooms or telephone. You have your breakfast in bed before.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next week the Lux Radio Theater has the honor and good fortune to bring you Irving Berlin's This Is the Army. The New York Times calls it the best show of a generation. And we'll have the same all-soldier cast that appeared on Broadway, and Irving Berlin himself. The show is now touring the country, playing to packed theaters everywhere. And next Monday night, this tour leads to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater and the radio presentation of Irving Berlin's This Is the Army.
CB, that's the biggest radio news of the year. Well, naturally, we'll all be listening.
Good night. And we'll be listening to your show tomorrow night, George, too.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night. Don't forget that picture, Gracie. Lincoln's birthday has just passed. Washington's birthday is coming. And there is one way those two men would want you to celebrate this year. By buying all the extra war bonds you can. So fill up all the war stamp books you have around the house and turn them in for bonds right away. 4 25-cent stamps will buy a hand grenade. Why don't you toss a few grenades at the enemy tomorrow? Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irving Berlin's This Is the Army. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The picture, Our Husbands Necessary, was based on the novel Mr. and Mrs. Cougat and was produced by Paramount. Paramount's latest screen hit is the musical success Star Spangled Rhythm. Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Mr. Atterbury, John Mather as Chuck, Paula Winslow as Myra, Ruby Dandridge as Millie, Leo Cleary as Mr. O'Toole, and Verna Felton, Norman Field, Griff Barnett, and Fred Mackay. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Irving Berlin's This Is the Army.
This is the story of Mary Brown.
Mary was tired, nervous, vitamin deficient. Then Mary started taking Vim.
V-I-M-M-S, Vim.
Vim supply all the essential vitamins and minerals, and now Mary feels swell. She's got that Vim's feeling. So, folks, try Vim. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vim. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Night Beat is coming up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. The stories I run into start in a million different ways. This one began with a gun in my face and ended with the number 13.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It's night again in Chicago, and that's when I start out looking for a story that'll make you say, it takes all kinds to make a world. Yeah, it sure does. One by one I passed them. That girl over there with her hair held tightly in place by a scarf. Each carefully marcelled wave a hopeful assurance that she'll end up looking like somebody in a movie magazine. Or that beaten old man picking a crumbled, soiled newspaper out of a rubbish can. Why does he want a paper? He knows tomorrow will be the same for him no matter what happens in France or England or just around the corner. So tonight, I found myself in a quiet section of the residential district. I wondered what was behind the lighted squares of glass and what went on. Who were those people and what were their problems? I kept going, and I walked into...
Wait.
I kept going, and I walked into...
Wait. I beg your pardon.
Oh, yes?
I hesitate to bother you, sir, but do you have a match?
Have a lighter. Will that do?
Thank you.
There you are.
Oh, just a moment.
Yeah.
I am afraid I didn't get a light after all.
What's the matter, Pop? Afraid to ask me for the touch? Here.
Please, put your hands up.
What?
I'm not joking. I have a gun.
Oh, I see it.
Put your hands up.
Okay. Like this?
I warn you, I'll shoot if you try anything.
Well, rule number one when facing a stick-up man who's obviously pulling his first job, be very careful.
It's not my first.
Oh, a hardened old offender,
Hand me your wallet.
What, with my hands in the air?
Put them down, but remember what I said now.
Sure. Why is a nice-looking old man like you doing this?
Stop talking and hand me your wallet.
All right. Here.
Now turn around. Face the wall. And don't try to follow me.
Pop, hand me the gun and tell me all about it.
Don't come toward me.
The gun, Pop. Now hand it over. We'll have a talk. Maybe over a cup of coffee.
Stay away, I said.
I should have had better sense. A novice at a stick-up is like a kid with the Einstein theory. He doesn't know what it's all about, and he shoots out of sheer fright and nervousness. That sharp, searing pain across my temple before I blacked out told me a bullet had creased my skull. That's all I remembered until I woke up in a precinct police station.
Well, coming out of it, huh, Stone?
Oh, my head, Kalski, did you get him?
Nope. Ground car picked you up. Somebody reported a shot.
Oh, and you brought me here.
Want to try sitting up?
Oh, sure. Oh. How close was it?
Quarter of an inch from pay dirt, I'd say.
Kalski, you are now looking at a prize boob.
Oh?
Oh, yes. Yes, I tried to take a gun away from a stick-up man.
You ought to have better sense.
But this was different. I don't think he ever did it before.
Guy has to start sometime.
Yeah, but he, want a description?
That's what I'm waiting for, Randy.
Man about 70.
70?
70.
Oh, with a long white beard.
Kalski, the man, was about 70. A little over 5.5 feet.
Sure. Name of Rip Van Winkle?
For all I know, it might be. When you find him, he'll have my wallet on him. Oh, and Kalski. He's nervous enough to take a shot at anybody. Next time, he might be able to hold a gun a little steadier and on target. So, 10 minutes later, I left the precinct station. Kalski put out a call for the little old man who made like Jesse James. I went back to my desk at the Star. Maybe I had a story. I wanted to wait until the police picked up the old man because whatever made him turn bandit was a story. An hour passed, and I was just about getting ready to give up.
Oh, hi, Mr. Stone.
Oh, hello, Larry.
I didn't come in this time of night. You're almost always out.
Larry, you don't know how close I was to that permanently.
Hurt your head?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I was wearing my hat with a feather in the band.
Huh?
Yes, I got mixed up in a badminton game.
I don't get it.
Well, you work on it, kid. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, I get it. Feather, badminton.
A for effort, Larry.
Oh, hey, I almost forgot.
What?
Here's a package for you.
For me? What is it?
Oh, no. Open it up and see.
That's working them out, kid. Where did you get this?
Hey, that's a wallet with some dough in it.
It's mine. I said, where'd you get this?
Dan gave it to him.
Where is she?
Left, I guess.
By the elevator?
I guess so. Leastways, she was waiting for it when I...
You sure it wasn't a man?
I'm old enough to tell the difference.
Oh, I stand here chewing the feather.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, Mr. Stone.
Larry, stay by the phone. Take down anything that comes in. The woman who brought back my wallet had 8 floors to go down on that slow night elevator. I had a chance to beat her to the lobby, so I took the stairs 5 at a time. And then I was in the lobby, but the elevator had beaten me down. I ran over to the night man.
Well, hello there, Mr. Stone.
How are you?
You didn't come down in the elevator?
Yeah, how long you been down here?
Oh, just a couple of seconds.
A woman ride down with you?
Yeah, from your floor.
She go outside?
Yeah. Hey, something wrong?
Come on with me, will you?
Why all the fuss?
Would you recognize the woman if you saw her again?
Oh, I guess so.
Now, take a look both ways. Tell me if you see her.
Had on a little hat, old lady, too.
Old? How old?
60, 65, thereabouts.
You see her?
Ain't sure, but I think that's her at the bus stop.
Which side of the street?
Other side, next block.
Okay, thanks. See you later. Maybe it was she, maybe it wasn't. I hurried across the street just as a bus pulled up and took on a passenger. A little old lady wearing a little hat. I reached the stop as the bus was pulling away.
Hey, you always stick your head in front of buses like that, Buster?
Yeah, I get results and rides that way. Yeah. There were other vacant seats in the bus, but the one I wanted was next to a little old lady. A little old lady whose eyes were red, as though she'd been having a real good old-fashioned cry. She didn't even notice me sit down on the seat beside her. For a moment, I just sat and watched her frail, blue-veined hands pulling on a wet handkerchief and sobbing. There's something wrong, lady.
No, I'm all right.
Thanks for returning my wallet. There's $10 missing.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything about your wallet.
You know, be easy to check that. We get off, we take a bus back to the Star Building. There's a night man and an office boy who saw it.
This is my stop.
2 blocks from the paper? That's a short ride. Now, look, I don't know what this is all about, but I'm willing to learn. Now, you can either tell me here or we can go somewhere else.
Can't you just forget it, please?
Forget it. I could have been killed.
I know, but he didn't mean it.
Who was he, or who is he?
He's my husband.
Oh. Well, do you want to talk about it?
If I tell you why he did it, will you help him?
Look, let's get off this bus. We'll take a cab to... Well, where?
I want to go home.
All right, I'll take you home. But something tells me I'm sticking my neck out.
Will you sit down, Mr. Stone?
No, not right away. Is your husband here?
No.
All right, let's have the truth, Mrs. Benson. Why did your husband hold me up?
It was the only way he could get the money tonight.
Well, why tonight?
We need $200 by tomorrow morning.
Oh? And why return my wallet to me with over $50 in it? Why didn't he keep it all?
He needed just enough to...
Enough for what, Mrs. Benson?
I want to show you something. Then you'll understand. Here. Look at these.
Now, what are these?
Look at them.
Yes, I'm looking. Well, what do they mean? Figures, problems, pages of them, notebooks filled with...
His system for winning at roulette.
Winning it? Oh, no.
For the last 10 years, he's done nothing but work on it.
Well, there's always one of those, the big brain who can sit down and beat the little numbers that go around.
Oh, please.
Does he have any idea how many of these systems have put period to a lot of rosy dreams?
He believes in it.
Yeah, they all do.
Harry's no fool. He's a brilliant man, Mr. Stone. He was a professor of mathematics.
Was?
Yes. But they said he was too old. Retired him.
No other jobs?
Nobody wanted a mathematician or a man almost 70.
Yeah, but this gambling, he should know better. The odds are never with the player, only with the house.
At first it was just a hobby. He liked to work out the odds, and then when things got desperate...
Yes, and now?
We have the same.
And tonight he's going to play his big system, Where?
I don't know. I told you, I don't know.
Did he take the gun?
No, he left it here.
Well, that's one good thing anyway.
What will you do now?
I don't know.
And the police?
They're looking for him already.
Oh, get to him first, Mr. Stone.
Why?
He won't let himself be arrested like a thief. That's the last thing he said. He wouldn't let the police arrest him.
You are listening to Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
So there I had it, a little old ex-professor of mathematics with another system for beating an unbeatable game. There's something in each of us that makes every individual believe he's different. The I can do better philosophy is human. If it weren't, we wouldn't have the Brooklyn Bridge, the Better Mousetrap, or the fellow who blinks his eyes in bewilderment and says, I thought I had it all figured out. Okay, I decided to go after Professor Benson. I headed for a spot where I thought I might pick up some information.
What's in your mind, Stone? You said you wanted to see me.
Yeah, just for a minute, Cully.
Okay, what?
How's the game going?
Win a little, I lose a little. You want in?
No, not tonight. Tell the truth, Cully, I'm looking for a bigger layout.
Blue chips here are 500. How big can you get?
Oh, some. But this is a private poker party.
Yeah, I wouldn't want news of it to get around.
Oh, don't worry, Cully. I did you a favor.
Now, remember, give me a break in your paper. Okay, what do you want?
I want to know where there's a roulette layout.
Don't know.
You get around.
Some, but I don't talk about it.
Just this once, Cully.
Why?
I'm looking for somebody who might be playing.
Why?
I gotta find him.
Why?
Oh, Cully, you're repeating yourself.
Anything else? Maybe I'd do you a favor. This? No. Besides, I don't think there's a wheel in town.
I think there is.
Okay, you think. Now, so long, sir.
All right.
Oh, before you go...
Yeah.
If I were you, I'd make this the last stop. You ask funny questions, and you might not get such funny answers.
It was the same in the other 3 places. And after hitting each one, I checked with the police, but Professor Benson seemed to have got himself swallowed up somewhere in the 1,000 square miles of Chicago. And then I was on my way again, trying to remember all the likely places until...
Hi. Mind if I walk with you?
Now, what if I did?
Oh, I'd walk anyway. I need exercise. My doctor says so. Hey, you got a doctor?
Oh, yeah. What's your problem?
Oh, not much you couldn't clean up, Stone.
Oh, you know me.
Sure, everybody knows Randy Stone. You're real famous, like. You're getting even more famous tonight.
What's the answer to that?
You've been around a few places.
And that's illegal?
No, but it's silly.
Okay, so I'm silly. So long. Glad to meet you.
Hey, not so fast, Stone. We got to talk.
On what subject?
Money? That suit you?
All right. Get rid of it. What have you got to say?
Look, Stone, everybody wants peace and quiet. The whole world's in a mix-up because one guy don't agree with the other guy, right?
Oh, my. Another big thinker with brass knuckles.
Yeah. Now, like I say, everybody wants peace and quiet. But there's a lot of guys have to make a living in a funny way.
Why don't you get to the point?
Sure. Now, take you, for instance, for example, huh? Your boss says, Stone, go out and see how many gambling joints are buzzing. So you, being a nice, hard worker, you go out...
Nobody sent me out for that.
Okay, so nobody sends. But somebody sends me.
So what about it?
Nothing. Only everybody likes to see everybody else happy. Maybe this could do it for you.
How much is that?
$1,000.
I'm stirring up a lot of muddy water, huh?
Yeah. You've been at 3-4 places. And to the cops.
Not for what you think.
I ain't paid to think, only to carry out orders. This is one. Want the dough?
Listen, I'm only looking...
Yeah. Looking for somebody. Cut it out.
I'm telling the truth.
I'm telling the truth, too. Stone, put your nose in one more place where they don't like stuck-in noses. And somebody will push it right to the back of your head.
Sometime, somewhere, somebody said there's nothing like a quiet fireside, complete with pipe and slippers. But can you make a career out of it? For that matter, can you make a career out of a hold-up, a creased skull, and a nasty little hoodlum? Well, I was trying to. And just to find an ex-professor who had a very common disease. I can't lose-itis. Okay, I'd try 1 or 2 more places, and then I'd quit. I got the same answers. And by this time, the name of Randy Stone was enough to close more doors than a quarantine sign. I was asking for it, and I got it.
Stone, huh? Here I am again.
Oh, yes, I see. Okay, you win. Let's forget the whole thing.
Just like that, huh? Over here, you guys. I brought some friends.
I said you win. Let's forget it.
Yeah, you was told. You didn't pay attention.
Use your head, fella. Beat me up, and every newspaper in town will get the story. They'll really split things open.
I got orders.
Oh, forget them. Go back and tell the guy...
I got orders. Besides, you ought to be a good example to any other cookie who thinks he's a one-man vice squad. You guys close it.
Now, listen to me. I'm not out to set up a knockover for anything. I'm hunting for someone.
Don't go through that again.
It's the truth.
Max, start the ball rolling.
You're an idiot.
To think you could have had $1,000 instead of this. Hey, now your nose looks much better.
A professional working over is done with finesse. It's meant to stop just short of murder, but leave a nasty memory. When I came to, I was propped against a building in the alley, and the world at that moment was a bad place. And I was mad, and my anger was for the little professor with his system. Now I really wanted to find him and turn him over to the police. But I couldn't find him the way I'd started out. No one to talk. No one except Perhaps one person. One of those strange, pathetic creatures known as a stoolie. I cleaned myself up at the nearest washroom, grabbed a cab, and went to see him at a dirty, shabby rooming house. He was there.
Look, Randy, you got yourself worked over already. What do you want from me, huh?
Just a little information, Gus.
Yeah, I know. Nobody comes to me except for that. Someday I'm going to buy a chicken farm and get out of this business.
Yeah, now listen, you know everything that goes on in this town, within limitations.
Yeah, I know plenty. But not everything.
Well, most of it. I want you to find out something for me.
Yeah?
There's a roulette wheel somewhere.
I don't know nothing.
Oh, come on, Gus, come on.
Randy, sir, help me. Hope to kiss a pig. Nothing.
Don't be afraid, Gus. I'm not starting a cleanup. I just want to find something.
I know from nothing.
For $50?
Huh?
$50.
It ain't good, Randy. I done a lot of favors for the cops. They shoot square with me. They kind of see I don't get hurt, but you...
This isn't a crusade. I want to find someone.
You leveling, Randy?
I'm leveling.
Well, if you ain't, if anything happens, both of us could end up real bad in the red. I do a nice business.
All right, just between you and me, Gus. Now, how about it?
$75?
Okay, 75.
Now?
I haven't got it on me. You know I'm good for it.
Then send it to me, not bring it personally.
All right. I'll send it to you.
Uh-huh. Now, who do you want to find?
So I left it with Gus, and he arranged to call me at a pay station as soon as he learned anything. I waited in front of the phone for an hour, and then an hour and a half. And all the while I wondered what was happening with Professor Benson. The thing was building up in my mind. It'd be ironic if his system worked with my money. What would I do? What could I do? Whose money would it be? Then the call came through in the booth. Hello?
Randy?
Oh, yeah, Gus.
Yeah, I got what you want, but you got to promise no knockover.
No, I told you that.
Okay. There's a little guy like you told me about. He's playing the wheel.
Where?
Remember the old Dixie Club?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a layout in the back. Everything from Pharaoh to one-armed bandits. All fancy.
And he's there?
Yeah. And Randy.
What?
You better get there quick.
Why? What's the matter?
This guy's hotter than a $2 pistol, and the boys running the joint are getting cross with him.
All right. I'll see you.
Now, hold it,
What?
will you? You gotta know how to get in.
Yeah, that might be handy. How do I do it?
Well, when you get to the door, just say, the name is McGrady, see?
Yeah. McGrady. I went back to Mrs. Benson because I figured I might need her. And then the two of us went to the old Dixie Club. From the outside, it looked like a boarded-up house. But Gus knew what he was talking about. A knock on the door, it opened a tiny bit, and I was McGrady. Then the door opened all the way. Mrs. Benson and I went in, back to a big room filled with people. But the dice game was deserted, so was the blackjack table, and the faro layout, also the poker tables. But the crowd pressed in against the roulette table, around a little old man whose face was flushed and whose skin glistened with perspiration. In front of him was a huge stack of chips, and as Mrs. Benson and I approached the table...
Number 11, black.
I won. I won again. It's working. You see, everyone, it's working.
Hello, Benson.
Stone.
Uh-huh. Doing all right, huh?
Please, you're not here to take me away.
Well, that's the general idea.
Harry, come with us.
Oh, no. Look, I've got all this, and there's more to come.
Okay, you're ahead. But there is something else. Earlier this evening, you...
Here's your money. Take it.
Harry, I've never seen you like this.
Dora, all this money, yours and mine.
Yeah, all right. Now, come on. Pick it up and let's go.
No, I won't let you take me till I play to the end of my system.
Your system, yeah.
Yes. I've waited for this. Waited till I knew I was right. Now you want to...
Take it easy. What's your trouble, mister?
Are you speaking to me?
Right to you.
Who are you?
I happen to run this place.
Well, it's slightly illegal.
Who are you?
I'll tell you. He's a newspaper man. His name is Stone, and he wants to take me away.
Stone, huh? How'd you get in here?
I know a man named McGrady.
I wish I knew how you got to know him.
I was introduced. Now, let's cut out the small talk.
$5,000 isn't small talk. That's what he's into me for.
Any objection if he takes it and leaves?
I won't. You listen to me.
Harry, don't you know what you've done tonight?
Yes, I do. I've won for us.
All right, then take it and leave.
No, I said no. For 40 years, I gave everything I had to other people. What did they give me? A gold watch and a wonderful speech. But Dora and I couldn't eat the speech. Maybe if you spent over half your life in trying to...
Harry.
All right, well, what do we do now?
It's up to him. He's playing a closed table. If he wants to go on, all right.
I do.
That answer you, Stone?
And what'll happen?
What do you mean by that?
Figure it out.
I see. You know what could happen, don't you, Stone?
Sure, I've met a few muscle boys already tonight.
Could get worse.
Okay. All right, Benson, it's your funeral. You've got $5,000 in front of you now. You can take it and leave, or you can play. Suit yourself.
I'm going to play.
No, Harry, no.
I've got 2 more numbers, Dora, 2 more.
Okay, place your bet, Benson.
Yes. 27, red. $1,000. Will you take that much?
I'll cover it. Go ahead.
Harry, for the last time, don't.
No matter what we say, he'll do it. Let him go.
27, red.
All right, spin it.
Sure.
And be careful.
Yeah, I'll be careful.
Please spin the wheel.
Harry.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Go on, spin it.
Sure. Number 27, red.
You see, you thought I was crazy, but look at it. I've won again.
Harry!
Benson. Come on, help me get him away from the table.
Take him into my office. Will you get him away from here?
I've got to play one more.
Yeah, sure. You've got to play one more number. Give me a hand, somebody, please. That's
No,
it, thank you.
don't
Come on,
take me away.
Benson.
Please,
Come on.
Please.
All right, on the couch. This way.
You don't understand. There's one more number. My money. Where is it?
It's at the table. Now, take it easy.
No, my money. Somebody will steal it.
It'll be all right.
Dora, go back and get it. Dora, go
I'll
back.
call for a doctor.
No. Let me up.
No, Harry, lie down.
My money. Get it, Dora. Get it.
All right.
Get it.
Stay with him, Mrs. Benson. Don't let him up.
Yes.
Well?
How much does he have coming?
Including the last spin, 41,000.
Can you cover?
I'll cover.
All right, cash these.
Wait a minute. Maybe he wants to play some more.
He's finished playing. Cash these.
Okay. Eddie, get 41,000 in the safe.
No! Leave it there!
What?
Leave it there!
What are you talking about?
He wants to play it.
Oh, he's crazy. Let me talk to him.
No, he won't listen. He wants to play it to the end. He made me promise I would.
What? Well, do you want to?
I promised.
All of it?
Yes.
Can you cover that much?
Not at 35 to 1. 20 cents on the dollar, take it or leave it. Take it and I'll spin. Leave it and I'll close the wheel now.
I'll play it.
Oh, for the love of heaven, Mrs. Benson, there's $41,000 here. Do you realize you can lose?
He said I couldn't.
I bet he's got...
I promised I'd play it on number 21.
Oh, let me talk to him. Let me...
No, I made a promise. Play it.
41,000 on number 21, red. Is that what you want?
Yes.
All right.
A fair spin.
A fair spin. And the last one.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
All right. 21 red. Number 13 black. How about that, fellas?
Are you satisfied, Mrs. Benson?
Yes, I am. I didn't want it to win. I didn't want that money because it killed him.
It killed him?
Yes, he's dead.
What? Oh, Mrs. Benson, what can I say?
Oh, I was so sure. And I lied to him. I lied. But I didn't want it. It killed him.
You lied? No, you kept your promise. You played for him.
Here.
But his system, it's... Well, Mrs. Benson, you played 21.
I know. And his last number was 13.
Well, here I sit, back in the office, wondering, watching the lights go out and the dingy gray of dawn creeping through the streets. And somewhere out there is an old woman, a lonely old woman who could have had almost $50,000, but at the loss of something that no amount of money could buy back for her. The man who quit while he was ahead. Yep. Where there's a winner, there's a loser. That's the way it's been, and that's the way it'll always be. Oh, well. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, a dramatic series, stars Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
This program is transcribed from an earlier network broadcast.
Really? Butch? Anybody home?
I'm here, Mayor. Mayor, Abby and I want you to complain to the telephone company. That new subscriber on our line talks in European French, and we can't understand a word she says.
Noxema presents Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore, with Agnes Moorehead as Marilli and Conrad Binion as Butch. Remember Mark Twain's famous comment, everybody talks about the weather, but nobody does anything about it? Well, I'd like to add a postscript. You can do something about what the weather does to you. You don't just have to put up with a chapped, windburned face, rough, red hands, or the all-over discomfort of winter skin. Just reach for Noxema Medicated Skin Cream. See how it soothes and softens rough, dry skin, makes hands look whiter and more appealing. Actual clinical tests show Noxema helps even severely chapped skin heal faster, often in as little as 24 hours. And here's another tip. Try Noxema as an all-over body rub after your tub or shower. It helps keep your skin feeling soft, lessens the irritation often caused by warm woolen clothes. Get a jar of Noxema tomorrow. The big 10-ounce economy size being featured at your druggist now. And now, the Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Well, it's an early January evening in Springdale, and supper is over at the old-fashioned house on Elm Street. The mayor is sitting in front of the study fire, half dozing over the Evening Clarion. His ward, Butch, is lying on the couch, an unopened history book on his stomach and idly drawing pictures on the frosted window pane with his thumbnail. Marilli comes in from the kitchen.
Well, I finally got them finished. Dishes. Honestly, for 3 civilized people, there's a... Roscoe.
Yeah, Marilli?
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Well, stop it.
Yes, sir.
You can do more damage doing nothing than 20 other folks doing something. As soon as that frost melts, the whole window pane will be covered with moss.
Oh, doggone it,
Mercy.
Marilli. Will you please sit down and relax?
I am relaxed.
Well, relax all over.
Oh.
I am right in the middle of January doldrums. I'm in no mood for a lot of vocal fireworks.
was because... Do I believe in what?
Thought transference.
Thought. You mean thinking something real hard until the someone you're thinking at gets what you're thinking about? Is that the...
That's it in a king-size coconut shell. Yep.
Well, yes, I believe in it. Why?
Well, as an interesting experiment in peace and quiet, let's all sit just here and think at each other for the rest of the evening.
Oh, people can't be terrible sociable just by looking...
No words, just silent, restful thoughts.
There's just no sense in
Thank you.
What?
I said thank you. I knew you'd cooperate, so I just said thank you.
Oh. Don't mention it.
Well, all right, thanks.
Of course, I can take a hint, you know. If people don't want to talk, I can be as close-mouthed as anybody else. And I love to think. Gives a person something to occupy their mind. I could sit right here till 2 weeks after doomsday without a single word passing my lips. Even as a baby, I didn't try to talk until I was nearly 3 months old, you know. My mother was terrible afraid I'd never... Roscoe Gardner, aren't you ashamed of yourself?
Huh?
You should have your mind scrubbed out with soap and water.
But gee whiz, what did I do, Marie?
Oh, don't try to look so innocent. I got that thought you just transferred in my direction.
Oh, gosh, Marie, I wasn't even thinking. I was just lying here trying to scratch my left ear with my right foot.
Well, it wasn't you, it was the mayor thinking. And anyone who casts such thoughts behind a person's back...
Look, you weren't tuned in on my station because my mind was a perfect blank.
Well, somebody thought it.
Well.
And seeing you and Roscoe are the only ones in the room...
There's a goldfish, Marie.
Ah, sure, you can't eliminate that Tiffany sardine, you know.
And I guess fish can send out pretty strong thought waves, seeing as they're supposed to be brain food.
Well, I suppose it could have been Mr. Weissmuller. He sort of had his scales up because I cut down on his fish food. Last week, swimming through his castle, he got stuck twice.
Golly, instead of trying to get him thinner, I should think it'd be easier to get him a bigger castle.
Well, in case you don't know it, Roscoe, there's a post-war fish castle shortage, you know. The price of even small two-entrance grottos has rocketed sky high, and any goldfish lucky enough to have any kind of a castle, no matter how inconvenient, had better hang on to it.
He looks sort of lonesome, swimming around in the fish bowl all by himself. Whatever happened to Mrs. Weissmuller? Did Mr. Weissmuller eat her?
No, they were just temperamentally mismated. So I took her back to the 5 and dime store.
What did he do? Eat seaweed in bed?
No. But Mrs. Weissmuller likes to swim clockwise, and Mr. Weissmuller wanted to swim counterclockwise, so it was just smash, bang, splash every minute of the day, you know. Got me so nervous. Roscoe?
Yeah, Molly?
Will you please take your foot down from behind your neck and see who that is at the door?
Oh, sure, Molly. I was just trying to see what I'd look like if I was a monkey.
Oh, my.
I bet you if I could get both feet up, I'd look pretty good.
Oh, monkey. Mercy, my stars. I don't know where he gets such crazy ideas.
There's nothing crazy about him at all. They're just normal conversation for a boy of his age.
Yes, well, I don't know, Mayor. I sometimes think we should never have let him take Spanish.
What in thunder Spanish got to do with it?
Well, goodness knows what he's been putting in his head, you know. If they're going to teach foreign languages, they should teach them in English so the parents can understand them.
Yeah, they're both right there in the study, Dr. Case.
Oh, thank you, Butch. Hello, Mayor. Good evening, Morelli.
Oh, why, Dr. Case.
Oh, Doc. We didn't send for you, but you can sit down if you won't send a bill for your time.
I won't. This is a personal call.
Well, go take the doctor's hat and coat.
I'm out drumming up trade so I can pay my income
his
tax.
His bag, too. Take his bag.
Could I interest any of you in an expensive disease or a nice, luxurious operation?
No, sir. No. You couldn't because I haven't anything to spare. I'm giving the Bureau of Internal Revenue one tonsil and my appendix on my own tax return.
Oh, Dr. Case.
Yes, Butch?
Can I borrow your stethoscope?
Oh, sure. It's right there in my bag. Help yourself.
Oh, gee, thanks. I always wanted to see how it won't work.
Now, you be careful, Roscoe.
I'll bring it right back. I'm going to put it on Sweet Alice and find out how she ticks.
Delicate instruments like Sweet Alice.
Here, Kitty. Come here, Kitty.
Roscoe! Roscoe, down. You come right back here. I won't have you looking through my pack. Roscoe!
Don't let it bother you. It goes on all the time. This is one of our quieter evenings.
Oh, well, I always did like three-ring circuses. Say, what happened to your feet? Did you parboil them?
Nope. No, these are my new red slippers that Marilla gave me for Christmas.
Oh, Lord. I could stand up in a corner and go to sleep. I don't know why I feel so done in.
Well, everybody else is in the same condition. You've got a post-Christmas mental hangover.
Well, maybe so.
I have it every year myself. Sometimes it takes me the whole month of January to snap out of it.
I wonder why it is that the minute New Year's is over, everything seems too dull and flat and uninteresting.
Well, the main reason for it is that the town looks that way. Now, put that other piece of wood on the fire, will you, please? For the whole month of December, the street lamps have been decorated with evergreen and colored lights strung along the whole length of Main Street, and holly wreaths and holly berries in every window in Springdale.
There, that ought to burn a while.
And then, right after the holidays, lights and evergreen and holly disappear, and the town looks as bare as the picked carcass of a Christmas turkey.
I guess that's it, Mayor. I know I miss our Christmas tree. My living room seems sort of empty and unfinished without it.
Yes, and it's those discarded trees that bother me the most.
Oh, how so?
Well, I hang around for weeks and months afterwards. I meet them in alleys and on vacant lots, leaning against back fences, piled on top of ashes and rubbish on their way to the city dump.
Ghosts of Christmas past.
Yes, that's right. And every one of them with a bit of tinsel, a red ribbon, or cotton snow hanging to them, like the last rag and tatter of Christmas.
Well, still, what can you do with them?
I don't know. Only it seems to me that anything that brings so much happiness deserves a better fate.
Oh, okay, Merle. But if I get bed sores, it'll be your fault. Oh, here you are, Dr. Case. I brought back your stethoscope.
Oh, just drop there in my bag, Butch.
Oh, for borrowing it, I gotta go to bed. Ain't life terrible? Well, good night, Mayor.
Good night, Butch. Good night.
Good night, Dr. Case.
Hey, good night.
Bed. Always being stuck in bed. Might just as well been born an oyster.
Nice boy.
Yeah, Butch is all right.
Well, I guess I'd better collect my pills and powders and travel along home. It's been a long day.
Did you just come from a case?
Mm-hmm. Oak Street. Little girl.
Serious?
Polio.
Oh, Lord almighty.
7, her last birthday.
Can you do anything?
Well, I'm hoping.
What's her name?
Patty Burton. She was doing pretty good. And they sent for me tonight. She'd been crying the whole day.
Did you find out the reason?
Christmas tree.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they had one for Patty. It's been right by her bed for almost a month.
Mm-hmm.
Well, after that long a time, it lost most of its needles. Looked pretty scraggly.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, they took it down last night. Then they put it out in the yard where Patty could still see it. But she cried all day.
What are you going to do about it?
I don't know. In that little black bag, I've got pills that'll put you to sleep, relieve your pain, lower your fever, aid your digestion, or kill your germs. But you know something, Mayor? I haven't got one darn remedy that'll mend a kid's broken heart. Well, thanks for the fire and the conversation. I've got to go home.
Well, I'll see you to the door, Doc.
Say goodbye to Morelli for me.
I'll do that. And you and the missus reserve a night to come over to supper.
We'll make it on a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
That's the day of Mrs. Stevens' baby, but I think she'll wait till Saturday to take advantage of the Friday markdown sale at the Bon Town. Well, good night, man.
Good night, Doc. Good
Well,
night.
it's clouding over. We may have some more snow by morning.
Wouldn't surprise me at all. Good night, Doc. Good night.
Was that Dr. Case just went out, Mayor?
Yeah, it was, Marilla. He said to tell you good night.
Oh, da-da. Thursday.
He and his wife may be over for supper Thursday.
Oh, I'll have stewed chicken.
Yeah. Say, what's the name of that song you're humming?
Well, don't you remember? We used to sing it in school. Oh, Tannenbaum.
Oh, yes, sure. German song. It means Christmas tree.
Well, we used to sing it in English.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll pick it out for you on the piano.
Oh, Tannenbaum. Oh, Tannenbaum. Wie grün sind deine Blätter.
Oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. How faithful are thy leaves. You bloom with summer's fairest rose, and in the winter's bitter snows. Oh, Christmas tree. Oh,
Main 2424,
how
please.
faithful are thy leaves.
Hello, city desk? Is Bill Jordan? Oh, hello, Bill. Well, this is the mayor. Say, look, as a special favor, would it be possible to get a 2-column box in tomorrow morning's paper? Oh, fine. But I'll dictate what I want, and the heading will be to the people of Springdale who like Christmas trees.
Housework and most any kind of work is hard on your hands. But that doesn't worry Mrs. H.D. of Carlstadt, New Jersey. Her hands still look nice. You'll hear how she does it in a letter Miss Gregg is going to read now.
I run a chicken farm, and I have to go out in all kinds of weather to feed my stock. Every winter I suffered terribly from raw, cracked fingers until I started using Noxema. It helps my hands stay smooth and comfortable. But what's even more important...
Well, let me break in a minute, Miss Gregg, to explain why Noxema does so much for chapped skin. It's medicated, that's why. Nurses have used Noxema for years. It's made to soothe and help heal raw, rough, irritated skin.
Mrs. H.D. can tell you that, Frank. She says, my 2 children have to walk to school these winter days, and they were almost in tears because their chapped hands and faces hurt so much. I started treating them to a little Noxema before they went out in the cold. It relieves the chapping and has made them so much more comfortable and happier.
Try Noxema right now, while the weather is at its worst, and while your druggist is featuring the big 10-ounce economy jar. Now back to the mayor of the town, starring Lionel Barrymore. Well, it's now the next evening, and all day long the roads and paths that wind to the top of Blueberry Hill have resembled the climax of Shakespeare's Macbeth, when Birnam Wood came to Dunsinane. But the forest that marched today on Blueberry Hill, by car, by truck, by arm, and by shoulder, has been nothing but Christmas trees. Old Christmas trees with bare, scraggly branches, but each one bearing a scrap of tinsel, a tatter of ribbon, or a bit of cotton snow. And what started this march to Blueberry Hill? Nothing very much. Nothing of any global or even continental consequence, unless you're one of those 9 people in 10 who are more or less sentimental. Just a small girl's tears and the mayor's announcement in the Springdale Morning Chronicle.
Hey, Mame, just listen to this. To the people of Springdale who like Christmas trees, and especially to those who remember their own childhood and how they cried when their tree was stripped of its holiday glory and put with the trash in the alley. You know, I used to do that, Mame. Yes, sir, I remember when I was about... Say, what'd you do with our tree, Mame? Is that it lying out there by the back fence?
You see, Patty Burton is 7 years old and a very sick little girl. She's been crying over the loss of her Christmas tree. With your help, I hope to make her a wonderful tree that will last her until next Christmas. Steve, will you get our tree from the alley and put it in the car? I'm taking it out to Blueberry Hill.
All right, boys, take off your coats and start piling the trees fast as folks bring them up. Stack them on top of each other, 100 trees to a layer. Lay them and heap them together into a pyramid. Now build it carefully, like the mayor said, into a big Christmas tree. By glory, when we get it done and we set it afire, we'll have a burning, blazing Christmas tree that Patty Burton could see if she is 60 miles away in Capital City.
Patty, now, look at me.
Maybe if I talk to her, Mayor.
All right, Merle, all right.
But she won't stop crying to even hear what you say.
Patty, just listen to me a minute, will you? I know why you're crying. Oh, I certainly do. I like Christmas trees, too, you know.
You do?
Sure I do. Sure, why, I've had one myself every year. Every year since the Christmas when I was even smaller than you are.
Mm-hmm. And so did I, Patty. Why, Christmas wouldn't seem like Christmas without a tree, you know?
Mine was right here by my bed.
You know, that's just where I'd have put it.
And it had just lots and lots of ornaments.
I'll bet it was the prettiest tree in Springdale.
And way up on top, there was a star.
I know just what you mean. Star so high, it almost touched the ceiling.
Way up there it was.
No. Why, that's twice as tall as Merle is.
And every night we lit the lights.
All of them?
Red and yellow and green and white.
Oh, I wish I could have seen that.
Oh, it was just wonderful.
I can believe it.
Just wonderful.
Yes, sir, that's the only word for it.
But yesterday they took it down.
Yes, Patty, but don't you see?
They said it was dead, and they put it out in the yard.
But after a whole night.
But it wasn't dead, Mayor. It wasn't dead. It was beautiful.
I know it was. Now, I know.
Then
Let me
today a
Patty.
man came, and he took it away.
Now, Patty, don't do that.
He took it away in a car.
Now, Patty, please.
He took it away. And now I'll never see my Christmas tree again.
Oh, now, Patty.
But why did he take it?
Well, not that. I am going to be truthful with you, Patty. He took it away because I asked him to. You see, each kind of tree, like all kinds of people, was created for a special purpose. Now, there's fruit trees like cherry trees and apple and peach trees and plum and the nut trees like walnut and chestnut and butternut and every year, season after season, each one of these trees loads its branches for us to harvest.
Well, yes,
but now, a Christmas tree, mind you. A Christmas tree is an extra special kind of tree. You know why?
Why?
Because it only bears once in its whole life. And its one and only crop is the rarest and most priceless fruit of all. People call it happiness.
Mm-hmm. Christmas time happiness,
Yeah,
Patty.
that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas time happiness because it's a very delicate fruit. No matter how hard you try or cry, it won't last beyond the holiday.
But my tree.
You know where your tree is right now?
No.
It's up on the top of Blueberry Hill.
But why?
Well, because I wanted to find out if there was any truth in an old legend. My father told it to me, and his father told it to him.
What legend, Mayor?
Now, as near as I can remember, it goes like this. If you take your Christmas tree to the top of the tallest hill, and in our case, that's Blueberry Hill, on the 5th night before the first full moon after Christmas, which is tonight, and if that tree was loved and someone had harvested its whole wonderful crop of happiness, well, then it'll burst into flame and burn so tall and bright it'll almost blind you. And wherever the wind drops the smallest ash, a young Christmas tree will start to grow for some future Christmas.
Well, you know I never heard that before.
Blueberry Hill's right up there, isn't it?
Yep, yes, you could look right out this window here and see it if it wasn't so dark.
I don't see anything burning, do you?
No. Well, you can't trust these old legends, you know. Probably nothing in it at all.
But I did love my tree.
Oh, sure.
I loved it more than anything I ever had.
I know you did.
I loved it just terrible. I loved it just... Mayor!
Huh?
Look up on the hill. It's burning, Mayor.
My Gloria, it really is.
Why, it's lighting up the whole of Blueberry Hill bright as day.
Oh, it's burning because I loved it.
Well, I guess I ought to be thinking about getting to bed.
Yep, getting late.
It's been kind of a hard day.
That's right.
Nice day, though.
Wonderful.
Little girl seemed terrible happy.
I think she was, Merle.
All those trees certainly did make a blaze, didn't they?
That's right.
Uh-huh. There's only one thing that kind of bothers me, though.
Yeah? What's that?
Well, I've always kind of prided myself on my memory, you know.
Sure.
Once I hear a thing, I very seldom forget it.
Yeah, that's right.
And I've been trying to think and trying to think.
I wouldn't do that.
The truth be known, I've been racking my brain.
That's dangerous.
And for the life of me, I can't even remember hearing anybody tell that legend you told Patty.
Well, I never heard it either.
You mean you just made it up?
Well, legends have to start sometime, don't they? Who knows, a couple of 100 years from now, it may be a real legend.
Yes, but it couldn't.
Why couldn't it?
Well,
anyway, I'm planning to make the burning of Christmas trees an annual affair in Springdale.
Well.
It sort of finishes up the holidays with a nice feeling.
Well, I guess it does.
Yeah.
It's a lot better than having them hanging around for months and months and months and wondering what to do with them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, it is. Well, I guess I'll go along up to my room.
Good night, Merle.
Sweet Alice is out, and if you'll let her in before you go upstairs, I'd appreciate
I'll do that.
And this is the night to wind the clock, you know.
I won't forget it.
That wood in the fireplace sometimes...
I'll put up the fire screen.
Damper on the front.
I'll put it down.
Well...
Good night, Merle.
Good night. Oh, I almost forgot.
I'll lock the front door, too.
No, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to tell you I made some donuts this morning.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. There's two on a plate with a glass of milk. They're right there on the piano.
Well,
you better eat them. You better eat them right now so you won't go right to bed and have indigestion.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Well, good night, Red.
Good night again, Merle. Good night. Good night.
I hope Roscoe's remembered what I told him and not left the bathroom door open. When he does, it gets so cold in there you don't have to brush your teeth. You just hold the toothbrush against them and shiver again. Oh, my stars, these stairs are going to be the death of me someday. Oh, my.
Wonderful day. Wonderful donuts, too. It's a wonderful old world.
The Mayor and Marilla will be back in a moment. Mister, whether you realize it or not, a close shave always scrapes off some of your tender top skin. That's why your face so often smarts and feels irritated. Don't just endure this everyday annoyance. Shave the cool, soothing, medicated way, as thousands are doing. Bill Magee, a Pittsburgh salesman with an exceptionally tough beard, writes,
I've experimented with various shaving methods for years. Today, thanks to Noxzema brushless shave cream, my face is no longer sore and irritated from daily shaving.
You see, Noxzema shave cream is a medicated formula that soothes, helps protect sensitive skin as it softens the toughest beard. Gives you quick, cool, painless shaves. Helps heal the razor damage that causes shaving irritation. 4 out of 5 who try it report they never found a better shave. For your skin's sake, switch to medicated Noxzema shave cream right away.
You know, Mayor, when I saw Patty lying there, it almost made me cry. Yes, it's apt to be so long and so hopeless, you know.
Oh, it isn't hopeless anymore, Marilla.
What do you mean?
Well, just this, that if everyone in Springdale, in every place in the country, will support the March of Dimes with their contribution, no matter how small, they'll light a flame of hope as bright as that fire on Blueberry Hill.
Well, I know it's a wonderful thing, of course, Mayor, but how does the March of Dimes work?
Well, the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis uses half of the money right in the community in which it was raised. And guarantees hospital care to all polio victims. And the other half used for research and the prevention and cure of polio.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Isn't that wonderful?
I think it is.
Mayor, do you know where the hammer is?
Why, sure, of course. Why?
I'm going to break my piggy bank for the March of Dimes.
Be sure to be with us next week at the same time when the makers of Noxema again present the mayor of the town in a chapter called I Dreamt I Dwelt in Marble Halls. Our script tonight was written by Charles Tazwell. Music by Bernard Katz, and the original Mayor of the Town musical theme was composed by Mr. Barrymore. Mr. Barrymore appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Sinclair Lewis's Cass Timberlane, starring Spencer Tracy, Lana Turner, and Zachary Scott. And now, this is Frank Martin wishing you all a very pleasant good night for Noxema.
This was transcribed. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
It's 8 o'clock at KECA, Los Angeles.
One of the most acclaimed shows of all time, Orson Welles' Mercury Theater of the Air, is up next.
The Mercury Theater on the Air. No theatrical organization has done more in recent years to stimulate interest in the American stage than the Mercury Theater, whose outstanding productions of last winter under the direction of Orson Welles were the sensation of the theatrical season. Julius Caesar in Modern Dress, The Shoemaker's Holiday, Mark Blitzstein's The Cradle Will Rock, Bernard Shaw's Heartbreak House proved to the public the vitality and genius of this new organization. This summer, the Columbia Network introduced Orson Welles and his company for the first time to radio. And tonight we present the Mercury Theater on the Air in the 5th broadcast of its unique new series, dramatizing famous narratives by great authors. CBS again welcomes Mr. Welles and his associates to Columbia stations and to the stations of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. And here is Orson Welles to tell you about these stories himself. Mr. Welles.
Good evening. Tonight, as you were duly warned last week, we are trying out something altogether new. We're telling 3 stories instead of 1. 3 short stories instead of a single long one. Stories about love and ghosts and horse races. 3 stories in the first person singular about young people for grown-ups. I'm a Fool by Sherwood Anderson is the first of the 3. It began at 3 o'clock one October afternoon. As I sat in the grandstand at the fall trotting and pacing meet Sandusky, Ohio. It was a good heart jolt for me, and it all came about through my own foolishness, too. Summer before, I'd left my hometown with a fellow called Bert French with 2 horses that was campaigning through the race meets that year. Gee, it was fun. We had Bucephalus, a big black pacing stallion that could do 209 or 210 if he had to, and a little gelding called Dr. Fritz that never lost a race all fall, and Bert wanted him to win. Gee whiz, it was fun. You got to a county seat town, maybe say on a Saturday or Sunday, and the fair began the next Tuesday, and you took your horses to the track and fed them and got your good clothes out of a box and put them on, and the town was full of farmers gaping because they could see you were horse race people, and you went into a saloon, the 2 of you, Bert and I, and all the dudes came and stood around asking questions, and all you did was to lie, and lie all you could about what horses you had, and I said I owned them, and then some fella'd ask us to have a drink of whiskey with him, and Bert'd lead him on.
What was that you said, sir? I asked you, gentlemen, if you'd have a drink with me. Oh, well, all right. I'm agreeable to a little nip. Tell you what I'll do, sir. I'll split a quart with you. All right.
Gee whiz. That isn't what I want to tell my story about. We got home late November, and I promised Mother I'd quit the races for good. There's a lot of things you gotta promise a mother because you don't know any better. I got a job driving a laundry van, and then, as I started to tell you, the fall race came to Sandusky. I got the day off, and I went. Had on my good clothes and my new bound derby hat and a stand-up collar. And I had $40 in my pocket and 3 25-cent cigars and a drink of whiskey inside me that was bought me at the West House by a fellow with a cane and a Windsor tie. Gee, it was fun being on a track again.
George, George, here, man, down, get the best down, my friend. Get the best down. 5-2, Pelican, 5-2, no,
I looked around for Bert French, and there he was, standing around with his horses. Hello, Bert.
Why, hello, Joe.
How you been, Bert?
Never better. Say, you got any money, Joe?
Sure.
How'd you like to watch it grow?
Like it fine, Bert.
All right, come over here, then. I'll tell you something. Listen, Joe. In the second race, the 218 pace, there's a horse I'm handling, Abdul Ben Hammond. There he is, number 7. That gelding's as fast as streak, Joe. Belongs to a fellow called Mather in Marietta, Ohio. We got him marked at 221, but he can step in 08.
Gee.
In the first heat, don't you touch him. He'll go round like an oxen hitched to a plow. After that, you go right down and lay on your pile.
Well, thanks, Bert, a lot. Have a cigar?
Why, thanks, Joe.
Well, sir, I went and bought myself the best seat I could get right in the grandstand. I didn't go in for any of those boxes. That's putting on too many airs. Well, right in front of me in the grandstand that day, right in front, there was a fellow with a couple of girls. And they was about my age. The young fellow was a nice guy, all right. He had his sister with him and another girl, and the sister looked around over his shoulder, accidentally at first, not intending to start anything. She wasn't that kind. And her eyes and mine happened to meet. You know how it is. Gee, she was a peach. She had on a soft dress, kind of blue stuff, and I blushed when she looked right at me, and so did she. She was the nicest girl I ever seen in my life. She wasn't stuck on herself, and she could talk, proper grammar without being like a school teacher or something like that. What I mean is, she was okay. And then, pretty soon the horses came out for the 218 pace, and there was Bert's horse in among the rest.
What do we bet on this car?
What do you say? You know as much about it as I do.
What about the brown one there with the long tail?
Hank, ma'am, that mare couldn't beat a streetcar. Well, they looked up kind of surprised. But they didn't seem mad. And anyway, I'd done it now, and I might as well go on. There's a horse in this race, number 7, that's as fast as streak. Abdul Ben Hammad.
Is that a horse's name?
That's right. Abdul Ben Hammad. But look, don't you go letting on this first heat, because don't bet on him, because he'll pace it like a lame cow. You see if he don't. But when the first heat is over, go right down, lay a pile on Abdul Ben Hammad. He'll come right out and skin him alive.
Will he really?
That's the dope. Well, that's what I told her. Gee, you should have seen the way they looked at me. And then you know what she did? Gee whiz. She asked this man that was with her, Wilbur. Well, she asked him, and there was a fat man sitting beside the little girl that had looked at me twice by this time, and I had heard both blushing, and what did that young fella do but have the nerve to turn and ask the fat man to get up and change places with me so I could sit with his crowd?
I want you to meet Miss Eleanor Woodbury.
Pleased to meet you.
And this is my sister, Lucy Wesson. My name's Wilbur.
I suppose it was their having such swell names. Got me off my trolley, and then that girl. You know how a fella is. There's something that kind of nice clothes and the kind of nice eyes she had and the way she looked at me a while before over her brother's shoulder and me looking back at her and both of us blushing. I couldn't show her up for a boob, could I? I made a fool of myself, that's what I did. Glad to know you all. My name's Walter Mathis.
How do you do, Mr. Mathis?
From Marietta, Ohio. Have a cigar, Wilbur?
Thanks.
And you really think this horse is going to win, Mr. Mathis?
Then I told him all the smashingest lie you ever heard. I said my father owned this horse. You know, Boo Ben Adam. It was supposed to be a secret because our family was proud and never gone in for racing that way. Abdul Ben Hammad, I mean. Here's what I think of that horse, Wilbur. Will you do me the favor when you go down to place these 30 bills on Abdul Ben Hammad at whatever odds you can get? Just about then, the bell for the first heat come off, and sure enough, Abdul Ben Hammad went off his stride up the back stretch and looked like a wooden horse or a sick one, came in to be last. See, folks, what'd I tell you? Like a lame cow.
You certainly were right, Mr. Mathis.
Then this Wilmer Weston went down to the betting place onto the grandstand, and this Miss Woodbury with him, and Lucy Weston and I was left alone together, like on a desert island.
Butter popcorn, crisp, and strawberry wine. Butter popcorn, crisp, and strawberry wine. Fresh salad, butter popcorn.
Gee, Miss Lucy. Gee, I'd like to show you our place down in Marietta. It's on a hill, a great old red brick house with the stables behind it, way up on a hill, up above the Ohio River.
I like rivers.
Her eyes were shining, and then she kind of, with her shoulder, you know, kind of touched me. Not just tucking down. I don't mean that. You know how a woman can do. They get close, but not getting gay either. You know what they do. Gee whiz, I begin to wish I was on the square with her and to see what a fool I'd been, but there wasn't any way of getting myself on the square now. There ain't any Walter Mathers, like I said to her, and there ain't ever been one, but if there was, I bet I'd go to Marietta, Ohio, and shoot him tomorrow. And then Wilbur Weston came back with Miss Woodbury, and he'd gone and bet $50 on his horse, and the girls had gone put in $10 each of their own money, too. Gee, I was sick then, but came out okay. Then Adam stepped the next 3 weeks like a bushel of spoiled eggs going to market before they could be found out.
There he goes!
Look at him, Mr. Mathers. Look at him coming up.
I'll go by Hammett.
Oh, he's started.
There he is. He's coming up. Abdul Ben Hammett.
Second, oh, Mr. Mathers is going to win. He's going to win. He's winning. He's winning.
Well, we all got 9-2 for our money. After the race, we had a hack downtown, and Wilbur stood us a swell supper at the West House and a bottle of champagne besides, and there was I with that girl, big boot that I am. She wasn't saying much, and I wasn't saying much either. One thing I know. She wasn't stuck on me because of the lie about my father being rich and all that. There's a way, you know. Craps almighty, there's a kind of girl you see just once in your life, and you don't get busy and make hay, then you're gone for good, and all you might just as well go jump off a bridge, because what it means is you want that girl to be your wife, and you want nice things around her, like nice flowers and swell clothes, and you want her to have the kids you're going to have. You want good music played and not ragtime. Gee whiz. Well, there's a place over near Sandusky across a kind of bay, and it's called Cedar Point, and after we'd had supper, we went over to it in a launch. Just the 4 of us. By ourselves.
What time's the train leave, Wilbur?
10:40.
And is that the last train?
Yeah, that's the last train.
Oh, Shaw.
Well, over at Cedar Point, we didn't stay around where there was a gang of common cattle at all. The big dance halls and dining places for yaps, and there was a beach you could walk along and get where it was dark. We went there. She didn't talk hardly at all. And neither did I. I was thinking how glad I was my mother was all right. Always made us kids learn to eat with a fork at table and not spill soup and not be noisy and rough like a gang you see around a racetrack, you know, that way.
Hey, Lucy! Lucy, we're going up the beach a ways. Are you coming? Go on ahead. We'll wait for you here. I feel kind of tired, don't you?
Yeah. I guess so. Miss Lucy?
Why don't we sit down a while? It's nice here.
Lucy and I sat down in a dark place where there was some roots, old trees, and the water had washed up.
Feel that wood, how smooth it is. It's like silk.
Yeah. And there was a watery smell. And the night was like as if you could put your hand out and feel it. So warm and soft and dark and sweet, like an orange. After that, the time till we had to go back in the launch and they had to catch their train wasn't nothing at all. It went like winking your eyes.
Lucy! Lucy, it's nearly 10.
Lucy!
I've got to go. We've got to go to the train now. Will you kiss me goodbye?
She was most crying then. But she never knew nothing I knew. She couldn't be so all busted up as I was. Gee whiz. Sometimes I hope I have cancer and die. Guess you know what I mean. We went in a launch across the bay to the train like that. And it was dark, too.
What are you thinking about?
Gee, what? Only she knew.
You know what I was thinking?
What?
I was thinking you and I could get out of this boat right this minute and walk on the water.
Sounded foolish, all right. But I knew what she meant. Then quick, we were right at the depot. There was a big gang of yaps crowded, milling around like cattle, and how could I tell her?
It won't be long because you'll write and I'll answer you.
I ain't got a chance like a hay barn afire, a swell chance I got to answer her. Yeah, maybe she'd write me down at Marietta that way, and the letter'd come back. And stamped on the front of it by the USA, there ain't any such guy. Or something like that. Ever they stamp on a letter that way.
Bye, Walter. Thanks for the tip-off. Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye. Bye.
Goodbye. When that train went, I busted out and cried like a kid. Gee, I could have run after that train and made man of war look like a freight train after a wreck, but socks almighty. What's the use? Did you ever see such a fool? Me trying to pass myself off for a big bug and a swell. To her. Did you ever see such a fool? I'll bet you what. If I had an arm broke right now or a train had run over my foot, I wouldn't go to no doctor at all. I'd go sit down, let it hurt and hurt. That's what I'd do. Big fool that I am. I'll bet you what. I bet you if I hadn't drunk that booze, I never been such a boob as to go tell such a lie. A lie that couldn't ever be made straight to a lady like her. I wish I had that fellow right here that bought me that drink. I'd smash him for fair gosh darn his eyes. He's a big fool, that's what he is. If I'm not another, you just go and find me one and I'll quit working and be a bum, give him my job. I don't care for working and earning and saving it for no such boob as myself.
The second story of tonight's program by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater is The Open Window by Saki.
My name is Frampton Nuttall. I am a very nervous man. The doctors are not entirely in agreement in the matter of my diet. They have agreed to a man in ordering me complete rest, an absence of mental excitement, an avoidance of anything in the nature of violent physical exercise. It was the doctor's idea that I should go to the country for a week for my health. But it was my sister, Matilda Nuttall, who insisted on Mole Barrington.
I know how it'll be, Frampton. You will bury yourself down there and not speak to a living soul, and your nerves will be worse than ever from moping.
I'm not given to moping, Matilda.
Oh, yes, you are, Frampton. I shall give you letters to all the people I know in Mole Barrington. Some of them, as far as I can remember, are quite nice. You will call on them.
That is how I came to visit Mrs. Sappleton.
Hello.
I would like to see Mrs. Sappleton. My name is Frampton Nuttall.
Really?
I have a letter to Mrs. Sappleton from my sister.
I see. Won't you come in and sit down?
I was led into the drawing room by a young lady of about 15, with unnaturally long legs, a great many freckles on her face, and gray eyes.
I'll tell my aunt you're here. What did you say your name was?
Nuttall. Frampton Nuttall.
I'll tell my aunt, Mr. Nuttall.
I wondered whether Mrs. Sappleton was in the married or widowed state. An indefinable something about the room seemed to suggest masculine habitation. A large French window opened on the garden. Through it I could see a well-kept lawn, and beyond that the darker green of the fens. The scene was delightfully peaceful.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nuttall. My aunt will be down presently. In the meantime, you must try and put up with me.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Nuttall?
Yes?
Do you know many of the people around here?
Not a soul. My sister was staying here at the rectory, some 4 years ago, and she gave me letters of introduction to some of the people here.
Then you know practically nothing about my aunt, Mr. Nuttall?
Only her name and address.
Oh. My aunt's great tragedy happened just 3 years ago. 3 years ago. That would be since your sister's day.
Her tragedy?
Yes. We try not to talk about it. You may wonder why we keep that window open on an October afternoon.
Why, it's quite warm for the time of year.
That's not why we keep it open, Mr. Nuttall.
It hasn't anything to do with the tragedy, has it?
Yes, it has, Mr. Nuttall. Out through that window, 3 years ago today, my aunt's husband and the 2 young brothers went off for their day's shooting. They never came back. In crossing the moor to their favorite snipe shooting ground, they were all 3 engulfed in a treacherous piece of bog. It had been that dreadful wet summer, and places that were safe in other years gave way suddenly without warning. Their bodies were never recovered. That was the dreadful part of it.
Oh.
Poor aunt always thinks they'll come back someday. They and the little brown spaniel that was lost with them. And walk in at that window just as they used to do. That is why the window's kept open every evening till it is quite dusk.
Oh.
Poor dear aunt. She often told me how they went out. Her husband with his white waterproof coat over his arm. And Ronnie, her youngest brother, singing, Bertie, why do you bound like this? I said, Bertie, why do you bound? As he always did to tease her, because she said it got on her nerves. Do you know, sometimes on still, quiet evenings like this, I almost get a creepy feeling that they'll all walk in through that window.
It was a relief when Mrs. Sappleton came into the room.
Oh, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Nuttall. I do hope Vera has been amusing you.
She has been very interesting.
It's so nice of you to come and see us, Mr. Nuttall. I do hope you don't mind the open window.
Why, no. Open window? No.
My husband and brothers will be home directly from hunting, and they always come in this way. They've been out for snipe in the marshes today, so they make a fine mess over my poor carpet. So like you men folk, isn't it? Do you hunt, Mr. Nuttall?
It was horrible the way the poor woman's mind dwelt on the topic of hunting. I looked up and the girl's eyes caught mine. She shook her head sadly. I tried desperately to change the subject. I told her that I was in Mole Barrington for my health. But I was conscious that Mrs. Sappleton was giving me only a fraction of her attention, and her eyes were constantly staring past me to the open window and the lawn beyond. Then, suddenly, I saw her stiffen. She was staring at the window.
Here they are. Here they are now, just in time for tea.
I turned toward the niece. The child was staring through the open window with dazed horror in her eyes. I turned and looked in the same direction. In the deepening twilight, 3 figures were walking across the lawn toward the window. They all carried guns under their arms, and one of them carried a white waterproof coat hung over his shoulders. The tired brown spaniel kept close at their heels. Noiselessly, they near the house. Oh, good heavens. Oh, good heavens! Help! Help!
Lucy, who on earth was that bolted up the drive as we came in?
That was Mr. Nuttall. I can't imagine what came over him.
I expect it was a spaniel that did it. Mr. Nuttall told me he had a horror of dogs.
Vera?
Yes, Aunt Lucy.
Vera, what did you say to Mr. Nuttall before I came into the room?
Nothing, Aunt Lucy. Mr. Nuttall did all the talking. I didn't say anything. He told me the strangest things. He was once hunted into a cemetery somewhere on the banks of the Ganges by a pack of pariah dogs and had to spend the night in a newly dug grave with the creature snarling and grinning and foaming just above his head. Enough to make anyone lose their nerve, Aunt Lucy.
You are listening to the Columbia Network's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater in 3 famous short stories. You have just heard the first 2 of these, I'm a Fool and The Open Window. We will present the third story in a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Network is presenting 3 famous short stories. And now the Mercury Theater and Orson Welles resume with My Little Boy by Carl Ewald.
My little boy is beginning to live. Carefully, stumbling now and then on his little knock-kneed legs, he makes his way through the world, looks at everything that there is to look at, and bites at every apple, both those that are his due and those which are forbidden him. He is not a pretty child, but he is charming. His face can light up suddenly and become radiant. He can look at you with quite cold eyes. He has a strong intuition, and he is incorruptible. He has never yet bartered a kiss for candy. He has bad habits, too. He is apt, for instance, suddenly and without the slightest reason, to go up to people whom he meets in the street and hit them with his little stick. What is in his mind when he does so, I do not know. And so long as he does not hit me, it remains a matter between himself and the people concerned. He has an odd trick of seizing his words in a grown-up conversation, storing them for a while, and then asking me for an explanation.
Father?
Yes?
What is life?
I give him a tap on his little stomach and roll him over on the carpet and conceal my emotion under a mighty tussle. Later, when we're sitting together, breathless and tired, I give him his answer. Life is delightful, my little boy. Don't you be afraid of it. My little boy is given a penny by Mary, the cook, with instructions to go to the baker's and buy some biscuits. I stand at my window and see him cross the street in his slow way and with bent head. Only he goes slower than usual, with his head bent more deeply between his small shoulders. He stands long outside the baker's window, where there is a confused heap of lollipops and chocolates and sugar sticks. Then he lifts his hand, opens the door, disappears, and presently returns with a paper bag, eating with all his might. And I, who, heaven be praised, have myself been a thief in my time, go all over the house and give my orders. My little boy enters the kitchen.
Put the biscuits on the table.
He stands still for a moment and looks at Mary and at the table and at the floor. Then he goes into the living room where his mother is sitting.
You're quite a big boy now that you can buy biscuits for Mary.
His face is very long. He says nothing. He comes quietly to me, sits on the edge of a chair.
Hello.
Hello. You've been over the way at the baker's. What'd you buy at the baker's?
Lollipops?
Oh, well, I never. What fun. I had some lollipops this morning. Who gave you the money this time?
Mary.
Really? Well, Mary is certainly fond of you, isn't she? Remember the lovely ball she gave you for your birthday?
Father, Mary told me to buy a penny's worth of biscuits.
Oh, dear. It is very quiet in the room. My little boy cries bitterly, and I look anxiously before me and stroke his hair. Well, you fooled Mary badly. She needs those biscuits, of course, for cooking. She thinks they're on the kitchen table, and when she goes to look, she won't find any. Mother gave her a penny for biscuits. Mary gave you a penny for biscuits, and you go and spend it on lollipops. What are we going to do? If only we had a penny, then you could rush across the street and fetch the biscuits.
Father, there's a penny on Mother's writing table.
Oh, is there really? Oh, no, I'm afraid that's no use to us, my little boy. That penny belongs to Mother. The other was Mary's. People are so terribly fond of their money and get so angry when you take it from them. I can understand that, for you can buy such an awful lot of things with money. You can get biscuits and lollipops and toys and clothes and half the things in the world. And it's not so easy to make money either. Now, Mary, she has to spend the whole day cleaning rooms and cooking dinner and washing up before she gets her wages. And out of that, she has to buy clothes and shoes. And you know she has a little girl whom she has to pay for at Mrs. Olson's. She must certainly have saved very cleverly before she managed to buy you that ball for your birthday.
Father, haven't you got a penny?
Here's my purse. Look for yourself. Not a penny in it. Spent the last this morning. We walk up and down. We sit down and get up and walk about again. We're very gloomy. We're bowed down with sorrow and look at each other with great perplexity. There might be one hidden away in a drawer somewhere.
Oh, yes.
Only we could find a penny.
Oh, here's one. Hooray. Look, Father. A penny.
Hooray.
It's a penny.
Hurry now. You go this way through my door. Then run back quickly up the kitchen stairs with the biscuits and put them on the table. I'll call Mary so that she doesn't see. We won't tell anybody. He's down the stairs before I've done talking. I run after him. Hey there! Hey! Wasn't it a splendid thing we found that penny?
Oh, yes, yes.
And he laughs for happiness. And I laugh too. His legs go like drumsticks across to the baker's. From my window, I see him come back, running with red cheeks and glad eyes. He's committed his first crime. He's understood it. He has not the sting of remorse in his soul, nor the black badge of forgiveness on his cap. The mother of my little boy and I sit until late at night talking about money, which seems to us the most difficult matter of all. For our little boy must learn to know the power of money and the glamour of money and the joy of money. He must earn much money and spend much money.
Yet there were two people yesterday who killed a man to rob him of $4.37.
My little boy is engaged to be married. She's a big, large-limbed young woman, 3 years his senior. Her name is Gertie. By a misunderstanding, however, which is pardonable at his age and, moreover, quite explained by Gertie's appearance, he calls her Dirty. Little Dirty, and by this name she will be handed down to history.
I want a girl for myself.
Quite right, my boy. Either I know very little of mankind, or he has made a fortunate choice. No one is likely to take Dirty from him. Like the gentleman that he is, he at once brings the girl home to us and introduces her. Owing to the formality of the occasion, he does not go by the kitchen way as usual, but rings the front doorbell. I open the door myself. There he stands on the mat, hat in hand, with Dirty, his bride, and with radiant eyes.
Father, this is little Dirty. She's my sweetheart. We're going to be married.
That's what people usually do with their sweethearts. Come in, Dirty. And be welcomed by the family.
Wipe your feet, Dirty.
The mother of my little boy doesn't think much of the match.
Why, she's a perfectly dreadful little thing. I have a good mind not to let her in the house.
We can't do that. I'm not in ecstasies over her either, but it's not at all certain that it will last.
Yes, but...
Do you remember what little use it was when your mother forbade me the house? We used to meet in the most incredible places and kiss each other terribly. I can quite understand that you've forgotten, but you ought to bear it in mind now that your son's beginning.
My dear.
Besides, I must remind you that it is spring. And so Dirty is accepted. But when she calls, she is first to undergo a short quarantine, while the mother of my little boy washes her and combs her hair thoroughly. Dirty doesn't like this, but the boy does. He looks on with extraordinary eagerness.
No.
Look, Mother, look. There's a place you haven't washed.
There's a good deal of cruelty in love. He himself hates to be washed, or perhaps it is merely his sense of duty. Last Friday, in cold blood, he allowed Dirty to wait outside on the step for half an hour until his mother came home. Another of his joys is to see Dirty eat. I can quite understand that. Here is something worth looking at. The mother of my little boy and I would be glad, too, to watch her if there were any chance of giving Dirty her fill. But there is none. At least not with my income. When I see all that food disappear without as much as a shade of satisfaction coming into her eyes, I tremble for the young couple's future. But he is cheerful and unconcerned. My little boy and I have had a very interesting walk in the park. There was a mouse which was irresistible. There were 2 sparrows, husband and wife, who built their nest right before our eyes, and a snail which had no secrets for us. And there were flowers, yellow and white and green leaves, which told us the oddest adventures. Now we are sitting on a bench, digesting our impressions.
What was that?
Oh, that was the lion in the zoo.
What's the zoo, Father?
The zoo, my boy, is a horrid place where they lock up wild beasts who've done no wrong. Animals who are accustomed to walk about freely in far-off countries where they come from. The lion is there. You just heard him roaring. He's so strong that he can kill a policeman with one blow of his paw. He has great haughty eyes and awfully sharp teeth. They caught him one day in a trap, tied him with ropes and dragged him here and locked him in a cage with iron bars to it. The cage is about half the size of the kitchen at home. And there the king walks up and down, and gnashes his teeth with sorrow and rage, and roars so that you can hear him miles away. And outside his cage stand curious people who laugh at him because he can't get out, and eat them up, and poke their sticks through the rails and tease him.
Would he eat them up if he got out?
In a moment.
He can't get out, can he, Father?
No. That's awfully sad. He can't get out.
Well, Father, let's go and look at the lion.
I pretend not to hear. I go on to tell him of the strange birds there. Great eagles that used to fly over church steeples and over the highest trees and mountains. Now they are sitting in cages on a perch like canaries with clipped wings and blind eyes. I tell him of gulls that used to fly all day long over the stormy sea. Now they splash about in a puddle of water, screaming pitifully. I tell him of wonderful blue and red birds, which in their youth used to live among wonderful red and blue flowers in forests 1,000 times bigger than this park. Now they sit there in very small cages and hang their beaks while they stare at tiresome boys in dark blue suits and black stockings and rubbers and sailor hats.
Are these birds really blue?
Sky blue and utterly broken-hearted.
Father, can't we go and look at the birds?
I don't think we will. Why should more silly boys go and look at them? You can't imagine how it goes to one's heart to look at those poor captive birds.
Father, I should so much like to go to the zoo.
Take my advice and don't. The animals there are not the real animals you see. They are ill and ugly and angry because of their captivity. and their longing and their pain.
But I should like so much to see them.
Now, let me tell you something. To go to the zoo costs 5 cents for you and 10 cents for me. That makes 15 cents altogether. That's an awful lot of money. We won't go there now, but we'll buy the biggest money box we can find. One of those money boxes shaped like a pig. Then we'll put 15 cents in it, and every Thursday we'll put 15 cents in the pig. By and by, that'll grow to be quite a fortune. Such a fortune that when you're grown up, you can take a trip to Africa yourself and to the desert and hear the wild, the real lion roaring and tremble just like the people tremble down there.
Father, I'd rather go to the zoo now.
Shall we go and have some ice cream at Josty's?
I'd rather go to the zoo.
You're not going to the zoo. Now we'll go home. And home we go, but we're not in a good temper. Of course, I get over it and buy him an enormous money box pig. We put the money into it, and he thinks that most interesting. But later in the afternoon, I find him in the nursery, engaged in a piteous game. He has built a cage in which he has imprisoned the pig. He is teasing it and hitting it with his whip.
You can't get out and bite me, you stupid pig. You can't get out, do you hear? You can't get out. You can't get out.
Dirty is paying us a visit, and my little boy is sitting at her feet. She has buried her fingers in her hair and is reading. Reading.
Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant.
The boy watches her with tender compassion. And he comes to me.
Father, must Dirty do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Father, when I grow big, must I do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Father, do you do all the 10 Commandments say?
Yes?
Well, Father, I don't believe that I can do all those things that the 10 Commandments say.
There is a great hullabaloo among the children in the courtyard. I hear them shouting something, and I go to the window and see my little boy in the front rank of the ruffians screaming, fighting with clenched fists, without his cap. I know that he'll come up before long and tell me about it. Presently he appears. He stands still, as is his way, by my side. Says nothing. I steal a glance at him. He's greatly excited and proud and glad, like one who has fearlessly done his duty. Well, what fun you've been having down there.
Well, it was a Jewish boy we were beating up.
What? A Jewish boy? Are you beating him up?
Yes.
What had he done?
Nothing.
He seems puzzled. I look so queer suddenly. Now I snatch my hat and run out of the door as fast as I can. Come! We must find this Jewish boy and beg his pardon. My little boy hurries after me. He does not understand a word of it, but he is terribly in earnest. What's his name?
Nathan.
Nathan! There's nobody in the courtyard. We go out in the street. Nathan! All in vain. The Jewish boy and his persecutors are blown away into space. So we go and sit up in my room again. Well, nothing to be done now. Hope you'll meet that Jewish boy someday so that you can give him your hand and ask him to forgive you. You must tell him that you did it only because you were stupid. But if another time anyone does him any harm, I hope you'll go in and help him and beat up the other fellow as long as you can move a limb.
Yes, Father.
I can see by my little boy's face that he is ready to do what I wish. So now I have to explain. Now, let me tell you. The Jews are by way of being quite a wonderful people. You remember David, about whom Dirty reads at school? He was a Jewish boy. And the child Jesus, whom everybody worships and loves, although he died 2,000 years ago. He was a Jew, too. My little boy stands with his arms on my knee. Now, the old Hebrews rise before us in all their splendor and power. They ride on their camels in coats of many colors and with long beards. Moses and Joseph and his brethren, and Samson and David and Saul. We hear wonderful stories. The walls of Jericho fall at the sound of the trumpet.
And what next? Go on, Father, go on.
The whole day is devoted to Jews. We learn that many of the most famous men in the world are Jews. And when evening comes, and Mother sits down at the piano and sings the song which Father loves above all other songs, it appears that the words were written by one Jew and the melody composed by another. My little boy is hot and red when he falls asleep that night. He turns restlessly in his bed and talks in his sleep.
He's a little feverish tonight.
We're spending the summer in the country. A long way out where the real country is. Cows and horses, pigs and sheep, a beautiful dog, and hens and ducks form our circle of acquaintances. The sun burns us. We eat like farmhands, sleep like guinea pigs, and wake like larks. Presently, for better or worse, we get neighbors. They're regular city people. The pearl of the family is Erna. Erna is 5 years old. Her very small face is pale green, with watery blue eyes and yellow curls. She is richly and gaily dressed in a broad and slovenly sash, a daintily embroidered dress, short open-work socks, and patent leather shoes. I at once perceived that my little boy's eyes have seen a woman. Altogether, there's no doubt as to the condition of his heart. One morning, he proposes. He's sitting with his beloved on the lawn. Close to them, her aunt is nursing her rheumatism under a red parasol. Up in the balcony above, I sit, like Providence, and see everything, myself unseen.
Nana, you shall be my sweetheart. I have a sweetheart already at home. Her name is Dirty.
This communication naturally by no means lowers Erna's suitor in her eyes, but it immediately rouses all Auntie's moral instincts.
If you have a sweetheart, you must be true to her.
But Erna's going to be my sweetheart.
Listen, child, you're a very naughty boy. If you have given this, Dirty. Well, that's an extraordinary name. But if you've given her your word, you must keep it till you die. Otherwise, you'll never, never be happy.
My little boy understands not a word and answers not a word, but later, after lunch, he comes up to where his mother and I are sitting, puts his hands in his pockets, looks straight before him.
Father, can't you have two sweethearts?
The question comes quite unexpectedly, but at the moment I don't know what to answer.
Well?
I pull my waistcoat down and my collar up. Yes, you can have two sweethearts. But it is wrong. It leads to more fuss and unpleasantness than you can possibly imagine.
Are you so fond of Erna?
Yes.
Do you want to marry her?
Yes.
Well, then, the thing is settled. We'll write to Dirty and give her notice. Well, there's nothing else to be done. I'll write now, and you can give the letter yourself to the postman when he comes this afternoon. If you take my advice, you'll make her a present of your ball, and she'll not be so much upset.
She can have my goldfish, too, if she likes.
Oh, excellent, excellent. We'll give her the goldfish. Then she really will have nothing in the world to complain of. My little boy goes away. But presently he returns.
Father, have you written a letter to Dirty?
Not yet, my boy. There's time enough. I shan't forget it.
Father, I'm so fond of Dirty.
She was certainly a dear little girl.
Father, I'm also so fond of Verna.
We look at each other. This is no joke. Perhaps we'd better wait with the letter till tomorrow. Or perhaps it would be best if we talk to Dirty ourselves. We get back to town. Then my eyes surprise an indescribable smile on our mother's face. All a woman's incapacity to understand man's honesty is contained within that smile. And I resent it greatly. Come. Let us go. My little boy and I go out to a place we know of, far away behind the hedge, where we lie on our back and look up at the blue sky and talk together sensibly, as two gentlemen should. My little boy is going to school. We can't keep him at home any longer, says his mother. He himself is glad to go, of course, because he doesn't know what school is. I know what it is, and I know also that there is no escape for him, but I am sick at heart. So we go for our last morning walk along the road where something wonderful has always happened to us. We sit down by the edge of our usual ditch, and suddenly my heart triumphs over my understanding. I just want to tell you that school is a horrid place. You can have no conception of what you'll have to put up with there. They will tell you that 2 and 2 are 4.
Mother's taught me that already.
Yes, but that is wrong. 2 and 2 are never 4. Only very seldom. And that's not all. You will never have any more time to play in the courtyard with Einar. When he shouts to you to come out, you'll have to sit and read about a lot of horrible old kings who've been dead for hundreds and hundreds of years, if they ever existed at all. Which, for my part, I simply don't believe. My little boy doesn't understand me. But he sees that I am sad. Puts his hand in mine.
Mother says that you must go to school to become a clever boy. Mother says that Einar is ever so much too small and stupid to go to school.
I bow my head and nod and say nothing. I take him to school. See how he gallops up the steps without so much as turning to look back at me. Here ends this story about my little boy. What more can there be to tell? He's no longer mine. I have handed him over to society.
There was nothing else to be done.
Really? Was there nothing else to be done? I wonder. Small boys have a bad time of it, you know.
They had a worse time of it in the old days.
That's poor comfort. The world is still full of parents and teachers who shake their stupid heads and turn up their old eyes and cross their flat chests with horror at the wickedness of youth. Children are so disobedient, they say, so naughty, so self-willed, and talk so disrespectfully to their elders. And what do? We who know better.
We do what we can.
She says it in such a way and looks at me with 2 such sensible eyes. They're so strong and so true that I suddenly think things quite well for our little boy. And I become quiet and cheerful like herself. Those teachers of his better look out, though. My little boy, for all I care, may take from them all the English and geography and history that he can, but they shan't throw dust in his eyes about the important things. I shall keep him awake, and we shall have great fun finding them out.
And I shall help him with his English and geography and history.
Tonight, the Columbia Network has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in dramatized versions of 3 famous short stories. I'm a Fool by Sherwood Anderson, The Open Window by H.H. Munro, Saki, and My Little Boy by Carl Ewald. We now present the star and director of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
My little boy grew up to be a writer like his father, Carl Ewald. And according to Mr. Alexander Wolcott, who made widely known that indescribably lovely testament of love, my little boy has chiefly distinguished himself in Denmark as the translator of successful English novels, including The Green Hat. The second and somewhat sinister posy in this evening's Children's Garland was The Open Window by H.K. Munro, who signed himself Saki. It has been said of Hector Munro that he was entirely incapable of boring a fellow creature. It is, God knows, eternally true of Saki. Indeed, his sister's earliest recollections of him in the nursery where he and their brother Charlie had been rashly left to their own devices is worthy of his most improbable heroes. To quote from her, Hector had seized the long-handled hearth brush, plunged it into the fire, and chased Charlie and me around the table, shouting, "I am God, I am going to destroy the world." H.K. Munro joined up at the beginning of the war and was killed by a sniper on the 14th of November, 1916, just before dawn. The author of our opening bill, that searching and poignant confession of a young lover who lied and lost, is this moment the editor of 2 newspapers in Marion, Virginia, one Democratic and the other Republican. This virtually perfect condition of life is the happy ending of a career that commenced surprisingly and suddenly one hot afternoon when Mr. Sherwood Anderson was the manager of a paint factory in Elyria, Ohio. He was sitting in his office, the story goes, dictating a letter, when he turned to his stenographer and said sharply, "I am walking in the bed of a river." He then put on his hat and walked out of the paint factory and also out of Elyria, Ohio, never to return. But Sherwood Anderson never forsook his native state. Not really. After all, nothing could be more faithful to it than I'm a Fool. Well, next week, Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre. Till then, thanks, everybody, and good night.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hello, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty "Hi-yo, Silver!"
the Lone Ranger. The engineers who built roads and bridges in the western United States before the coming of the railroad faced many dangers. The forces of nature, outlaws, and hostile Indians combined to make the work almost impossible. And if it had not been for the strength and courage of the masked rider of the plains, the winning of the West might never have been accomplished. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the canyon trail. Town is waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Knife Wound Canyon was so named because of its formation. A long, deep gash in the earth's surface, the canyon made it necessary for both horsemen and stagecoaches to spend an extra day in crossing the state. One of the greatest engineering projects of the age was a bridge under construction across the gap. The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode through the night along the canyon's rim. Far ahead, they could see the flickering light of a campfire, and
when the railroad comes this way, Tonto, the tracks can be run across the bridge. It's one of the greatest things that has been done in this state. Sam Barton's name will go into history as one of the builders of the West.
Soon railroad come this way, huh?
That's right, Kimasabi. Look, way over there on the other side of the canyon, you can see the workmen's camp.
Tonto see him.
I wonder who's camped on this side. Certainly not any of the workmen. They're all working from the other side.
That's right.
Seems to me there are some men around that campfire.
Tonto see 4 men there.
Not Indians.
No, not Indian.
There are Indians around here. We saw signs of them before sunset.
Fellers that fire, not Indian.
Well, we'll soon see who they are. It doesn't matter, but it's an odd place for men to make camp. Tonto, one of them has heard our horses. He's standing, listening. Rein up.
Hey there! Is that you, Barton?
Barton? Sam Barton. Why would he be on this side?
We heard your horse. Come on in. We're waiting for you.
Stay here, Tonto. Wait while I go on. Come on, boy.
Answer up, Barton. Is that you or ain't it? Come on.
What's the matter?
We don't want to stay here waiting all night. Where you been?
Well, that's my business.
Hey, where'd you get the white horse? Come on close to the fire. It must be sort of cold riding tonight.
I'm all right.
Hold on. You masked?
Yes. What of it?
What's the idea of being masked?
Maybe it wouldn't be wise to be recognized if I was seen.
Well, maybe not. Did you fetch the cash?
For what?
For what? For us. You promised to have some cash for us tonight. You got to get it so as we can get firewater and have the Redskins real roused up.
Suppose I didn't bring the cash.
Well, you better had. You promised it, Barton, and we figured on it.
chances are that bridge will be done tomorrow. Once it's done and the men are paid off, we won't have a chance of staging the massacre.
Hold on there, Rawhide. Let me have a look at this hombre.
What's the matter?
Don't sound like Barton speaking.
I'm not Sam Barton.
Just what I thought. Reach!
It was risky for Barton himself to come here. If one of the men knew that he was paying you to get the Indians on the murder trail, he'd be finished.
So Barton sent you, huh?
How much cash did he promise you?
How much did he send?
Look here. I don't know you men. How do I know you're the right ones?
Right or wrong, we're the ones that's been promised hard cash. And either we get it or we call the whole deal off. Now shell out, stranger, and be fast.
I got it, Rawhide. This here hombre, the horse, the mask. That horse is Silver. This is a Lone Ranger.
What?
Shoot the critter.
Why,
Not so fast.
Drill him. Shoot again.
Get him, boys. He blowed my gun out of my hand.
Come on. Oh, Silver, away. Come on, Cantor. This way.
Get him upstairs.
They're waiting for Sam Barton, Cantor, the builder of the bridge. And the plan to kill the men, to steal their money.
What do now?
Down into the canyon. You know what trail.
What do?
We'll ride to that camp. First of all, I want to know if Sam Barton is really crooked. I can't believe he is. Come on, Silver. Later that same night, after a dangerous ride through the canyon, the Lone Ranger moved silently through the bridge builder's camp. When he reached Sam Barton's shack, he opened the door and stepped inside. Barton, wake up.
What's wrong?
Wake up, Barton, and listen to me.
Tain't morning yet. Say, who are you?
Someone who calls himself Sam Barton is meeting plotters on the other side of the canyon. Did you know that?
Well, who is it?
I don't know, but I do know there's a plan to have the Indians attack your men as soon as the bridge is finished.
What? You sure of that? Who are you?
As long as the bridge is not finished, the Indians can't get here. That bridge is done tomorrow. They'll be ready to massacre all of you.
Oh. And what's your suggestion?
I think I can bring help. There's an army post where the commandant's a friend of mine. It'll take 2 days to get the troops. Postpone completing the bridge until 2 days more.
So that's it. Postpone it and spoil our record so the contract will be forfeited.
Will you forfeit the contract?
I see through the scheme. We were promised a bonus that we got finished ahead of time. You're sent here to slow us, so we won't be paid that bonus.
Nothing of the sort.
You get.
But, Barton...
Get, I say. Clear out. I'll have the whole camp on you. Scheming to do us out of the bonus, huh? Why, you...
The next morning, before the men started work, Sam Barton called them all together and then...
Get close, boys, so you can hear what I say. Today is the big day. We got a few hours' work, and then the bridge is done. The planks will cross the canyon. I want every mother's son of you to know that I'm proud of you. Proud of the courage and loyalty you showed. The whole state's proud of you. We're going to finish ahead of schedule, and then you'll get your pay.
Has our pay come, boss?
The pay is here. You'll get it as soon as you step from the bridge to the far side of Knife Wound Canyon. Pay in full plus a bonus. Then you'll have 2 days off before we make the finishing touches.
A bonus!
I'll meet all you boys. I'll meet you with the cash on the far side of the canyon. Now get going.
Hey, Barton, what's that coming?
I know that voice.
Masked man, I'll drill him. Yeah, what you knock my gun up for? The man's masked. He's an outlaw.
That don't call for shooting him.
Hold on there. I want to speak to you.
Let me drill him.
Ready, Joe.
Barton, last night I spoke to you in your shack.
I didn't know then that you wore a mask.
I told you it would mean death to every man here to complete that bridge and cross the canyon inside of 2 days.
He's loco. Why should it mean death?
I'll tell you why. Indians are gathering on the other side, and they're going to be filled with whiskey and then sent to wipe out you men.
That's a lot of lies, boys. All he wants to do is to keep us from finishing the bridge so we don't get our bonus. Fact is, maybe Barton's hired him to do that. How about it, Barton?
Yeah.
That ain't so, Joe. You know better than that.
I don't know, Barton. It'll save a heap of cash if you don't have to pay that bonus.
Why didn't you think of that before?
Boys, are we finishing the bridge today?
You're wrong. You're not going to finish it today. You're not going to finish it until the Army sends troops here to drive away the Indians if they attack.
You think you'll stop us?
Joe, I'll handle this. Stranger, I don't know what your idea is, but you're not going to stop our work. We've thought through on this job against every handicap that nature and man could conceive. We're not going to stop because the Indians are drinking whiskey, if they are. Go on, boys.
1 minute. Barton,
I didn't come here to make threats without being ready to back them up.
He's bluffing.
Yes, I think he is.
If you insist on going ahead with that job, then you'll find that you'll have more work to do. I've blasting powder planted where it'll tear away part of the bridge. Don't make me signal for that powder to be fired.
That's bluff. Nothing but bluff.
No, it isn't, Barton.
It's bluff, and I'm calling you. Go on, boys. Cross over and go to work.
I'll give the signal when the first man puts a foot on the bridge.
I don't know who I should believe. Blow that bridge and you won't live long.
Go to work, men. That's an order.
You're calling me, Barton.
Your call.
Very well. There's the signal. Hail, Silver, away!
Well, boys, there's extra work for us now.
Doggone. Dad rat it all, boss. Now what?
That masked man wasn't bluffing.
There ain't much damage there, Barton. Can be fixed, and we still can finish the job.
There's a lot more than 3 hours' work there.
Sure, but we'll work all night if need be. Won't we, men?
That masked man said he wanted to ride for troops to help us against the savages.
Look, Barton, I'll tell you what. You get the boys working double time, and I'll ride over to the other side and scout around.
Can you get over there, Joe?
Sure thing. I'll take the best horse and find a trail somehow. I'll see if there's redskins there. You get the boys going. If I don't bring back word or call to you from the other side of the canyon, you'll know there's no sign of redskins.
Good. Come on, boys. We've got twice as much to do now. Sooner we get started, the better.
Joe rode into the canyon as the men went to work. The blast and the Lone Ranger's warning had sobered them, but they obeyed Barton's orders without hesitation. In the meantime, the Lone Ranger had reached open country.
Come on, Silver!
The great horse Silver raced across the plains, heading for the distant army post. Mile after mile flashed by until, finally...
Halt! Who goes there? I've come to see Captain Grimes. Take this silver bullet to him.
Captain Grimes has gone to Fort McHenry. Colonel Martin is now in charge. Who are you with that mask?
Captain Grimes would have known me. Let me speak to you, Colonel.
Who is this?
Colonel Martin?
I am the Colonel. Who are you?
Colonel, if Captain Grimes were here, he would know who I am because of the silver bullet I've just handed your guard.
Well, I'm not Captain Grimes.
The need remains the same. The engineers at Knife Wound Canyon are in need of help.
Indians?
Yes.
How long has the fight been going on?
It hasn't started yet.
Not started? And why should it start?
It's certain to. Crooks have incited the Indians.
Remove that mask.
I can't do that. Colonel Martin, over 50 men will be massacred if you don't send troops to help them.
There are new regulations out of Washington. Captain Grimes has been removed because he seemed to antagonize the Indians. My orders are rigid. Until there is a fight, I cannot send out the cavalry.
But, Colonel, they will attack as soon as the bridge is across the canyon.
I'm sorry, sir, but you yourself have admitted that the Indians have not yet attacked. Until they do, I can make no move.
By that time, it'll be too late.
I have my instructions, and as a soldier, I must obey them.
The life of every one of those men depends on your aid.
I'm sorry.
Colonel Martin, I've ridden hard to get here. I thought I could count on your help.
You can, unless it's in violation of my instructions from Washington.
Instructions must sometimes be changed to meet conditions here in the West.
I'm a soldier, sir. I cannot assume that authority.
Then, Colonel, I will. Your men will follow you.
Let me down, sir. What does this mean?
I'm sorry, Colonel.
Help! Sergeant of the Guard! Corporal! Help!
Silver, away!
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. As a construction crew neared the completion of their work, Sam Barton's assistant met the outlaws on the far side of the canyon.
I come here to check on things, Rawhide.
Barton, we don't need no checking on. You paid us last night, and we got the liquor for the Redskins.
Look, we may as well clear a few things up. In the first place, that masked man you told me about already knows that Barton ain't the man that come here.
What?
I ain't Barton. I'm Joe Horner.
Trying to fool me.
Now, relax, Rawhide. I ain't trying to fool you. That's why I'm telling you the truth. I let you think my name was Barton at first, just in case you figured I'm not siding up to my idea. Savvy?
Reckon so.
That masked man that Kaji called the Lone Ranger has writ for the Army troops.
Army troops?
That's right. He tried to get us to hold up work on the bridge until he could get back here with the cavalry.
Then what?
Well, between me and Barton, we kept the boys willing to go ahead. Then he fired a blast that destroyed part of the bridge, but not too much. Barton's got the men going double time over there, and they'll have it done before the troops can get here.
Well, how soon will the span be completed? We can get the Redskins to attack from this side of the canyon, but they'd never cross over there.
And they're working along. I reckon it'll be done by daybreak, maybe.
Good. We'll manage to keep the Redskins all liquored up till then without no trouble.
I told Barton I'd come over here and look around. If I see any sign of Redskins, I'm to signal them. Well, I reckon he won't be getting no signal.
You better head back and tell the real Barton everything's all right.
You got plenty of liquor for them Redskins?
Plenty.
You be able to keep them going till you see the bridges done?
They'll be set to attack.
Rawhide sure steamed up a plenty, Joe, or whatever your name is.
I told him that when the bridge was done, the trains would be next to come. And the steaming engines would chase all the game away from this part of the country. That fetched them. Them Redskins are just spoiling to get at the men that built that bridge.
The Indians don't know about the money?
Nah. The engines will do their part just to keep the choo-choo trains from coming west.
Good enough. Well, I reckon everything's set. I'll go back and help along with the work. The more men working, the sooner the bridge is done.
Joe returned to the camp and reported to Sam Barton.
You didn't see Redskins, eh, Joe?
No, that masked man was just scheming against us like we figured, Barton.
I'd sooner take time on this job than have any of our men killed.
You needn't worry about that, Barton. There'd been savages on the warpath. I'd have seen signs of them.
Good enough. Lay to it, boys. Here, Steve. I'll give you a hand with that cross.
That's it, Barton. Work 'em hard. The sooner you cross, the sooner me and my friends will get some cash.
In a safe hiding place where he could see without being seen, Tonto watched the workman, his horse Scout beside him.
Them fellow work plenty fast, Scout. Maybe soon them get bridge done. And heap plenty trouble come. Tonto better get signal ready. Me get smoke signal ready. That tell masked friend, hurry, plenty fast. Them Injun. War dance. Bad Injun. Not like it, eh, Scout? Them Injun get ready to kill men on bridge when them cross over. That plenty bad.
Rawhide and his men had told the Indians that as soon as the bridge was completed, the trains would not only drive all the game away, but that white men would steal their horses and children. They promised the Redskins untold riches if the construction crew was massacred.
You sure got them braves all head up, Rawhide. They're raring to go.
Look at the darn fools hop around there. But he'd think they'd swallowed a passel of Mexican jumping beans.
They've been doing like that ever since yesterday. I'm scared that the men on the bridge will hear them and get wise.
Let them get themselves worked up. They can't hear them on the bridge with all the noise they're making building it.
Say, Rawhide, me and the boys been sort of hankering for the feel of a little cash. When are you going to divvy up our share of what Joe paid you to rig up this scheme?
You'll get what's yours when Joe comes through with the rest of the dough.
I've been sort of figuring something out in my head, Rawhide. But I ain't said nothing about it.
Mighty strange coming from you, Kaji. Most times your tongue does all your thinking. What's itching you between them dirty ears?
Well, I ain't good at figuring, but I reckon Joe will have a lot of hard cash after the men get killed and Martin don't have to pay him off. That's Joe's idea, ain't it?
You're talking sense so far. Go on.
Well, these Indians will only have dealings with us. So we're the only ones they'll take orders from. They don't know Joe hired us to do this for them. Ain't that right?
Yeah.
Now, if the Indians were to kill Joe and Barton, too, you and me and the other two men could split all the dough.
Kaji, you and me been riding the same horse. I worked that same little idea into my plan.
Good.
The story that Joe had me fix up to cover the killing of the men can cover up his killing, too.
Doggone you, Rawhide. You never miss a trick, do you?
Not when there's money in it. Nobody's going to stop us, neither. The Injuns will see to that. Just listen to 'em hoop her up.
Meanwhile, Silver, with his double burden of the Lone Ranger and Colonel Martin, was racing toward the canyon.
See you shot by the firing squad for this.
It was the only way I could get your men to follow me.
Follow you. Follow you. The entire detachment is chasing you. If you'd been riding an ordinary horse, they'd have cut you long before this.
The soldiers will be needed when the Indians attack.
You'll pay for this abduction.
Lives are at stake.
You have no proof.
The workmen need your protection.
My men will overtake you.
I want them to, after we climb the wall of the canyon.
Climb up the side of the canyon.
It's shorter than going around.
Man, you can never make it. No horse alive can carry 2 men up that precipice.
Silver will, won't you, boy? Tonto signal. There's not a moment to lose.
Signal?
A smoke signal. Come on, Silver. Hurry, boy. Stretch those great legs. You've got to carry us up. Climb, Silver, climb. We've got to save those men.
Even as the puffs of smoke drifted lazily toward the sky, and the Lone Ranger called on Silver for his greatest speed, the last few ties and beams were being set in place.
We'll get through 4 night, I reckon.
You gotta get through 4 sunset, boys. You gotta do it.
Wait. Everybody keep quiet a minute.
What's wrong, Mr. Barton?
I thought I heard something.
No, they ain't nothing.
Listen, Joe. Do you hear Indians?
There ain't no Indians in here. That's just canyon noise. Come on, man, let's get to work. Get those timbers in place now. Give it everything you got. You'll soon be through.
Yeah, all through.
Joe urged the men on, but Barton, concerned for the safety of his crew, watched closely for any sign of Indians.
Most done now, boys. Keep going.
We'll finish her now.
Then for the pay and the bonus. Then a night in town. Hustle it up, boys. Keep it moving.
Wait a minute.
Wait, nothing. Let them go, Barton.
I heard Indians again.
Just your imagination.
I hear them, I tell you.
Don't stop, man. Keep it working. Mr. Barton, maybe you don't want to have to pay the boys their bonus, huh?
It isn't that. It's what that masked man said. He spoke the truth. I hear Indians.
Stop work! Stop work on bridge! There's the redskin that wrecked part of our bridge!
He's all you've been hearing, Barton. It's all part of their game. Shoot the critter.
No, you not shoot. Indians wait on this side canyon. When you come, then kill.
Men, stop working. We can't risk our
We're
lives.
taking matters out of your hands, Barton. Keep on working, boys. Nothing can stop us now. Take care of that engine.
I'll take care of them as soon as we're finished.
Bad Indian wait this side. Kill men. Stop work till help comes.
We ain't waiting for nothing. Keep on there, boys. That's the ticket. Keep it going.
Men, stop. I'm in charge. I order you to stop working.
We're aiming to get that bonus, boss. We ain't stopping.
You earned it, boys. Don't let him do you out of it.
Indian wait, make attack.
Redskin, another word out of you, and I'll start shooting.
Men, this Indian is right. Stop working and see if you don't hear redskins.
We ain't stopping till we got that bonus in our pockets.
Men, I'll pay you the bonus if you stop.
Keep going, boys. Keep going.
The bridge is hit the other side of the canyon.
Now get on the other beams in place.
We made it.
Men, can't you hear those Indians?
Stop work. Drive them spikes in. $50 to the first man to get over.
The war cries of the Indians grew louder as the last beams were spiked in place. The men were so absorbed in their work that they didn't hear them. Finally, the last ties anchored the bridge, and the whole crew surged forward to the other side of the canyon. Rawhide, Magee, and the other 2 outlaws watched them.
Here they come. And there's our engines. Get 'em, Redskins. Get 'em right now.
There it is, Indians. They're charging us.
Get on there. Get forward, you men.
Boys, get back. Back across the bridge before it's too late.
No, you don't. Don't nobody try to get back.
Joe, what does this mean? Have you double-crossed me?
You're doggone right I have. Rawhide, Magee, give me a hand. They're trying to get back to the bridge.
Come on, man. We'll stop it.
No! What's this mean?
Joe's double-crossed us.
He knew them Indians was waiting for us.
Them men with the Indians have cut us off. We're surrounded.
I see your scheme, Joe. You betrayed us to the Indians so that after we were all wiped out, you'd have the whole payroll for yourself.
Get up and get forward.
Fight them as long as you can, men. Fight them as long as you can.
Masked man, him come now.
The small band of workmen were trapped between the outlaws and the Indians. Then suddenly a great white horse thundered toward them. Close behind rode the soldiers of the fort. their rifles pouring a withering fire into the frenzied ranks of the savages.
That masked man again.
The soldiers have come with him.
Now we'll lick him. Up and at him, boys!
Where's Joe? He's the one I'm aiming to get. He's over there with them other critters. We can get back to the bridge now.
We're not going back. We're staying here and fighting.
The soldiers made quick work of the Indians. The Lone Ranger stopped only long enough to lower Colonel Martin from his horse. Then, charging up to Joe, he covered the surprised outlaw with his guns.
You're all covered. Don't anyone move.
Yo, I know your voice.
You should. I talked to you that night when you thought I was your partner coming with the cash.
If I could get another chance to shoot you, I wouldn't miss. You're the one that shot away my gun. I'll get you for it yet.
Where you're going, you'll get nobody.
Barton, you already know that your assistant was the ringleader of this attempt.
You can't prove that. There's 50 men to prove it. First of all, you reported there were no Indians. Then you fought against us when you thought the odds were on your side. We've got you all right.
All right, you got me. But tell me one thing. How'd that army get here so quick?
I'll answer that. My men were following the Lone Ranger. He showed them the shortcuts. But heaven forbid that I should ever have to ride that trail again.
Come, Tonto.
I never in my life saw riding like that masked man's. And that horse carrying a double load.
Thank you, Colonel. You arrived just in time. A little later, and we'd all been killed.
You needn't thank me, Barton. Men! Rope those prisoners. We'll turn them over to the law on our way back to the fort.
Hold on. Wait.
The masked man, Colonel Martin, he's escaping.
Who is?
I'll drop him. He won't get away with what he done to you, sir.
Put down your rifle.
What, sir?
Give it to me. I'll take a shot at him.
Yes, sir.
Can't let him escape without trying to get him. There, I tried, didn't I?
Oh, Colonel Martin, you missed him by a mile.
First shot I missed in 20 years. Missed the Lone Ranger.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Up next on Nightly Old-Time Radio Shows, enjoy the adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The Drug Ring Murder. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer.
Well, Mr. Nicholas Carter, are you going to answer your telephone, or are you going to take me out to lunch as you promised?
There's no reason why I can't do both, Patsy. Nick Carter speaking.
Dick, this is Riley at headquarters.
Oh, how are you, Lieutenant?
There goes my
What's on your
luncheon
mind?
date.
Murder. And you're right in the middle of it, Nick. Meet me at the city morgue as quick as you can. I'm waiting here.
What's the matter, Riley? Can't headquarters solve this case without me?
Who said anything about your solving the case? You get yourself down to the morgue right away, and that's an order.
An order, Riley? What are you talking about?
The body of a man was washed up on the beach this morning, only he didn't die from drowning. It was murder.
Yes?
There was no identification on the body. None at all. Except one of your business cards. Nick Carter, private detective.
What?
I hid the card in my pocket as soon as I laid eyes on it. But there's a chance one of the reporters saw it before I did. Now, do I have to draw you a diagram?
You've already done it. I'll be there in the double, Riley. Bye.
What's up, Nick?
Plenty. Look, Patsy, hold on the office until you hear from me. I'll call you within an hour.
I knew you shouldn't have answered that phone.
Business before pleasure, Patsy, and right now I've got business at the city morgue. Where have you got him, Riley? On a slab out here? or you-
He's on ice, in the box at the end of the room there. And I'm telling you one thing, Nick Carter. It's lucky for you that I was here when he was brought in.
Now, look, Riley, surely you aren't trying to pull me into this thing just because the fellow was carrying one of my cards. Why, there are probably hundreds of people I never heard of who carry my name in their vest pockets.
Well, if you'd rather be explaining to the captain how your card got on a corpse...
Oh, now take it easy, Riley.
You
Take
know
it
what
easy.
it means for an officer of the law to conceal evidence, Nick. How do I know one of those reporters or photographers isn't telling the captain right now that...
Well, let's worry about one thing at a time. You said the body was washed up on the beach on the north shore of Long Island?
Yes, it was. Stuffed in a gunny sack with every bit of identification removed. Everything was ripped out except a concealed pocket.
Yes, I know, with my card in it.
Yes. Here we are. Last box here. Now, take a good look, Nick. Yeah, did you ever see him before?
Oh, yes. That's Stanley Phillips.
Huh?
Dr. Stanley Phillips. He's a research chemist. Sort of an eccentric.
Oh, balmy, huh?
No, just strange. He's assisted me in a few investigations. But for the most part, he was pretty much of a hermit. Didn't like to mix with people.
Yeah, that don't make sense. People who mind their own business don't go around getting themselves murdered. Where did he live?
There's a big house on Long Island Sound, but his laboratory was on his yacht. It was anchored about half a mile or so out from the house, if I remember correctly.
Laboratory on a yacht?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was balmy.
Hey, Riley, look. Here in his neck.
Well, what did you expect? I told you he was strangled. The autopsy showed he was dead before he was put into the gunny sack and thrown into the water.
I know, but that isn't what I mean. Here, look at the prints in his neck. Closely, look at him.
Yeah, well.
Unless I miss my guess, Riley, he was murdered by a left-handed killer.
Say, maybe you've got something there, Nick. I'll phone the fingerprint expert.
Now, wait a
and
minute,
we'll...
Riley. Let me hit the phone first. I gotta be on my way.
Hey, now, don't be forgetting you can't take long on this, Nick. The captain will be wanting to question you about your card being found on the body. I can't hold off more than a few hours.
Give me those few hours, Riley, and I'll wrap the murderer up in wax paper.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Oh, hello, Patsy. We got work to do.
Yes, Nick?
I want you to go through the files and dig out all the stuff we have on Dr. Stanley Phillips.
That queer duck who did some work for you once?
Yeah, that's the one. Research chemist. Get all the dope on him and meet me down in front of the office in 10 minutes. I'll pick you up.
All right, Nick.
That's all.
Yeah, where are you headed for, Nick?
The Phillips estate on Long Island Sound. Meet me there as soon as you get the report on the fingerprints in Stanley Phillips' neck.
And apparently neither he nor his sister ever married. After the parents died, they continued to live in the big manor house.
What did you say the sister's name was?
Rose Phillips.
Rose. Go on.
You know all about his laboratory being on his yacht.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be one of the best private laboratories in the country. Used to do a lot of research work for big companies. As a laboratory assistant, Tom Marks, young man. And let's see what else. His hobby was writing. Scientific articles they were. Usually about the effects of habit-forming drugs. He had an article in Popular Research last month entitled Morphine Exposed.
So he wrote about habit-forming drugs, huh? You know, Patsy, this case might turn out to be more than just an ordinary murder.
I guess nobody's home, Nick.
You're wrong about that, Patsy. Saw the curtains at the window move. Pounding on the door isn't going to do any good either. Whoever's in there evidently doesn't want callers today. However...
What are you going to do?
Open the door with this little lock picker of mine. There it is. All right, come on, Patsy. We're going in.
I don't see anybody.
Stay behind me.
Put your hands up. Over your head.
She's got a gun, Nick.
You're Rose Phillips, I take it, miss?
Keep your hands up. I'm asking the questions. Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter, and this
Nick Carter?
Yes. And this is my assistant, Patsy Bowen.
Nick Carter, the great detective. Well, my brother often speaks of you. He thinks you're wonderful.
Nick, she doesn't know yet.
Miss Phillips, I'm sorry to have to tell you like this, but your brother is dead.
He's dead?
Yes. I'm afraid he was murdered.
Murdered. Stanley murdered.
Now, if you'll just put that gun away, Miss Phillips, we'll talk things over.
Of course, Mr. Carter, I'm sorry. This is all such a shock.
It was a fiendish killing, and I'm going to do all I can to bring the criminal to justice. You may be sure of that.
Oh, Rose. Rose.
I'm in here, Richard.
Oh. Well, who are these people? I thought Stanley told you never to let strangers in the house.
It's all right, Richard. This is Nick Carter, the detective, and his assistant.
Oh. Well, that's different. How do you do, Mr. Carter? I'm Richard Coles.
I take it you've already heard about Dr. Phillips.
Yes. Ghastly, isn't it? I can hardly believe it. The police say it was murder. For the life of me, I can't imagine who would want to murder Stanley. He was a strange man, Mr. Carter, very strange. He had a phobia about not letting anyone in the house when he was away.
You seem to manage an entrance all right, Mr. Coles.
Well,
Mr. Cole's a very old friend of the family and has always had a key to the house. He's our lawyer.
Look out, Nick! There's someone at the window. He's got a gun! I can't get over it, Nick. You don't seem to be surprised that you were shot at back there in the house.
I'm not, Patsy. That's why I was standing beside that suit of armor. That protected me by deflecting the bullets.
Nick, your presence on the Phillips case is most annoying to someone.
Too bad that window was frosted glass. Couldn't get a look at the gunman. That tiny crack the window was open. Well, now, did you find what I told you to look for in the cottage occupied by Tom Marks, the lab assistant?
Yes, I found a pair of his gloves.
Good.
I had to go through all his desk drawers to find them, too.
Let me see them. Mm-hmm. All seems to be adding up. Almost too neatly.
Adds up to a pair of gloves, that's all.
Look, Patsy. Coles told me back there's something about the terms of Phillips' will. If he lived to be 50, his estate was to go to a foundation. If he died before that, Rose was to inherit all the estate.
But that makes Rose the...
Oh, no. I don't suspect Rose. Her grief seemed genuine. But there's something else I learned. Tom Marks, Phillips' lab assistant's in love with Rose. They've been wanting to get married, but Phillips opposed the marriage.
Now the field is clear, with oodles of money to boot. But that still doesn't make Tom Marks...
Patsy, I'm almost certain Phillips was strangled by a left-handed killer. These gloves of Marks you brought me show that he's left-handed.
Oh. And that leads us where?
Right out to the laboratory and the yacht. I've got to find Tom Marks.
Nick, why in the world do you suppose Dr. Phillips had his laboratory way out here in the middle of the Sound?
There's no mystery to that one, Patsy. He told me why once.
Well, why?
So people couldn't bother him. I'd have used his technical knowledge a lot more often on cases myself if he'd been more accessible. Well, here we are. This is the Phillips yacht. I'll tie up here.
I've never climbed up a rope ladder before.
And you're not going up now either. Not until I look around the boat myself.
Oh, Nick, am I helping you on this case or not?
You are, but I don't want you taking unnecessary chances.
Nick, please.
Now, quiet a minute, Patsy. Let's see if we can raise somebody from here.
Hello up there. Hello aboard the Phillips yacht.
It's funny.
Tom Marks is aboard. He's keeping quiet about it.
Well, we'll find out right now. You better stay here in the motorboat.
And let you solve this case alone? Not a chance.
Okay. But stay directly behind me, remember?
Phew. Climbing this rope ladder's no cinch. I'm glad I'm not a sailor.
Can you make it?
Uh-huh. I'm coming. What do you think you'll find, Nick?
Tom Marks, I hope. Here. Let me give you a hand over the rail. All right. Oopsie daisy.
Oh, thanks. Well, there's nobody to lay out the welcome rug on the deck of this floating laboratory.
Well, that doesn't mean we're alone, Patsy. Come on. We're going down this companionway.
Okay.
I'm not mistaken. It leads to Phillips' laboratory. This is the laboratory. All right, Patsy, stay behind me. I'm going to open the door. Hey, Marks. Tom Marks, you in there? All right, Patsy. We can go in.
Tom Marks seems to have vanished, but he certainly left a mess behind him.
Yes. Overturned retorts. Bunsen burner knocked over. Look here on the floor.
Broken bottle.
Sulfuric acid spilled and eating into the floor. Yes, this is where Dr. Stanley Phillips met his death, all right. And when the killer came at him, he was sitting at this desk writing.
Well, how do you figure that?
That bottle of ink tipped over. Wonder if he has any papers here that'll tell us what we want to know. No. Desk been rifled. Everything of any value has already been taken.
It still all adds up to Tom Marks, doesn't it?
Yep, seems to. We'll know for sure as soon as Riley gets the report from the fingerprint expert.
Nick. Nick, come here. Look what I found in the sink.
What?
This piece of paper.
Let's see. Now, that's in Dr. Phillips' handwriting.
Well, somebody tried to burn it out. Then they threw it on the drain board of the sink here. Part of it didn't burn.
Let's see if I can figure it out. Like you to know, the man whom I have trusted and worked with these many years is, I have discovered, the head of a giant dope peddling ring. Been using my premises to carry on his business. This man is...
Nick, the lights have gone off! Oh.
Patsy. Patsy, where are you? Patsy.
Nick,
You all right, Patsy?
my head. Somebody hit me.
Stay where you are till I find the switch.
Do you have your flashlight?
Yeah, I'll find the switch in just a second. Oh, the lights won't work. They must have been turned off at the master switch in the engine room. And that means there's more than one person on this boat besides us. One of them turned off the lights, and the other one shot at us in here.
You were right when you said you felt everything wasn't okay on this yacht.
You able to get up, Patsy?
Oh, sure. I'm all right now. Just a big hen's egg on my head, that's all.
Okay. Come on.
Nick, did they take the note?
It's just what I want to find out. Let's see.
Flash a light down in the sink.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, but wait.
What are you going to do?
Clean up the sink a little. Ashes don't look well scattered around in a white sink. Carefully now. A little bit. There we are. Now we're ready.
Ready for what?
To search this yacht from stem to stern.
What in blazes has been keeping you, Nick? I've been cooling my heels on this dock for the past half hour here.
I hope you'd be here, Riley.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, Patsy. Well, say, you look as if you'd seen a ghost on that yacht.
I did.
Somebody took a shot at us in the dock.
What?
Patsy got knocked down the fracas and got a nasty bump in her head.
Say, who did it, Nick?
Whoever it was made a neat getaway. Patsy and I searched the ship afterwards from end to end, but didn't find a soul.
Did you see anybody coming in from the yacht, Lieutenant?
Oh, nary a soul's come in off that boat since I've been here. In fact, the only two people who've been near here was two fishermen.
Are you sure they were fishermen?
Am I sure? Now, look, Nick, don't be giving me that. It was bona fide fishermen, all right. They pulled their little rowboat to shore a ways down the beach, and I saw them bring in their catch. And a nice string of fish it was.
Okay, Riley. So they were really fishermen.
Well, what about your report, Lieutenant?
Oh, that. Well, Nick was right. Our fingerprint expert examined the marks on Dr. Phillips' neck and said he was undoubtedly strangled by a left-handed killer. And now all we've got to do is find a left-handed man who had a reason to murder the doctor.
We found him.
What's that?
Dr. Phillips' laboratory assistant, Tom Marks, is left-handed.
Say, you sure worked fast, Nick. And it's a good thing, too. The captain found out about your card being found on the body. Hey, what kind of a scoundrel is this Tom Marks?
I don't know. Haven't seen him yet. Wasn't at his cottage, and he wasn't in the lab on the yacht.
Now, let's make tracks, Mr. Private Detective, and search the grounds here.
Wait a minute, Riley, wait a minute. There's one thing more you ought to know.
Huh?
Whoever killed Dr. Stanley Phillips is the head of a giant dope ring. Phillips was killed because he was about to expose the man.
Hey, that would be the laboratory assistant. He'd have access to drugs.
Mr. Carter! Mr. Carter!
Who in tarnation is that?
Richard Coles, close friend of the Phillips and also the lawyer.
Oh.
O'Reilly,
Yeah?
put this envelope in your pocket. Careful of it. It's a piece of evidence I picked up in the boat.
Okay, Nick.
Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, I've been hunting everywhere for you.
Oh, Mr. Coles, this is Lieutenant Riley from headquarters.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Lieutenant. We're up against a dangerous criminal.
Don't worry, Mr. Coles. The law always gets its man.
What'd you want to see me about, Mr. Coles?
Rose Phillips. She's gone.
Gone?
How do you know?
Come up to the house with me. I'll show you. Something has happened to her, I'm sure. Hurry!
Here, this is Rose's bedroom, Lieutenant.
Well, somebody was making a fast getaway, all right.
Yes. Just look at the room. Clothes strewn all over. One of her suitcases is gone, and this suitcase, half packed, was left behind.
She and the laboratory assistant must have been in on this together. If she wasn't guilty, she wouldn't have run away.
Oh, she must have been out of her mind. Of course, Rose was in love with Tom, and...
Nick,
What's the matter, Patsy? What are you frowning at?
Rose Phillips didn't run away.
What, didn't run away?
What are you saying, Patsy?
No girl would run away voluntarily and leave all her makeup behind. Well, look at that dressing table. Nothing's been touched.
You're right, Patsy.
Say, do you suppose... Oh, no.
What is it, Mr. Coles?
Do you suppose that Tom could have forced her to leave?
You mean kidnap her?
Yes.
Well, he won't get away with it. I'll call headquarters and have a cordon thrown around this entire district. We'll catch Tom Marks before he gets to the next town.
Good idea, Riley. Do that. Well, Mr. Coles?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
I guess Lieutenant Riley has this case all sewed up. His men will have Tom Marks and Rose Phillips within the hour.
Well, Mr. Carter, it was nice of you to take such an interest in my friend's death. Would you care for a cigarette?
Oh, no, thanks.
You, Lieutenant?
Why, sure. I don't mind if I do.
Of course. Light?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, good day, Mr. Coles.
Goodbye.
Carter?
Come along, Patsy.
Hey, where's the telephone, Mr. Cole?
There's one right over here on the table.
Hurry up, Patsy. We got work to do.
I thought you said the case was finished.
Not by a long shot. I said that for their benefit. You and I are going over this estate with a fine-tooth comb. I'm not satisfied yet.
You see anything, Nick?
Come on in. Shut the door.
Do you think anyone saw us headed for this boathouse?
I hope not. Oh, be careful here. Don't step off in the water.
Nick, there's a small speedboat in the water. Wouldn't you think they'd put it in dry dock so late in the season?
Depends, Patsy. Look up there, mounted in the bow.
A machine gun?
Mm-hmm. This boat was used for business.
Gee, who'd ever think a quiet little chemist like Dr. Phillips kept a mounted machine gun on a speedboat?
I believe this setup down here was news to Dr. Phillips, too. Hold on to my arm. We'll look around.
Oh, Nick, don't step on the fish.
String of fish, huh? Well,
Nick, those fishermen Riley saw must have come in here.
Patsy, this catch isn't fresh.
What?
Those men used this string of dead fish just to fool Riley. And those were the men who made trouble for us on the yacht.
Yeah, they must have been. Well, plenty of life preservers stacked up in here.
Yeah, that's strange. Here, Patsy, take the flashlight and play it on this one.
Okay. And what are you doing, taking it to pieces?
No, just examining it. Aha! There we have it.
What?
A small waterproof pocket's been sewn in here. Yes, and it extends all the way around inside this life preserver. Pretty clever. Look, Patsy.
What is it?
These secret compartments are filled with dope. I bet every one of these life preservers is filled with drugs.
Nobody would ever think of looking in a life preserver for evidence.
I think Dr. Phillips did, and that's why he was murdered.
Nick.
Are you okay, Patsy?
Yes, but I can't stop crying.
Well, that's not surprising. Somebody threw a tear gas bomb through the window.
Oh.
That's right, friends. It was tear gas.
Who's there?
Pretty clever of me using the tools of my trade that way, isn't it, Mr. Carter? But Tom Marks is always clever.
So you're Tom Marks, huh? I've been waiting to set my eyes on you.
It's too bad your eyes are filled with tear gas, because now you'll never have that pleasure. Okay, Pete. Come in and get the lady.
Right.
I'll take care of Mr. Carter myself.
Come on, Nick, come on, sister. Come on.
Let her go alone. Here, let her go alone.
You got those iron weights in the bag, Pete?
Sure, both of them. This guy'll never be washed up on a beach like the doc was.
Good. See you tie the bag good and tight.
You know, I think he's passed out. He ain't moving none.
I did a job on him before we put him in the bag.
Listen to that dame, will you? Sounds like a hoot owl with a cold in the head. Shut up.
Oh, tighten the gag, Pete.
Okay.
That'll do it.
Hey.
Say, Carter ain't dead.
What does it take to kill that guy? I choked him like a rat and he's still talking. All right, speak your piece, Mr. Carter, because you don't have much longer.
You're not going to get away with this.
You hear what he said?
I'm telling you.
I doubt it, Mr. Carter. You're going straight down to Davy Jones' locker.
You'll pay for this. I'll have you behind bars within 24 hours.
Listen to him.
What do you fellas think you're going to do with Patsy Bowen?
He's worrying about a dame when he's going to lose his own neck.
Go easy with her, I'm warning you.
Come on, let's get rid of him.
Okay.
It's dark enough now.
All right.
You got him? All right, lift him up. That's it.
I'll get you fellas for this.
2, 3.
Let her go. I came as soon as I got your flashlight signal from the shore, Nick. You think the criminals are aboard the yacht here now?
You'll see in a minute. The laboratory's right down this companionway.
Hey, you're dripping wet from head to foot, Nick. What happened?
They tried to pull the same trick on Nick that they pulled on Dr. Phillips. Only it didn't work, because Nick can expand his neck and wrist muscles.
Yes, I had my hands free before I hit the water. There was no trick at all to cut my way out of the sack. And then I clung to the back of their motorboat until it reached the yacht here. I waited for the would-be killers to get aboard, untied Patsy, and here we are.
You're lucky, Nick.
He's smart, that's all.
Quiet. This is the door. Keep your gun ready.
Right.
Good evening, Mr. Coles.
What? Oh, Nick Carter. Well, come in, Mr. Carter. These two friends of mine and myself were just discussing whether you had found the criminals.
I think we have, Mr. Coles.
Good.
There's just one thing more I need to make sure I have the criminals. Riley.
Yeah?
Give me that envelope I asked you to keep for me.
Oh, sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, I'll just take the piece of burned paper out of this envelope.
Are those the pieces you gathered from the drain board?
Yes, Patsy. They were from the note Stanley Phillips wrote just before he was murdered. Now, I'll just use some of these chemicals in the burned paper. You see, gentlemen, even though this piece of paper's been burned, it is possible, by using the correct chemical solution, to bring out the writing that was on the paper before it was burned. In this case, I expect the writing will give the name of the man Phillips designated as head of the giant drug ring. And his killer.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, here it comes. The chemicals are beginning to act. The writing is beginning to show up. Good. The name is...
Nick, look out!
Oh, you got me! And I got these two thugs, Nick. Knocked him out cold.
Sorry I had to plug you in the shoulder, Coles, but I had to put you out of action. Now, Riley, there's your murderer.
So it was Coles who did it.
You're right, Carter. I killed him.
The powers be praised, Nick. I thought Tom Marks was the killer.
Coles had me fooled too, Riley, until this afternoon when he came running down from the house. And then I noticed his feet were wet, as if he'd been in waiting.
Then he was one of the men on the yacht. One of the fishermen Riley saw.
Right, Patsy. And another thing. The man who strangled me in the boathouse claimed to be Tom Marks. But Tom Marks is left-handed. The man who tried to strangle me used his right hand.
And you knew Phillips was murdered by a left-handed man.
That's right. I knew I was after a left-handed murderer. O'Reilly.
Huh?
Did you notice that when Coles lighted your cigarette for you this afternoon in Rose's room, he used his left hand?
By golly, he did. Then he's left-handed, too.
Right. When I saw him do that, I knew he was the killer. But I had to make him prove it.
Oh, you did that all right. That business about making the writing stand out on a piece of paper after it's burned is a new one to me, Nick.
Nick, can you actually do that?
Well, it can be done under ideal conditions. But this time I was just putting on an act for Mr. Coles' benefit.
You mean you didn't actually make any writing appear on the burned paper?
Not a word, Mr. Coles.
And I fell for it like a sap.
Nick. What's that?
Well, I'm not sure, Patsy, but I have a hunch.
It's locked, Nick.
Oh, Patsy, since when did a locked door ever stop Nick Carter?
Quite right, Riley. When did it? This is no time for it to start. So, this one ought to do the trick. There we are.
Nick Carter. Oh, thank heaven. Rose.
This man with you is Tom Marks, Miss Phillips?
Yes, I am.
They were going to kill us, Mr. Carter. They tied us up and threw us in here. We heard them planning to throw us overboard.
Have you been imprisoned in here all this time, Mr. Marks?
No, not quite. I got a telephone call last night summoning me into the city to pick up some chemicals Dr. Phillips and I needed in an experiment. I was slugged as I stepped out of the car. And when I came too late this afternoon, I was in here, and so was Rose.
That Coles was a smart one. Throwing suspicion on you and then trying to get rid of you in order to make it look as if you'd run away.
Smart, but not smart enough for Nick.
Well, Riley, you've got your murderer.
I have that.
And Rose, you and Tom are safe.
Yes, thanks to you.
And I guess that's that.
Oh, no, Nick. You still have to solve my case.
Well, what's that, Patsy?
That luncheon date you promised me.
Oh.
Where are you and I going to have lunch at this hour?
Why, say, that's easy, Patsy. I know a swell place in town, right across from the morgue. Come on.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Drug Ring Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what can you tell us about next week's story?
When a young man who was a very good friend of mine arrived in town to claim his bride, he suddenly became aware that she was not the girl to whom he'd become engaged.
You mean she wasn't his fiancée?
That was the question that started off the whole case.
Yes, indeed. Because we couldn't be sure whether the girl he loved was really the girl he loved, we prevented 2 murders and saved a gigantic fortune from disappearing.
But you didn't save me from disappearing, Nick.
Oh, quite true, Patsy, but after all, you weren't gone very long before we found you.
But I'm sure glad you found me when you did, or I might not be here now. So long, folks. Get the rest of the story next week.
Right. So long.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conry. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Substitute Bride, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Night Ferry.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Wednesday evening at 8:30 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
Now, Gangbusters, presented in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories.
Gangbusters presents the case of the Quincy Killers. Who didn't know that a railroad ticket in the hands of alert detectives could be a one-way ticket to the gallows?
Gangbusters has asked the Honorable Peter F. Hartman, former Chief of Police, Quincy, Illinois, to narrate by proxy tonight's case. Now, Chief Hartman, before we begin, I'd like to remind our listeners about a special feature at the end of tonight's program. It shows how a girl of 12 and a boy of 14 helped capture a dangerous kidnapper.
I'm quite anxious to hear that myself, Don Gardner.
Well, Chief Hartman, let's get to tonight's case.
Well, Don, it's not very often that a situation such as this arises in society. I've been a police officer myself for 23 years, and this was the first time I ever ran into anything like this case.
Well, why don't you start right in, Chief Hartman?
All right, Don. Let's begin in the city of Quincy, Illinois, one spring evening a few years ago. In a small 2-story frame house near the International Shoe Company factory, a man sat on the living room sofa. He was there calling on Mrs. Angela Brooks Stover, already twice widowed. Angela was seated at the old melodeon, and the music coming forth seemed to be a hymn.
Left for me
Don't you know anything except church music?
It's music, isn't it? I learned it when I was a child, and I've never learned nothing since.
Well, you ain't a child now.
My husbands liked my playing. Both of them.
Is that what killed them?
Will Heinze. I'm never going to invite you back for another evening.
Don't then.
Will.
Huh?
I baked a cake this afternoon.
What kind of cake?
Chocolate, with white inside.
Well, let's have some.
You know, I baked every day for both my husbands.
Is that so?
Every day.
Now, look, Angie, you're not hooking me for number 3, so if you're going to make hints, good night.
Will, what's the matter with us getting married? Is there something about me you don't like?
No, Angie, it ain't that. But...
Certainly time he was getting married.
Yeah, it's my father. There'd be nobody to look after him.
Since when's he sick in bed and look after himself? It's you that's clinging to him.
Now, wait a minute. I can take care of myself.
If you didn't have that old goat to drag around with you, maybe you'd get someplace in this world.
Pop is plenty smart. He's smart enough for me to listen to.
You're just scared of him, that's all. Like any minute he was going to take you out in the woodshed. Like you were still running around in knee pants.
That ain't so, Angie. You got more company?
No.
Who are you expecting?
Nobody. I don't think anybody.
Well, don't stand there. See who it is.
All right. Yes, what? Oh, Mr. Heinze.
Yes, Mr. Heinze.
Will, it's your father.
I guess Will knows me when he sees me.
But won't you come in, Mr. Heinze? I was just about to serve chocolate cake.
Well, I like chocolate cake. If it's good. Will, I want to talk to you.
Angie makes good chocolate cake. Huh?
The best. And I got some coffee up.
Well, then go get it. Don't stand here talking about it. The eating is the proof of the pudding.
All right. Make yourself at home, Mr. Heinze.
I will.
Well, what's the matter, Pop?
Well, if I was a younger man, I'd take a stick and pound some sense into your head. Sit down.
Oh, Pop, I don't really mean to marry Angie.
Angie, huh? There was 2 policemen around the house looking for you. They said Klinger's hardware store was broken into, and they think you did it. Now, did you?
Pop,
Did you?
Well, yeah.
All these years I've been teaching you, all these years I've been trying to make a man out of you.
I'm sorry,
Too
Pop.
late to be sorry. Got no respect for your father. Why don't you at least wait until I'm in my grave?
Pop, don't talk like
Breaking
that.
into hardware stores. How many times have I got to tell you not to break into anything? Unless I say so.
It looks so easy.
It looks so easy. Now you're in trouble. Every time we got in trouble. Every time it's been on account of you running off and doing something like that.
Oh, Pop.
If it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't have spent that time in the Missouri State Prison. And that 5 years in Iowa. You're not much better than a child.
Pop, I told you I was sorry.
Being sorry's not going to chase them 2 detectives away from the house there. They're waiting for you.
Uh-oh.
I tell you, it's lucky for you your father has a good mouth on him. I told them I'd go out and find you. Bring you to the police station.
Oh, no, Pop, you're not.
Well, I sure ought to.
Yeah, but you ain't, Pop.
It's just lucky, Will, that you're my flesh and blood. It's just lucky for you.
What are we going to do, Pop?
Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do some traveling again. To a resort. To Spirit Lake.
Spirit Lake? Where's that?
It's up in Iowa near the Minnesota line. I saw an ad in the paper. The people that runs the cottages there need a couple of handymen.
Handymen? We're not going to work, Pop.
Just long enough to get a good look around the resort. Now, we'll leave tonight.
Spend all day chopping wood just so somebody can burn it up.
Will?
Fine job we got.
Will?
What, Pop?
Put that axe up, Will. Mrs. Miller says dinner's on the table.
It's about time. Where have you been all day?
What's eating you, Will? A little work never hurt nobody.
It can't hurt you. You never do anything.
Will, you have some respect.
Well, I thought you said we'd only be around here long enough to find out where they keep their money. I thought you told me.
Don't think so much. Now, come on inside.
You know, the first guests will be coming soon, Pop. When the cottages get rented up, it'll be tougher and tougher to do what we gotta do.
You just leave all that to me. I'll tell you when.
We can handle the Millers, all right. They won't be no trouble.
Wipe your feet off.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Here, come in. It's on the table.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
We got lamb stew. It's getting cold.
Lamb stew sounds pretty good, don't it, Pop?
Yeah, it's awful good. Don't you think you ought to wash your hands, Will?
Oh, yeah, Pop. Excuse me. I'll be right back.
Sit down, Pop.
Thank you, Mrs. Miller.
Sometimes Will calls you Pop as if you were really his pop.
Well, I guess it's natural, him not having a father and us together so long. My, everything sure looks good.
Well, help yourself.
Ain't Mr. Miller going to eat with us?
Oh, Mr. Miller went to town. He went to arrange for the bus. First guests are coming tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Well, that's it's kind of early, ain't it? Nights are still pretty cold for vacationing.
Oh, we get lots of early guests. Oh, now take some more of that stew, Pop. That little bit isn't going to hold you till supper.
Well, I'm all washed up.
There, sit down, Will. Oh, and help yourself.
Thanks, Miss Miller. Oh, that lamb stew looks awful good.
It is good, Will. Will, the first guests are arriving tomorrow.
Oh, no kidding.
That's right. We're in for some real excitement.
Yeah, I guess we are.
Oh, that must be Mr. Miller calling from town. Excuse me, I'll get it. Help yourself to everything. Don't be bashful.
Say, this lamb stew is good, Pop.
Hang the lamb stew.
Well, it's good. Mrs. Miller's a good cook.
Guests coming early ruin everything.
Well, what can we do about it? They're coming.
I tell you what we can do. We can finish our business tonight.
Tonight?
That's what I said.
Yeah, but we don't know where Mr. Miller keeps all the money.
Well, we'll find it.
But how are we going to have time to find it with them around?
That's easy. We kill him.
Kill him?
Yeah.
Oh, now, Pop, that ain't good.
Now, you look here. Did I ever put you wrong yet, Will? The only times we've been in trouble is when you did something on your own. That's the only times.
Yeah, but do we have to kill him?
If we're going to find out what we want, yes.
When?
Tonight. After supper. In the parlor.
But, Pop...
Will, I made up my mind.
Okay, if you made up your mind.
You're right, Will. Mrs. Miller does make good lamb stew. Very good lamb stew.
So, Don, if the afternoon seemed like an eternity to Philip and William Heinze as they waited their moment, the events that night must have seemed to occur in a split second. But sometimes split seconds are remembered better than eternities by murderers and their pursuers.
Now, back to Gangbusters. You were telling us, Chief Hartman, that the criminals Philip and William Heinze, father and son, planned to murder and rob their employers, Mr. and Mrs. Miller, operators of a lakeside resort in northern Iowa.
That's right, Don. And that night after supper, the two criminals were in the kitchen about to enter the parlor, where, as usual, they were invited by the Millers to spend the evening.
You do like I told you, and we'll come out all right.
Oh, but, Pop, do we have to kill them?
I told you we did. You just watch me for signal. Good evening, Mrs. Miller.
Oh,
Miller?
good evening. Good evening. Have a chair.
Thank you. We will.
How'd it go in town today, Mr. Miller?
Fine, Will, just fine.
Are you finished with the sports section, Mr. Miller?
Yes, there it is on the couch.
Oh, thank you.
Big rainstorm in Chicago, it says.
Is that so, Mr. Miller?
Yes, it... Oh. Where'd you get that gun?
I'm going to use it to kill you, Mr. Miller.
What?
No!
Wait, you old fool!
Take care of her.
Oh, you maniac!
Take care of her, I said.
You crazy fool!
Quiet!
Hit her again. Yeah. Now, here. Shoot her.
Oh, no, Pop, you do it.
So I have to do everything? All your life I've been doing things for you. Now, here, you shoot her yourself. Go on. Shoot her.
Pop,
I said shoot her.
And she might still be lying out there, her unconscious and Mr. Miller's body, if the bus driver hadn't come by with the guests.
I think we've got a case, Sheriff.
Well, this is Cousin's furniture store here. Oh, before we go in, besides being the leading furniture merchant and undertaker, Mr. Cousins is also coroner of the county. He'll probably want to talk to us about holding the inquest.
I understand.
Well, let's go on in. Afternoon, John. Afternoon, Sheriff. Mr. John Cousins, this is Agent Ike Welburn of the Iowa Bureau of Investigation. I came out from Des Moines to help with the case.
Glad to have you. We got a mystery on our hands. Sit down here any place. It's all second-hand stuff.
Thanks. I hope I can help you solve that mystery.
Well, Corpus Delicti is back in the undertaking department. How's Mrs. Miller?
Well, the doctors give her a 50-50 chance, John. We got the slugs out of Mr. Miller's body. Looks like they came out of a .32.
Both of them. We'll send them down to the laboratory in Des Moines for a complete ballistics check. What about these two men, the suspects?
Well, the only time they were seen in town was the day they got off the train.
And when was that?
10 days, 2 weeks ago. They asked Chet North, the station agent, for directions to the Miller's place. Chet phoned out, and Miller drove in for him.
I guess Mrs. Miller could give you more information about them than anyone else.
Well, apparently Mrs. Miller won't be able to give that information for a while.
If at all.
If they'd already been hired by the Millers, must have been some correspondence between them.
Well, my men certainly couldn't find anything. No payroll book, nothing.
Nothing at all.
You know, it's strange how the young one and the old one seem to travel together. Mr. Miller was talking about them at the feed store one day. He had an idea they were some kin, but he never asked.
Wasn't the nosy kind, as long as they did their work.
They did their work, all right. Come on, Sheriff, let's walk over to the depot and talk to that station agent. I want to see if I can make certain of the exact day they got off the train.
Darling, when the lights are dim. All right. Just a minute. Yes? Who is it?
It's me, Angie. Will.
Will! Will, where have you been? Where'd you disappear to for 3 weeks?
Oh, Pop decided we should take a little trip.
And you go away without telling me.
Well, ain't you going to invite me in?
Come in, Will.
Much obliged, Angie.
Now, tell me, was that nice what you did to me?
No, Angie, it wasn't, Angie.
I don't know whether I even ought to ask you to stay.
Angie, I'm through listening to my pop.
Oh.
I'm going to start doing things on my own.
It's about time.
More than about time.
Will, just by coincidence, I made a chocolate cake today.
You did?
Would you like some?
Later. But right now, would you play one of those hymns for me?
A hymn?
Yeah, hymn.
Well, sure, Will. If you want.
Angie.
Yes?
Sometime in the near future, would you care to marry me?
Oh, Will, I don't know what to say.
Well, say what you said to the two before me. Say yes.
Yes, Will. Yes. Oh, come to the church in the wildwood. Oh, come to the church in the vale.
One of these phones would be best to put the call through on, Sheriff.
Yeah, you can tie this one up as long as you want, Welburn.
Thanks.
Yes, please.
Operator, I want to place a call to the Chief Auditor, Rock Island Railroad, Chicago, Illinois.
Yes, sir. I'll call you back.
Thanks.
Yeah, it looks pretty hopeless to me, Welburn. The railroad takes up thousands of tickets every day.
I know they do, but each one of them is handled and audited individually. Now, if we can trace the ones these two men used for their passage to Spirit Lake, we might know where they came from. That's a big step in the investigation.
I grant you that, but suppose they changed trains at Des Moines or someplace. Then where are we?
If they bought their tickets through to Spirit Lake when they left home, it doesn't make any difference how many times they changed. The stamp of the originating office is on the back. If the railroad can locate those tickets, we've got a chance.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe you got something.
Sheriff, it's all we've got. Where have you been, Will? You had me worried. The Quincy cops might still be looking for you on account of that hardware store.
Just over to see Angie.
But I thought I told you to stay away from her. She's been widowed twice and proposes to make you number 3.
I asked her to marry me, Pop.
You what?
Angie and I are going to get married.
You won't marry her as long as I'm alive.
I ain't listening to you no more, Pop. You got me in trouble all my life listening to you. Steal this, steal that.
Will.
Turn me loose, Pop.
You're my boy. You'll do what I say.
Turn me loose.
Will. Push your poor old father, who's been nothing but good to you all your life.
Good to me? That's a laugh. Making me spend years and years in jail, making me steal and kill.
You wouldn't have known what to do if it went for me. You wouldn't have known nothing.
I wouldn't have killed nobody.
You didn't even do a good job at that. I told you to kill her. You messed it up. You never did anything right.
I can kill, Pop, if I want to. Angie and me are getting married, and if you step 1 foot in the way, I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you.
Agent Welborn.
Mr. Welborn, Detective Watson of the Quincy, Illinois Police Department is ready to talk now.
Well, good. Put him on.
Hello, Welborn.
Yes, Watson. How are you?
Okay. I've been thinking about our phone conversation last night.
Any ideas, Watson?
You say those two definitely bought their railroad tickets here in Quincy?
That's what the railroad says.
Well, I don't want to make any promises, Welborn. Maybe I know the men you're looking for. Father and his son.
That could be.
The name's Heinze. We've suspected them in a couple of burglaries around here. They disappeared about 3 weeks ago. But I could start checking around for them.
It's a good idea, Watson. You start checking and I'll start driving. And I'll see you there as quick as I can make it.
Come to the church in the vale. No place is so dear to my child.
I never heard such pretty music.
Pop.
Evening, Mr. Heinze.
You get your hat, Will. We're going.
How did you get in here?
I got a knack of getting places, Will. You know that. You get your hat.
Go on, Angie. Finish playing.
But will I?
Finish playing.
Will, tell him to go home. I can't stand the sight of him.
You're coming with me, Will.
No more. You're not telling me what to do.
Will.
You stupid oaf.
Stay away from me, Pop.
Will.
Put that gun up.
Stay away, and you too, Angie.
Oh, Will.
Shut up, Angie. All these years I've been taking lessons from you, Pop, so right now I'm going to show you what I learned.
Well, you wouldn't shoot your own father now. Not after all we've been to each other.
You've never been anything to me. All my life I've been scared of you. Now I'm not scared no more.
Will, don't
you
shoot
get some
him.
sense, boy.
I'm
get
just
some sense.
beginning to get some sense, boy. Sit down, Pop. I'm going to shoot you just like you shot Mr. Miller.
Will, my boy.
Sit down.
Will, don't do this to me.
Hey.
Police officers, don't move.
Yeah, well,
Don't move. Got a half a dozen guns on you.
Oh, Will.
You, lady, open the door.
Don't do it, Angie.
Open the door.
All right.
One side. That's it. Just keep your hands up. Hey, he's my son, officer. We were only joking.
I wasn't either joking.
If there's any humor in this situation, it's beyond me. And you won't think it's so funny either when you face the judge and the jury.
That done was how this strange pair of killers, father and son, were apprehended. They were returned to Iowa, where they were found guilty of murder in the first degree. On March 29, 1946, Philip and William Heinze paid the extreme penalty for their crime on the gallows at Fort Madison State Penitentiary.
Well, thank you, Chief Hartman, for this most unusual case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to all the police officers whose brilliant investigation brought this pair to justice. Now, as a special feature, Gangbusters presents an interview with the two young listeners who were responsible for the apprehension of the dangerous kidnapper, John Harvey Bugg, whom they recognized from the description given on a gangbuster's clue. Here they are from the studios of KEX, ABC's new 50,000-watt outlet in Portland, Oregon.
Hello, I'm Pauline Virgin, age 12. I'm a Girl Scout.
And I'm Navarre Smith, 14, Andy Boy Scout.
Well, Pauline and Navarre, you've had quite an exciting week. And now you're on Gangbusters. Why don't you just go ahead and tell all these millions of people just how it happened?
All right, Mr. Hunter. You see, we live in Gerhardt, Oregon. And everybody...
Gerhardt's about 80 miles from Portland. Isn't that right, Pauline?
Yes, sir. Well, you see, I took riding lessons from Cowboy Jim.
Mm-hmm.
And, Saturday night when I was listening to Gangbusters, I heard the description of him. And it said that he had the limp and the tape on his fingers.
Mm-hmm. What was the description that they gave in Gangbusters? Did they say he had his fingers taped?
Yes, he did.
Oh, I see. And then this Cowboy Jim had his fingers taped, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were pretty suspicious then, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Well, what did you do about it?
Well, I told my cousin Navarre, Smith.
Oh, I see. Navarre, how did you feel about this whole thing?
Well, I thought if the FBI wanted this kidnapper, that the best thing to do was to turn him in. I went over to Seaside and turned him in to the policeman there.
You turned the kidnapper in?
No, I asked him where I could get in touch with the FBI, but
Oh, I see.
he asked me why, and I told him, and so he says that he would do it for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, did you talk to your mother about it, Pauline, at all?
Yes, I did, and she kind of laughed.
Oh, I see. Well, you didn't let that bother you at all, though, did you?
No.
Well, you say the policeman now was going to do what for you?
He was going to turn him into the FBI for us.
Well, I see, and he certainly did from all the activity we've seen around here in the last week. Agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation did some checking, and they found out that Cowboy Jim really was the kidnapper, John Harvey Bugg. And they found him hiding under the baby crib in a friend's house last Friday night. Tell me something, Pauline. What did your mother say after it was all over?
Well, she was kind of thrilled about it. She didn't think it could happen.
Well, she kind of admitted, too, that kids can be right sometimes, didn't she? Well, you and Navarre certainly were right, and observant, too. And now, on behalf of Gangbusters, I want to present each of you with a check for $100.
Oh, boy.
And we hope you'll continue to be observant young citizens.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you.
Now, this is Ben Hunter, transcribed from the studios of KEX Portland, Oregon, switching you back to Gangbusters in New York.
Thank you, Pauline Virgin and Navarre Smith. And Gangbusters, congratulations to both of you. Tonight's case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by Ted Corday, with Bill Smith and Bill Zuckert in leading roles. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
I was ambitious then. We were drilled like little soldiers. No rest, no stopping. I was little and slim, but hard as a diamond. Then I became famous and... But why am I telling you all this? Last night I didn't know you at all.
I am Felix Benvenuto Freiherr von Geigen. My mother called me Flix.
No. Flix. Oh, that's sweet. And how do you live? And what kind of a person are you?
I'm a prodigal son, the black sheep of a white flock. I shall die on the gallows.
You know, you're entirely different from what I expected.
Different? How?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you were more of a coquette. Not so ladylike.
What did you expect?
Wouldn't you like to call me by the first name?
Well, I don't know what he wants. I never saw him before.
I know you. I've kept your books for you, and I know all about you. If one of your employees was half as stupid in a small way as you are in a big one... What are you...
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
The stakes are high, and I'm here to see that the boy wins.
You'll be the loser, whether you try to use that knife or your gun. Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Excuse please, Mr. Paladin.
Yes, Miss Wong?
Do not wish to interrupt while you read newspaper, but if you move to sofa, Miss Wong can take breakfast with you downstairs.
Oh, no, that's all right. I think I'll have another cup of coffee. Just leave them here. Hey, boy, I'll be up to get them later.
Oh, very well. Would you like Miss Wong to pour coffee?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Paladin, why you dress so nice early in the morning?
Oh, well, I'm expecting a visitor, a Mr. J. Wellington Merriweather of Boston. He's coming up to my room this morning to discuss a business matter. I haven't met him, but men from Boston usually dress with great dignity, Miss Wong.
Oh, so Mr. Paladin also dress with great dignity. Very good. Here's your coffee.
Thank you.
Miss Wong, go now.
Oh, Miss Wong, would you tell Hayboy to bring some brandy with him when he comes up? Mr. Merriweather might like a glass of brandy.
Oh, yes, sir. Is someone at your door?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Perhaps Mr. Merriweather?
I didn't expect him this soon. Yes?
How do you do? Are you Mr. Paladin?
That's right. What can I do for you, lad?
May I come in?
Well, right now I'm expecting someone.
But I thought I had an appointment. Didn't you receive my message?
Your message?
I'm J. Wellington Merriweather.
You? Oh, I see. Yes, please, come in.
Thank you.
Oh, Miss Wong, this is J. Wellington Merriweather.
How do you do?
So happy.
Miss Wong, I guess you'd better tell Hayboy to bring some lemonade instead of brandy.
Lemonade. I told him, boy, you bring lemonade right away.
Hola, amigo. You want to know about stereo phonograph? Listen to my last bullfight on ordinary stereo. Ale. But now, Columbia Stereo 1. There is a corrida de toros. Real life-like, magnifica. There is such a big difference in stereo phonograph. With most, all you get is a couple of speakers shooting in different directions. But with Columbia, hombre, you get fantastic stereo projection. What it does is to send circles of sound sweeping through every inch of a room. You are surrounded with live sound, live feeling, live passion. Ole, ole, how they cheered me. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer to demonstrate Stereo 1 by Columbia. Prices start as low as $39.95 for portables, $129.95 for consoles. Hey, picador, who let that bull out?
J. Wellington Merriweather sat stiffly on the edge of his chair, long-legged and earnest. The scared little boy showing through his poise and Beacon Street manners. He looked to be 13 or 14 years old. I tried to remember what it was like to be that young, but too many years got in my way.
Now, sir, shall we get down to business?
Yes, of course. How did you happen to contact me, Mr. Merriweather?
I learned about you quite by chance from the captain of the ship. I've just arrived around the Horn from Boston.
Oh, how was the trip?
Quite pleasant. After they found me and put me to work. Before that, I was getting rather hungry.
Found you?
Yes, sir. I was a stowaway.
So are you in San Francisco alone?
Of course.
Would your parents know that you're here?
My parents are dead. I live with my aunt and uncle in Boston. I ran away from home, Mr. Paladin.
I see. Then you'd better tell me why you came here, boy.
Precisely. Perhaps this will explain. Excuse me, I have it pinned to my undershirt. This, sir, is a map. It belonged to my father, and it came to me through the mail 6 months ago along with this note. You may read it if you like.
Yeah, Who's this Kelly?
I don't know, sir, but there was a return address on the envelope. Lighthouse Saloon, Sacramento, California.
Well, tell me, what do you think this map indicates?
Buried treasure. Oh, I know it's childish of me to say that, sir. It's undoubtedly the location of a gold mining claim. But you see, that's what my father said when he left and came west. He said he was going to find a buried treasure.
And he left you with your aunt and uncle?
Yes. It was after my mother died. He didn't want to leave me, I understand that now, but he had to prove something. And that's what I must do.
Prove what?
That they're wrong. Aunt Amelia, Uncle Gus, all of them. All I ever heard from them was how my father ran out on his responsibilities, how he was worthless, a failure. Well, he wasn't a failure, and I'm going to find his treasure and prove it.
Very important to you, isn't it?
Oh, yes. You understand, don't you, Mr. Paladin?
I think I'm beginning to understand.
I shall need your help, and I wish to hire your services. Now, regarding financial arrangements...
Oh, yes.
Would you consider halvesies on the treasure?
Halvesies? Don't you think it would be wiser if you went back to Boston and wait until you're older to come out here to find your father's claim?
Why, I'm almost 16 years old.
Mr. Merriweather, if you don't have enough respect for me to tell me the truth, then you better find someone else to go with you.
I guess you're right, sir. I'm sorry. I'm 14.
That's more like it. But you should let your aunt and uncle know where you are.
Perhaps, but I can never go back until I can prove to them that my father was just as good as they are, that he wasn't a failure.
Well, if you're that determined, you'll need some protection. I'll go along with you, Mr. Merriweather.
Oh, thank you, sir. By the way, the J stands for John. You may call me that if you like.
All right. John. Half of a buried treasure that probably existed only in the hopes of a young boy. Wasn't very good business. But since he'd come to me for help, I could not let him wander around the California wilderness alone. 2 days later, we arrived in Sacramento and checked into a hotel. After an early dinner, I sent the boy up to his room to get some sleep. My next move would be to find Kelly, the man who had sent the map. I wanted more information about Lee Merriweather, John's father, before we started for the lost mining claim. I inquired at the hotel desk.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, is your room satisfactory?
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. Could you tell me where I could find the Lighthouse Saloon?
The Lighthouse?
Yeah.
Yes, that's 3 blocks north of here. Just take Montgomery Street. You can't miss it.
All right, thank you.
Oh, Mr. Paladin?
Yes?
Did that gentleman find the boy?
What gentleman?
Well, he was inquiring about the boy who checked in with you. Said he was a friend of his. I told him he could find Merriweather up in his room, but I didn't know you were in the dining room at the time.
Did this gentleman go up to the boy's room?
Well, I don't know, but he might have. Is there something wrong, Mr. Paladin?
I'm not sure. John? John? What's the matter, boy? What happened?
Oh, my head. Somebody hit me on the back of the head.
Here, let me help you up. You better lie down on the bed.
Oh, I think I'm quite all right, sir. I'll just sit here.
Oh. What happened?
I came up to the room after I left you downstairs, and when I opened the door, I remember thinking it was peculiar. The light was on, and then someone hit me over the head.
Did you see who it was?
No, sir, I didn't. Mr. Paladin, look. My valise. My clothes all over the floor.
Yeah. Somebody was looking for that map.
But why would they hit me over the head? You'd think they'd ask me for it.
Probably didn't want you to know who they were after they began rummaging through your suitcase.
I'm awfully glad you had the map with you. What do you make of this, Mr. Paladin?
I don't know, John. Maybe your friend Kelly will have the answer. Now go to bed, get some sleep. And you keep that door locked while I'm gone.
Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should, because
there's filters and a punch up right ahead of the filters, and the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from Filter Blend. Filter Blend is fine tobacco, Filter Blend up front, and the flavor you get in a Winston cigarette comes from Filter Blend.
Filter Blend is a mighty good reason for you to smoke Winston, because it means tobacco specially processed for filter smoking. A Winston secret. You get Winston's own pure white, modern filter, plus the rich, delightful flavor of fine tobacco.
There's Filter Blend up front ahead of the filter, and the fun you get in a Winston cigarette comes from Filter Blend. And makes Winston taste good like a cigarette should. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
You know anybody here by the name of Kelly?
Oh, you're new in town, ain't you?
That's right.
Yeah, Kelly's the boss.
I'd like to see him. Is he here?
Oh, yeah, right over there at the money table. Hey, in the pink dress.
That's Kelly?
It sure is.
Oh, thanks. Miss Kelly.
Yes?
My name is Paladin. May I talk to you?
Sorry, I'm busy.
Well, let me ask you just one question. Did you know Lee Merriweather?
Lee Mer... Guess my business can wait. Take over for me, then. We can sit at that table over there, Mr. Paladin.
All right. May I order you a drink?
No, thank you. What about Lee Merriweather?
Did you write to his son in Boston?
What's that got to do with you?
Oh, I'm a friend of the boy's. And since you sent him that map, I guess you are, too. The boy and I are here to find that lost mining claim.
The boy? Lee's son is here in Sacramento?
Yes, he came to San Francisco as a stowaway.
Why, that little punk. Mr. Paladin, I'd like to see the boy.
Certainly.
How do you fit into this?
They came to my hotel and asked me to help them find the mine. I agreed to do it. You want to tell me what you know about it?
Did you know the boy's father?
No,
He was a man worth knowing. He didn't talk much except about his son, but I think I had him figured. He felt he had to strike it big, to prove to the kid that his old man was a success. He prospected all over this country. I never knew a guy who could run into so much bad luck.
Well, Miss Kelly, what about the map?
He stayed out there 3 weeks that time. And when he came back, he had a pouch full of samples of high-grade ore.
Finally made it?
He never worked the claim. He staked it and hurried back into town to file. When he got here, it was late. The assay office was closed. So he gave me the map of the location and the pouch to keep for him. And he went out to celebrate.
I guess he had it coming.
Yeah, word got around about him making a rich strike. Somebody must have realized he didn't have time to file and figured he had the map on him. He was waylaid, knifed, and searched. Left for dead.
Did they find who did it?
No. Lee somehow managed to get back here to my place. That's when he asked me to send the map back there to Boston to the kid. He said something about how he'd kept his promise. Mr. Paladin, that claim hasn't been filed, so it belongs to anyone who finds it.
Yes, I understand that.
Don't let anyone know you have that map.
Well, that's the trouble, Miss Kelly. Someone already knows about it. They ransacked his room tonight while we were having dinner.
You know who it was?
No. I thought you might be able to help me answer that.
Well, could be one of a dozen men. Whoever it was, he knows you're in town. You'll find out soon enough who it was.
You're right, Miss Kelly. I'll find him. It was late when I reached the hotel. A single dim lamp burned in the lobby. And it took me a moment before I noticed John sitting in the corner talking to a strange man.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
John, you're supposed to be in bed.
I couldn't sleep. I came downstairs to see if I could get a glass of milk, and I met Mr. Morse here. Mr. Morse, Mr. Paladin.
Hello, Paladin.
Morse?
You know my father.
Yeah, I knew Merriweather very well. I understand you're going out looking for that lost claim of his.
If we are, it's a private venture.
I'm afraid you're wrong. It belongs to whoever finds it first. A lot of people are interested in that claim.
Are you Mr. Morse?
Well, of course I am. I'm a mining man, Mr. Paladin. What are you doing to me?
Would you be interested enough to knock that boy over the head for a map you think he might have?
Let me go. I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, if you were the one, Morse, I'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, you stay away from that boy.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say. A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence. Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use it.
It was important to have time on our side now that it was known we had the map. I got gear together and we started early the next morning. I told John about Kelly and what she had said about his father. He seemed pleased. The map was clearly marked and well drawn. And on the second day, we found the staked-out claim. Well, there it is, John. No wonder no one could find it.
Oh, but where?
Tunnel opening is all covered with that brush.
Oh.
But this has to be it. Here's a discovery monument.
Monument, sir? That pile of rock?
Yeah, the location notice is buried there. The rocks are set up to mark it.
May I see the tunnel?
Yeah, sure. Help me clear this brush away.
All right.
Your father must have tunneled into this hill just far enough to satisfy himself there was gold. There.
May we go in?
Yeah, come on. Bring a pick.
Right.
Watch for falling rock. There's no shoring. Wait a minute. Yeah, here's the ledge he worked. This is where he took out that ore sample he brought back. Hand me that pick.
Oh, sure.
Let's see what we have here. Pretty dark in here. John, will you get a couple of those candles we stored in our gear?
Yes, sir. I'll be right back.
Wow. That's strange.
You can stop your work now, Paladin. I'm taking over this claim.
Morse?
Yeah.
You didn't waste much time.
Much obliged to you for showing me the way, since I couldn't find the map in the boy's room.
Is that a knife you have in my back?
That's right.
The knife killed Merriweather.
Yeah. I got quite an investment already in this claim.
It's a poor investment. This claim is worthless.
Yeah, I saw some of the ore that come out of here.
No, it was a shallow pocket. Merriweather was too excited over what he'd found to check it.
I don't believe you.
Huh? You're a mining man. See for yourself.
I can't see. Who are you? I can use a gun, too, Paladin.
Mr. Paladin, are you all right?
Yeah.
When I came back with the candles, I heard you talking with Mr. Morse. I wanted to help you, but I was afraid to come in.
No, I'm glad you stayed out of the way, John. I will have to go back to town and tell the authorities we found the man who murdered your father.
You mean that was the man?
Yeah. He's dead now.
Was he the one who hit me in my room?
Yes.
Mr. Paladin, when I was outside, I heard you talking. That was clever what you told him about the claim being worthless.
Wasn't being clever, John. That's the truth.
Oh, no, sir.
It was a long, silent ride back to Sacramento. I knew that Kelly could help me make the boy understand. And we found her in her office. And she met John for the first time.
You look like your father, boy.
Well, thank you.
We thought you should know, Kelly. We found the claim. Didn't pay out.
Oh? Well, that happened.
Yeah. It was a great disappointment to John here.
Of
course it was. Wait. I have something for you. I've been saving this for you, John. These are the ore samples your father dug out of that claim. It's good ore, rich. Too bad that's all there is. But it's yours. Your father kept his promise.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let me tell you something, John. That little bag full or a ton of this stuff doesn't measure the worth of a man.
No, ma'am.
Look, boy, you had a father you can be proud of. Believe me. And if they try to tell you any different back there in Boston, spit in their eye.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Hello, hey boy.
I did not expect you back so soon.
Well, the ship left on time.
Was the Mayweather boy still sad about leaving?
Oh. He managed a smile or two. He'll be glad to see his aunt and uncle when he gets back to Boston. Boy, that young misses the comforts of home, but he'd never admit it.
Oh, I could tell that he was homesick. Perhaps out of place here in California, huh? Maybe someday he come back to visit us.
Perhaps. Oh, did you get the tickets for the opera tonight?
Oh, yes, sir. When I mentioned your name, everything all right.
Oh, and the young lady?
Oh, yes. She's very anxious to go with you.
Oh, really?
But, hey boy also thinks he's more interested in Mr. Paladin than seeing opera.
Well, now, hey boy, sounds like I may have a very congenial evening.
Oh, yes, sir. Very congenial.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Parrott and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Barney Phillips, Joe Cranston, and Joel Davis. This is Hugh Douglas, inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
under the silvery moon.
It's the good old summertime, and Judy's getting ready to open her heart to a blind date. What will he be like, Judy?
He'll be tall and dark, terribly, terribly handsome.
of sad.
Andy, don't look so sad.
Tell you the truth, Rudy, I don't feel so good. Look out for the carnation.
It's 8:15, Andy. You don't have time to feel bad. Where's the button hook?
On the desk. I don't think I should go, Rudy.
Oh, Andy.
And on a lovely summer day, they meet and fall madly into each other's arms.
Oh!
Here's my card. That's where I work, see? Now you go buy yourself whatever I've ruined, and I'll be glad to pay for it, all right?
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Put your arms around me, honey. Hold me tight. Huddle up and cuddle up with all your might. Oh, babe, won't you?
Excuse me for a minute. Would you like a little help?
I don't care if people frown on me. Perhaps it's the lone way, but I go my own way. That's my philosophy.
Hop Along with Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop-Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop-Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West. Gunsmoke rides the stagecoach trail. In these early days of the West, the common way to travel is by stagecoach. It's generally a long, hot trip with no excitement, unless a hold-up man decides to stop the stage and liven things up by robbing the strong box and the passengers. Well, in our story today, driver Corrigan of the Ridge City Bound stage has just looked down the barrel of a 6-gun as the stage was relieved of the mine payroll. When the gunman departed, Corrigan whipped up his horses and raced the remaining 2 miles into Ridge City.
Whoa, you critters. Whoa, get the sheriff quick. The stage has been held up.
Where?
About a mile back. Took the whole darn payroll.
How many of them?
Just one of them.
You mean you took the mine payroll?
Every red cent of it, the vomit.
What's this, Corrigan? What's happened?
Held up. Got held up. Hombre with a handkerchief over his face and a black hat.
Horse?
Didn't see none. Only thing I noticed was that gun barrel. Looked like a stovepipe to me.
Got an idea how he looked?
Well, he's about your size, Bert. Black hat, and I noticed when he turned sideways, had red hair hanging out from under his hat.
Redhead, eh?
Yeah.
Hear that, fellas?
Yeah, that nest of Pritchard.
Out near the bar, Corny. I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah, well, let's go get him, huh?
Yeah, before he mooses with the payroll.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah, how about the sheriff?
We don't need the sheriff. It's our money, ain't it? Well, that's right.
Seems like you're all for set and pinning it on the nester.
What do you mean by that, Corrigan?
Well, lots of fellas his size and your size.
We're wasting time, boys.
Yeah, come on. You're right. He'll be heading for the open spaces if we blab around here.
We got the law here, Bert. Government will send a man.
I ain't asking the law to collect my pay. I can do it myself. Come on, boys. We'll clean out this nest and spread once and for all. All right.
Now back to Along Cassidy and our story, Gunsmoke Rides the Stagecoach Trail. The stagecoach running into Ridge City has been held up by a lone gunman, and the payroll for the mines, about $20,000, was taken. When the driver reported the holdup, the miners decided from the description that the gunman is a red-headed nester by the name of Pritchard. Tempers flare, and the miners, led by Bert Neal, ride to the Nesters' ranch house. Along Cassidy, unaware of what's happening at the neighboring ranch, is on the porch of the Bar 20 talking with a gentleman.
So I told Judge Dawes I'd convey his greetings to you, Mr. Cassidy. That I have done. And I would appreciate your being my guest for dinner soon at my hotel.
Hotel? But Mr. Butterfield, no friend of Judge Dawes, stays at a hotel when they're this close to the Bar 20.
The judge told me you would say exactly that, Mr. Cassidy. But I'm used to being alone.
You can be to yourself here, sir. And you'd like it a lot better than the Ridge Hotel. Nobody to bother you, lots of sun.
I'm afraid you make it impossible for me to do other than accept your hospitality, Mr. Cassidy.
That's good. California will be back from town any minute now.
Professional man leads a stilted life. Very stilted, sir.
We don't ask a man his business around here, Mr. Butterfield, but I take it you're a lawyer.
For 15 years, I had my own office, buried my nose in law books, working day and night to build a future, only to have it crushed about my ears.
Mining?
No, it was a young woman I'd hoped would be Mrs. Butterfield. But come, let's not be morbid. That's the past. I'm living now for the future, Mr. Cassidy.
That's the way to look at it. A month or so here in the sun, good food and friends, and you'll be a new man, Mr. Butterfield.
If you're sure that I won't be...
Let's not say another word.
I've left my bag at the hotel.
California can get it for you later this evening.
You're very kind.
Here comes California now.
My, what a remarkable horseman.
Something's wrong, or he wouldn't be riding that way.
Huffy, the stage has been held up.
Well, don't lose your breath.
The fella with red hair took the whole darn payroll, every cent of it.
Oh, back up just a minute. Where's your manners, California? We have company.
They're saying Red Pritchard, the Nesters, the varmint.
California.
Excuse me, Hoppy. Darn it.
Meet Mr. Butterfield, friend of Judge Dawes up in Crescent.
Howdy. Bert Neal's heading a bunch of miners and rannies out to Pritchard's place.
What for?
Smoke him out. Looks like trouble.
Where's your law?
He's out of town.
Mob rule is bad rule, Mr. Cassidy.
I know Red Pritchard. He's a nester, but not a bandit. You make yourself at home, Mr. Butterfield. This goes too far. It may be plain murder. I hope we're not too late.
Well, maybe not. Maybe Red's holding them off.
Come on, we got to stop this.
It don't look like he's scared, easy, Bert. I'll smoke him out with this six-gunner. My name ain't Bert Neal. Sure would be bad if he weren't the hombre. Then why don't he come out and say so? Looks like he's waiting for our next move.
What's going on here, Bert?
The boys want to burn Pritchard out. I knew this nester was no good.
No man's got a right to do his own lawmaking.
He took the whole payroll from the stage, my money and everybody else's. We got a right to get it back.
Were you on the stage?
Well, no.
Did you see the holdup?
Now, look, Cassidy.
But you're sure Red Pritchard's the bandit?
The boys think so. He's got red hair, headed this way.
Better call him off, Bert.
So, you're siding with the nester.
I'm saving you a lot of trouble.
Mighty nice of you. But you or nobody else is going to back this nester.
That's where you're wrong, Bert.
If he's so all-fired innocent, why don't he come out?
And run into a bullet?
Put up them 6 guns and he'll come out.
I'll give my word he will, Bert.
Well, all right, Cassidy. We'll try it your way. And if it don't pan out, we're doing it our own way.
Men, just a minute.
Yeah, well, all right.
I'm going in and bring Red Pritchard out. I don't want any gunplay.
Bring him to us.
Yeah, come on, get him out. And, Bert, if any harm comes to Hoppy, I'm a-putting daylight through you.
There won't be no trouble unless Red starts it.
There won't be any trouble. Any that I can't handle. Just don't get careless with that 6-shooter, Bert.
I'm a-watching that, Hoppy. Of course, maybe it'd be better if I kind of sided you to the porch.
Now, you stay here, California. This is a job for one man. Richard, it's Cassidy. Hop along, Cassidy. I'm not here to make trouble. I'm here to settle this trouble without gunfire.
Mr. Cassidy, they're going to kill Paul.
Now, Mary Lou, calm down a bit.
They'll kill me. They hate it.
Oh, now, let's settle down. Nobody's going to kill anybody.
Close the door. They'll get me.
They don't want you, Mary Lou. They want to talk to your pa. Where is he?
I won't tell you. They'll never find him.
And there's no way I can help him.
He heard that they was riding out after him. Oh, but he didn't steal nothing, Mr. Cassidy. Paul wouldn't do nothing like that.
It doesn't matter what I think, nor you, Mary Lou. Unless your pa talks to them, no telling what'll happen.
They'll gun Paul down.
Then tell me where he is, and I'll promise I'll see him alone.
Ain't nobody I'd tell, Mr. Cassidy. Unless it was you. You've been good to Paul.
Then quickly, Mary Lou, where is he?
He's back up in the drawer. In the old mine shaft.
Thanks. Now, don't worry anymore.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy.
Nobody with him. Now we've been tricked. He helped Richard get away.
Keep your hand away from that 6-gun, Curly.
Why, you saddle-stooped
Hold
old...
on, Curly. You go get the trigger happy and we'll all be hanged noosebound. A man ain't guilty till the judge and jury says he is.
And Nestor ain't a man. Where's Red?
Shut up, Curly. I'll do the blabbering.
Bert, Red's gone.
See? Like I told you, we've been tricked.
I told you if he was in the house, I'd bring him out.
Cassidy, somebody's in that house.
Red's daughter. Scared stiff.
Daughter? That's how we could find Red. We can get the daughter and hold...
Anyone bothers that girl answers to me.
Hold your tongue, Curly. We ain't aiming to harm no woman. We just want our pay money.
And we aim to get it.
Stand back where you are, Curly. Hoppy's hearing is good.
Bert, send these men home. If the sheriff wants to deputize you men, then it's legal. But this way'll get nothing but trouble.
Well, maybe you're right, Cassidy.
You ain't stopping us. If he ain't here, we'll ride till we find him.
Well, that's... Yeah, we'll smoke out the nest. Come on, let's go. Hoppy, I'm so hungry I could eat a 3-day-old flapjack.
I know. I haven't thought much about food, California.
Well, now, there ain't nothing more you can do until later, Hoppy. Just stop worrying.
All those folks at the mine with no pay and Red Pritchard up in that draw someplace, hiding like a hunted animal.
Well, yeah. Hoppy, look, over yonder.
What?
Sound asleep in the hammock. Mr. Butterball.
Butterfield, California.
Oh, yeah, Butterfield. Oh, poor feller. He'd have had more company at the hotel.
Well, I've been waiting for you.
Sorry, Mr. Butterfield. You'll have to excuse us for being late.
Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I've been having the time of my life. I hope you won't mind my trying my hand at cooking.
Food?
Yes, I took the liberty of preparing a meal when it got late, and I...
Good. You have no idea how good this is going to taste.
It wasn't much to get, Mr. Buttercup, but...
Butterfield, California.
How droll. Judge Dawes knew what he was about when he advised my looking you up. I'm warning you, I'm not too much of a...
Yeah. The first time I had enough to eat for a week.
California. Your mouthful.
I know. I filled it.
I didn't do so badly for a bachelor, huh?
If you ever decide to cook for a career, let us know.
Well, Hoppy, better be riding back in the draw. Got lots to do yet tonight.
Must you go again?
Won't be long. Maybe you can find a book or something.
Oh, now, don't concern yourself with my welfare. I'll find lots to do to keep busy.
We'll go in town tomorrow and make up for this, Mr. Butterfield.
Oh, tish-tosh. But isn't riding at night dangerous back in the draw? Horse might stumble, you know?
Well, we just ride to the peak and then foot it down to the shaft.
You know where everything is, Mr. Butterfield. If we're late, just get a good night's sleep. No telling what time we'll get back.
Good evening, Curly, my boy. I have news of great importance for you.
Cut out that fancy palaver, Jenks.
If you ever mention Jenks again, you swine, I'll slit your throat.
Well, now, I didn't mean no harm.
We've got to work fast. Cassidy and that stupid cowpoke, California, are meeting this nester.
When?
Right now. You know where the draw is?
Sure do.
Mine shaft near it?
Know right where it is.
Did you plant the paper bands off that money?
Out near the nester's fence.
Good. We've got to beat Cassidy to the shaft and keep that nester out of sight until we make one more stage grab.
How about Cassidy? He's a tough hombre.
Dead men aren't tough men.
You mean...
You see this little 45 bullet? All polished up?
I see it. What's it for?
When you bid farewell to your host, you always leave him a little gift of appreciation. I'm leaving this right in his back.
Before we continue, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hop Along Cassidy and Gunsmoke rides the stagecoach trail. A holdup has occurred in Ridge City, and the stage robbed of the $20,000 mine payroll. Some hot-blooded miners accuse the nester, Red Pritchard, of being the gunman. Meantime, a cultured gentleman named Butterfield arrives at the Bar 20, saying that he is a great friend of Hoppy's pal, Judge Dawes. So, Hoppy has offered him the usual Cassidy hospitality. But now we learn that the visitor is a very much wanted hold-up man and is working with the miner Curly. They are edging their way toward the old mine shaft where the nester is hiding.
How'd you find out where the nest is hiding?
That overfed, underbrained California let it drop.
Sure was a smart thing, you moving in there. And them telling you everything you want to know.
Yes, it takes real brains to keep the law off for 7 years.
No, take it easy. Right across the creek there. Up about 60 feet. An old mine shaft. Must be the one.
And we're here ahead of Cassidy. Good.
How are we going to get over there?
You fool, we don't go over there.
Huh?
Then we don't leave prints. I'm using this rifle. I practice by shooting hummingbirds at 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I seen you do it.
Now stay behind this boulder. You can see when he moves around back in there. That opening behind him silhouettes him perfectly.
How long you staying around, Jenks? I mean, Butterfield.
One more payroll. Then back to Kansas City.
I got to lay low for a while after you get...
You will.
Huh?
Wait. There he is. In that opening.
Can't hardly see back in there.
I see good enough.
You got him. He's down.
Of course. I never miss. Convenient, isn't it? To have that dead nester take the blame for 2 holdups? I wish it weren't quite so simple. I'm getting a little bored.
Feller's like as not to break his neck if that moon weren't out.
Not much further now, California. The mine entrance is just around these rocks.
You know something, Hoppy? I don't think Red Pritchard had one darn thing to do with that stage holdup.
It's not for us to judge.
Oh, but gosh, 10,000. That'd buy a whole room full of meatballs with gravy oozing out under the eaves.
Yeah. Careful now. We'll drop down the ledge.
Maybe we'd better let him know who we are. If he's scared, like as not, he'll be a shooting.
That's a good idea. Better call in to him. Red?
Come on in, all of you. I'll blast every last one of you. Come on.
Back, California.
Step in, you yellow-livered coyotes. I'm giving you a shot.
He's down, Hoppy. What's wrong with him?
It's Cassidy, Red.
He ain't moving.
Come on, California. He's hit. Well, he's breathing. Someone beat us here.
It looks like he caught it in the shoulder.
I'll tie up the wound, stop that bleeding.
Gotta get home, boys. Mary Lou's alone. Let me go.
Take it easy, Red. It's Cassidy.
Cassidy? And I was thinking you was my friend.
Oh, we are, Red. We just found you this week.
How do you feel, Red?
Shoulder's doing some throbbing.
You just got creased, Red.
Feel up to leaving here?
Where are you taking me?
Well, the only place I know is safe for you is the Bar 20. You'd be mighty hard to take out of there.
It seems like we should let the sheriff know about Red. That we got him out here in our barn.
There's plenty of time for that. We want whoever winged Red to believe he's dead. Maybe he'll show his hand.
Oh, I see what you mean. I ain't saying a word to nobody about where he is, even if they cut out my tongue.
I know that, California. I'm going to need all the help you can give me. Because I've got a feeling that something's going to happen. And right soon.
You know, I feel plumb ashamed treating Mr. Butterfield the way we've been doing.
Well, you got it right this time. We'll make it up once we get time.
Well, glad you're back. Won't you join me in a game of pinochle?
Sure like to, Mr. Butterfield, but I'd better get washed up a bit.
Your sleeve. You hurt, Mr. Cassidy?
Hurt?
Blood.
What happened?
Oh, I know. When we moved the nester, we got blood on us.
Great Scott, you mean something happened to the poor man? Is there no law, no protection?
He's all right now. Don't let it upset you, sir.
They ain't finding him where he is now.
I must say you're a friend in need, Mr. Cassidy. I know a little about treating a wound, you know.
No, he's resting very well. You're here to enjoy yourself.
Well, you know best, of course. I couldn't induce you to play a little pinochle then?
Oh, we don't play much cards. I'm a poor loser myself.
You're a poor loser. You're nothing like Judge Dawes. Well, I played pinochle all evening with him. Just $1 a game, and how he complained when he lost.
Mr. Butterfield, I hope you understand why we can't spend more time with you.
Perfectly, indeed I do. Me. Well, I feel a little fresh air would do me a world of good. Would you like to join me, Mr. Cassidy?
Well, not right now. Maybe later.
Well, I won't be long. Don't worry about me at all. I'll be all right.
It's fixing to get dark. Don't get lost.
I won't go far.
Well, I'd better get cleaned up, California. I have some riding to do.
Riding?
Yeah. Forgot to get a couple of things in town. Won't take me over an hour or two. You stay around and keep an eye on Red Pritchard.
Oh, shucks, Hoppy. We can't keep Red in the hay barn long with his shoulder like that.
I'll have a talk with the doc in town. Be right back.
Oh, darn, you ain't going to get much sleep, Hoppy.
I've got a feeling that you're not too far wrong, California.
Butterfield, what are you busting in my cabin for? What's wrong?
Plenty, Curly.
Cassidy catching on?
Not Cassidy, it's the Nester.
The Nester?
I missed my shot at him.
How do you know?
Cassidy and that cowpoke friend of his brought the Nester to the ranch. Blood on both of them.
Maybe he's hit so bad he can't talk.
I don't think so.
Well, what are we going to do?
There's only one thing to do. Kill the Nester before he talks.
That spoils our next grab with him being found.
There isn't going to be any next grab, Curly. Now, I may have to leave rather sudden, so get out that 10,000 and I'll take my half.
I'm leaving with you.
You're doing no such thing. You're still following orders.
But I ain't gonna. Butterfield, that 6-gun.
I say you're still following orders.
Sure, of course I am. What do you want me to do?
I want you to ride in, round up those miners, get them in a hating mood, and bring them out to the Bar 20.
And get the Nester.
Get him if you have to burn the barn down.
Barn?
In the hay barn. I scouted the barn while taking a short walk for air. Sort of heard someone mooning.
You know what you're asking me to do, don't you?
What do you mean?
Cassidy's bad medicine. I ain't tangling with him.
You don't have to. I'll be there. Incite the miners to rush the barn.
And then?
Take the nester out legal-like. Start for town with him, fair trial and all that.
But he'll swear he didn't do it.
Certainly. The answer to it is this. He's not going to get to town.
Bushwhack him?
How crude. Of course not. He tried to escape and the boys had to shoot. Simple.
I'm darn glad you're on my side, Butterfield.
Now let's split the money, then get to town and stir up the miners and ride for that nester.
Feeling better, Red?
I sure do. Nice of Doc to come clear out here just for me.
Oh, shucks. Doctors don't ask who's sick or hurt.
Isn't there any way I can take my father home, Mr. Cassidy?
Not yet, Mary. It isn't safe.
Darned if I wouldn't like to get that Gunzel in my sights. Making Red suffer like this.
I don't think Red'll have to stand it much longer.
Did you hear that, Daddy? Oh, how wonderful to be like we was. I can't stand it. You're being hunted like an animal.
Well, he's safe for the time being.
Poppy, I hear riders.
I know. I expected it.
You expected it?
My gun, Hopalong. I can still shoot.
Stay where you are, Red. Don't come out. Mary, you stay here, too.
Oh, Daddy.
We have to leave you, but stay where you are. Come on, California. Now, we'll take our stand in front of this door, California. It's 2 against that mob. But you know what it'll mean if they take Red Pritchard.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Hey, Cassidy, we come to get the fellow who robbed us of our payroll.
Meaning who?
Meaning the nester, Red Pritchard. We know he's here.
Yeah, we know he's here.
How do you know he's here?
Keeping talking ain't going to stop us, Cassidy. Now move aside. We're going in.
Come ahead, Curly. You boys heard Curly say he's going in?
And we say he ain't.
Make your move, Curly.
Well, are we going to wait all night, boys? Let's get on with the work.
Maybe you're wrong, Curly. Maybe the nester ain't.
He's in that barn, and he's coming out if we have to burn it down. We want him that robbed us.
I don't blame you for that, Curly. And I'm going to give him to you.
Oh, what's that, Hoppy? You local?
I mean just what I said.
Well, I don't understand.
Then hand him over and let's get him in jail.
Here comes Mr. Butterfield.
Get ready for anything now, California.
Great Scott, Mr. Cassidy. What's the row?
The boys want the hold-up artist.
Then in heaven's name, why don't you give him to them?
I'm going to do just that, Jenks.
What, Hoppy? All right, stay back, Curly. Something's funny here.
Shooting a man in cold blood, Cassidy.
Jenks is all right. He'll have a sore hand for a while.
But, Hoppy, doggone it, I don't...
There's your stage robber, boys. Take him in. I got plenty of proof.
They're taking you too, Curly. I'll not go alone.
Oh, get him, boys. Stop Curly. He's in on this, too. I'll take care about it.
Cassidy, I'll remember this, and someday I'll even the score. We'll meet again.
You can drop the dramatics, Butterfield. The only thing you'll meet is a hang noose.
That's right. Come on, Butterfield. And no funny.
All right, I'll go, but don't worry. I'll get him.
Well, now, don't just sit there grinning like a chassis cat, Hoppy. You know darn well you got some explaining to do.
Yeah, I guess I have, California. It was the telegram.
What telegram?
I sent a telegram to Judge Dawes when I went in for the doc.
I thought you was gone a long time just to get Doc.
Judge Dawes said he never heard of Butterfield, but to check and see if my description didn't fit a fellow by the name of Jenks.
Well, I know, Hoppy, but how did you know to send a telegram to Judge Dawes? Darned if I suspicioned anything wrong.
Well, you see, California, Butterfield slipped when he mentioned Pinochle. The judge hates cards like a rattlesnake. Never played a hand in his life.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy, and so an exciting adventure ends for Hoppy in California. We hope you'll be back with us soon when Hoppy will again bring you more adventure and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Gunsmoke Rides the Stagecoach Trail was written by Howard Swart. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Why were you being blackmailed?
You don't care whom I hurt. Just so long as I answer all your questions.
I only want to clear a murder.
Caught in the tangled web of murder, 3 people confess the secrets that torture their souls. But in the echoes and shadows of the ancient city of Quebec, Canada, walks a man who knows the whole terrifying truth, but can never tell all the strange things his ears have heard. For he is sworn to silence. Grim silence that points the finger of suspicion at him. Crushing silence that brings him the contempt of the people who loved and respected him. Deadly silence that leads him to the 13 steps of the gallows.
Examining his stomach, the doctors found that he could not have died before 11:30. Madame Granfort said that she left Father Logan at 11. A lot of things can happen in 30 minutes.
You're in love with me. You've always been in love with me. You haven't changed.
Yeah, I have changed, Ruth. So have you.
You want me to pretend that?
Do you understand? I chose to be what I am. I believe in what I am.
Well, I'm not going to talk about it now.
What do you want me to do?
Whatever you wish.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly. So if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight's Lights Out presents a psychological drama, a play in which the principal part is taken not by the character himself, but by his thoughts. But first, Frank Martin.
If vitamin B1 and iron shortage is what's keeping you thin and run down, jittery and always tired, here's a simple way you can help yourself. Ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances, both vitamin B1 and iron. Yes, and they're an absolute cinch to take. Cost but a few pennies a day, and they've worked wonders for so many who only needed more of these substances. Today, these folks tell how ironized yeast help them gain glorious new pep and strength, new needed pounds, new enjoyment of life. Yes, the name is Ironized Yeast Tablets. Make a note of it now. And now?
Lights Out. Everybody.
The voice you are about to hear is that of the thoughts of one Darrell Hall, accused murderer. He sits in a courtroom awaiting the return of a jury which is to decide whether he is to live or die. And as he waits, the thoughts in his mind seethe and swirl, seethe and swirl.
Guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty. Oh, why don't I stop thinking those words? Words those jurymen are saying.
He's guilty. He's not guilty. He's guilty. Not guilty.
No,
Guilty.
no, I've
not
got to
guilty.
stop thinking
Guilty.
of what's going on in that room. The jurymen, I've got to stop thinking of them. I've got to keep my head clear. I've got to figure things out. When did all this start? Yes, I remember. That night Wayne and I were sitting in my room talking about dreams. I remember he said...
Oh, come on, Darrell. Don't expect me to believe that one.
I'm certainly telling you the truth.
A fellow with your imagination wasting his time teaching biology to a bunch of co-ed nitwits? No, sir. You should be writing fiction.
Well, I assure you, my dear Wayne, I've told you the truth.
Here, are you really serious?
I am.
You actually mean that in all your life you've never had a dream?
Never.
Not even when you were a child?
To my knowledge, I've never had a dream in all my life.
Well, how do you like that?
I like it very well. I close my eyes, oblivion. And then I wake up. No nightmare hangovers, thank you.
No, wait a minute, Darrell. Let me get this straight. You mean you've never even had a dream after, eating a Welsh rarebit at midnight or surrounding a dozen green apples or anything like that?
Believe me, Wayne, I've never had a dream of any shape, form, or description in all my life. A dream to me is just a word, something that happens to other people, but never to me.
Oh, but everyone must dream.
Well, just so happens that my subconscious doesn't work that way. I tell you again, I've never dreamt.
Oh, what do you know about that? It's just unbelievable. I tell you, unbelievable.
Yes, that's what he said. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable that I'd never dreamt. And then after a while, he went away and left me there. It was early evening, but I remember that somehow, strangely, I was very tired. I sat down in the easy chair. I was so tired. I closed my eyes. I slept. And then it happened. A strange murmuring in my head. Yes, that's how it started. A murmuring as if in warning. And then in the darkness around me, strange faces lifting and falling. White faces, faces without hope. Their eyes full of horror. Their white, bloodless lips pleading wordlessly in a way that made the heart in me cry out in pity. And suddenly I knew I was asleep and dreaming. Yes, dreaming for the first time in my life, and these faces I was seeing were things of a dream. And even as I knew that, the dream was gone. Blackness. And yet I knew that I was still asleep, and in me there was a terrible feeling of foreboding, of a horror to come in that dream. What? How, I didn't know, but I wanted to stop sleeping. I wanted to open my eyes quickly before... And then I saw her. In my dream, I tell you, I saw her moving slowly toward me out of the darkness that was my dream. At first, a white wraith-like thing, and then I saw it was a woman. Yes, the body of a woman, but the face... that face... gross, unclean, the thick bestial brows, the wrinkles of... the lecherous writhings of thin crimson lips that lifted from teeth bright and pointed and flecked with blood. Closer, closer to me, and then she spoke. One word. Yes, that's what she said, kill. And as she said it, she moved closer. Her hands went out and her eyes. And in my dream, I screamed. I awoke. I remember just at that second the clock on the mantel began striking. 5, 6, 7. I counted each chime in happiness, since the hearing of it meant that I was awake out of the horror of that dream. When the clock had stopped chiming, I sat there. My one thought was, if that's dreaming, may I never dream again. I heard a sound. What was that? I sat still, afraid to move. And then I laughed. It was my own heart still pounding with fright at what I had seen in my first dream. Oh, why do I sit here thinking of what has been? The jury in there, they've got to hang me.
He's guilty, not guilty.
No,
Guilty,
no, I mustn't think of them.
not
Better
guilty,
to keep my thoughts on how it all started. Better to figure things out. Where was I? Yes. Sitting there, listening to the beat of my heart, thinking of the horror of that dream. And then suddenly that wordless, pitiful murmur I heard in my dream was whispering in my head again. As quickly as it began, it was gone. How could this be? I was awake. This was no dream. Then why had I heard that same sound that had come from those pitiful white faces that had floated before me while I slept? Why? I heard it, the sound behind me. Who? Yes, my friend Wayne. It must be. He come into the room, standing behind my chair, thinking I was asleep. I turned around and I said, "Wayne, is that you? Why, ah!" Yes, I screamed. I screamed so loudly there was blood in my throat. For it was she again, that woman out of my dream. But this wasn't a dream. She was standing there, I tell you, she was standing there close to me, looking at me, and those devil's lips said that one word. Kill. I jumped to my feet. No one in the room, no one. I tell you, I remember standing there, my head reeling. Who was she? Where had she come from? But there was no one in the room. Had there been anyone there? I didn't sleep that night. And by morning, I had it all figured out. 2 dreams, that's what it had been. And the second had been more vivid than the first. Yes, of course, I had never dreamed before, and of course my first dream would seem reality, and yet, some measure of uncertainty remained with me. Mary saw it in my face when I had dinner with her that night. I remember she said...
Darryl, do you mind if I ask you something?
What a question. Of course not.
Is there something wrong?
You mean with the dinner? Why, you know this is my favorite restaurant.
With you, dear. Has something gone wrong at the university?
Why do you ask that?
The worry in your eyes.
Oh?
What is it, dear?
Oh, nothing important.
Changed your mind about loving me?
Mary.
Oh, then tell me what it is, please.
All right. It's really nothing to concern yourself over, just a dream.
Dream? Darryl, you dreamt?
Yes, last night.
Oh, how marvelous. Now you're normal even when you sleep.
That's right, isn't it? I'm back to normalcy, am I not?
Oh, and here I thought from the expression on your face that it was something really important.
Oh, yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
And I suppose in your first dream you dreamt of a glorious, seductive woman? Well, didn't you?
No, Mary.
Oh, so you had a nightmare.
If you don't mind, let's not talk about it anymore. Shall we have our dessert now? I suggest the hot green apple pie with cheese and...
Daryl, was it as bad as all that?
Horrible.
Oh, that's cruel. Your very first dream, an unhappy one. Oh, well, I'm sure that if you dream again, you've more interesting times ahead. Oh, Daryl, look at the time. 7:01, and we promised the Armstrongs we'd pick them up at 7:15. Daryl, what is it? Your face.
Do you hear it?
Hear what?
You do hear it, don't you? The voices.
Voices. Daryl, what are you talking about? Why, the people in this restaurant are most well behaved.
Gone. Just the way it was before.
Oh, Daryl, please. If it's a joke, please tell it to me. Daryl, what is it? What are you staring at? What's behind my chair? What's there? Daryl, tell me what. Daryl, the table. Why did you throw over the table? Daryl, what is it? What is it? Why did you scream? Why?
Ladies and gentlemen, a moment's time for breathtaking in this amazing story of Darrell Hall, accused murderer. A moment to get back to the realities of our everyday life and the problems of those unusual times which confront you and me and that man and wife who may be your next-door neighbor. Are you short on vitamin B1 and iron? If so, this may be you saying...
Oh, tomorrow's another day. The work's piling up on my desk, and I'm so tired out and jumpy and all in, I haven't a chance to catch up with it.
Don't be so sure of that, my friend. If, like so many Americans today, you simply need more vitamin B1 and iron, here's an easy way to get them. Take ironized yeast tablets. They're the famous two-way preparation that gives you both vitamin B1 and iron. And believe me, you must have enough of both. Because when you don't get enough vitamin B1 in your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need. Or you may not get all the good out of your food. And when you don't get enough iron from what you eat, you may be weak and pale and feel all in.
Mm-hmm. And you say ironized yeast tablets supply both vitamin B1 and iron? Maybe I should try them.
By all means do, if you need more of these substances. See if pleasant little ironized yeast tablets don't help you as they've helped so many others with these deficiencies. See if pretty soon you aren't saying...
Man, oh man, I feel great. I've gained pounds. I've got my old pep back thanks to ironized yeast. Yep, I just breeze through my work these days.
And now back to the thoughts of Darrell Hall, accused murderer, as he sits in the courtroom awaiting the return of a jury, which is to decide whether he is to live or die.
Yes, she wanted to know why I had done it. Screamed, thrown over the table. They all wanted to know. But how could I tell them? Tell them of her, standing behind Mary's chair, that thing of degradation, and those lips saying, kill. I went home. Mary thought I was overworked.
It's your nerves, darling. You've been working so hard. Go home and rest, darling. That's all you need.
Rest. What good was rest? I had to reason things out. All my life I'd lived with reason, and now this horror. Hallucination. Yes, that was it. I had been working hard. They paid so little at the university and expected so much. And so I rested through the next day. It was quite dark when I awoke. The phone rang. It was Mary calling to find out how I felt.
Are you sure you're all right, Darrell?
Oh, yes, Mary. Yes, I'm fine, thank you.
You sound all right.
Your advice was good, dear. Rest apparently was just what I needed.
Then go along back to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, dearest, and thanks for calling.
Goodbye, Darrell. Sleep well tonight.
I hung up the receiver. And then the clock on the mantel behind me began striking.
Always at 7.
Yes, that was true. Both times at 7 o'clock was when that horror had happened, and then With the last chime of the clock, I realized it was 7 again. 7. Would I see her again? I stood there, back against the wall, waiting. So quiet. I could hear the clock ticking away the seconds. Would it happen again, this hallucination of mine? I waited. I heard no pitiful murmur of voices. Just quiet. The tick, tick, tick of the clock. So dark in the room, I could see the shadowy emptiness of a chair near the other wall. And then the chair was no longer empty. There was someone in it, and I said, "Who's there?" There was no answer, and I said, "Answer me, who's there?" No answer. A strange darkness in the room. Deeper and deeper, I could see nothing, and then 2 swirling pools of flame-red light, closer and closer. I stood there. I couldn't move. A rumbling began in my head. Fear, I tell you, fear tearing at my brain. Louder and louder, while those red circles of light came closer and closer. What was it? What was it? What? And then I knew. It was her eyes. Her eyes burning close into mine, into the brain of me, pounding one thought into me. Kill. Why did she say that? Why? Kill whom? Why should I kill? Why should I kill? If I had known then. The jury coming back, the verdict, what? No, not yet. Still out. They've got to find me guilty. I've got to hang if I live. But I mustn't think of that. I must think of what happened. What happened? Well, where was I? Yes, that woman, her eyes pounding that word into me, and then gone again. But this time as real as the breath in me. I knew it. I knew it. And with that realization, a coldness as of a wind blew around me and clutched at my heart. For if she was reality, somehow I knew I was lost. And so it began. Night after night at the stroke of 7, first that wailing dirge of those lost souls, and then her writhing lips. Kill. Those words began pounding in my head so that even when she wasn't there, I heard them. I hid in my rooms. I didn't go out. People would see this madness that had come over me. I went nowhere. And soon I knew they were talking of me, my friends.
I tell you, I don't know what's come over Darrell. Hides in his rooms, won't even talk to me. Something is wrong.
And Mary.
Please, Darrell, you've got to let me see you. This talking over the phone. Oh, Darrell, what's wrong? What's wrong?
And night after night, the horror of... And the greater horror of... Kill. Mary pleaded with me.
Darrell, if you love me, please let me see you, talk to you. Come over to my house tonight, please, Darrell. Perhaps I can help you. Please, darling, please.
I didn't want to go, but I went. That night, perhaps she could help. Yes, help me understand the madness of those wailing voices and drifting white faces. Understand the horror of that woman and that maddening word. Mary, so understanding, so gentle, she could help me. Clear my head of the madness.
Oh, Darrell, you're here at last.
Mary, help me. You will help me.
Oh, Darrell, your face.
Mary, I...
Don't talk yet. Sit here.
I'm
Rest.
sane, Mary. Believe me, I'm sane.
Of course, dearest. Of course you are.
It's that madness outside of me, those white, drifting faces moaning
Rest,
at me.
darling.
And that woman out of hell.
Woman?
Her eyes and her lips telling me to... The time? What time is it?
Why, 7. Darrell, what is it?
I didn't know. I lost track. I've got to get out of here.
Darrell, wait. Don't go. Don't.
Too late.
Darrell, what is it?
You hear them, don't you, Mary?
I'll call a doctor.
Listen to them. Their voices are so loud tonight. Listen, Mary. Listen,
Oh,
listen.
don't.
You hear
There's
them.
no
You
one
must
here.
hear them. What are they saying? Louder and louder, trying to tell me something. What are you saying out there? What are you telling me?
Darrell, stop.
They're gone. Faces, voices gone. Now she'll be here.
Daryl, please. You're frightening me.
You hear her, Mary? You hear her?
No. No.
Louder
Daryl,
and louder.
please.
I can't see her, but I hear her. Where is she? Thing out of hell. Go back, I tell you, back. Louder and louder. Make her stop, Mary. Make her stop pounding in my head. Stop it. She'd ever you. What do you want of me? Stop it. Stop it. I can't stand anymore. Yes, go away and I'll kill.
Don't. I know. You're joking me. Daryl. No.
Kill. Mary? Yes, I had killed her. My sweet, gentle little Mary killed her with my own hands. I opened my hands. She fell to the floor. I went out into the street. People all around me, hurrying. I was in no hurry. What that woman had wanted, I had done. I had killed. I walked all night, it didn't matter where, and in the morning I found myself on the campus of the school before the very building in which a class was waiting for my lecture. I went in. I walked up on the platform and looked down into their faces, and I said to them, "Ladies and gentlemen, my lecture for today will be on the subject of the indeterminate factor in the evolutionary..." I stopped, a murmur in the air, those voices again. But it was broad daylight. I had never heard those voices in daylight before. What did they want of me? What were they saying? There was a strangeness in their pitiful voices, yes, like a dirge of tears and sorrow for someone, for me. Yes, for me. And then her voice, laughing, triumphant. And then I understood. For the first time, I understood everything. She had triumphed over me. That was why those lost souls were wailing a dirge over me. I was hers forever. I turned and ran out of there like a madman. Ran, and as I ran, those voices of the damned were talking to me.
You are doomed as we are doomed.
As all who murder are doomed. We listened to her and murdered.
Now you are one of us.
No peace for those who murder, no rest through all eternity.
No rest for those who murder.
Through all eternity.
I covered my ears with my hands as I ran. No use. I heard them.
Only one hope for you, man. One hope.
Expiate your crime.
On the gallows.
Pay for what you have done.
Die on the gallows, and you shall have rest. One hope, man. One hope.
So that was it. If I paid society for my crime, she would fail. I would be free of her, that thing, that essence of evil, that siren who called men to murder her so that their souls would be slaves to her for all eternity. Yes, I would pay for my crime. I ran on back to Mary's house. Yes, I would pay, and gladly with my life to have peace and the rest of oblivion. I went back into the house. Yes, Mary was still there. Cold. I lifted her. Those same hands that had crushed the life out of her lifted her and carried her out into the sun. My eyes were so filled with tears that I could hardly see where I walked. People began milling around me.
Hey, look at that guy. He's got a woman in his arms.
Oh, where's he carrying her?
Hey, she must have fainted.
No, look. She's dead.
Hey, who killed her? Hey, who killed her, mister? Who killed her?
I did. I killed her with my own hands. I killed her, and please, I want to die for that. And then the trial. My friends, they wanted to save me. Clever attorneys, insanity commissions, and twists of the laws. But I wanted to die. I tell you, I had to die. If they set me free, if I lived and died as most men die, whose death they call a natural one, then she would have me. No, I want to hang by the neck until dead. I want that noose around my neck, the trap beneath my feet. The jailer pulls a switch. My feet dancing in air, the noose murdering me the way my hands committed murder. Oblivion. And I'd be free of that horror with the writhing lips and the blood-stained teeth. The jury, they're coming in. Guilty. They've got to find me guilty. Guilty. Find me guilty.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Guilty! You hear that? You thing of the devil! Guilty!
doctor, someone. Ambulance, call an ambulance.
It's no use. This man is dead. Heart attack.
Holy. And would you take a look at his face? As if he was looking at the devil himself.
Well, Mr. Obler, you mean there's a power of evil loose in the world?
That's an interesting question, Frank, because a statement of that very sort was the reason I wrote tonight's story. Someone said to me, how is it possible for so much evil to be done in the world unless there's a power for evil? But let's talk more about that and about a very exciting program next week after you've had your say.
Friends, if vitamin B1 and iron deficiency is what's keeping you thin, jumpy, tired, worn out, why go on that way? Remember, friends, little ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances. Of course, there are cases where a rundown condition may be due to some serious organic disturbance. If you're in any doubt, by all means, see your physician. But if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to feel better, and to sleep better, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, what about this living power of evil, Mr. Obler?
Well, my own belief is that no such power exists. I believe that the evil that men do may be caused by outside influences, poverty, the will to power, the wrongful examples of others. But as to the evil being a living monster, well, supposing we call tonight's story a parable of a man who really wanted to kill and saw the evil intent within himself personalized so vividly that he thought it actually existed outside of himself.
Well, that explanation satisfies me. Now, what about next week?
About next week, Frank? Well, I'm going to say that I think we have one of the most unusual and timely lights out plays so far. We're particularly anxious that you hear this story. It's a quite different one, I promise you. Execution's the title. And if you've ever wondered what might happen in a village square when a Nazi maniac faces a fight beyond the understanding of his indoctrinated mind, then listen next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's Execution. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Here's how to step ahead in caring for your white shoes. Now that shoe rationing's here, and you want to keep your shoes in good wearing condition all the time, get Energine Shoe White. Energine Shoe White is made with the whitest pigment obtainable, only the very whitest. It spreads over your shoes easily, evenly, helps to keep them as white and neat-looking as they can possibly be. That means more satisfactory wear from those precious white shoes of yours. So remember, for the best of care for the white shoes you wear, get Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We predict you'll greet Harvey with laughter and rousing applause. How do we know? Because for 5 long years, audiences did just that on Broadway for the most talked-about Pulitzer Prize-winning comedy of our time. And now, at last, Harvey comes to the screen, better, richer, funnier than it ever was on the stage. Starring James Stewart as Elwood P. Dowd, America's most amiable citizen, with hilarious Josephine Hull and a grand cast. And once again, the critics are raving. Says Luella Parsons, and Walter Winchell. And Hedda Hopper.
character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character, originally created in the story The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
I've got a story for you. A story about a canvas cloud, a tinseled world, and bloody murder. And if that wasn't enough, it all happened in Taormina, which is in Sicily. I know it happened because I saw it. Call the story The Painted Smile. Stick around.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man, in today's story, The Painted Smile.
I've always had a fondness for the exception that breaks the rule. Maybe it's because I like to break rules myself. Take a smile, for instance. One of the intangibles of life, so everyone says. But what about that smile of the Cheshire Cats? That grin hung around long after Puss had vanished. You call that intangible? Like the smile I'm going to tell you about. The horrid humor of that painted smile lingered long after the man who wore it was quite dead. As I'd come to Taormina for a holiday, the circumstances were ideal. I had some extra cash in my pocket, the climate was fine, and the local police were completely disinterested in me. But I no sooner entered my room at the San Domenico Hotel, was testing the mattress, as a matter of fact, when a long-bladed Sicilian knife whispered past my ear and wickedly winked at me from the bedpost. Since I was naturally somewhat curious, I turned rather quickly, and standing there in the doorway was a slim man with pale brown hair, pale monkey eyes, and the face of a tragedian. Why, Tony, you old clown.
Harry, you old devil, what bring you to Taormina?
Money, old friend. The climate, a certain weariness, and this happens to be one of the last places in the world where Harry Lime is welcome. You?
Same old reason. The circus is playing here.
A circus in Sicily? Mm-hmm. Isn't that bringing coals to Newcastle, old man?
Not everyone is laughing and happy in Sicily, and clowning is my business. I was born to make people laugh.
A clown. Yes, you were born the greatest con man of them all.
No, Harry. I have a certain talent for crime, perhaps sleight of hand, facility with a knife, but not the heart. I'm afraid I'm an honest man, Harry.
All the more reason to be my guest tonight, Tony. Share the pleasure. My first night in Taormina.
To the contrary, you shall be mine. I'll serve you Sicilian pasties for hot dogs, champagne for pink lemonade, introduce you to every freak on the Midway, and seat you in a box for the main show. How would you like that, eh?
Yes, I'd like that. For just this night, I'll step inside your canvas cloud, old man, pop the enchanted peanut in my mouth, and enter the circus heaven of youth. I believe every gilded angel and tinsel queen I see, smell the animals, walk the sawdust stairway to the stars. Yes, Tony, I'll be happy to accept your invitation to the circus. And who could ask for a better host than a clown? We left the Midway crowd, the lights and the blaring calliope. Then the growl of jungle beasts came to me. We approached a small dressing tent. Then the clown humbly called for his friend.
Nola! Nola! Are you in there?
You again, Antonio? What is it?
I want to see you.
You will see me later. Go away.
But I have a surprise for you, Nola. A wonderful surprise.
A surprise? A present, perhaps?
The canvas flap snapped back and she stepped into the yellow glare of the lamps. Nola. Hair as black as though it had been poured out of an ink bottle. Body sinuous, graceful. Like a cat's. And she was like a cat. And her ice gray eyes flared strangely when she looked at me.
So this is your wonderful surprise, Antonio.
Nola, this is Harry Lime, my friend.
I'm always happy to meet a friend.
The way she said it, the way she was looking at me, made it seem like we were all alone. Just Nola and me. I know what kind of female. I also knew that Tony was in for a bad time. Funny thing, he knew it too. Told me about it a little later while he was putting on his clown makeup.
So you feel sorry for me, Harry?
Well, I don't feel one way or the other about anyone, but if you fancy Nola for yourself, you're a chump, old man.
I know.
Oh? And you like to be kicked in the teeth, is that it?
Look at me, my friend. What is there about me for a woman to love? Well, there is a great deal about Nola to love.
Mm-hmm. To admire, to desire, yeah. To love?
You're forgetting something.
I am?
All clowns suffer.
Oh, yes.
Paint a smile on their face to hide a broken heart.
Ah, really, old man, don't be trite.
Nola's like a fever in the blood, a disease. She's not good for me, perhaps, but the pain of loving her is better than the ecstasy of loving any other woman.
Well, I agree with you, Tony. You never would have made a good confidence man.
You think the clown white has gone deeper than my face? That my thinking has become as theatrical as my profession? Perhaps. But the show is about to begin. Help me with my wig, Harry.
Oh, there you are.
Am I not the funny man?
Yeah, very funny.
See you later, my friend. Now Antonio must go to clown and dance like a puppet.
While Nola pulls the strings, Laugh, clown, laugh. You poor schmoo. It wasn't a very big circus, but it looked like the greatest thing on earth to the folks in Taormina. They laughed at Tony's antics till they cried, and oohed and awed at the trapeze performers, and gasped at Nola's animal act. Then came the grand climax.
Senore and Signorina, you are seeing the beautiful Nola command the tigers, the pumas, the lions, like they were house kittens. Now you shall see the unbelievable. Antonio, the great clown, shall enter the cage of the black puma and make him dance.
And he did. Going into the main animal cage, Tony pantomimed his bravery to the crowd. He cracked his whip, he strutted, he proved to himself at least that he was afraid of nothing on four legs. And then a smaller cage was rolled in and opened on the main cage, and another clown in the costume of the black puma sprang inside with Tony. First my friend was terrified, then he saw the pumas as frightened as he, and they made friends and waltzed around the cage together as the audience screamed with mirth. It was as simple as that. But Tony's clowning was touched with genius. In his performance, there was all the posturing and heartbreak and fear of the world. And by conquering his fear in the shape of the puma, he put a happy ending to his story, and everybody went home happy. That was everybody but Tony. I saw him after the show waiting for Nola. She ran up from the main tent, still carrying her animal whip.
Nola!
Get out of my way.
But, Nola, I must talk
Take your hands off me. Let me go.
Her whip, cruel and quick as a puma's claw, cut across his face. I could see a livid wheal rising under his clown white. But Tony took it silently. Just looked after Nola with big eyes. Then he saw me. Thanks for the show, Tony. It was swell, but the rest of the night's on me. Now let's do Taormina, Like men.
You will excuse me tonight, my friend. Tomorrow I'll come to the hotel. Tomorrow.
I went back to my monastic cell to do some thinking. I say cell, call it that, because the Hotel San Domenico in Taormina was in the 16th century a monastery. And now in the 20th century, it's a very unmonk-like character who walked its sacred tiles and pondered on human passion. And then I had no reason not to answer the door. Yeah? Hello. She was small, very young, very dewy. You know, the moonlight for hair and stars for eyes sort of thing.
You are Mr. Harry Lyme?
I am.
I am Therese.
Oh, it's enchanting.
You will invite me in. I would speak with you.
Well, I can't imagine a more satisfactory conversation.
I will sit here.
If you like. It's all very femme fatale and very intriguing, but how do you happen to know my name?
I asked the manager.
Now, they do make things easy in Taormina, don't they?
What?
It's unimportant.
I just arrived at the hotel a while ago. I am staying here, too.
Alone?
Oh, yes.
I see.
You do know Antonio Vega?
Oh, sly dog. You're another one of his girls, is that it?
I am his only girl.
Oh, of course, of course.
I am his daughter.
Oh.
The manager told me that Papa was here to see you this afternoon. He said you were his old friend. Is that so funny?
No, don't start that again.
I came to you, Mr. Lyme, because I could not find Papa. He wrote to me he was going to be here. He is a traveling salesman, you know.
Oh, no.
So when school closed for vacation, instead of staying there as usual, I thought I'd come here and surprise Papa.
Papa and me, hmm?
Hasn't he told you about me?
Yes. Oh, yes, he... Of course.
Then you know where he is. I can go to him.
Well, as it so happens, your father's coming to the hotel tomorrow, my dear. Why don't you wait for him here and really surprise him, hmm?
What a wonderful idea. Oh, Mr. Lyme, I could kiss you.
Oh, no.
Harry Lyme returns in just a moment. Now, Orson Welles, as Harry Lyme, the third man, continues in today's story, The Painted Smile.
Teresa didn't know her father's real profession any more than I'd known Tony had a daughter. My clown friend was beginning to interest me more and more. A man of many lives, one of those still waters run deep boys. And in spite of the sheltered life he'd lavished on Teresa, she'd walked into the finest emotional trap the devil himself could set. What to do? I breakfasted with the young lady on the terrace. Well, they're popular. They're public.
Harry, is that you? Oh, pardon me. You are busy.
Papa! Oh, Papa!
Therese!
Oh, kiss her, Tony. Go on. I'm sure I would if I had such a daughter.
Oh, it's so wonderful to see you, Papa. Be with you again.
But the kitten, you should have stayed at the school.
You are not glad to see me?
Of course, my darling. But my work, you know, I have so little time. That is why I always visited you instead of you coming to see me.
If it's only one little minute of the day, it's worth it, Papa. Just to be near you.
Don't have a heart, Tony. She'll have me in tears.
Your cheek. Oh, Papa. What happened to your poor cheek? That terrible scar.
It was an accident, Therese. Another reason why you must not stay. It is impossible. You understand the situation, Harry.
Sure, old man,
situation? Why should not a daughter be with her papa?
It is impossible. You will go back to school like a good girl, yes? Or to the relatives in Naples.
No.
Therese?
No, 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 no. I will never leave you, even if you don't want me around.
Well, just who won that round, Tony, old man?
What can I do, my friend?
Why not tell her the truth?
And bring her shame? Therese thinks of me as a businessman, dignified, honorable. What would she say if her father told her that he was a clown?
Well, you're going to have to tell her something.
I said I was an honest man, my friend. That isn't true.
And what do? Pick the pockets of the other clowns?
I smuggle emeralds.
Again?
Smuggle emeralds. It was for her, Harry, Therese. How could I support her in such a fine fashion, good clothes, private schools, on the earnings of a clown in a one-ring circus?
I hadn't thought about it much. Didn't even know your kitten existed, you see. So
That is one of many things I haven't told you, my old friend. Forgive me.
Forgiven, but the emeralds. What about
You
the
see,
emeralds?
I've been very successful in the smuggling trade, but very careful. Over the years, I've saved a small fortune. And now I want to ask you a favor.
For the fortune? Anything, old man, for the fortune.
It's for Therese when she reaches 21. If anything should happen to me before, see that she gets it.
Why be so morbid?
The way things are lately, you know, Harry, with my life, with no laugh. I think my luck's changed.
Well, how do you know I won't keep the fortune for myself, old man?
The same way I know you won't inform on me to the police.
Yeah. You figure this pot's too smart to call the kettle black, is that it?
That's
old man?
one way of putting it. Come to the circus tomorrow night, Harry. I'll show you where my savings are hidden.
And Therese?
Therese, I will think of something. Better her heart should break a little now than learn the truth about me, and then...
I'll meet you tomorrow night, Tony. I didn't like the way things were going. Not that Harry Lyon's averse to learning the exact location of a man's fortune, but this particular collection of moolah seemed to have entirely too many strings attached to it. However, I decided to let tomorrow take care of itself. I was deep in the arms of Morpheus when... Yes. What the devil you mean, waking a man up in the middle of the night?
That is Mr. Lime, Mr. Harry Lime.
Who's calling?
This is Signor Borgia, Questore of Taormina, Department of Public Safety.
The police?
And it is not midnight, Mr. Lime, but 9 o'clock in the morning.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, sir.
You will do me the great favor of coming to my office within the hour,
Well, I'll
Mr.
do
Lime.
nothing of the sort, Borgia. As I told you...
You will come, or you will become a fool. You are already under surveillance.
Well, I'll do you the great favor, Questore Borgia.
Your generosity is exceeded only by your wisdom, Signor. Within the hour.
I never argue with a policeman over the telephone, beyond a certain point. And when he bears the name of Borgia, well, when in Taormina, do what the Taormaniacs do, I suppose. I visited the Questore. I found him a small, alert man, all spit and polish. He eyed me like a hungry robin views a fat worm.
Sit down, Signor Lime. You are a friend of Antonio Vegas?
Oh, Tony must have many friends, I should think.
Too many. At one time, this Vegas was in your profession, a confidence man.
Tony's a good clown.
And a smart one. His buffoon makeup hides more than the proverbial broken heart, doesn't it?
Does it?
Vegas heads a smuggling ring, emeralds. Are you trying to tell me you know nothing about the traffic?
Well, I've never dabbled in emeralds, Borgia, old man. They're too hot for my blood.
You refuse to admit that you are in partnership with Vegas?
If what you said is true, well, I wish I was.
Do not try to warn your friend. He will never leave Taormina.
Well, there are worse places to live.
Good morning, Signor Lime.
Good morning. Does that mean I can go now?
It does.
Oh. Well, am I still under surveillance?
Yes. Why?
Oh, my holiday mood, that's all, old man. I hope your bloodhounds are broad-minded. Good morning. How is it that I always get into these things? Here I was about to do Tony a favor. And there was no profit in it for me at all. Well, I went went to his dressing room that night, and he showed me his fortune, all tucked away under a false bottom of his costume trunk, and all in American bills of high denomination. It's a pity to see it lying there just doing nothing.
Now that you know where the money is hidden, I'll replace the bottom.
Tony, old boy, I still say I'm not in this. It's not my kind of caper. Send the nest egg to the relatives in Naples,
I don't trust them.
Oh, really?
You know how it is with good people.
Yeah.
Sudden wealth may change their natures completely. Whereas you...
Say no more, old man.
And here is something else for you to see. Hidden in this bladder I use for one of my props.
Emeralds. Perfectly cut. Some of them are as big as robin's eggs.
I deal in nothing but the finest merchandise.
Evidently. Who's your fence?
Lazzetti.
Oh, the best.
I found him to be the best.
Tony, you're one of the few men I've ever underestimated.
Who would suspect the clown?
Yes, but I must warn you, Tony, that there are some who...
You say Mr. Vegas is in this tent?
Si, signorina.
Therese.
Yes, she must have followed me here.
Quick, help me hide these.
Yeah.
Papa, I have found you.
Yes, Therese, you have found me. And now you know what your father really is.
He's the best.
A clown. I think it is too wonderful. Oh, Papa, did you think I would look down on you because you were a clown in a circus? It is much finer than a traveling salesman. You are angry because I found you out?
Why should he be?
What can I do, Harry?
Well, I guess give her a pass to the show. I'll take charge of her.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. What can I do?
That's not...
Am I intruding, Antonio?
Nola.
There were no introductions. I took Therese out of there as soon as possible, but before we left, I caught Nola's eyes on the emeralds. They narrowed like a cat's. The lady knew her way around gems as well as men, and that bothered me. The climate of Taormina had suddenly become very unhealthy. I would have quit the place that night if Borgia's bloodhounds hadn't been guarding every point of exit.
Why is Papa going into that animal cage, Mr. Lime?
Oh, it's nothing. He's pretending to... He's a cat trainer, you know, like Nola. You know, see how brave he is.
Oh, how funny he is.
Yeah.
How wonderful is my Papa.
Oh, that's great. Tony's funniest routine began. He was giving the greatest performance of all his life because his daughter was in the audience. The puma cage was wheeled up to the main cage and the door opened. Out came the puma. But no costume clown this one. A very large, very live, and very vicious cat sprang into Tony's cage. It stood there a moment, lashing its tail and blinking in the lights. In that moment, before it sprang at my old friend, I saw Nola's face watching from the tent entrance. Her eyes wide, her lips drawn back in an animal smile. Her hands stretched before her like claws, as though she were about to attack.
No, help!
It was over very quickly. For once I was glad to see the police. The puma was shot and killed. Nola was apprehended. What was left of Antonio Vegas was taken to the hospital tent. As I said, he found a way out of Taormina. The hard way.
No, don't. Don't cry, kitten. It was an accident.
No, it was no accident. Like the scar on your cheek. She did it. She did it.
I did nothing. It was an accident. Somebody switched the cages.
What do you mean?
Well, Questore Borgia, I think I can prove differently. It wasn't
You,
an
Signor
accident
Lime?
at all.
He lies?
Antonio Vegas is my friend, Signora. You can understand that word, friend. Why should I lie? I saw you switch the cages deliberately.
No, I did not. I did not.
And I know why you did.
No. Harry.
It was because of jealousy.
Jealous? Of that clown?
Stop it! Stop it! You shall not laugh at my Papa!
Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I think somebody before me once pointed out that women are very curious creatures. You take Lola, for instance. Lola was quite prepared to murder the man she loved, just out of a fit of jealousy. Some women, of course, indulge in a more refined and less dangerous form of vengeance. They arrange matters for the men they love so that life just seems like death. I sometimes wonder what life would be like without women. So quiet and peaceful, and so very, very dull.
The judge has left town, Harvey's quit, and I'm having trouble getting deputies.
People gotta talk themselves into law and order before they do anything about it. Maybe because down deep they don't care. They just don't care.
I think you better go while there's still time. It's better for you, and it's better for us. Amy.
I mean it. If you won't go with me now, I'll be on that train when it leaves here.
I've got to stay.
Why must you be so stupid, Will? Have you forgotten what he is? Have you forgotten what he's done to people? Have you forgotten that he's crazy? Don't you remember when he sat in that chair and said, "You'll never hang me, I'll come back. I'll kill you, Will Kane. I swear it, I'll kill you."
A terror-stricken town left him to face 4 killers, single-handed, at high noon. With every swing of the pendulum, With every second, a man's life ticked away. Never have so few moments held such excitement.
Miller!
What kind of woman are you? How can you leave him like this? Does the sound of the guns frighten you that much?
All right, we've come to it once again. It is time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. Located in the heart of the state, the city of Denver serves as the political, economic, and cultural center of Colorado. It is located exactly 1 mile above sea level, which gives it the unique nickname Mile High City. The city is known for its mild climate and abundant sunshine, making it an ideal destination for outdoor activities as it experiences over 300 days of sunshine each year. With over 68,000 works from various tribes across America, Denver's art museum is one of the largest collections of Native American art in the country. The Denver Broncos have a loyal fan base and have won multiple Super Bowl championships while in the city. Denver is known for its craft beer scene. The city is home to numerous breweries offering a wide variety of flavors and unique beers. And that was the Trivia Minute. I hope you enjoyed this stream. And until next time, have a great day and God bless.